Transformed into the neglected sixth prince, I fell victim to a scheme set by my fiancée, tarnishing the reputation of the illustrious daughter of the Qilin. Diminished to guard the imperial tombs, I unexpectedly awakened a unique skill that rendered me stronger upon touching corpses. From the remains of the first emperor, I gleaned a millennium's worth of dragon energy. From the martial emperor, I acquired the 9-turn golden dragon technique. From the Empress, I discovered. As I continued my explorations, I stumbled upon a stunning beauty entombed in the depths of the royal mausoleum, her body remarkably preserved after 10,000 years. In my quest, I unearthed extraordinary treasures, such as the Millennium Demon Pearl, the Celestial Weapon of Extermination, and the 7-colored demon feathers from her exquisite form. With my arrival, this ethereal beauty unexpectedly awakened. Years later, as a million-strong army from a rival nation breached the imperial city, countless experts fell. Just when the 10,000-year-old empire seemed on the brink of collapse, the invincible Wang Tian slowly emerged from the imperial tomb. So smooth, so tender. Still feeling the effects of intoxication, Wang Tian awoke to a sensation of supple softness in his hand and instinctively looked down, only to be startled to find himself grasping a fair, exposed thigh. His entire body jolted, and he immediately released his grip. What in the world? Who is this woman? How'd I end up in bed with her? Wang Tian exclaimed, smacking his forehead as he struggled to recall the events of the previous night. It had been his father's grand birthday celebration, inviting numerous dignitaries and martial experts to the palace for the occasion of his 60th birthday. As the sixth prince, he was naturally included in the festivities, alongside his fiancée, Su Qin, the daughter of the prime minister and one of the 4 most beautiful women in the capital. Last night, I believe I was drinking with Su Qin and the prime minister. I barely had 2 cups before becoming tipsy. How did I end up here? Wang Tian shook his head and instinctively glanced at the woman beside him. The woman was extraordinarily beautiful, a true embodiment of grace. Yet in her current state, her attire was in disarray, exposing ample skin as she lay unconscious on the bed. After scrutinizing her face for a moment, Wang Tian's expression shifted dramatically. Isn't this Yun Xiao? He thought, realizing the dire implications. Yun Xiao was the daughter of the Qilin Pavilion's master, renowned not only for her beauty, but also for her exceptional talent, often referred to as the Qilin's daughter in the martial world. If the master of the Qilin Pavilion discovered that his daughter had been involved in such an indiscretion with him, his fate would be dire. A soft murmur broke through Wang Tian's frantic thoughts as Yun Xiao stirred, rubbing her drowsy head and opening her beautiful eyes, only to be greeted by the sight of Wang Tian's bare upper body. A piercing scream escaped Yun Xiao's lips, and she fully awakened, realizing her own disheveled state, which only heightened her terror. She hastily grabbed a blanket from the bed, wrapping it tightly around herself, her lovely face betraying her anxiety and fear. Your Highness, what have you done to me? Tears welled up in Yun Xiao's eyes, and her body curled up in distress, her gaze filled with panic and helplessness. Yun Xiao, please don't cry. I have no idea what happened. I was drunk last night and woke up here, Wang Tian replied, equally bewildered but sensing the underlying strangeness of the situation. Before he could gather his thoughts, the door was kicked open, and a group of individuals stormed in with imposing demeanor. Unfilial son, you have truly disappointed me. His father, Wang Zhen, glared at him, flanked by the 4th prince, Wang Hong, the prime minister, Su Zhennan, and his fiancée, Su Qin. They appeared to have known about the situation in the room beforehand, wearing expressions of smug anticipation. Your Highness, we are being wed in 2 days. How could you do this to me? Su Qin cried out, feigning devastation as she squeezed out a few tears. Father, Su Qin, please let me explain. Wang Tian instinctively sought to defend himself, only to be interrupted by his father. No need for explanations, you are truly a waste. From today, you shall move from the Western Palace, stripped of all princely privileges, and be exiled to the imperial tombs. Without my decree, you shall remain there for the rest of your life, Wang Zhen declared angrily. Wang Tan, already the least favored prince, now found himself utterly cast aside. Wang Hong and Su Qin exchanged glances, a smirk shared between them, as if their scheme had succeeded. Seizing the opportunity, Prime Minister Su Zhennan moved forward, stating, Your Majesty, given the 6th prince's egregious behavior, the engagement between Su Qin and him can no longer proceed. I implore your majesty to annul the betrothal. Upon hearing the proposal to cancel the engagement, Wang Tian suddenly connected the dashi had been set up by those he trusted most. No wonder he had become inebriated after just 2 cups of wine. Su Qin, Su Zhannan, you aim to annul the engagement with me. Why drag others into this? Wang Tian said coldly. He had long sensed that Su Qin and Su Zhannan looked down on him, the despised 6th prince. Their agreement to the marriage had been coerced by the emperor's decree, and they had merely bided their time, hoping to find a way to extricate themselves from the arrangement. Your Highness, I don't know what you were talking about. It was you who acted inappropriately toward my daughter. First, how dare you blame us? Su Zhannan retorted shamelessly. Your Majesty, please uphold justice for me. Su Qin lamented, her act of sorrow seemingly genuine. The emperor's expression darkened. Had it involved the daughter of a commoner, he would not have cared. What was the harm in a royal son sleeping with a woman before marriage? Yet Su Qin was the daughter of the prime minister, who wielded significant political and martial influence. If he alienated the prime minister, it could cause considerable unrest in both court and society. Though the emperor held the highest position, he was currently injured and would need the prime minister's support in the future. Then let it be as the prime minister suggests. The betrothal between Tian and Su Qin is hereby annulled. While the emperor sensed something amiss in the situation, he furrowed his brow and deliberated before making his choice. One son of mediocre talent, devoid of connections, and another with immense power. Wang Zhan understood the need for pragmatism. Your Majesty is wise. Upon receiving the annulment of the betrothal, Su Zhannan and Su Qin exchanged glances of joy, though they concealed their delight. Wang Hong secretly reveled in the development. With Su Qin no longer betrothed, he could claim her as a concubine, strengthening his own claim to the throne. Wang Tan, now fully aware of the cunning nature of Prime Minister Su Zhannan, realized they had conspired against him, not daring to offend the emperor directly. Instead, they employed underhanded tactics to achieve their aims. Sent to the imperial tombs, he was effectively abandoned. Historically, other princes had been exiled to the tombs, and none had survived. All had met tragic ends, with no one to claim their bodies. Wang Tian realized he was likely headed for a similar fate. Just then, a resonant voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The body-touching, strength-enhancing system has been successfully bound. The host will receive corresponding rewards upon touching corpses. The higher the corpse's level, the more bountiful the rewards. With this newfound ability, it was fortuitous that he was to guard the imperial tombs, which house the remains of all the emperors of the Qin dynasty, at least 100, including some unparalleled emperors. These would serve as his future experiences. Wang Tan, born of a palace maid and deemed the most useless of the 9 princes, now found a source of confidence in this system. Soon, 2 guards entered, bowing to Wang Tian. Your Highness, please proceed. His Majesty commands you to go to the imperial tombs immediately. This time, Wang Tian refrained from pleading or resisting. He quickly dressed, eager to test the capabilities of his new system. Before departing, he cast a final glance at Su Qin, Su Zhannan, and Wang Hong, etching their smug faces in his memory. One day, he would repay this humiliation tenfold. His gaze lingered on the panicked and distressed beauty beside him, feeling a twinge of guilt for the Qilin's daughter caught in this predicament. Had it not been for their machinations, Yun Xiu would not have been rendered unconscious and left on his bed. Regardless of what transpired, her reputation was now marred because of him. Once he achieved success, he would find a way to make amends for her plight. Chapter 2. The enigmatic corpse in the depths of the imperial tomb. The imperial tomb is situated in the northern outskirts of the capital, a desolate and sparsely populated area, yet it sprawls across a vast expanse. Constructed with grandeur, when Wang Tian was escorted to the tomb, he was awestruck by its majestic yet desolate presence. At a glance, the tomb was as large as half the capital itself, with numerous opulent mausoleums standing within, roughly accounting for over 100. However, amidst this vastness, desolation prevailed, with only a frail old man leaning on a cane emerging from the shadows. This is a restricted area. I must ask you to leave. The old man croaked, his eyes cloudy, yet his demeanor commanding. That it seemed that should Wang Tian dare to advance, he would not hesitate to take lethal action. That I am the 6th prince, Wang Tian, sent by my father to guard the imperial tomb. Wang Tian replied respectfully, bowing his hands in greeting. The old man's fierce aura suggested that he was no ordinary figure to a prince tasked with guarding the tomb. How unfortunate, the old man responded, momentarily taken aback, his tone now laced with sympathy that it seemed he too was a victim of abandonment, though his identity remained shrouded in mystery. Are you also a guardian of the tomb? Wang Tian inquired, hastening to follow the old man. Just call me old master. Dio refrained from asking too many questions. The old man replied coldly, leading Wang Tian to a modest dwelling against the wall of the tomb. This will be your residence from now on. You will need to fend for your own meals and water. Wang Tian instinctively surveyed the small room, finding it bare save for a wooden bed, which was coated in dust, devoid of even a blanket. He had anticipated hardship in guarding the tomb, but the reality exceeded his expectations. No wonder no one had ever emerged alive from this place. Old master, what tasks are required of me as a guardian? Wang Tian turned to the old man, eager to ascertain his movements, especially regarding the emperor's corpse. Being relegated to the tomb, what tasks could there be? If you wish to show filial piety, you may clear the weeds from the mausoleums. After all, they are your ancestors, the old man rasped. Upon hearing that he could tend to the mausoleums, Wang Tian's eyes gleamed with excitement. It was an excellent opportunity to come into contact with the corpses that I love tending to the graves of my ancestors. May I start now? He asked tentatively. The old man, surprised by Wang Tian's enthusiasm, silently acknowledged his filial spirit. Even in such dire circumstances, since you are so devoted, I shall take you to tour the various mausoleums, he said, turning to lead the way, with Wang Tian eagerly following. Under the old man's guidance, Wang Tian witnessed the grandeur and opulence of the imperial tombs up close. The tomb housed a total of 108 emperors of the Qilin dynasty, each with their own mausoleum, varying in size according to their achievements and power. The old man elaborated on each mausoleum as they walked. Aside from the emperor's tomb, each mausoleum also contained the tombs of queens and accompanying burials. Wang Tian nodded along, aware that the Qilin dynasty maintained the custom of accompanying burials, where a multitude would be interred alongside the emperor. Old master, may I enter the mausoleums to pay my respects to my ancestors? Wang Tian probed further, eager to touch the emperor's corpse. The mausoleums are categorized into 6 levels based on the emperor's achievements and power. The mausoleums of juvenile emperors are white and generally have no restrictions, allowing free entry, the old man explained, pointing to several small white mausoleums. Juvenile emperors referred to those who died before the age of 14, typically lacking power and accomplishments, as they had not reached maturity. Wang Tian observed the small white mausoleums, noting their modest size, akin to his own meager dwelling, hardly worthy of the title of mausoleum. The mausoleum of inept rulers was gray, possessing a dragon energy restriction, but as a royal descendant, one could enter freely if they reached the 8th level. The old man's words momentarily stilled Wang Tian, who had not anticipated such restrictions, complicating his plans to touch the corpse. Fortunately, he was at the 9th level, and with the system's aid, reaching the 8th level seemed achievable with a little effort. Mausoleums of mediocre emperors were of a yellowish hue, the most numerous in the tomb. Upon achieving the 7th level or higher, one could enter freely. The old man paused before continuing. Mausoleums of capable emperors are blue, also possessing dragon energy restrictions. You may enter upon reaching the 6th level. Wang Tian nodded, a hint of confusion surfacing in his mind. Old master, do all the mausoleums possess dragon energy restrictions? Dragon energy is exclusive to the descendants of the Qilin dynasty, a legacy left by the first emperor, crucial for the dynasty's enduring legacy over millennia. Indeed, the imposition of dragon energy restrictions serves a significant purpose, the old man stated, refraining from further elaboration, while Wang Tian chose not to press for more details. Deeper within the tomb lay the revered mausoleums of the sage emperors, including the martial emperor, the literary emperor, and the glorious martial emperor, alongside the only female emperor of the Qilin dynasty. Each of them had possessed extraordinary abilities and unyielding resolve, hence their mausoleums were crimson in hue, accessible only if one possessed dragon energy at the 3rd level or above. As they ventured deeper, Wang Tian beheld 6 grand crimson mausoleums, their imposing presence evoking an overwhelming sense of pressure even from a distance. The aura of these sage emperors, who had subdued countless experts in life, continued to resonate even in death. Truly remarkable. The mere presence of these mausoleums steals my breath away, Wang Tian thought, channeling his limited dragon energy to alleviate the suffocating sensation that he glanced at the old man. who appeared unaffected by the oppressive energy, breathing normally, indicating his formidable strength. Further in lay the golden mausoleum of the first emperor, the only one worthy of such a title within the tomb. With accompanying burial sites numbering in the tens of thousands, the old man's gaze was filled with profound reverence as he looked toward the depths of the tomb. Wang Tian understood the old man's admiration. The first emperor's might had been unparalleled, subjugating all experts across the Tianxian continent and founding the Grand Qilin Empire, which remained the largest empire even after a millennium. Old Master, what level of power is required to enter the first emperor's mausoleum? Wang Tian's curiosity surged. According to the system's regulations, the higher the corpse's rank, the more substantial the rewards. Touching the first emperor's corpse would surely yield magnificent rewards. The old man's response was disheartening. To enter the first emperor's mausoleum, one must possess dragon energy at the first level and gain the first emperor's dragon soul's acknowledgement. Both are indispensable. Such stringent conditions, the need for the dragon soul's acknowledgement is daunting. Wang Tian gasped, realizing that in the vast Tianxian continent, only about 1,000 individuals could achieve the first level. Among the hundreds of millions within the Qilin dynasty, merely 500 or 600 had reached that status, highlighting the difficulty of such an ascent. The requirement for dragon soul acknowledgement was even more formidable. Only the 6 sage emperors had ever received it from the first emperor, each becoming a pinnacle expert of the Tianxian continent and a revered sage of the Qilin dynasty. As Wang Tian followed the old man, he struggled against the oppressive dragon energy of the first emperor, eventually arriving before the mausoleum. However, his attention was drawn not to the grand structure, but to a dark, ink-like palace situated behind it.is there another mausoleum behind the first emperor's? Wang Tian wondered, his curiosity piqued. As he gazed upon the ominous structure, a peculiar sensation seemed to beckon him from within. This mausoleum was shrouded in mystery. No one knew who was interred there or when it had appeared. Even sage emperors who had attempted to enter were repelled by a formidable energy. The old man furrowed his brow, his voice low. Even emperors of sage status cannot enter. It is indeed peculiar. Nevertheless, I sense a call emanating from within that I must take a look, Wang Tian declared, his curiosity ignited by the alluring sensation. He circumvented the first emperor's mausoleum and strode purposefully toward the dark palace. That it would be futile for you to go. The old man sighed in resignation as he watched Wang Tian's determination. Upon approaching, Wang Tian was astonished to find that the mausoleum exuded a black mist, resembling malevolent energy, yet it posed no harm to the surroundings, adding to the enigma. Who could be inside? Why do I feel a connection? Wang Tian pondered, furrowing his brow. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside. Not far off, the old man observed Wang Tian's approach toward the dark palace without intervening, knowing that Wang Tian would be unable to enter. He had been curious about this mausoleum himself and had attempted to enter multiple times, all in vain. Wang Tian, being at the 9th level, stood no chance of success either. His astonishment. Wang Tian effortlessly crossed the threshold. Unaffected by the anticipated repelling energy. How is this possible? He actually entered. The old man's face was a mask of disbelief. To confirm his eyes were not deceiving him, he leaped to the entrance. Watching Wang Tian's retreating figure, he too attempted to follow, but was met with a strange energy that cast him aside. The overwhelming force knocked him to the ground, leaving him gasping, and ignited a newfound interest in Wang Tian. Even sage emperors cannot enter. Yet this boy has done so. He is no ordinary individual. Once Wang Tian stepped into the mausoleum, the entrance closed behind him. He scanned his surroundings, discovering that the chamber housed only a chilling ice bed, upon which lay a stunningly beautiful woman in a flowing black dress. Is she the sole occupant of this mausoleum? Wang Tian approached cautiously, fearful of the energy emanating from her corpse. Fortunately, the exquisite corpse did not exude any harmful energy, allowing him to draw nearer. As he approached, he was taken aback to find that the corpse showed no signs of decay. Her skin appeared as lifelike as any living person, save for the absence of breath. However, upon gazing at her face, Wang Tian's expression shifted dramatically. How can this be? How can she resemble her so closely? Chapter 3. Whose touch was it? The 1,000-year-old corpse lying on the ice bed bore an uncanny resemblance to Yunqiu, right down to her figure, leaving Wang Tian utterly astounded. How is this possible? This ancient corpse looks exactly like Yunqiu, as if she were a mere replica. Wang Tian was overwhelmed with shock, struggling to comprehend how two individuals could be so strikingly similar. Had he not seen Yunqiu just that morning? He might have suspected that the ancient corpse was indeed her. T.O. examined more closely. Wang Tian leaned in, but the frigid aura emanating from the ice bed enveloped him, causing his body to stiffen that he hastily summoned his limited dragon energy to fend off the ancient chill. But it proved insufficient, forcing him to retreat a few steps to regain his composure. Had I not witnessed this myself, I would struggle to believe it. After calming himself, Wang Tian expelled the chilling energy that had infiltrated his body. This endeavor consumed considerable time and effort, underscoring the potency of the ancient chill. This ancient chill is incredibly domineering. It not only induces stiffness, but also hampers the flow of dragon energy. I must take this seriously, Wang Tian realized, acknowledging the danger posed by the chilling aura surrounding the ancient corpse. Had he not cultivated dragon energy, the most yang-like essence, he might have met his end from that brief encounter. Once he had restored his body to optimal condition, Wang Tian refocused on the ancient corpse. Regardless of her resemblance to Yun Xiu, his aim was to obtain rewards from her. His mind began to race, contemplating the high-level treasures he might procure from such a formidable ancient corpse. Yet, the chilling aura beneath her posed a significant risk. With my strength, I can only afford to touch her for a second at most. Any longer, and I might find myself frozen in place. Wang Tian deliberated internally. He had a fleeting opportunity, and with it in sight, he could not allow it to slip away. One must seize the moment to achieve greatness. Resolutely, he summoned all his dragon energy, dashing towards the ancient corpse in a flash. Extending his hand toward her, he cared not where he touched. He merely needed to make contact, knowing that as a corpse, she would not object. In the dead of night, within a chamber in the back courtyard of the Qilin pavilion, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility. Yun Xiu jolted awake from her slumber, sitting upright on her bed, gasping for breath, her fair face drained of color, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, and an ephemeral dark aura emanating from her. Xiu'er, what troubles you? Asked Yun Zhongzi, his ethereal demeanor betraying concern as he rushed through the door. Father, I am fine. I just had that dream again. Yun Xiu stammered, still shaken, her delicate form trembling as if she were cold, an icy chill that seemed to emanate from her very soul. Yet it was only September. The weather pleasant. How could she feel such profound cold? With me here, you shall be safe, Yun Zhongzi reassured, draping a fur blanket over her shoulders and infusing her with some true energy. Yet even with this, Yun Xiu continued to shiver, a layer of white frost forming on her delicate brows. Seeing this, Yun Zhongzi felt a mix of heartache and helplessness that it was a full moon night once more, and his daughter was once again afflicted by her ailment. This affliction had persisted since her birth. Every full moon, she would experience the same dream, her body turning cold and a dark mist escaping from her. Despite being a third-level expert and leading a prominent sect like the Qilin Pavilion, Yun Zhongzi had consulted numerous physicians to cure his daughter's condition, yet no remedy had proven effective. Resigned, he had given up hope. I feel a bit better now. Please do not worry too much, Yun Xiu said, wrapping herself tightly in the blanket, using her true energy to combat the chill within her. After regaining some composure, she seemed to recall something and turned to her father. By the way, Father, something felt different in my dream this time. Having dreamt the same dream for 18 years, this was the first time she had experienced a deviation, prompting her to seek her father's insight. What was different this time? Yun Zhongzi inquired, his attention piqued. He had long sought a cure for his daughter's affliction, and any indication of a breakthrough was worth noting. In my dream, it felt as though someone was watching me, and I felt a hand touch me, Yun Xiu recounted, lowering her gaze to her bosom, where the dream's fleeting touch had lingered, while it had only been a light brush. It was a sensitive area for any girl, igniting a mix of indignation and embarrassment within her. Someone watched you and touched you in the dream. Yun Zhongzi furrowed his brow, perplexed by such a bizarre phenomenon. He naturally could not believe that someone had truly touched his daughter in her dreams. Rather, he associated it with the events of the day, after Yun Xiu emerged from the palace in the morning. Yun Zhongzi learned that his daughter had been violated by the sixth prince the previous night. Upon receiving this news, he felt an overwhelming urge to draw his sword and slay the prince. However, after listening to his daughter's account, he suspected that both she and the prince had been ensnared in a scheme orchestrated by the chancellor, regardless of whether any actual relations had occurred. The fact that so many had witnessed the act had tarnished his daughter's purity. What one experiences in the waking world often haunts their dreams, having faced such indignity during the day. It was entirely plausible for her dreams to be disturbed by such thoughts. It was not inconceivable that the figure in her dreams was the sixth prince. Rest assured, my dear, I shall see to it that justice is served. Regardless of who it may be, they shall pay for their actions, Yanzongzi declared, his fists clenched in fury. How could a father stand idly by while his beloved daughter's innocence was destroyed by a malicious plot? Father, the sixth prince is also a victim of manipulation, and he has been demoted to the royal mausoleum, Yunshu anxiously informed him, fearing that her father might seek vengeance against Wang Tian. This was not an attempt to exonerate Wang Tian, but rather a concern for her father in the Qilin pavilion. Yunshu was not only gifted but also astute. Although the sixth prince lacked favor, he was still a prince. A martial artist like her father confronting him could provoke dire consequences, tantamount to challenging royal authority. If the emperor were to be angered, the entire Qilin pavilion would suffer the repercussions. Do not worry, I am not so foolish. The true mastermind behind this incident is the powerful official Su Jinan, who has long coveted our Qilin pavilion that I have consistently refused his overtures, and this attack on you is likely a warning. Should I continue to resist, I fear storms may ensue, but I shall not yield to such a power-hungry official. Yanzongzi asserted, his eyes flashing with anger and determination that in the deepest recesses of the Black Mausoleum, an intense chill enveloped Wang Tian as he touched the corpse, causing his soul to shiver. Fortunately, he withdrew his hand in time. Otherwise, he would have been frozen in place. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have touched a top-tier heavenly corpse and obtained. Chapter 4. Transforming into the sixth. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have touched a top-tier heavenly corpse and obtained the Zhuzhen sword, which has been stored in the system space. Before the system's voice finished, Wang Tian was overwhelmed with excitement. He never expected that his first encounter with a corpse would yield a heavenly treasure, the Zhuzhen sword. A legendary weapon capable of annihilating an entire city in the Tianxian continent. Treasures were classified into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with heaven being the highest and yellow the lowest. The Zhuzhen sword was a top-tier heavenly treasure, an unparalleled artifact that would incite fierce competition among experts. Having obtained such a remarkable sword on his first encounter with a corpse, Wang Tian fantasized about the possibilities of future encounters. His gaze returned to the exquisite female corpse, his eyes burning with desire. To him, she was not merely a corpse but a vast treasury. However, before he could revel in his good fortune, the door of the Black Mausoleum burst open. Unleashing a surge of energy that propelled Wang Tian out of the chamber, he landed several meters away, covered in mud and utterly disheveled. The old sage, who had been waiting outside, leaped forward upon seeing Wang Tian ejected by the strange energy. Boy, are you all right? What did you see in there? His murky eyes were filled with intense curiosity. Having guarded the royal mausoleum for decades, he had long been intrigued by this black mausoleum. Nothing much. Just a lot of cold air. I took a quick look around and was ejected by the energy. Wang Tian struggled to rise, dusting himself off. The old sage, still fixated on Wang Tian, seemed to seek deeper insight. Was it just cold air? You looked like you encountered something more. Wang Tian, aware of their unfamiliarity, chose to keep the truth concealed, especially since it involved his secret. Indeed, the cold air attacked me. If I had stayed any longer, I might have perished. Seeing the cold air indeed escaping from Wang Tian's body, the old sage believed him to some extent. He then placed a hand on Wang Tian's chest, channeling a rich energy that expelled the remaining cold air from his body. With the chill gone, Wang Tian felt considerably better. Thank you, old sage. He expressed his gratitude. No trouble at all. But tell me, how did you manage to enter? The old sage was keen to extract information. I'm not quite sure how I got in. It felt like fate, Wang Tian replied, half truthfully. Try to enter again, the old sage suggested, his brow furrowed in thought. Wang Tian was eager to attempt it again. He still had hopes of discovering treasures within. I'll give it another shot, he said, taking a deep breath as he approached the black mausoleum once more. However, this time, he was again expelled by the strange energy and fell to the ground. Gasping in pain. Ow, he groaned, rubbing his backside as he got back up. The old sage pondered over the sudden change in circumstances. Why was it so easy to enter before, yet now it seems impossible? Did I misjudge this boy? He mused. Unable to find clarity as dawn approached, the old sage remarked, You haven't slept all night. Go rest. I must do the same. If you need anything, come find me at the wooden cabin to the east of the mausoleum. With that, he departed. Wang Tian hurried back to his humble abode, eager to examine the Zhuzhen sword in the system space. After ensuring the old sage had not followed him, he carefully retrieved the sword. As the Zhuzhen sword emerged, the room filled with a palpable sword energy, startling Wang Tian into quickly containing it. Once subdued, He scrutinized the sword, which measured 3 feet in length, with a gleaming, silver blade that radiated brilliance. Double-edged and capable of severing hair, it exuded a faint aura of sword energy. Upon closer inspection, he noticed inscriptions etched into the blade, though he was uncertain of their significance. The Zhujian sword, indeed a divine weapon. Released sword energy effortlessly. Wang Tian grew increasingly fond of the sword, but a twinge of regret lingered. His current strength was insufficient to wield it fully. I must find a way to enhance my abilities, he resolved, opting not to rest. Instead, he opened the door, intent on seeking more corpses to touch. The Black Mausoleum was inaccessible, but with his 9th-tier capabilities, he could explore only the most basic tombs. After contemplating, he realized that the only mausoleum without dragon energy restrictions was that of the young emperor. However, he mused, it was unlikely that a corpse of such caliber would yield significant treasures. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his eyes lit up. Of course, historically, there was a 10-year-old prodigy young emperor known for his innate dragon bone and golden dragon energy, akin to the first emperor. Unfortunately, he was assassinated after just a year on the throne, and his dragon bone was stolen. That must be it. Although his dragon bone was taken, his corpse should still be of higher quality than those of other young emperors. Deciding this, Wang Tian ventured back into the royal mausoleum. The young emperor's tomb was white and modest, with 8 white mausoleums in total, making it relatively easy for Wang Tian to locate the prodigy's resting place. After inspecting each mausoleum, he finally halted before one labeled Emperor Shi. This was the posthumous title of the young emperor, whose talent surpassed all others in the past millennium, second only to the first emperor. It truly was a pity that he was cut down so young. Otherwise, he could have elevated the great Qin dynasty to new heights. My charming and beloved ancestor, I have come to tend to your grave, Wang Tian said, bowing respectfully before pushing open the tomb door. At that moment, he transformed into a grave robber seeking to touch his ancestors' remains. Upon entering, Wang Tian was greeted by a bronze coffin resting in the center of the tomb. Ancestor, I have come to see you, he said, pressing his palms together in reverence. With a racing heart, he placed his hands on the coffin. To touch the corpse, he would have to open the coffin, but the lid was tightly nailed shut and bore the royal dragon seal, making it impossible for someone of his 9th-tier strength to open. Despite his best efforts, the lid remained immovable. It seems the coffin of my ancestor is indeed difficult to open. This is a young emperor's mausoleum. The coffins of other ancestors must be even more secure. Wang Tian leaned against the bronze coffin, panting, when suddenly an idea struck him. I have the Zhujian sword. Why not give it a try? Without hesitation, he withdrew the sword from the system space. The Zhujian sword effortlessly severed the nails holding the coffin shut. Success! Wang Tian exclaimed as he saw the nails fall away. However, at that moment, a white energy shot forth from the dragon seal, aimed directly at him. This was the protective energy of the emperor's coffin, designed to deter grave robbers. The speed was blinding, and Wang Tian barely had time to react. Fortunately, the sword's energy shattered the incoming attack, leaving him unscathed. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. Breathing heavily, Wang Tian felt a tremor of adrenaline. Had it not been for the Zhujian sword, he might have met his demise just then. That was close. If not for the Zhujian sword, I would have perished, he thought, taking a moment to stabilize his breathing. Now that the danger had passed, he grasped the sword tightly and slowly pushed the coffin lid. With the nails removed, the lid finally shifted, releasing a foul odor of decay that nearly overwhelmed him. Wang Tian quickly summoned his dragon energy to ward off the stench. Muttering to himself, for the sake of touching my ancestor, I'll endure anything. Peering into the coffin, he saw the small skeletal remains of the young emperor lying within, with a vertebra missing, presumably the dragon bone that had been taken. Oh, poor Emperor Shi. If only you had lived a few more years, you might have become a second first emperor, Wang Tian sighed, extending his hand towards the bones. Let me help you fulfill the grand aspirations you could not achieve. Ancestor, may you bless me with a worthy reward from your remains. He silently prayed as his fingers made contact with the bones. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have touched an earth-tier corpse and obtained. Chapter 5. Young Master. Would you care to wash with me? Corpses are classified into tiers based on their previous owner's strength. Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, with Earth being the second lowest. Wang Tian was astonished to learn that the corpse of this 10-year-old emperor was of Earth-tier quality. But even more exciting news awaited him. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have touched an Earth-tier corpse and obtained a dragon bone. As the system's announcement concluded, Wang Tian's excitement peaked. What, even without the dragon bone? I could still acquire an Earth-tier treasure? His disbelief was palpable as he quickly checked the system space, discovering a golden dragon bone within. I actually got the dragon bone. My luck is extraordinary. Wang Tian rejoiced, feeling a surge of hope. With this dragon bone, his mediocre talent could finally evolve. Ancestor, you are indeed charming and delightful, he thought, filled with anticipation as he retrieved the golden dragon bone from the system space. The small tomb was infused with rich dragon energy. Is this the power of the dragon bone? Wang Tian marveled, feeling the dragon energy within him surge beyond what he experienced during training. This exhilaration ignited a fire within him. Having faced neglect and disdain throughout his life, Wang Tian longed for change. Now, with the dragon bone, he believed he could transform his fate. After a considerable time, he calmed himself and refocused on the young emperor's remains. I wonder if I can touch the same corpse twice? Having already obtained the dragon bone, he speculated that the second touch would yield even greater rewards. With determination, he stored the dragon bone and reached out again towards the skeletal remains. However, this time, nothing happened, leaving him slightly disappointed. Can one only receive a reward from a corpse once? He furrowed his brow, seeking clarification from the system. Corpses below the heavenly tier can only be touched once. Those above can be touched multiple times, the system explained succinctly. Understanding dawned upon Wang Tian. With this rule in mind, he realized that most imperial corpses in the royal mausoleum could only be touched once. Except for the 6 sages, the first emperor, and the 10,000-year-old female corpse, which could be touched several times, since he could only touch the young emperor once. Lingering here would be pointless. He covered the coffin lid back up and paid his respects to the young emperor once more before quietly departing. Back in his humble abode, Wang Tian sat cross-legged on the wooden bed and immediately retrieved the dragon bone from the system space. To unlock its true potential, he needed to assimilate the dragon bone into his body. Wang Tian gripped the dragon bone tightly, his gaze resolute. He was determined not to remain a failure any longer. The fusion of the dragon bone would undoubtedly bring immense pain, a trial few could endure. Yet, having been relegated to the royal mausoleum, he knew he had to take this risk to survive. I must do this. His eyes gleamed with determination. Whether he could transform from a waste into a genius hinged on this moment. Resolute, Wang Tian settled into a seated position, placing the dragon bone before him. But he summoned all his dragon energy to begin the fusion process. The endeavor to assimilate the dragon bone was time-consuming, especially given his current 9th-tier strength. But Wang Tian had ample time at his disposal. As he poured forth his dragon energy, the dragon bone gradually transformed, ultimately merging into a radiant golden light that entered Wang Tian's body. At the moment the dragon bone pierced Wang Tian's body, an unexpected mutation occurred in one of the vertebrae of his spine, and an excruciating pain immediately engulfed him. Wang Tian gritted his teeth in agony, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his complexion turning pale as a sheet. The pain was indescribable, rendering him unable to straighten his body. Yet, Wang Tian did not succumb. He summoned his willpower to remain conscious, continuing to merge the dragon bone with his own essence. As time passed, the dragon bone was finally integrated into his spine, as if it had come to life, willingly fusing with him. Simultaneously, a rich stream of dragon energy surged forth from the bone, radiating throughout his body. As his body soaked in the dragon energy, it began to undergo drastic changes. His blood flow quickened, his heartbeat escalated, and the dragon energy surged within his meridians like boiling water. At this juncture, Wang Tian's suffering had lessened, but it felt as if countless ants were gnawing at him, invoking an unbearable discomfort. Gradually, dark stains seeped from his skin's pores, a foul odor permeating the dilapidated room. Wang Tian endured the torment, aware that the dragon bone was transforming his body. He only needed to endure this phase to achieve a thorough metamorphosis. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Prime Minister's residence, the 4th Prince Wang Hong, Prime Minister Su Jinan, and Su Qin were celebrating. Prime Minister, your brilliance is unmatched. With a single maneuver, you've banished the 6th brother to the imperial mausoleum and compelled father to withdraw the marriage proposal. I toast to you, proclaimed 4th Prince Wang Hong, raising his cup with a smile. Indeed, my father's stratagem not only eliminated that useless sibling but also delivered a warning to the Qilin pavilion. Su Qin chimed in with a graceful smile. The scheme that led Yanxiu to Wang Tian's bed was orchestrated entirely by Su Jinan, with Su Qin executing it. It seemed the Prime Minister had indeed accomplished a twofold objective. Once Wang Hong grasped this, his admiration for Su Jinan deepened, and he filled another cup to honor him. Speaking of which, the Qilin pavilion certainly deserves a reprimand. They are far too presumptuous. If we could take this opportunity to bring them under our wing, it would be fortuitous. The Qilin Pavilion is renowned for its intelligence network across the Tianxian continent, providing valuable information on weapons, masters, and sections. If we can incorporate them, we would have access to any intelligence we desire. After this reprimand, I believe Yun Zhongzi will behave more submissively. If he remains obstinate, we shall have no choice but to employ force. Su Jinnan's eyes glinted with a hint of ruthlessness. Fourth Prince Wang Hong nodded in agreement, recognizing that the competition for the throne had commenced. Whoever could win over the Qilin Pavilion would significantly increase their chances of ascending to the imperial seat. By the way, Prime Minister, should we covertly eliminate my useless sixth brother to prevent future retaliation? Wang Hong expressed his unease at a useless sibling, now banished to the mausoleum. What is there to worry about? Even if given 1,000 years, he would not have the opportunity to retaliate. Besides, whether he survives this month is uncertain. The vicinity of the mausoleum is rife with mountain spirits, any one of which could drain him of his essence. Su Jiannan replied dismissively, entirely disregarding Wang Tian. Upon hearing of the mountain spirits surrounding the mausoleum, both Wang Hong and Su Qin exchanged glances, a flicker of fear crossing their faces before they smiled in relief. The mountain spirits were far more formidable than ordinary beasts. Not only could they shape-shift, but they also employed enchanting techniques, ensnaring even the most skilled individuals who might unwittingly fall prey to them. Ultimately draining their life force, as night deepened. After the sun had set, Wang Tian finally completed the integration of the dragon bone within himself. Upon opening his eyes, 2 beams of golden light shot forth. Strikingly fierce, is this the body transformed by the dragon bone? He pondered, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him. His senses heightened significantly. To his astonishment, his cultivation level had ascended to the 8th rank. Clenching his fists, he reveled in the transformation. What he had once deemed a mere fantasy had now become his reality. With the dragon bone, his future in cultivation seemed boundless. After assessing his physical condition, Wang Tian realized he was covered in grime, the foul stains making him uncomfortable, compounded by the fact that he hadn't eaten for 2 days and was now quite hungry. He needed to find a place to wash and eat, for he felt terribly unclean. Exiting the small dilapidated house, he discovered there was no food within the mausoleum, nor any bathing facilities. Resolute, he decided to search the surrounding area. He set out towards the mausoleum's exit. He noted that it was bordered by mountains on 3 sides, with one road leading to the capital. Given his current status, it was impossible for him to venture into the capital for a bath. Thus, he resolved to seek out a bathing spot in the nearby mountains, while foraging for wild fruits to stave off his hunger. The night was already deep, the pale moonlight casting a frost-like sheen across the landscape. Wang Tian tread carefully along the mountain path, constantly on the lookout for a suitable bathing location when he suddenly heard the sound of rushing water. A spring. Wang Tian's heart leaped with joy as he hurried towards the sound. Soon enough, he found a waterfall cascading into a large pool beneath it. At last, a place to wash, he exclaimed, eager to cleanse himself of the filth. The water was crystal clear, devoid of any aquatic beasts. After ensuring the spring was safe, he stripped off his clothes and leapt into the refreshing waters, reveling in the coolness as he played in the spring, washing away the grime and lifting his spirits. However, midway through his bath, a sultry voice interrupted him. "Little brother, why are you bathing so late? Would you like to join me?" Wang Tian instinctively turned at the sound, and upon seeing the scene before him, his blood ran hot. That a stunningly alluring woman was half submerged in the water, her upper body exposed under the moonlight, revealing her voluptuous form. Her long hair cascaded down her back like a cascade of silk, and the gentle breeze stirred the water, creating ripples around her. My dear, bathing at this hour. Would you like me to join you?" she cooed, casting a seductive glance at Wang Tian and beckoning him with her finger. Faced with such an enticing sight, Wang Tian remained composed, a frown creasing his brow. This was a secluded mountain forest, and it was the dead of night. What decent woman would bathe here in the nude, let alone invite a stranger to join her? Could she be a mountain spirit? He thought, recalling tales of these creatures that often lurked near the mausoleum, having claimed the lives of many skilled practitioners. "Miss, please maintain your decorum," he replied coolly, resisting the allure of the enchanting figure before him. The woman, undeterred by his resistance, stepped closer, her laughter ringing like a siren's call. "Come now, don't be shy. I promise it will be delightful. Once you try it, you won't feel like a child anymore." With each step she took, Her beguiling gaze shimmered with an enticing glow, drawing him in. Despite the dizzying allure of her presence, Wang Tian maintained his vigilance. Aware that this was likely a mountain spirit attempting to enchant him, he focused on harnessing the dragon energy within him to combat her charm, feigning enchantment as he awaited the moment she drew near. When she did, he would strike with his sword, ensuring her demise before she could retaliate. The seductive woman, perceiving Wang Tian's rapt attention, mistook his stillness for fascination. A triumphant smile graced her lips, and she licked her luscious lips, contemplating indulging in a brief dalliance before ultimately consuming him. Just as she moved to close the distance, a flash of cold light pierced through the air, aiming directly for her delicate neck. Caught off guard, the woman had no time to react. In an instant, her head was severed from her body, blood erupting like a fountain into the water, staining it crimson. The lifeless form of the woman collapsed into the spring, transforming into a headless mountain spirit resembling a fox, its gray fur glistening ominously in the moonlight. Indeed, she was a mountain spirit, but fortunately, one of lesser strength. Wang Tian mused, sheathing his sword. He had executed the strike with all his might, ensuring a swift and decisive victory. Realizing he must depart swiftly, he hurried towards the shore, but paused midway. Recalling something, he returned to examine the headless body, his hand brushing against the remains. Congratulations, host. You have touched a yellow-grade corpse, gaining 10 charm. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Wang Tian felt a surge of pride as his attractiveness increased. That yellow-grade corpses are rather unimpressive, he quipped, hastily dressing before leaving the scene. On his way back, he gathered a few wild fruits to satiate his hunger, barely managing to fill his stomach before stealthily returning to the mausoleum. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his departure, 2 mountain spirits, having taken on human forms, emerged from the spring. Little Gio is dead. The female mountain spirit seethed, gazing at the headless body in the water, her fists clenched in fury. He has killed one of our kin. He cannot escape. The male mountain spirit sniffed the air, then leaped onto the shore, investigating a large stone where Wang Tian had left his clothes. Did you find anything? The female spirit inquired anxiously. Yes, he went that way. The male spirit replied, pointing down a mountain path. Let us pursue, the female spirit exclaimed, and they both darted after Wang Tian's scent, trailing him from the forest to the outer perimeter of the mausoleum. These are royal grounds, the male spirit remarked, his brow furrowed with concern. If we were to charge in and kill him, it would be tantamount to provoking the royal family. If they take offense, it would implicate our entire clan, something I cannot allow. Moreover, there is an elderly man within the mausoleum whose power dwarfs our own, making it too perilous to intrude. Is it possible that the old man killed our little Gio? The female spirit mused, recalling past encounters where the elder had decimated members of their clan. They had learned the hard way that seeking revenge on such a formidable foe would only lead to further losses. If the old man had indeed been responsible, they would have to swallow their anger yet again. I recognize that old man's scent. It is distinctly different from the one who killed little Gio. The male spirit analyzed calmly. Furthermore, the elder resides to the east of the mausoleum, while the scent of little Gio's killer lingers in the south, indicating that they are not the same individual. Could it be that new arrivals have come to the mausoleum? The female spirit pondered, relieved that they still had a chance for retribution. We should gather more clan members to guard the area. Once the murderer reveals themselves, we shall ensure they pay for their blood debts, the male spirit declared, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Upon returning to his dilapidated abode, Wang Tian remained oblivious to the ambush laid by the mountain spirits outside. He sat cross-legged on the wooden bed, immersed in his cultivation. With the assistance of the dragon bone, his cultivation speed had increased exponentially, unlike anything he had ever experienced. The sensation was akin to being propelled by a rocket. And he found himself captivated, losing track of time as a day slipped by in a flash. When he finally awoke, he discovered that his dragon energy had reached the mid-8th rank, with the dragon bone aiding his progress. His cultivation speed was astonishingly rapid, and in just one day, he had advanced significantly. Wang Tian was highly satisfied with his current rate of improvement. After stretching his limbs, he decided to explore the mausoleum further. Now that his dragon energy had reached the 8th rank, he could enter the earthen-hued mausoleum, the tomb of the infamous tyrant. The Qilin dynasty, despite being over 10,000 years old, had seen its share of despotic rulers, with the most notorious being Wang Guang, whose harem perpetually boasted 1,000 concubines. Whenever one passed away, he would hold a selection to replenish his ranks. To facilitate his indulgence, he constructed a copper sparrow palace filled with extravagant feasts and delights. a testament to his outrageous excesses. Wang Guang was undeniably the most infamous tyrant in history, yet he lived for over 80 years, attaining the first rank in cultivation. Had he not attempted to forcibly marry the Empress of Zhao, he would not have met his demise at her hands. Wang Tian's first target was Wang Guang's tomb, posthumously titled the Ling Emperor. The earthen-hued mausoleum was roughly the size of a football field, housing over 10,000 accompanying graves, more than any other emperor except for the first emperor. Truly, our ancestor knew how to indulge. While alive, he had thousands of concubines at his service, and even in death, he is accompanied by countless others. It's hard not to admire such audacity, Wang Tian mused, yet he harbored a question: 1,000 concubines. If he engaged with even 5 a day, it would take 2,000 days to cycle through them all. What kind of constitution did this ancestor possess? Intrigued by the cultivation techniques of this tyrant, who managed to enjoy such pleasures and live so long, Wang Tian's anticipation grew as he approached the Ling Emperor's corpse. As he neared the mausoleum, an invisible barrier of dragon energy obstructed his entrance. However, Wang Tian was prepared and channeled his dragon energy, step by step, easily penetrating the sanctum of the Ling Emperor. Upon entering, he was met with a vast hall, equally expansive as a football field. At its center stood a tall platform, constructed from blue stone, towering at approximately 6 meters, atop which lay the Ling Emperor's sarcophagus. Surrounding the platform were 4 massive pits, aligned with the cardinal directions, each meticulously filled with countless skeletons. If one were to count them, they would find precisely 10,000. At the sheer sight of so many remains was staggering, even for someone who had mentally prepared for it. Wang Tian felt a chill run down his spine, but he also recognized an opportunity to gain rewards from this macabre spectacle. As he contemplated this, Wang Tian swiftly approached one of the earth pits, leaping down and casually brushing his hand against the skeletal remains. Ding! He had touched a yellow-grade corpse, earning a primary spirit pill. Typically, those who were buried alongside the deceased were not formidable, especially these concubines from the imperial harem. To acquire a primary spirit pill from them was a decent reward. Wang Tian was not one to disdain a meager prize. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. He promptly continued to search through the other bones in the pit, and a series of system notifications echoed in succession. Ding! He had touched a yellow-grade corpse, earning another primary spirit pill. Ding! He had touched a yellow-grade corpse, earning yet another primary spirit pill. Ding! He had touched a yellow-grade corpse, acquiring yet another primary spirit pill. Ding! He had touched a yellow-grade corpse, earning yet another primary spirit pill. The incessant stream of system prompts left Wang Tian momentarily dazed. By the time he finished probing, he had lost count of how many corpses he had touched, while the number of primary spirit pills in the system space increased rapidly. Exhausted from the sheer number of primary spirit pills, he gasped, checking his system space. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had amassed over 500 primary spirit pills from this endeavor. With such a bounty, he could practically feast upon them, especially since he felt a twinge of hunger. He grabbed a handful of primary spirit pills from the system space and popped them into his mouth. As the pills entered his stomach, the dragon energy within him surged violently, circulating wildly. Though they were merely primary spirit pills, their quantity was impressive. 500 of them should equate to a single intermediate spirit pill. Wang Tian hastily shoved another handful into his mouth, continuing to search the corpses. The continuous intake and output of primary spirit pills reached a dynamic equilibrium, resulting in a swift enhancement of Wang Tian's strength. Time passed, and he finally finished probing through the 10,000 corpses in the 4 earth pits. He had acquired a total of 10,000 primary spirit pills, most of which he had already consumed. Burp! Wang Tian let out a satisfied belch, a testament to his unique ability to gorge on spirit pills. After stuffing the remaining pills into his mouth, he settled down cross-legged to cultivate. The turbulent dragon energy gradually calmed under his focused breathing, allowing his strength to break through to the late stage of the 8th rank. Upon opening his eyes, 2 beams of golden light shot forth from his gaze. Content with the effects of consuming 1,000 primary spirit pills, he stood up and directed his attention to the high platform in the center of the hall, where the coffin of the spirit emperor It was now time to probe the remains of his ancestor. Wang Tian was filled with anticipation regarding the remains of his ancestor. Moreover, through the rewards obtained from probing the 10,000 corpses, he began to suspect that the spirit emperor's notorious debauchery might not be as simple as it appeared. The fact that he could acquire primary spirit pills from the bones indicated that these women had possessed a certain degree of spiritual energy in life. While 1 or 2 might be coincidental, The sheer number of women possessing such energy suggested deliberate favoritism by the Spirit Emperor. Was he intentionally favoring these spiritually endowed women, or was it merely for his own enjoyment? Why did he indulge in so many concubines daily, only to enhance his own strength and attain the status of a first-rank master? Had it not been for the Spirit Emperor's desire to forcibly marry the Empress of Zhao at the age of 80, he might have lived for several more centuries. There was surely more to this story. Now, it was time to see what treasures he could unearth from the Spirit Emperor's remains. With this thought in mind, Wang Tian approached the coffin step by step. As he made his way toward the platform, he took out the Zhanxian sword from the system space, having nearly perished at the hands of the young emperor. He vowed not to make the same mistake again. The platform stood about 6 meters high, and as Wang Tian ascended the stone steps, he soon found his steps growing heavier. Was this a gravity array? It seemed that approaching the coffin would not be so simple. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the dragon energy within him to counteract the weight. With the dragon energy bolstering him, he found it slightly easier to ascend. But the higher he climbed, the more oppressive the gravity became. By the time he reached the halfway point, he was already panting, the power of the gravity array far exceeding his expectations. This gravity array was indeed formidable. It required the Zhanxian sword to break its hold. With that thought, for the first time, Wang Tian infused dragon energy into the Zhanxian sword. Upon receiving the dragon energy, the sword trembled violently, emitting a melodious dragon roar. As the Zhanxian sword unleashed its power, Wang Tian felt the weight upon him lessen, as if the gravity array was being suppressed by the sword's resonant song, filling him with delight. Infusing dragon energy into the Zhanxian sword had proven to be extraordinarily effective, enhancing his combat prowess significantly. With the gravity no longer a hindrance, Wang Tian ascended effortlessly, soon arriving before the Spirit Emperor's coffin. The coffin was made of dark bronze, entirely black, with a striking gray dragon intricately carved upon its surface. Within the dragon's eyes were embedded 2 black dragonstones, and as Wang Tian drew near, the dragon's eyes eerily turned to face him. The dragon's eye could move. Wang Tian, sensing the anomaly, froze in place, terrified that any sudden movement might provoke an attack from the gray dragon pattern. It appeared that with the elevated status of the imperial mausoleum, the guardian dragon pattern had also increased in power, making it all the more challenging to probe his ancestors' remains. Swallowing hard, Wang Tian forced himself to calm down. He would have to rely on the Zhanxian sword once again, gripping the Zhanxian sword tightly. Wang Tian prepared to pry the 2 dragonstones from the guardian dragon pattern. Without the dragonstones, the dragon pattern would pose little threat. Just as he made his move, the gray dragon pattern transformed into a colossal dragon that surged forth from the coffin, lunging directly at him. Fortunately, Wang Tian was prepared. He swung the Zhanxian sword with a decisive strike. The infused dragon energy amplified the sword's power, and once again, the melodious dragon roar rang out, sending forth countless sword energies laced with dragon energy toward the gray dragon. The 2 forces collided, and the Zhanxian sword gained the upper hand, cleaving the dragon's head from its body. As the head fell to the ground, the 2 dragon stones tumbled out from the dragon's eyes, rolling to Wang Tian's feet. Was that it? Wang Tian could hardly believe that he had dispatched such a formidable guardian dragon pattern with a single strike. After a moment, he accepted the reality. The Zhanxian sword truly was a top-tier weapon. Gently caressing the Zhanxian sword, his admiration for it deepened. Once the guardian dragon pattern was dealt with, Wang Tian picked up the 2 dragonstones and carefully pried open the Spirit Emperor's coffin lid with the Zhanxian sword. A powerful stench of decay wafted out. Fortunately, Wang Tian had already fortified himself with dragon energy, which helped to ward off the foul odor. Finally, he had succeeded. Wang Tian eagerly leaned his head into the coffin, where he discovered a skeleton lying inside, surrounded by numerous treasures, which could also be considered burial goods. Each item was priceless. However, Wang Tian felt no interest in these burial treasures. Instead, he eagerly extended his hand toward the Spirit Emperor's skeleton. The moment his hand made contact, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for touching a ground-grade corpse, earning. Chapter 08, The Hidden Secrets of the Affectionate Emperor's Tomb. Ding! Congratulations to the host for touching a ground-grade corpse, earning the Emperor's inner cannon. This reward brought immense joy to Wang Tian. The Huangdi Neijing was a supreme method for dual cultivation of both genders. From the rewards he had received, it became evident that the Spirit Emperor had likely practiced this very canon. Confirming Wang Tian's suspicions, the Spirit Emperor's indulgence in so many spiritually endowed concubines was not mere debauchery. Rather, it was a means of enhancing his own strength through the dual cultivation methods of the Huang Denaging. No wonder his power grew stronger with each concubine he favored. It turned out that the Spirit Emperor had relied on the affection of his concubines to bolster his strength all along. He was not a foolish ruler, but rather a wise one with steadfast resolve. Wang Tian's perception of the Spirit Emperor shifted dramatically, and he began to reconsider the Emperor's desire to forcibly marry the Empress of Zhao. The old ancestor's intention to marry the Empress of Zhao was likely to enhance his own strength. At that time, he had already reached the first rank. His intention to marry the Empress was perhaps to engage in dual cultivation, breaking through his human limitations to achieve the realm of immortals. With these thoughts, Wang Tian's understanding expanded. For humanity, reaching the first rank represented the pinnacle, but beyond that lay the realms of celestial beings. Human immortals, earth immortals, and heaven immortals. Only by breaking through human constraints could one attain the celestial realm. Achieving the immortal state not only greatly extended one's lifespan but also exponentially enhanced one's power. Of course, throughout the millennia, only about 100 individuals have managed to reach such heights, with one exceptional genius emerging approximately every century. The world had misunderstood the Spirit Emperor. The notion that he merely sought to enhance his power through dual cultivation with women was indeed somewhat disreputable. Although Wang Tian outwardly despised such conduct, he could not deny his own physical desire. System, I wish to learn the Huang Denaging. This was a skill rewarded by the system, and with a mere thought, Wang Tian could instantly comprehend its teachings in just a quarter of an hour. He grasped all the intricacies of the Huang Denaging. Upon opening his eyes, he felt a newfound clarity. Excellent. In the future, should he encounter suitable women, he could utilize the dual cultivation methods of the Huang Denaging for his own cultivation, ideally selecting those with strong innate talents for accelerated progress. Having quelled this thought, Wang Tian closed the coffin lid of the Spirit Emperor, then bowed 3 times in solemn reverence. As for the burial treasures within the coffin, he left them untouched, taking only the 2 dragon stones that had guarded the dragon pattern. These stones were crafted from the spirit of dragon energy that had been infused into spirit-gathering stones for 49 years, making them exceptionally valuable royal cultivation treasures for Wang Tian. These dragon stones were perfect aids for his breakthrough. Upon exiting the Spirit Emperor's mausoleum, Wang Tian discovered that 3 days had already passed outside. It seemed he had spent a considerable amount of time probing through the corpses and cultivating. There was still time, and he decided to seek out another infamous ruler's tomb. Instead of rushing back to his humble abode, he headed directly toward another gray mausoleum. Throughout the history of the Dacian dynasty, which spanned over 10,000 years, 8 infamous rulers had emerged, with Wang Guang being the most notorious due to his multitude of concubines. However, based on the emperor's inner canon he had obtained from the Spirit Emperor, Wang Tian surmised that the Spirit Emperor was not as foolish as he seemed. At least he understood the importance of self-cultivation and even sought to marry the Empress of Zhao to break through human constraints. With this in mind, Wang Tian decided to explore the mausoleum of Emperor Wang Chong, the first affectionate emperor of the Dacian dynasty. His empress was a rare phoenix body, and he hoped to uncover unique treasures from her remains. Approaching the mausoleum of Emperor Wang Chang, Wang Tian noted that, in stark contrast to Wang Guang's 1,000 concubines, his ancestor had only ever cherished one woman, the saintess of Guangling, Su Wan'er, born with the phoenix body. Su Wan'er had limitless potential. Many suitors had pursued her, circling the Guangling sect multiple times, yet she had inexplicably fallen for a poor scholar. Su Wan'er's father opposed this union vehemently, and to dissuade her from her affection, he secretly sent her to participate in the palace selection. Coincidentally, she was chosen by the newly enthroned Wang Chong. It was said that during the selection process, Su Wan'er had once attempted suicide by jumping off a cliff, yet miraculously emerged with only minor injuries. After her return, she exhibited a complete change in temperament, no longer resisting the selection process, but obediently following the arrangements. The poor scholar, witnessing his beloved married to the emperor, devoted himself to study and cultivation, ultimately founding a new school of thought known as Confucian Tao and establishing an academy, becoming the first generation of Confucian scholars. Unfortunately, by the time this scholar entered the palace to meet Su Wan'er, she had lost all feelings for him. Thus, the once great scholar passed away in despair beneath the tree where they had once pledged their love. Wang Tian soon arrived before the mausoleum of Emperor Wang Chong. Although it was significantly smaller than Wang Guang's mausoleum, it similarly contained dragon energy restrictions. However, this posed no challenge for Wang Tian. Channeling the dragon energy of the 8th rank, he easily gained entry. Upon entering the mausoleum, Wang Tian was astonished to find it lavishly decorated. with the courtyard filled with an array of vibrant flowers and fruit trees laden with various fruits. He was taken aback by how this ancestor had clearly devoted immense resources to constructing the Phoenix Palace for his beloved Empress, even adorning her resting place with a multitude of flowers. Wang Tian reflected on how opposite Wang Chong and Wang Guang were. One viewed women merely as tools for cultivation, while the other cherished them as treasures. However, as he observed the flowers and fruit trees more closely, he noticed something odd. Why do these flowers and trees differ from those in the imperial palace? And that fruit resembled fox fruit? Wang Tian furrowed his brow but chose not to delve deeper. After all, it was the ancestor's freedom to plant whatever he desired. As he traversed the field of flowers, Wang Tian officially entered the mausoleum. Before him lay opulent furnishings, with the ground paved in white jade spirit stones, and 4 pillars of millennia-old rosewood intricately carved with auspicious dragons and phoenixes, exuding an imposing aura. Above the mausoleum, a basketball-sized pink stone floated, emanating an eerie energy. Beneath this stone rested a large white jade double coffin, twice the size of Wang Guang's, containing the remains of both Wang Chang and Su Wan'er. Born together, they would rest together in death. This clearly demonstrated Wang Chang's deep affection for his empress. Yet, it was precisely this overwhelming love that led him to become an infamous ruler. Whatever Su Wan'er desired, he would provide. Constructing the Phoenix Palace was but a trivial matter. He even sacrificed 10,000 soldiers to obtain the Moon Fox Pearl, all for a smile from his beloved. Eventually, the generals, driven to desperation, joined forces to storm the palace, compelling Wang Chong to grant Su Wan'er a death sentence on the very day of her death. Wang Chong left behind a note and took his own life. If one were to label him a foolish ruler, it would certainly be justified. Yet, he was also a ruler driven by love, truly the most affectionate emperor of the Dacian dynasty. After expressing his sentiments, Wang Tian retrieved the Zhanxian sword from the system space. Based on previous experiences, imperial coffins were always guarded by dragon patterns, necessitating careful handling. As Wang Tian drew closer to the coffin, the pink stone above began to emit an increasingly powerful aura. Suddenly, he felt dizzy and disoriented, as if a stunning woman in a red gown was rushing toward him, arms outstretched in embrace. Stay calm. This is merely an illusion. Shaking his head, Wang Tian focused on channeling his dragon energy to resist the illusion's assault. With the aid of the dragon bones, he quickly withstood the illusion's attack, causing the vision of the red-gowned woman to vanish. That was close. Thank goodness for the dragon bones. Otherwise, my current level would have rendered me defenseless against such an illusion. Wang Tian felt a surge of relief, yet he was puzzled. The nature of this illusion attack resembled the previous encounter with the mountain demon seduction. Instinctively, he glanced up at the pink stone above the mausoleum. Furrowing his brow, it seemed that this stone was responsible for the illusion. With a swift motion, Wang Tian struck the pink stone, which shattered and fell to the ground, rendering the illusion's mental assault ineffective. This stone is intriguing. I should keep it. He carefully stored the now split pink stone in the system space. With the illusion dispelled, Wang Tian approached the double coffin unhindered. However, as his gaze fell upon the guardian dragon pattern on the coffin, his expression shifted dramatically. He noticed that, in addition to the engraved gray dragon pattern, another creature was depicted. Not a phoenix, but a fox. A gray fox, not a dragon, and a fox, 2 distinct carvings, entwined together as if they were 2 lovers in a tender embrace. Why is it a fox and not a phoenix? Wang Tian was astonished. Empress Su Wan'er, wife of Emperor Wang Chong, was born under the auspicious sign of the phoenix. It was expected that her engraving would be that of a phoenix. Yet here lay a gray fox. Wait, why does this gray fox seem so familiar? As Wang Tian gazed intently at the gray fox engraved upon the coffin lid, a flicker of recognition sparked in his mind. The fox bore a striking resemblance to a mountain enchantress, didn't it? Could this engraving depict a mountain enchantress? Just days prior, Wang Tian had slain a mountain enchantress. He could not mistake her appearance. With this thought, he retrieved the pink stone he had split in 2 from the system space. This object was known to be beguiling. It seemed connected to the mountain enchantress. But why would a mountain enchantress be engraved on an emperor's coffin? Wang Tian furrowed his brow, filled with uncertainty, and turned his gaze back to the dual coffin. To uncover the truth, he would have to open the coffin and examine the corpse. Only by investigating the empress's remains could he hope to find pertinent rewards that might illuminate the mystery. Resolute, Wang Tian gripped his Excalibur, prepared to unveil the coffin. At that moment, the dragon and fox patterns on the coffin lid sprang to life, lunging towards him. Wang Tian, ever vigilant, swiftly swung his Excalibur at the two energies. With a swift thud, the powerful energies were almost instantly obliterated upon contact with the blade, causing the dragon and fox engravings to lose their vigor and fade into dullness. The Excalibur was indeed formidable. It effortlessly shattered the protective dragon engraving upon the coffin. Satisfied, Wang Tian began to pry open the coffin lid. With determination, he worked steadily, the lid yielding little by little. Before fully opening it, he enveloped himself in dragon energy. A precaution to shield himself from the stench of decay and any potential traps within it. As the coffin finally opened, its contents were revealed. Two human skeletons lay quietly within. They were human remains, not those of a mountain enchantress or fox spirit. Wang Tian's confusion deepened. Nevertheless, he decided to investigate further, uncertain of which skeleton belonged to the Empress. Both skeletons appeared similar in size and shape, making it difficult for Wang Tian, lacking forensic expertise, to discern male from female. He chose one at random and reached out to touch it. The moment his hand made contact with the bone, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have touched a Qilin-level corpse and received 10 years of dragon energy. As the system's announcement concluded, a surge of intense dragon energy coursed through him, overwhelming his body with its power. This must belong to Emperor Wang Chong. 10 years of dragon energy was precisely what he needed to break through to the 7th tier. Without hesitation, he settled into a cross-legged position. Previously, he had intended to use 2 dragon eyes to achieve this level, but now, with the addition of the dragon energy, he could conserve those resources. As he meditated, the turbulent dragon energy began to settle, harmonizing within him under his careful guidance. With each cycle of energy circulating through his body, his physical form grew stronger, and his capabilities advanced further. The dragon energy was extraordinarily rich, and Wang Tian lost track of time as he continued to circulate it. Eventually, his body underwent a profound transformation. His structure became more resilient, his meridians tougher, his vitality more abundant, and his senses sharper. Upon opening his eyes, he expelled a plume of golden turbid energy. Finally, he had reached the 7th tier, granting him the ability to walk upon water. Wang Tian inspected his body with satisfaction, testing a punch that sent a surge of dragon energy slicing through the air, exuding tremendous power. Now it was time to examine the Empress's remains. Filled with anticipation, he rose from the ground and leaned closer to the coffin, reaching for the other skeleton. As his hand made contact, the system's voice chimed in once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have touched a D-level corpse and received the heart of the sacred fox. The system's proclamation left Wang Tian momentarily stunned. The heart of the sacred fox. Wasn't he supposed to receive a reward related to the phoenix? Bewildered, Wang Tian realized that, based on previous rewards, they had always been closely tied to the corpses he interacted with. Yet this time, the reward seemed entirely unrelated. However, the engraving on the coffin featured a gray fox, and the system must have been accurate. Thus, one conclusion emerged. Empress Suwaner had been possessed by a fox spirit. She had leapt from a cliff during her selection process, which had likely resulted in her death. The Suwaner that followed was actually the fox spirit that had taken her place. A chill ran down Wang Tian's spine as he unearthed the hidden truth behind a royal romance. The Empress of the Qin Empire had been a fox spirit. It was utterly inconceivable. How had no one noticed her true nature? Wang Tian furrowed his brows, pondering how so many powerful experts in the palace had failed to see through her guise. Perhaps the fox spirit had achieved sanctity, allowing her to conceal her aura entirely, evading detection. Achieving sanctity as a spirit was exceedingly difficult. It required both innate talent and a fortuitous opportunity. The heart of the sacred fox. Suddenly, Wang Tian had an epiphany and retrieved the heart of the sacred fox from his system space. This heart, resembling a human's but significantly smaller, about the size of a fist, radiated a divine crimson glow, pulsating rhythmically. This sacred fox heart could not be cultivated by an ordinary fox spirit. Only a fully developed spirit could manifest it. No wonder she had evaded detection. This fox spirit was indeed a sacred fox. Wang Tian came to a realization, yet questions lingered. Why had the fox spirit chosen to usurp Su Waner's body to marry Emperor Wang Chong? Did she truly love him? Had she sacrificed her cultivation for him? Fox spirits thrived on their innate powers. Without a physical form, they could not cultivate. Wang Tian furrowed his brows, contemplating Wang Chang's lifelong devotion to a single woman. And suddenly, clarity struck him. Perhaps their love was genuine. No wonder the coffin bore the engravings of a dragon and a fox. It was likely a final testament from Emperor Wang Chong. Love, what is it? If not a bond that ties life and death together? After reflecting on this, Wang Tian replaced the coffin lid and bowed thrice to the ill-fated pair. With that, he turned to leave the mausoleum of Emperor Wang Chong. After touching the remains of 2 fallen monarchs, Wang Tian realized that every emperor harbored their own secrets. While outsiders remained oblivious, he could glean their most closely guarded truths through the system's rewards. This piqued his interest in the other emperors buried within the royal tombs. Upon exiting Wang Chang's mausoleum, night had fully descended. Wang Tian was unaware of how long he had lingered within the tomb. But he felt a growing hunger and decided to venture into the capital to procure some delicious food. After days of subsisting on wild fruits, his palate craved something more savory. However, just as he stepped out of the royal tomb, a group of individuals surrounded him. "Kid, you finally emerged. We've been waiting 10 days for you. Prepare to meet your end." Chapter 10. Counter-beguilement to avenge Xiaojiao. Husan led 9 mountain enchantresses, steadfastly guarding the periphery of the royal tomb. Regardless of day or night, rain or shine, he remained vigilant. Just as their patience waned, a familiar scent wafted from the mausoleum. Finally, he yelled out, "Brothers, keep a close watch on that shadow ahead. He is the murderer of our Xiaojiao." Under the cover of darkness, Husan pointed at the figure emerging from the southern gate of the tomb, instructing his kin in hushed tones. The transformed mountain enchantresses all nodded in unison. Honing in on the target, soon enough, the figure fully exited the tomb's confines. Seeing the opportune moment, Husan and his clan sprang forth. "Kid, you finally emerged. We've been waiting 10 days for you. Prepare to meet your end." With a fierce glare, Husan gestured, and immediately, the 9 mountain enchantresses formed a tight encirclement around Wang Tian. Wang Tian's expression tightened. Surveying the group, he furrowed his brows and asked, "Who sent you?" Before retaliating, he needed to ascertain the origins of these individuals. If they were dispatched by the 4th prince or the chancellor, he would have to fight with all his might. 10 nights ago, you killed a female mountain enchantress in the spring. Do you remember? Husan exclaimed angrily. Female mountain enchantress? Wang Tian suddenly recalled slaying a gray fox 10 days prior and instinctively retorted, "You are mountain enchantresses?" "Indeed, the mountain enchantress you killed was one of our kin. Today, we demand blood for blood." Husan's aura surged violently, and the other 9 mountain enchantresses unleashed their powers, preparing to eliminate Wang Tian at any moment. Realizing they were merely mountain enchantresses, Wang Tian felt a sense of relief. Without the chancellor or 4th prince to contend with, they posed little threat. Killing one is the same as killing a dozen. Those unafraid of death, come at me. Wang Tian brandished his Excalibur, channeling dragon energy into it, causing the blade to emit a hauntingly powerful resonance. The mountain enchantresses, undeterred by the Excalibur's presence, charged at Wang Tian with a howl. Wang Tian, however, would show no mercy. "Come on then." With a steely gaze, he swung his sword, decapitating the 2 nearest mountain enchantresses instantaneously. The remaining female enchantresses, witnessing this, unleashed their beguilement techniques upon Wang Tian. "You wish to beguile me? You are still too inexperienced. Let me show you how it's done." Wang Tian withdrew the pink stone, the very one he had acquired from the tomb of Emperor Wang Chong, though split in 2. It could still be activated by channeling dragon energy into it. As he infused the stone with energy, it radiated a mesmerizing pink glow, enchanting and eerie against the night. The female mountain enchantresses, upon encountering the alluring pink light, were almost instantly entranced. The weaker male mountain enchantresses also succumbed, standing frozen in place. Only Husan, the strongest among them, retained a flicker of clarity. "What is happening? Why are we being counter-beguiled?" Husan struggled against the pink beguilement, confusion flooding his mind. This beguilement was a unique talent of their Fox Spirit clan. How could a human wield it? Moreover, the pink light emitted a similar energy to their beguilement techniques. Why was this so? Husan's mind raced with questions. I never expected the pink stone's beguilement effect to be so potent. Wang Tian was elated to see them all ensnared. Instead of hastening to slay them, he approached a lovely female mountain enchantress and commanded, "Do a little spin." To his astonishment, the enchantress complied, twirling to display her alluring figure. Wang Tian was thoroughly pleased. The pink stone's beguilement exceeded his expectations. He wondered if it would work on humans as well. This pink stone seemed extraordinary. If it could also beguile humans, It would be remarkable. Shaking off his thoughts, Wang Tian focused on Husan. The only one not fully entranced, this fellow at the 6th tier possessed greater strength than Wang Tian, who should have been at a disadvantage. Yet, Husan now found himself overwhelmed, outmatched even in their innate abilities. So, you want to kill me? Wang Tian mused, advancing step by step, holding the pink stone in one hand and the Excalibur in the other. Husan's heart raced with fear. He had not anticipated Wang Tian's strength and realized he had underestimated him. The closer he got to the beguiling light, the greater the pressure he felt, threatening to ensnare him in its grasp. Where did you acquire that beguilement stone? Husan managed to ask, recognizing that Wang Tian was using the pink stone to execute the beguilement technique. Did I ask you to question me? Wang Tian retorted, irritation evident as he struck Husan across the face, sending him sprawling to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Husan, dazed and confused, attempted to rise and retaliate, but the pink light left him disoriented, his mind teetering on the brink of chaos. He understood that if this continued, he would inevitably succumb to the control of the man before him. Gathering his strength, he resisted the pink beguilement with all his might. But even then, he found himself powerless to counter it. If you wish to kill, then kill, that we mountain enchantresses have never feared death. Husan declared defiantly, bracing himself for his fate. Very well. Then I shall grant your wish. Des Wang Tian raised his Excalibur to deliver the final blow. A sultry, mellifluous voice resonated from the distance. 6th Prince, please show mercy. Upon hearing the voice, Wang Tian instinctively turned toward its source, where a stunning woman in a light blue gown gracefully approached him, effortlessly covering 10 meters with each stride. Spatial manipulation, Wang Tian noted with concern. Such a skill indicated a strength of at least the 4th tier, an opponent he could not yet contend with. Meanwhile, Husan's heart leaped with joy as he recognized the woman. Clan leader, save me. Yet, as she drew near, she did not offer him salvation but instead delivered a sharp slap to his other cheek. Who told you to lead your kin in an assassination attempt against the 6th prince? She chastised fiercely. The force of her blow was greater than Wang Tian's, sending Husan tumbling across the ground, losing a tooth in the process. Dazed, Husan could not comprehend why his leader was striking him rather than aiding him. However, he had enough sense to recall her addressing Wang Tian as 6th prince. He is the 6th prince. The notion seemed implausible. Why would a prince venture to guard a royal tomb? Husan struggled to accept the reality. Princes were esteemed figures, far removed from such remote locations. But if his trusted leader spoke thus, it suggested that this man was indeed the 6th prince. The chill gripped Husan as he realized the gravity of his actions. He had led his kin to murder a prince. Should the emperor discover this, it would spell doom for their entire clan. Clan leader, he cannot truly be the 6th prince, can he? Husan trembled as he rose. Fear etched across his face. Oh, you doubt my words. The clan leader shot back, her gaze icy, her intent to kill palpable. The mountain enchantresses had been hiding in the wilderness, barely surviving. Husan's audacity to lead an assassination against the 6th prince threatened to annihilate their clan. Upon receiving confirmation from the clan leader, Husan immediately collapsed to his knees, quaking in terror. Meanwhile, Wang Tian observed the unfolding drama with an indifferent demeanor, though he remained curious as to how this striking woman had discerned his true identity. 6th prince, please allow me to apologize on behalf of my kin. The fox leader bowed her head in contrition. If apologies held any weight, why would we need laws? Wang Tian scoffed, a slight smirk gracing his lips. If she wished to protect her kin, she would need to pay a price. He could not simply let them go with a few words. If you are willing to spare my clan, I, personally, pledge my loyalty to you, the fox leader proposed after a moment of contemplation. Chapter 11. The enchanting loyalty. Upon hearing the clan leader's intention to pledge allegiance to their adversary, Husan became agitated. Clan leader, you do not deserve this sacrifice. I would rather perish than witness you subjugated, he declared, attempting to take his own life, only to be rendered unconscious by a swift strike from Huji. Her choice to personally pledge loyalty to Wang Tian was born of her own considerations. Rumors in the martial world painted the 6th prince as a useless fool. However, what she witnessed today revealed him to be far from the tales of ineptitude. Rather, he was a master of concealment. In the current struggle for power among the 9 princes, the 6th prince lacked any foundation. To choose to ally with him now would be akin to providing timely assistance in a snowstorm. Should he ascend the throne, the Shanmei clan would no longer have to languish in the desolate mountains. They might even soar to greatness. Moreover, her decision was significantly influenced by the sight of Wang Tian holding the treasured artifact of their fox demon clan, indicating a fateful connection. "You wish to pledge allegiance to me?" Wang Tian inquired, somewhat taken aback, as he scrutinized the exquisite beauty before him. Her features were a masterpiece, with brows resembling distant mountains and eyes akin to autumn waters brimming with emotions. Her alluring gaze held an air of cold pride, mingled with a captivating charm. Her flowing hair cascaded like a waterfall, lustrous and smooth, dancing gracefully in the wind, releasing a faint fragrance of peach blossoms that enchanted the senses. Her form was graceful and delicate, akin to a willow swaying gently. Her waist was slender, seemingly fragile enough to break with a mere touch. Under the moonlight, her skin glowed with a porcelain-like radiance, exuding an ethereal sheen reminiscent of a goddess, both noble and mysterious, with a hint of seduction. Such a stunning woman would enthrall any man. Yet Wang Tian remained composed. "Indeed, if the sixth prince spares my clan, I shall pledge my loyalty to you personally," Hu Ji said, lowering her stance and bowing gracefully. "But how can I trust your words? What if I spare your kin, only for you to renege?" Wang Tian's gaze bore into her, as if he sought to peer into her very soul. If her intentions were sincere, he would accept her loyalty and cultivate her, bestowing upon her the heart of the holy fox, a treasure of immense value, yet of little use to humans, akin to an ordinary pig's heart. "If the sixth prince doubts my sincerity, I shall offer you my soul's essence. Should I harbor even a flicker of dissent, you could extinguish my life with a mere thought," Hu Ji resolved, biting her delicate lip. This was a gamble of a lifetime. Rather than languishing in the wilderness, she opted to take a chance. Whoever could seize the treasure of their fox demon clan was certainly no fool. "You truly intend to give me your soul's essence?" Wang Tian inquired, astonished. The essence could indeed control a person. But she was the leader of a fourth-tier clan. Was she genuinely willing to submit to him? "Absolutely," Hu Ji asserted, channeling her demonic energy to coalesce at her smooth forehead, from which a white light emerged. This was her essence, fragile and vital. Should it shatter, she would perish. "Sixth prince, this is my soul's essence. Should I waver in my intentions, you may crush it with a thought," Hu Ji declared, offering her essence as a testament of loyalty. Wang Tian, taken aback by her earnestness, accepted it without hesitation. "In that case, I shall accept your offering as a reward for your loyalty. I have a gift for you." With a wave of his hand, he received Hu Ji's essence, storing it within his consciousness. With a mere thought, he could shatter her essence and extinguish her life. Hu Ji, having achieved no accomplishments yet, did not dare to expect rewards. "This essence is of no use to me, but it will greatly benefit your clan," Wang Tian remarked, revealing the heart of the holy fox, from which a rich demonic aura emanated. If she was genuinely inclined to ally with him, he would ensure she was well rewarded. This is Hu Ji gasped in disbelief upon seeing the heart of the holy fox. "This is the heart of the holy fox, a treasure only attainable by those who ascend to sanctity within our clan," Wang Tian explained, satisfied with her astonishment. "Indeed, this is truly the heart of the holy fox." Hu Ji felt her blood surge. It represented the pinnacle of aspiration for their clan, a legendary treasure now before her. "You need not doubt. This truly belongs to you," Wang Tian assured, placing the heart of the holy fox in her hands. Hu Ji cradled the pulsating heart, her delicate fingers trembling with excitement, her enchanting form quivering with barely contained fervor. Such a rich and pure aura of the fox demon. This is indeed the heart of the holy fox. She finally accepted its authenticity, recognizing that only by achieving the sanctity of the fox could such purity exist. "Find a place to integrate it, but first, bring me some delicious food. I am famished, and do bring some wine as well," Wang Tian instructed Hu Ji, simultaneously withdrawing the enchanting pink light that had captivated her kin. With the clan leader now loyal to him, he deemed it appropriate to release the Shan Mei clan members. The moment the enchanting light dissipated, they awakened, save for Hu San, who remained unconscious. "Is it the clan leader who has come to rescue us?" the Shan Mei clan members inquired, instinctively attributing their salvation to Hu Ji. Yet, the revered clan leader now bowed respectfully before their adversary. "Yes, I shall prepare for our lord," Hu Ji affirmed, stepping forth. This scene left the clan members in stunned silence. "Clan leader, he is our enemy. How can you address him as my lord?" One female clan member exclaimed in distress. "Indeed, clan leader, what merit does he possess to be deemed our leader?" Others echoed, voicing their dissent. In their eyes, their clan leader was a supreme being. How could she demean herself thus? Esteemed clan members, this man is the sixth prince. He is not our enemy, but our savior, capable of leading us out of these mountains. Hu Ji proclaimed loudly, raising the heart of the holy fox high. This is the holy fox heart bestowed upon us by the sixth prince. With this treasure, our clan shall surely rise. The rich and pure aura of the fox demon spread throughout the area, igniting awe among the Shan Mei clan members. Such pure demonic energy. Could this truly be the legendary heart of the holy fox? They murmured, their skepticism melting away as they witnessed the treasure. We are willing to follow the sixth prince. Soon, the Shan Mei clan members knelt, their perceptions of Wang Tian transformed. Wang Tian observed their reverence with satisfaction, a delightful surprise that filled him with gratitude towards Emperor Wang Chong, whose unwavering marriage to the fox demon had facilitated this effortless allegiance. As Hu Ji witnessed her clan's submission, she stepped forward and knelt before Wang Tian, solemnly declaring, I, Hu Ji, lead the Shan Mei clan in formally pledging our loyalty to the sixth prince. This time, it was not just a personal allegiance. She was leading her entire clan to pledge fealty. Chapter 12. The Moon Fox Pearl. Wang Tian regarded the Shan Mei clan's loyalty with approval. This marked his first foray into possessing his own faction, albeit a modest one. My lord, may I have a glimpse of that pink stone you held earlier? Hu Ji hesitated before asking, unable to suppress her curiosity. The pink stone held immense significance for their clan, and it was one of the reasons she had chosen to serve Wang Tian. Oh, you mean this? Wang Tian retrieved the two halves of the pink stone from his spatial inventory. As she drew closer to the stone, the intoxicating allure enveloped her, transforming disbelief into exhilaration. Yes, my lord, the pink stone you hold is the Moon Fox Pearl, the ultimate treasure of our fox demon clan. Hu Ji exclaimed, her face radiant with excitement. The surrounding Shan Mei clan members shared her fervor upon hearing their leader's words. The Moon Fox Pearl was a symbol of supreme might, akin to the imperial seal representing unparalleled sovereignty. Instantly, their gazes toward Wang Tian brimmed with newfound respect. Possessing the Moon Fox Pearl meant he was the supreme ruler of the entire fox demon clan. Even Hu San, upon awakening and recognizing Wang Tian's possession of the Moon Fox Pearl, felt his animosity dissipate, and he knelt before him, eyes filled with respect. The Moon Fox Pearl, the treasure for which our ancestors sacrificed countless warriors. Wang Tian gasped, astonished by the revelation. He had never anticipated that this pink stone was the legendary Moon Fox Pearl. It was well known that Emperor Wang Chong had dispatched 50,000 troops to annihilate a medium-sized nation to please a woman, all for the sake of this pearl, resulting in the loss of over 100,000 soldiers. But how had it come to be split in two? After all, it was renowned for its hardness. Hug's beautiful eyes reflected her confusion. Wang Tian felt a tinge of embarrassment, for it was indeed he who had cleaved the Moon Fox Pearl with his Zhanxian sword. Had he known it was such a precious artifact, he would have refrained from employing such brute force. Hug, do you have any means to repair the Moon Fox Pearl? Wang Tian inquired, determined to restore its integrity. Given its significance to the fox demon clan, that I will consider it. Hu Ji furrowed her brow in contemplation. Perhaps the energy of Moonstone could facilitate the repair. Moonstone energy? Wang Tian frowned, recalling that Moonstone was said to be a celestial stone brought to Tianxin continent by celestial beings or having fallen from the moon. It possessed mysterious and unfathomable energy. Indeed, the Moon Fox Pearl was forged from Moonstone energy infused by the first fox immortal upon their demise. Hu Ji elaborated, continuing her explanation. Using Moonstone should suffice to mend the Moon Fox Pearl. That makes sense. Wang Tian nodded, finding her reasoning sound. If the Moon Fox Pearl was indeed crafted from Moonstone, then Moonstone energy should effectively restore it. By the way, may I inquire how the Moon Fox Pearl came to be split? Hu Ji pressed on, her curiosity piqued. The hardness of Moonstone is extraordinary, and the Moon Fox Pearl also harbors the power bequeathed by the first fox immortal, she remarked, puzzled by the circumstances surrounding its fragmentation. I received it in two halves, Wang Tian responded, unable to admit he had split it himself. Yet, he marveled at the prowess of the Zhanxian sword, capable of cleaving such a formidable artifact with ease. If I had a complete Moon Fox Pearl, perhaps our clan's ancestors would consider allying with you, and possibly other fox demon clans might contemplate the same. Hug stared at the broken Moon Fox Pearl, feeling a pang of regret. Wang Tian also felt a tinge of remorse. Yet had he not split the pearl, he could not have approached Emperor Wang Chang's coffin so easily. I shall devise a way to repair the Moon Fox Pearl. Wang Tian vowed, then instructed Hu Ji, please bring an ample supply of food and drink, enough for 10 days at the very least. Wang Tian recalled a certain emperor of the Qin dynasty, who, despite his mediocrity, was an avid collector of treasures, including moonstone, which he had even buried with him. Initially indifferent to burial goods, Wang Tian was now intrigued by the prospect. The late emperor, though lacking in talent, had consumed numerous rare materials, elevating himself to the rank of a first-tier master. What treasures might lie among his possessions? With Dawn's arrival, Wang Tian stored the food and drink sent by Hu Ji into his spatial inventory, a bounty sufficient for 10 days, allowing him ample time to explore. Now that I have reached the 7th tier, I should be able to enter the tomb of Emperor Wang Hao. As he traversed the royal tomb, he sought the treasures of the Lingbao Emperor, whose title stemmed from his vast collection of artifacts, an assortment so great that there was no item he could not procure, given the sheer volume of treasures he amassed in life. It was reasonable to expect a wealth of valuables in death. Wang Tian's mind raced with possibilities. Previously, the coffin of Emperor Wang Chong had contained many trinkets, though they were of little worth. The treasures collected by the Lingbao Emperor, however, would surely be far more valuable, some of which could incite fierce competition among experts in the outside world. With these thoughts in mind, Wang Tian finally arrived at the entrance of the Lingbao Emperor's tomb, a grand structure of earthy yellow, slightly smaller than the tomb of Emperor Wang Guang, requiring the dragon energy of the 7th tier for entry. Thankfully, I have reached the 7th tier, otherwise I would not even be able to enter. He mused, inhaling deeply with anticipation before stepping inside. That a barrier of dragon energy obstructed his path, but with the power of his 7th tier energy, he successfully passed through. Upon entering the tomb, he was met with a long corridor leading to the main hall. As he glanced down at the floor, he was astonished to find it laid with priceless pearls and jade. An entire corridor paved with treasures. My heavens! This corridor is entirely made of pearls and jade. What a fortune! Wang Tian marveled at the Lingbao Emperor's apparent obsession with opulence as he traversed the lavishly adorned passage. After crossing the corridor of unimaginable wealth, Wang Tian reached the main hall of the Lingbao Emperor's tomb. Before even entering, he could sense the rich spiritual energy emanating from within. Such dense spiritual energy. How many treasures must lie here? He pondered excitedly as he pushed open the grand doors. However, the moment he stepped inside, a vibrant figure clad in a red gown lunged toward him. Chapter 13. Capturing the enchanting female puppet. As he opened the door, Wang Tian immediately sensed danger approaching and instinctively looked up to see a female puppet in a red gown wielding a sword, charging at him. Although this puppet was mechanically crafted, her movements were agile and her intent fierce. Without hesitation, Wang Tian gripped the Zhanxian sword and prepared to engage. As their swords clashed, a sharp sound rang out, and a broken sword clattered to the ground. The sword in the puppet's hand had shattered into 2 pieces, and her gray eyes reflected a look of astonishment. Wang Tian, too focused on the battle to notice this detail, seized the opportunity to strike. The puppet quickly retreated 10 paces, deftly evading his thrust. This puppet's reflexes are impressive. She must possess at least the strength of a 6th-tier warrior, Wang Tian noted, channeling his dragon energy into the Zhanxian sword as he remained vigilant. A 6th-tier puppet was undoubtedly a rare treasure. Wang Tian had not anticipated encountering such a formidable guardian in a tomb of earthy yellow status. Your sword is quite remarkable. I am certain my master would appreciate it, the puppet remarked, her voice eerily melodic. The female puppet fixed her gaze upon the Excalibur in Wang Tian's hand and suddenly spoke. When she referred to her master, she meant the deceased Lingbao Emperor, Wang Hao. Wang Tian was slightly taken aback, having initially believed the puppet to be merely an unconscious combat mechanism. The presence of consciousness indicated a higher level of sophistication. Indeed, the treasures collected by the Lingbao Emperor were extraordinary. Even a puppet could possess awareness and understand her master's preferences, making her worthy of subjugation. Wang Tian's desire to claim her grew. Generally, puppets with consciousness could have their power enhanced through special techniques, potentially evolving into a first-tier master. Such a puppet would be formidable. That a chilling laugh escaped the female puppet as she hurled a broken sword towards Wang Tian. That he deftly dodged it, but when he turned back, he was horrified to find the puppet had vanished. Where could she have gone? Scanning his surroundings, he found no trace of her, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Suddenly, the shadow before him twisted, and the puppet emerged silently, launching a surprise attack. Fortunately, Wang Tian possessed dragon bones that heightened his perception. As she emerged, he swung the Excalibur in response. With a swift motion, the blade severed her right hand. Yet, the puppet showed no signs of pain, continuing her assault with her left fist. Wang Tian sidestepped just in time, countering with another strike that severed her left arm as well, then kicked her away forcefully. She landed but quickly bounced back up, her mechanical face devoid of fear, emitting that eerie laughter once more. Her severed arms, hidden in the shadows of her laughter, flew back to attack him from behind. Realizing how troublesome this puppet was, Wang Tian resolved to incapacitate her completely in order to claim her. He channeled all his dragon energy into the Excalibur, its resonance echoing throughout the tomb. With a decisive swing, countless sword energies erupted from the Excalibur like a torrential downpour, instantly shredding her attacking arms and cleaving the puppet into several pieces. However, even in this state, her head continued to laugh maniacally. Wang Tian, unable to tolerate it any longer, rushed over and slapped her face, exclaiming, "Enough with that laugh. If you continue, I shall shatter your head and extinguish your consciousness." This threat resonated deeply. Her awareness resided within her head, and as long as it persisted, her mechanical form could be reconstituted. But if her consciousness were obliterated, she would truly be finished. "Very well, from now on, I shall be your master," Wang Tian declared, relieved when her laughter ceased. He had exhausted his entire reserve of dragon energy in that last strike. Had she retaliated, he would have been unable to defend himself. Wang Tian then opened the back of the puppet's head and retrieved a dragon stone, the source of her power. Without this energy, even a conscious puppet could not unleash any skills. This stone had been nearly depleted after a millennium. Had it been fully charged, Wang Tian would have found it impossible to defeat her so easily. From his system space, he produced 2 dragon stones acquired from the tomb of Emperor Wang Guang and dripped his blood onto them, binding them to the puppet. After this, he inserted the stones into her head. Upon absorbing the energy from the 2 dragon stones, a spark of awareness flickered in her gray pupils, and her previously shattered form began to reassemble at an astonishing pace. Wang Tian watched in silence, allowing her to undergo this transformation. After 2 hours, her body was fully restored, seeming even more agile and human-like than before. If one did not observe closely, they could easily mistake her for a real woman. Her skin was smooth and flawless, devoid of any mechanical seams, resembling a genuine human. In addition, her figure had become more alluring, and every detail more lifelike. Most strikingly, her gray eyes had transformed into a captivating black, exuding a vibrant essence akin to that of a spirited young girl. This remarkable change astonished Wang Tian. Her strength had surprisingly ascended to the 5th tier, and her appearance had evolved to mirror that of a human. Such exquisite puppet craftsmanship could only be attributed to the legendary master Liu Ban. Wang Tian was taken aback. Merely adding 1 dragon stone had elevated her power by an entire tier. If he were to add more stones, would she not metamorphose into an unparalleled celestial beauty? "Thank you for the dragon stone energy, master," the puppet expressed, now fully recognizing him as her master with a graceful bow. At that moment, she was unclothed, her form strikingly reminiscent of a human being, making it hard to look away. "From now on, you shall be called Xiao Nu first. Find something to wear." Wang Tian assessed her with satisfaction, contemplating how he would enhance her further with stronger dragon stones in the future. "Thank you, master," Xiao Nu replied, her voice now sweetened. This only solidified Wang Tian's resolve to upgrade her capabilities. Soon, Xiao Nu adeptly located a precious green gown within the tomb, which accentuated her beauty exquisitely. "Xiao Nu, having resided here for so many years, do you know where I might find moonstones?" he inquired, noticing the myriad of burial treasures surrounding them: jewels, antiques, elixirs, talismans, scriptures, and weapons. Searching through all these items for moonstones would undoubtedly consume considerable time. So Wang Tian turned directly to Xiao Nu, who had been here for over a millennium and must be well acquainted with the surroundings. "Master, the moonstones are located within the Lingbao Emperor's coffin," Xiao Nu replied respectfully. Wang Tian nodded in understanding. Moonstones were significantly more precious than the trinkets within the hall, only deserving of a place within the coffin to reflect their value. "I should have anticipated that such treasures would not be found in the main hall." Gripping the Excalibur tightly, he prepared to open the coffin. Based on previous experiences, the higher the tomb's level, the greater the energy guarding the coffin. "Xiao Nu, open the coffin," he commanded, unwilling to take any chances and preferring to have the puppet take the lead in case of danger. "Yes, master," Xiao Nu affirmed, nodding before approaching the coffin at the center of the hall. Wang Tian followed closely behind, his Excalibur held firmly as he remained vigilant of his surroundings. Upon reaching the coffin, a surge of earthy energy erupted from the lid, transforming into a colossal yellow dragon that lunged towards Xiao Nu rather than recoiling in fear. She displayed her signature smile and clenched her fists, striking the dragon with immense force. In an instant, the creature dissipated into nothingness, while Xiao Nu stood unfazed, her smile unwavering. Impressive, Wang Tian thought, initially expecting her to sustain some injury. Yet he realized he had underestimated her evolved strength. She now possessed the power of a fourth-tier master. Had she confronted him at her current level, he would have had little chance of victory. The puppets crafted by Master Lu Ban were indeed formidable. After dispelling the dragon energy, Xiao Nu did not pause. Instead, she gripped the coffin lid and began to forcefully lift it. Watching her exert her strength reminded Wang Tian of a scene from a classic tale. Despite the coffin's sturdy construction, Xiao Nu's relentless efforts soon yielded results. After a brief struggle, the lid was completely removed. The Lingbao Emperor could never have imagined that the very puppet tasked with guarding his tomb would ultimately be the one to unveil his resting place. Master, the coffin is open. The moonstones are inside, Xiao Nu announced, turning to him. Thank you for your efforts, Wang Tian replied with satisfaction, stepping forward to peer into the coffin. What he saw made him gasp in astonishment. Inside lay a plethora of high-grade treasures: moonstones, dragon stones, dragon pearls, 9-colored corals, unique scriptures, and more, each worth a fortune. Surrounding the Lingbao Emperor's skeletal remains in a dazzling display. Had he amassed all these rare treasures as burial goods? As a prince accustomed to opulence, Wang Tian found himself spellbound. Yet, among the multitude of treasures, one particular purple hairpin caught his eye, the sole item grasped tightly in the Emperor's skeletal hand. Clearly, it held great significance to him. Instinctively, Wang Tian reached out to delicately extract the hairpin from the Emperor's grip. How frosty! He exclaimed as he felt the chill emanating from it. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the hairpin exuded an icy aura. But his own strength had reached the 7th tier, enabling him to withstand its cold. This purple hairpin was exquisitely crafted, crystalline and adorned with a phoenix motif. Its feathers appeared lifelike, as if they might take flight. The phoenix's eyes glimmered with a mysterious light, evoking legends of divine artifacts. The flowing lines of the hairpin and the meticulous craftsmanship left Wang Tian in awe. After studying it for a while, he turned to Xiao Nu for assistance. Xiao Nu, do you know the origins of this purple hairpin? As the guardian puppet of the Lingbao Emperor, she was likely to have some knowledge. This appears to be the Ice Phoenix pin. Ever since I gained consciousness, I have seen my former master often lost in thought, while holding it. It is said to have belonged to the cold concubine, Xiao Nu explained. The Ice Phoenix pin? The cold concubine? Wang Tian's mind raced as he recalled a poignant love story. The cold concubine was the daughter of the Northern Liang King, and to secure the alliance, the Lingbao Emperor had wed her. Though it was a political marriage, he lavished her with affection, gifting her with all his collected treasures. The cold concubine, 10 years his junior, was initially reluctant, but gradually grew to love the emperor under his devoted care. However, fate took a cruel turn when the Northern Liang King rebelled, amassing troops and colluding with foreign powers to overthrow the Daiqian dynasty. The Lingbao Emperor was left with no choice but to lead his forces against the Northern Liang. Upon learning this, the cold concubine rode day and night to the front lines. Torn between her beloved husband and her father, she could not remain passive in a bid to prevent the impending war. She took her own life on the battlefield. Her sacrifice spared countless innocent lives, leaving both the Northern Liang King and the Lingbao Emperor heartbroken. From that moment on, they ceased hostilities. Yet, upon returning to the palace, the Lingbao Emperor fell into a deep depression, and it was not long before he succumbed to despair. Among the weak waters of the world, only one cup shall be taken. He became yet another lovesick monarch. Wang Tian felt a wave of emotion wash over him as he placed the Ice Phoenix pin upon Xiao Nu's head. The cold aura imbued her with an ethereal quality. Surprisingly, this Ice Phoenix pin suits you well. I wonder if you can harness the frigid energy it contains. Wang Tian felt a spark of anticipation. Being a low-grade Earth-level treasure, if Xiao Nu could control it, her combat prowess would be significantly enhanced. I have witnessed my former master wield the Ice Phoenix pin with ease, Xiao Nu stated, and with a flick of her wrist, the chilling energy emanated from the pin, coalescing into a small blue ice phoenix, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Wang Tian rejoiced. Xiao Nu's ability to wield the Ice Phoenix pin indicated she could likely manipulate other treasures as well, revealing her vast potential. Truly, she was a remarkable creation of Master Lu Ban. Excellent, Xiao Nu, this Ice Phoenix pin is yours, he declared, gifting her with the Emperor's prized possession. Next, Wang Tian turned his attention to the other treasures within the coffin. He needed the Moonstone to restore the Moon Fox Pearl, while the Dragon Stones would enhance Xiao Nu's strength further. The Dragon Pearls were a splendid supplement for cultivating dragon energy, aiding him in elevating his own realm. He swiftly stored these 3 items within his system space. As for the remaining treasures, he began to sift through them. The Fengming Sword, Kunlun Mirror, and Wind Thunder Fan were all Earth-grade treasures, which he promptly claimed. The 9-colored coral, luminous pearls, and 8-treasure glazed tower, while valuable, were of little practical use for augmenting strength or combat, so he showed no interest in them. Lastly, he came across some unique texts and a painting. Wang Tian gingerly lifted the painting and carefully unfolded it, as though revealing a precious treasure. The image depicted an enchanting woman, breathtakingly beautiful, clad in a flowing white gown that appeared to float as if she were a celestial being. Her figure was graceful, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, emanating a delicate charm that a purple hairpin adorned her hair, adding an air of mystery and nobility that was utterly captivating. Upon noticing the hairpin, Wang Tian's eyes lit up. Could this be the portrait of the cold concubine? He scrutinized the painting closely, and to his astonishment, he found that the likeness to Xiao Nu was uncanny. He placed the painting beside her for comparison, and the resemblance became even more striking. The figure in the painting bore an exact likeness to Xiao Nu, sharing the same features, the same nose and mouth. Were it not for Xiao Nu standing beside him, he might have mistaken the painted figure for her. The similarities were remarkable, even down to their physiques. An idea struck Wang Tian, and he turned to Xiao Nu. Have you ever seen the cold concubine during your time of awareness? No, since gaining awareness. I have only seen my former master, Xiao Nu replied, shaking her head. Upon hearing this, Wang Tian felt he had confirmed his suspicions. I understand now. After the cold concubine's death, the Lingbao Emperor, overwhelmed with longing for his beloved, had Master Lu Ban create you in her image. Yet, as a mechanical puppet, you are not truly human. Though you possess consciousness, you are ultimately not the cold concubine he loved, leading to his melancholic end. All conjectures fell into place, leaving Wang Tian with a heavy heart. So, I was fashioned in the likeness of the cold concubine, Xiao Nu realized. Accepting this fact as a puppet, she expressed gratitude towards her former master, acknowledging that without him, Xiao Nu as she was now would not exist. As the moment arrived to touch the remains of the Lingbao Emperor, Wang Tian felt a mix of anticipation and curiosity. Although the emperor was of mediocre talent, he had consumed countless elixirs, relying entirely on them to ascend to the pinnacle of his realm. What treasures might he uncover from the emperor's bones? With a hopeful heart, Wang Tian reached out to the remains, and at the instant his fingers grazed the bones, a system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have touched a terrestrial-level corpse, obtaining. In the subsequent chapter concerning the Fox Immortal within the Moon Fox Pearl, another notification followed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired a boundary-breaking pill. Elated, Wang Tian realized the significance of the boundary-breaking pill, a treasure even greater than the finest spirit elixirs, for cultivators below the 3rd rank. Consuming this pill could lead to an instantaneous breakthrough of their bottleneck. Many practitioners spend their entire lives stagnating at a single realm, yet with this pill, one could swiftly surpass their limitations. Truly, the rewards from a master crafted through elixirs were extraordinary. Content with his discovery, Wang Tian decided not to use the boundary-breaking pill immediately. It was most effective for those below the 3rd rank, and he intended to maximize its utility upon reaching the pinnacle of the 4th rank. After stowing the pill away, he rummaged through the emperor's coffin, selecting rare tomes for his own benefit. Each text chosen as burial offerings by the Lingbao Emperor was indeed exceptional. However, Wang Tian understood the folly of greed and chose the foremost martial arts manual, the 9-Dragon Palm. Legend had it that this technique was created by the first emperor himself. Mastered to its peak, one could unleash the power of 9 dragon energies with a single strike. Yet, among the royal descendants throughout history, even the most gifted could only manage to summon 7. Wang Tian had long desired to learn this royal martial art, but his prior limitations had barred him from such a privilege. Now, however, he could pursue it without reservation. How many dragon energies could I summon? With eager anticipation, he opened the manual and began to practice. Following the instructions, Wang Tian guided the dragon energy throughout several key acupoints. His body gradually warmed, particularly at the spine, where he felt a surge of strength coursing through him. It seemed he was on the right track, so he decided to test his newfound skill. Setting aside the manual, he concentrated all his dragon energy into his right hand and, tentatively, unleashed a strike. Instantly, 9 streams of dragon energy transformed into massive golden dragons, soaring 30 meters before dissipating. Stunned, Wang Tian could hardly believe his eyes. Was it truly possible? A mere attempt had yielded 9 dragon energies? Wasn't this technique supposed to be exceedingly difficult to master? For millennia, countless royal descendants had struggled to reach such heights. Yet here he was, effortlessly achieving what many could not. Pondering this anomaly, he concluded it must be due to his dragon bone. Perhaps the 9 dragon palm was not as challenging as it seemed. Once he ascended a few more levels in cultivation, its might would only increase. Satisfied with the power of the 9 dragon palm, Wang Tian then tossed the Phoenix Cry sword to his servant, Xiao Nu, whose previous weapon had been severed by his own sword. "Thank you, Master," she exclaimed, delighting in the new sword. By the way, Xiao Nu, I have a dragon stone for you. Stand still, I will affix it." Wang Tian retrieved a dragon stone from the system's space, one obtained from the Emperor's coffin. Untouched for millennia and brimming with energy, even more potent than the previous 2, though the dragon stone could aid Wang Tian in his cultivation, bestowing it upon Xiao Nu would be more advantageous. As his puppet, her enhanced strength would indirectly bolster his own combat capabilities. "All right, Master, I want to move." Excited by the prospect of receiving a dragon stone, Xiao Nu stood rigidly in anticipation. Without further delay, Wang Tian dripped blood onto the stone, opened the back of her head, and implanted the blood-infused dragon stone. As soon as it was inserted, a rich energy coursed through her being, initiating her transformation. Her skin, hair, eyes, and facial features morphed, achieving a beauty that surpassed that of ordinary humans. Her complexion became exquisitely fair and delicate, akin to the finest milk, while her hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Her eyes sparkled with life, reminiscent of stars in the night sky, luminous and clear like morning dew. Her visage became breathtaking, resembling a finely crafted work of art. Wang Tian gazed at Xiao Nu, feeling as if the legendary cold concubine had stepped forth from the annals of history. She was stunning. It was no wonder the Lingbao Emperor had been utterly captivated by her. Moreover, not only had Xiao Nu's appearance transformed, but her strength had also significantly increased, now rivaling that of a third-rank expert. However, the energy of the dragon stone would eventually deplete, causing her power to wane, thus highlighting the inherent drawbacks of a puppet. Not bad at all. 3 dragon stones have elevated you to the level of a third-rank expert. Wang Tian surveyed Xiao Nu with satisfaction. With such a striking companion by his side, his time in the royal tomb would certainly not be dull. He contemplated gathering more dragon stones in the future, envisioning how much more beautiful and powerful Xiao Nu could become. After completing these tasks, Wang Tian retrieved the moonstone from the system space. His purpose for visiting the Lingbao Emperor's mausoleum was to find this very moonstone. With it, he could finally repair the Moon Fox Pearl. Wasting no time, he also took out the Moon Fox Pearl he had split in half. How should I repair it? Would merging the energies suffice? Wang Tian pondered momentarily before attempting to channel dragon energy into the moonstone. As he did so, the moonstone radiated a brilliant moon-white light, resembling a dazzling pearl that shimmered in the dark. Under its glow, the energy of the moonstone began to overflow, akin to a gentle stream quietly flowing forth. Seeing this, Wang Tian's heart leapt with joy. He immediately guided the moon-white energy into the Moon Fox Pearl. As the energy entered, the pearl emitted a captivating pink light, and the two halves began to draw together, like magnets of opposite polarity. Elated by this sight, Wang Tian intensified his focus on the moonstone's energy, hastening the fusion of the Moon Fox Pearl. Time passed, and at the moment the Moon Fox Pearl fully merged, a surge of pink energy erupted from it. Coalescing into an ethereal fox, the creature was pure white, enveloped in a mist of celestial energy, yet it was intangible, formed from pure energy. Wang Tian was taken aback. Could it be that the Moon Fox Pearl contained a fox spirit? Yet, as he noticed the wisps of celestial energy surrounding it, a realization struck him. Could this be the first generation of fox immortals whose powers had been infused into the Moon Fox Pearl? He recalled the words of Fox Princess, who had mentioned that the pearl held the essence of their ancestral fox spirits. A fated one. This is the last remnant of my soul left in the world. Before Wang Tian could respond, The energy-formed fox spoke, its voice deep and alluring, unmistakably male. "Who are you? Why does a remnant of your soul linger within the moon fox pearl?" Wang Tian inquired instinctively. "I was the Tianhu ancestor, having cultivated for 3,000 years to attain the realm of celestial immortality, commanding 100,000 fox spirits. Alas, I was betrayed by my beloved, dying with resentment, my body sealed away in the Moonfall Valley." The fox's tone was laden with bitterness and unfulfilled desire. Indeed, the first generation of fox spirits, yet Wang Tian was astonished by his words. The fox immortal betrayed by the one he loved? This revelation shocked him profoundly. "What do you wish for me to do in return for sharing this with me?" Wang Tian sensed the fox's lingering resentment, clearly seeking assistance. "You are astute. I shall not beat around the bush. I desire you to aid me in avenging myself, kill the nine-tailed celestial fox, and help free my physical body from its seal, allowing me to reincarnate. As he spoke of his plight, the fox's voice brimmed with palpable hatred. Not only had he been betrayed, but his body was also sealed, condemning his soul to eternal unrest. Wang Tian gasped at the severity of this situation. The nine-tailed celestial fox, was a formidable opponent, and he was only a 7th-rank cultivator. He stood no chance against her. "I cannot help you with that. I am merely at the 7th rank, while she is at least 1st rank. How could I possibly contend with her?" Wang Tian's helplessness was genuine. He knew he was no match for her, especially given the formidable lineage of the Nine-Tails. Alas, thousands of years have passed. Her existence remains uncertain. Yet, I can sense my body is still sealed. The fox sighed, a tone of profound weariness filling his voice. The thought that his adversary might have succumbed to the ravages of time brought a sense of loss and regret for a vendetta left unfulfilled. Wang Tian's eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, the moon fox pearl was thousands of years old. While the nine-tailed celestial fox may be powerful, her lifespan was not infinite. She was likely long dead. "I can assist you in removing the physical seal. But what do I gain in return?" Wang Tian mused that if it merely involved lifting the seal, it posed minimal risk. Additionally, he could access the fox immortal's remains, a treasure of terrestrial-level significance, and the prospect of multiple attempts at obtaining its rewards was enticing. "I can teach you how to truly harness the moon fox pearl," the fox immortal replied gravely. "Truly harness the moon fox pearl? Beyond its ability to bewitch the heart, what other wondrous capabilities does it possess?" Wang Tian's interest was piqued. This treasure, revered by the fox spirit clan, was akin to a supreme imperial seal, and he had long suspected it held more than mere charm. Indeed, the moon fox pearl is a purest moonstone I brought down from the moon. It possesses mysterious abilities that are unparalleled in the Tianxin continent. It is through the power of this pearl that I managed to leave behind a fragment of my soul. The fox immortal's tone was weighty with significance. Wang Tian was further intrigued. Abilities unknown to the Tianxin continent. This was indeed remarkable. "Please, enlighten me about the mysterious powers of the moon fox pearl." His curiosity had been thoroughly ignited. This moon fox pearl allows one to escape infinitely far under moonlight. As long as your dragon energy is sufficient, the fox paused before adding. "Furthermore, the pearl contains my fox immortal energy. I can teach you the incantation, enabling you to wield my power with your human form. The power of a fox immortal is far superior to your current dragon energy. Even against a first-rank expert, you could contend using my strength. However, the fox immortal energy within the moon fox pearl is limited. Once exhausted, it will be gone." The fox's words were sincere, laying bare both the advantages and limitations. Wang Tian discerned the fox's earnest desire for assistance. The sealing of his body and the inability to reincarnate burdened him deeply. "Very well, I shall help you lift the physical seal, but I cannot guarantee when I will be able to fulfill this." Wang Tian agreed, recognizing that both the ability to escape under moonlight and harness the power of the fox immortal would significantly enhance his combat prowess. "Thank you." The fox immortal sighed with relief upon hearing Wang Tian's agreement. "However, you must first teach me these two abilities." Wang Tian's tone shifted. "Of course, but once I impart these abilities to you, I will fall into a deep slumber. The next time I awaken may coincide with the lifting of my seal, or I may never awaken again. The rest will depend on you," the fox immortal concluded, channeling the last remnants of his strength into Wang Tian's forehead. In an instant, Wang Tian comprehended how to manipulate the moon fox pearl's two abilities, moonlight escape and the utilization of fox immortal power. Excellent. Wang Tian was pleased with his newfound abilities. However, when he turned to look for the fox immortal, he found he had vanished. presumably into a deep slumber. Reflecting on the fox immortal's tale, Wang Tian couldn't help but draw parallels to his own experiences, betrayed by one he loved. Clenching his fists in determination, a glimmer of vengeance flickered in his eyes. Once he had attained sufficient strength, he would return this humiliation tenfold. Having completed these tasks, Wang Tian and Xiao Nu made their way out of the mausoleum. Having lingered long enough to gather everything of value, it was time to leave. Upon exiting, he was met by the familiar figure of Fox Princess, who awaited him. "Fox Princess, what brings you here? Is there something urgent?" Wang Tian inquired, puzzled. Previously, they had agreed that she would bring him provisions every 10 days, and since he had only been in the Lingbao Emperor's mausoleum for 3 days, it was too soon for her to deliver food. This left the possibility of her needing him for something pressing. "Your Highness, our clan's ancestor wishes to see you," Fox Princess exclaimed excitedly. "The ancestor desires to meet me." "Where?" Wang Tian recalled that she had previously mentioned introducing him to their ancestor, but he hadn't anticipated it would happen so swiftly. Fortunately, his moonfox pearl had been repaired on the eastern mountains of the royal tomb. "It is the ancestral ground of our clan," Fox Princess continued. Pausing for a moment, "The ancestor has come all the way from the southern border to meet with you and the moonfox pearl. She takes this matter very seriously. With the moonfox pearl in your possession, the ancestor will surely pledge her loyalty to you." Fox Princess naively believed that the moonfox pearl, as the treasure of the Fox Spirit clan, would compel loyalty from anyone who beheld it. However, Wang Tian was less optimistic. While the moonfox pearl represented the clan's treasure, loyalty would ultimately depend on one's strength, just as the imperial seal symbolized authority, without the power to safeguard it. "Others would vie for it. I will freshen up first, and after sunset, you may take me to meet her." Wang Tian glanced at the sky. It was dusk, and the moon had yet to rise. If danger were to arise, he would be unable to utilize the moonlight escape ability. This decision was made out of caution. One who possesses a treasure may invite envy. I am still only at the 7th rank, while the ancestor is at least at the 2nd rank. That if she truly intends to seize my moonfox pearl, I might not stand a chance. Wang Tian contemplated the need for thorough preparation before meeting the ancestor. "Very well, I will wait for you outside the royal tomb." Fox Princess nodded. Wang Tian took his time, returning to his humble abode to wash his face before sitting cross-legged on the rickety wooden bed. Awaiting the sunset. 2 hours later, the sun finally dipped below the horizon, the sky darkening as the moon made its appearance, partially veiled like a lute. Wang Tian opened his eyes, knowing it was time to act, and prudently brought Xiao Nu along. Although she was merely a puppet, her current combat prowess was comparable to that of a 3rd-rank expert, and she would be invaluable in a critical moment. Guided by Fox Princess, Wang Tian stepped into the dappled moonlight and exited the royal tomb, swiftly arriving at the nearby eastern mountain. There, a large cave awaited, illuminated within, and guarded by members of the Shanmei clan. "Your Highness, this is the ancestral ground of our clan. The ancestor awaits you inside." Fox Princess cheerfully led Wang Tian toward the cave. Wang Tian surveyed the Shanmei clansmen outside the cave. Each appeared spirited and robust, clearly indicating their prowess. Upon entering the cavern, Wang Tian was astonished to find an expansive space exceeding 100 square meters, furnished with rudimentary furniture. The back, an elderly woman, frail and with a hunched back, sat upon a zetan chair, leaning on a gnarled staff, her face etched with deep creases. Since Wang Tian's arrival, her murky gaze had been fixated on him, as if she intended to devour him. But soon after, she reigned in her menacing demeanor. "Ancestor, the 6th prince has arrived," announced the fox spirit, leading Wang Tian before the elder. "6th prince, the old woman offers you her respects." The mountain spirit elder trembled as she stood from her chair, offering Wang Tian a hesitant bow. Despite his demotion to the imperial tomb, Wang Tian still held the status of a prince, and the mountain spirit elder had no choice but to acknowledge him. "Please, rise, grandmother." Wang Tian waved his hand dismissively. "Understanding the importance of maintaining appearances, I have heard from the fox spirit that you possess the treasured moon fox pearl of our fox demon clan. May I present it for your inspection?" The elder, now standing, was eager to see the moon fox pearl, disregarding any idle chit-chat. "Forgive my eagerness. The moon fox pearl is of utmost significance to our fox demon clan," she implored. "No need to apologize. I understand its value. The moon fox pearl is in my possession. Allow me to show it to you." As Wang Tian spoke, he retrieved the restored moon fox pearl from his system space. and a soft pink luminescence began to emanate from it. Upon seeing the restored pearl, the fox spirit was both astonished and elated. She had feared that the severed moon fox pearl would disappoint the elder, but now she felt relieved that a complete moon fox pearl would surely lead the elder to pledge allegiance to the sixth prince. However, the reality diverged from her expectations. The mountain spirit elder's previously murky eyes suddenly sparkled with vitality upon witnessing the intact moon fox pearl. Chapter 17. Shocking the elder, the emergence of the moon fox pearl sent tremors of excitement coursing through the mountain spirit elder. A treasure lost for over a millennium had resurfaced. How could she not be exhilarated? Sixth prince, I can barely see. May I approach for a closer look? The elder, leaning on her staff, trembled as she stood, her clouded eyes betraying a glimmer of eagerness. Of course, Wang Tian replied, sensing the elder's unusual fervor but curious to see how long she would conceal her intentions. Armed with the fox spirit powers he had learned, he felt capable of dealing with the mountain spirit elder. With his consent, the elder approached Wang Tian, her weathered face drawing near to the moon fox pearl. What a rich aura of fox spirit power, this mysterious moonstone energy. Truly, it is the treasure of our fox demon clan. The elder's gaze fixated on the pearl, her body trembling uncontrollably, her breaths quickening. See, I told you I wasn't deceiving you. The sixth prince indeed possesses the moon fox pearl, the fox spirit exclaimed, excitement radiating from her. Elder, with the moon fox pearl in hand, the sixth prince is the rightful sovereign of our fox demon clan. Our lineage, the mountain spirits, has pledged allegiance to him, and you should too. Before she could finish, the elder interrupted sharply. Ah, what a splendid notion of a fox demon sovereign. He is but a mere human. How could he possibly claim that title among us? The mountain spirit elder's tone turned cold, her previous warmth vanishing entirely. Upon hearing this, the fox spirit's expression shifted, while Wang Tian remained unfazed, for he understood that this old woman would not yield easily. Elder, although the sixth prince is not of the fox demon lineage, he is a prince of noble birth and possesses the moon fox pearl, making him the prime candidate for the fox demon sovereign, the fox spirit argued, perplexed. Yet her reasoning fell on deaf ears. Noble birth? He is simply a discarded prince from the imperial tomb. The elder scoffed, then bellowed, bring forth my kin. As her command echoed through the cavern, for mountain spirits, 2 men and 2 women, 2 of the 3rd rank and 2 of the 4th rank, entered. These were the elder's trusted confidants she had brought from the southern territories. Elder, what is your intent? The fox spirit queried, alarmed. She had reported the existence of the moon fox pearl to the elder, hoping to sway her to align with the sixth prince, only to find her intentions thwarted. My intent. I deem the sixth prince unworthy of becoming our fox demon sovereign. The elder's expression hardened, revealing a sinister glint. She then turned her gaze toward Wang Tian, her voice cold and threatening. Sixth prince, if you willingly surrender the moon fox pearl, I shall allow you to leave unscathed. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. As the elder spoke, she slammed her staff into the ground, creating a sizable crater, demonstrating her formidable strength and resolve. Are you attempting to seize my moon fox pearl? Wang Tian retorted with a derisive laugh. Seeing the situation escalate, the small servant drew her sword, positioning herself protectively before Wang Tian. The fox spirit gasped in shock and hurried to interpose herself before the mountain spirit elder. Elder, he is the sixth prince. Of noble birth, we cannot afford to offend him. A mere discarded prince. No lest I in this desolate wilderness, should I slay him, the royal family would be none the wiser. The elder shoved the fox spirit aside and fixed her gaze on Wang Tian. Sixth prince, you are a clever man. If you wish to live, surrender the moon fox pearl at once. And what if I refuse? Wang Tian smirked slightly, ready for any eventuality, though he could not match the elder's strength directly. He had just mastered the ability to wield fox spirit power, potent enough to eliminate the mountain spirit elder. In that case, you shall face the consequences. Kill him, the elder commanded her for confidence. Immediately, the 4 mountain spirit elites lunged toward Wang Tian. The small servant, undeterred, charged forward with her sword, while the fox spirit, realizing the danger Wang Tian faced, also drew her weapon to assist him. The 2 women momentarily held their ground against the 4 mountain spirit warriors. The fox spirit had recently transcended to the 3rd rank, bolstered by the holy fox heart, significantly enhancing her combat prowess. Meanwhile, the small servant, though a puppet, had gained strength comparable to the third rank after wielding 3 dragon stones. And her Phoenix Cry sword was a ground-level weapon, further amplifying her fighting ability. In this 2-against-4 scenario, they managed to hold their own for a time. However, as the battle wore on, the small servant's energy began to wane, each attack depleting her dragon stone reserves. This is not good. The small servant cannot sustain this fight much longer, Wang Tian realized, just as one of the mountain spirit warriors seized the opportunity presented by the small servant's weakening state and charged at Wang Tian. Just what I needed. Wang Tian seized the moment, channeling his dragon energy and launching a powerful strike at the approaching warrior. As he unleashed his attack, 9 golden dragon energies coalesced into formidable golden dragons that surged toward the mountain spirit. The warrior, caught off guard by Wang Tian's swift response, failed to brace himself in time, and the 9 golden dragons struck his chest, sending him crashing against the cavern wall, where he slumped to the ground, bloodied and unconscious. This display left everyone present in stunned silence, especially the mountain spirit elder, who had underestimated Wang Tian, believing him to be a lowly, untalented prince. Yet now, his displayed prowess shocked her. The 9 dragon palm. He actually executed the 9 dragon palm. The mountain spirit elder gaped, recognizing the royal family's exclusive martial art. Having lived for over a century, she had witnessed it before, but never had she seen a royal descendant successfully unleash 9 dragon energies. Wang Tian, pleased with the power of the 9 dragon palm, flexed his limbs, satisfied with the results. Although he was merely at the 7th rank, the might of the 9 dragon palm had incapacitated a 4th-rank mountain spirit warrior. Though he had caught his opponent off guard, it was evident that the 9 dragon palm was indeed a formidable technique, a testament to the brilliance of the first emperor. Your technique is indeed the 9 dragon palm. The fox spirit exclaimed, a mixture of shock and delight illuminating her features. Initially doubting the 6th prince's capabilities, she now realized he was anything but a failure. He could very well be a prodigy. Indeed, it is the royal family's signature technique, the 9 dragon palm. Wang Tian confirmed with a nod, then turned his attention back to the mountain spirit elder. Now, old woman, do you wish to continue this farce? The elder's anger flared at being referred to as old woman, her grip on her staff tightening, though she recognized that the 6th prince was not the inept individual the rumors suggested. The allure of the moon fox pearl compelled her to take a gamble. The outside world may label the 6th prince as a failure, but I see it differently. To wield the 9 dragon palm with such finesse is undoubtedly the mark of a genius, she conceded, her tone shifting momentarily. However, regardless of your talent, you must surrender the moon fox pearl today. Upon uttering those words, the elder's aura intensified, enveloping everyone in an oppressive weight that made it difficult to breathe. Elder, do you truly intend to confront the prince? The fox spirit implored, her urgency palpable. The elder stood at the pinnacle of the 2nd rank, and the 3 of them stood no chance against her. My mind is made up. If you wish to survive, I suggest you step aside, the elder threatened, her staff raised menacingly toward Wang Tian, a palpable aura of malice surrounding her. Wang Tian stood resolute, formulating a strategy in his mind. Facing an opponent at the pinnacle of the 2nd rank, they might barely withstand the confrontation, likely leading to mutual destruction. Furthermore, the elder's confidants awaited outside the cavern, ready to support her if he opted for a direct confrontation. He could use the moon fox pearl's ability to escape under the moonlight, ensuring his safety. But what of the small servant and the fox spirit? Leaving them behind could risk them facing the elder's wrath. Thus, only one course of action remained. Wang Tian's gaze fell upon the moon fox pearl in his hand. It was time to harness the fox spirit power to confront this old crone directly. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes and began to recite the incantation taught by the fox spirit. As the incantation flowed from his lips, both the moon fox pearl and Wang Tian's body radiated a moonlit glow. Resonating harmoniously, the ethereal and mysterious fox spirit power enveloped Wang Tian, transforming him into a being reminiscent of a fox spirit. He felt an immense surge of strength coursing through him, as if he could shatter the cavern with a single blow. Is this the power of the fox spirit? Wang Tian thought, confidence swelling within him. Come, if you dare. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a flicker of fox spirit energy flashing from them. The mountain spirit elder, witnessing the manifestation of fox spirit power, felt her aged visage drain of color. Chapter 18. Overwhelming submission. The mountain spirit elder stared in disbelief at the pure fox spirit power emanating from Wang Tian. How is this possible? You are human. How can you wield fox spirit power? She trembled not from excitement, but from sheer terror. Fox spirit power is a capability reserved for fox demons who have reached the celestial realm. Throughout the history of the fox demon clan spanning thousands of years, only 3 exceptional fox demons have achieved this level of mastery, each a cataclysmic force in their own right. The first fox spirit had even plucked a moonstone from the moon, forging it into the moon fox pearl, becoming an eternal deity in the hearts of the fox demon clan. The fox spirit, witnessing the outpouring of fox spirit power from Wang Tian, was equally astonished. This appears to be fox spirit power, yet the 6th prince is human. How can he possess such abilities? Her initial skepticism transformed into exhilaration. With fox spirit power, the elder no longer posed a threat. In the face of this newfound strength, the elder's pinnacle second-rank cultivation seemed trivial. The remaining 3 mountain spirit warriors, sensing the overwhelming fox spirit power, were filled with dread. They instinctively yearned to kneel, yet refrained out of loyalty to the elder, enduring the pressure instead. Old crone, why do you hesitate? Are you afraid? Wang Tian taunted, fully unleashing the aura of fox spirit energy that overwhelmed the mountain spirit elder's presence. For the first time, she felt such a crushing pressure, her breath becoming labored, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. Yet, when her bleary gaze landed on the pink moon fox pearl, her fear was momentarily overshadowed by greed. The mountain spirit elder contemplated testing whether Wang Tian's display of power was mere bluster or genuine. However, the overwhelming pressure stifled her resolve. If she were to lose, her fate would be sealed. The intensity of the aura left little room for deception. With her hand trembling around her staff, torn between greed and fear, the elder found herself unable to withstand the tremendous pressure any longer. She succumbed. 6th prince, how could I dare to covet your moon fox pearl? I was merely jesting. She feigned calmness. Yet, Wang Tian was not inclined to let her off lightly. Did I ask that so? You jest, but my intent to eliminate you is sincere. His lips curled into a cold smirk as he intensified the aura of fox spirit power, manifesting the Excalibur of the extermination of immortals, pointing it directly at the mountain spirit elder. As dragon energy surged into the Excalibur, it emitted an enchanting yet intimidating resonance. The elder trembled, her previous intentions to deceive crumbling under the weight of Wang Tian's might. Under the dual pressure of the fox spirit power and the Excalibur, the elder finally knelt, her legs unable to bear the burden. Your Highness, I pledge my loyalty to you. Please, show mercy and spare my life. At this moment, the mountain spirit elder truly acknowledged Wang Tian's prowess. This rumored failure of a prince was anything but. He embodied a terrifying force, one that no one could afford to offend. With a thud, she knelt, and the remaining 3 mountain spirit warriors, unable to withstand the oppressive force, followed suit, kneeling in submission. Wang Tian, relieved to see the mountain spirit elder finally capitulate, exhaled a sigh of relief. The fox spirit power was a finite resource, and each use diminished its availability. Thus, it was prudent to conserve it whenever possible. The fox spirit, witnessing Wang Tian's unyielding stance, rushed to his side, kneeling before him. Your Highness, the elder has recognized her mistakes and is willing to serve you. Please, spare her life. With her, the mountain spirit clan will genuinely submit to you. Having been raised by the elder, the fox spirit could not bear to see her harmed. The elder's leadership and reputation within the mountain spirit clan were crucial for solidifying their allegiance to the 6th prince. On account of your plea, I shall grant you a reprieve, but you must surrender your life essence to me, Wang Tian declared, unwilling to let the elder off easily. He needed to secure her life essence to maintain control over her. Upon hearing this, the mountain spirit elder hesitated. Surrendering her life essence would mean relinquishing control over her own life. What? Do you refuse to comply? Wang Tian pressed, intensifying his aura once more. Elder, quickly surrender your life essence to His Highness. Otherwise, you will not leave here alive, the fox spirit urged, knowing the gravity of the situation. Though reluctant, the elder recognized the dire circumstances and had no choice but to acquiesce. Very well, I consent to surrender my life essence. She relented, summoning her fox demon power to extract her life essence and offering it to Wang Tian. After Wang Tian collected the life essence of the mountain charm ancestor, he retracted the power of the fox spirit within him and returned the Excalibur to the system space. Without the overwhelming pressure, the mountain charm ancestor felt somewhat relieved and, after discreetly wiping the sweat from her brow, She trembled as she stood up. "Thank you, Your Highness." The mountain charm ancestor had become considerably subdued. The memory of Wang Tian's murderous gaze still haunted her, and had she not chosen to yield, she feared she would have met her demise. The few mountain charm experts in the cavern also breathed a sigh of relief. Having felt the immense pressure emanating from Wang Tian's fox spirit, despite it not being directed at them, particularly when the Excalibur was drawn, they felt as if death was imminent. Now, they could finally breathe easy. Having experienced this moment, they had genuinely submitted to Wang Tian in their hearts. "You may leave for now. I have matters to discuss with His Highness." The mountain charm ancestor gestured to dismiss her trusted aides. The latter, feeling as though they had been granted a reprieve, quickly exited the cave, carrying their unconscious kin. Soon, only Wang Tian, Xiaonu, the fox princess, and the mountain charm ancestor remained. "Your Highness, please take a seat." The mountain charm ancestor, leaning on her cane, offered Wang Tian the purple sandalwood chair behind her. Wang Tian accepted the gesture without hesitation and sat down. "Your Highness, I, the Fox Matriarch, pledge allegiance to you on behalf of the Mountain Charm clan of the Dacian dynasty. Whether it be the mountains of blades or the seas of fire, I am willing to follow you unwaveringly. Should I betray this oath, may heaven strike me down." The Fox Matriarch knelt once more before Wang Tian, swearing her loyalty with genuine sincerity. She had truly witnessed his terrifying power. Aligning with such a formidable master was an opportunity for the Mountain Charm clan. Though the Mountain Charm clan numbered only 20,000 and was the weakest branch among the 5 Fox clans, it was Wang Tian's first personal faction. "Rise." Wang Tian gestured casually, then recalled something and inquired, "By the way, Fox Matriarch, Fox Princess, may I ask where the Moonfall Valley is?" Wang Tian had not forgotten his promise to the Fox Spirit. Given the right opportunity, he would journey to the Moonfall Valley to help unseal the Fox Spirit's corporeal form. And of course, he was also mindful of the Fox Spirit's remains. The remains of a Fox Spirit would undoubtedly yield substantial rewards, especially as a body of celestial rank could be examined multiple times. However, upon hearing Moonfall Valley, both the Fox Matriarch and the Fox Princess paled, revealing a hint of fear. "Your Highness, why do you inquire about the Moonfall Valley?" The Fox Matriarch asked cautiously after a brief hesitation. Wang Tian noticed their change in demeanor. Evidently, the Moonfall Valley was no ordinary place, and I merely heard that there exists such a location within your Fox clan, and was curious. If you know about it, please share. If not, consider it as if I never asked. Wang Tian replied nonchalantly, withholding the truth from them. This was a matter between him and the Fox Spirit, not needing to be divulged to others. The Moonfall Valley was not far from the imperial mausoleum, located at the junction of the capital and Yinqing. However, it was a forbidden ground for our Fox clan. The first Fox Spirit perished there, and it is said to be filled with poisonous miasma, death upon contact, and inhabited by rare beasts and strange geography, making it impossible to exit once entered. The Fox Matriarch spoke with evident trepidation. "Is it truly that terrifying?" Wang Tian asked instinctively. "It is said to be so. There are accounts of Fox clan members who entered and never returned, including some experts of the first rank." The Fox Princess chimed in after some contemplation. Wang Tian furrowed his brow. If the Moonfall Valley was indeed as perilous as they described, venturing there with his current strength would be tantamount to courting death. "Fox Matriarch, Fox Princess, have either of you ever been there?" Wang Tian pressed, unwilling to accept mere hearsay as truth. "None have. The Moonfall Valley has always been under the control of the Ninetails clan, and the dangers have been relayed by them." The Fox Matriarch shook her head, with the Fox Princess echoing the sentiment. Upon hearing this, Wang Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. The Fox Spirit had been betrayed by the Ninetails clan's Yahweh, and now they strictly controlled the Moonfall Valley, propagating tales of its dangers. Could it be that they feared others would uncover the truth of that fateful day? The more he pondered, the more plausible this theory seemed. He then inquired, "By the way, who currently leads the Ninetails clan? Is Yahweh still alive?" "The current leader of the Ninetails clan is Yao Wan, an expert of the first rank," the Fox Matriarch replied after a moment. "As for Yahweh, she has been dead for several millennia." "Why do you suddenly mention her?" "She has been dead for millennia." Wang Tian felt a wave of emotion. It turned out the woman who betrayed the Fox Spirit had long since passed, alleviating his concerns about any potential confrontation. All that remained was to focus on unsealing the Fox Spirit's corporeal restrictions. "Why are you so interested in the Ninetails clan, Your Highness?" the Fox Princess asked instinctively. "Just a casual inquiry." Wang Tian offered a vague explanation. After a moment of silence, the fox matriarch cautiously continued, "Your Highness, should we inform the other 4 fox clans about the Moon Fox Pearl? After all, it is a treasured artifact of our fox clan. Whoever possesses it would be the sovereign of our kind. For now, only notify the Ninetails clan. Have their leader, Yaowan, come to see me alone." Wang Tian decided after some thought. He was concerned that summoning all 4 clans at once might lead to a joint effort to seize the Moon Fox Pearl. Additionally, he sought to glean information about the true nature of the Moonfall Valley from Yaowan. Only inform the Ninetails clan. The fox matriarch pondered before realizing Wang Tian's deeper intent. "Your Highness is wise. The other 4 fox clans are indeed stronger than our Mountain Charm clan. Summoning them all at once could lead to a united front against us. Inviting them one by one allows for easier subjugation. But what if Yaowan informs the other 3 clans about the Moon Fox Pearl?" The fox princess's eyes initially lit up but soon clouded with concern. "Fear not. Yaowan is ambitious. Such crucial information regarding the Moon Fox Pearl would be unlikely to share with the others. She would likely wish to keep it a secret." The fox matriarch seemed to understand Yaowan quite well. "Excellent. Then let it be so. First, summon Yaowan from the Ninetails clan. Half a month from now, we shall host a banquet for her here." Wang Tian concluded swiftly. "Yes, Your Highness." The fox matriarch bowed in response. After addressing these matters, Wang Tian rose and made his way out of the cave, followed closely by Xiaonu. The fox princess and the fox matriarch bid them farewell as they departed. Watching Wang Tian's retreating figure, the fox matriarch couldn't help but express, "The world deems the 6th prince as a powerless and talentless waste. Yet today I have seen and realized how absurd such claims are. Indeed, when I first encountered the 6th prince, I was also astonished by his prowess. Upon witnessing him produce the Moon Fox Pearl, I resolved to follow him." The fox princess's gaze lingered on Wang Tian until he vanished from sight, revealing a hint of reluctance in her eyes. The fox matriarch cast her a knowing glance. Observing everything. Is that sacred fox heart also a gift from His Highness? She inquired with a hint of significance. "Yes, after pledging my loyalty to His Highness, he bestowed upon me this sacred fox heart. It was precisely because of this that my strength surged to the 3rd rank in such a short time." The fox princess spoke with gratitude in her eyes. Without Wang Tian, she might have remained trapped at the 4th rank for life. He had given her limitless potential and opportunities. "Do you know that our Mountain Charm clan once produced a sacred fox?" The fox matriarch suddenly remarked. "The sacred fox of the fox clan is akin to a human in the earth immortal realm. A formidable force indeed. I am well aware. Her name was Huyao, and she was once the queen of the Dacian dynasty. Our branch of Mountain Charm followed her to the capital, where she was the sovereign of the fox clan." The fox princess spoke with reverence in her eyes at the mention of the esteemed Huyao. The Mountain Charm clan had long been looked down upon, but since Huyao's emergence, their fortunes had changed. Not only had she elevated the Mountain Charm clan to new heights, but she had also become the queen of the Dacian dynasty, an unprecedented achievement for the fox clan. Indeed, that was the most glorious era for our Mountain Charm clan, and now, we have a chance to rise once again. The fox matriarch gazed intently at the enchanting fox princess, her eyes brimming with hope. "What opportunity?" The fox princess instinctively asked. "I observe that the 6th prince possesses extraordinary talents. He may ascend to the throne one day. Currently, he has no foundation and has been jilted. If you seize this opportunity to grow close to him, you may yet become queen. In that case, our Mountain Charm clan can regain its former glory." The fox matriarch's gaze was fervent as she spoke to the fox princess. "I become queen. Ancestor, are you jesting? How could a mere wild fox spirit like me ever ascend to that status?" The fox princess herself found it hard to believe. "Why is it impossible? Wasn't the sacred ancestor Huyao also born a wild fox spirit? Did she not ascend to the throne of the Dacian dynasty?" The fox matriarch replied earnestly, "But the sacred ancestor Huyao was a sacred fox. How could I ever compare to her?" The fox princess's protest was cut off by the fox matriarch. "You possess the sacred fox heart. It is only a matter of time before you cultivate to the sacred fox realm, or even the fox spirit realm." Upon hearing sacred fox heart, the fox princess fell silent momentarily. Yes, she did possess the sacred fox heart, and with such a talent, it was only a matter of time before she reached the sacred fox realm, or even the fox spirit realm. Her ambition began to swell. If the sacred ancestor Huyao could become queen, so too can the fox princess. The fox matriarch had kindled a fire of ambition within her. The fox princess clenched her fists. her stunning beauty radiating potential as the first to pledge loyalty to the sixth prince. It seemed she truly had a chance. If you have made up your mind, it would be prudent to act swiftly. In half a month, one of the Ninetails clan will be arriving. You are aware of their charm techniques. She may well become close to him before you do, the fox matriarch warned gravely. I understand. I will ensure that His Highness takes a liking to me, the fox princess resolved silently, determined to win His Highness's affection by any means necessary. Returning to the imperial mausoleum, Wang Tian spent his days meditating in his humble abode. He aimed to subdue the remaining 4 fox clans swiftly, necessitating a rapid enhancement of his own strength. Borrowing the power of the fox spirit was merely a temporary measure. Only by strengthening his own capabilities could he truly command the fox clan's allegiance. For several consecutive days, Wang Tian remained in his small dwelling, absorbing the dragon energy from the dragon pearl. This pearl, acquired from the coffin of the spirit treasure emperor, was the finest training supplement for royal offspring. In the past, emperors would dispatch experts to hunt dragons for their pearls, but due to the dragon's low reproductive rates, their numbers had dwindled to near extinction, while numerous dragons could still be found on overseas Dragon Island. The vast ocean made it challenging for humans to reach them, perhaps explaining why dragons thrived on those distant isles. Thus, dragon pearls were immensely precious in the Tianxian continent. On the market, one pearl could be worth a city, yet they were often unavailable. With a sigh, Wang Tian opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stagnant energy. He had finally absorbed all the energy from the dragon pearl, and it had elevated his strength to the pinnacle of the 7th rank. Wang Tian was quite pleased with the pearl's effects. After concluding his training, Wang Tian prepared to visit the mausoleum once more to interact with the charming and captivating ancestors. Upon opening the door, he realized that night had fallen, a full moon hanging overhead, illuminating the entire imperial mausoleum in a stark, bright glow. Under the silvery moonlight, a familiar, graceful figure approached Wang Tian's humble abode, carrying a large bag of food. Your Highness, I've brought you some food. The fox princess swayed her serpentine waist, casting a sultry glance at Wang Tian, her voice sweet as honey. Today, she was dressed provocatively. Her light blue gauze dress was cut low, exposing her delicate, snowy shoulders and a deep décolletage that was utterly captivating. The lower half of her skirt resembled a qipao, slitting high up her thigh, revealing her long, slender legs with every movement. In addition to her alluring attire, she wore light makeup that enhanced her charm. Any man would find it hard to resist her allure, yet Wang Tian remained unfazed, preoccupied with his desire to commune with the ancestors. Oblivious to her appearance. Thank you, Fox Princess, but you may return now. I have matters to attend to. Wang Tian accepted the food from her hands, hastily making his way toward the mausoleum. Seeing Wang Tian's indifferent demeanor, the Fox Princess felt a tinge of disappointment. She had put considerable effort into her appearance, only to find that he had not even spared her a glance. Undeterred, she called out, Your Highness, this place is far too shabby. Shall I have someone come and renovate it? Adding some suitable furniture? You would be much more comfortable. The Fox Princess sought to impress Wang Tian, but he interrupted her. Please don't. If others learn that I live too well, it will raise suspicion that a little shabbiness is better. Let outsiders continue to think of me as a waste. Wang Tian understood the importance of concealing his capabilities. It was not yet the time to reveal his strength, particularly to the Chancellor and the 4th Prince, who would not hesitate to send someone to kill him. With his current abilities, he was not a match for them. Moreover, in the ongoing struggle for the throne, Wang Tian intended to lay low while the others fought amongst themselves, allowing him to pick up the pieces later. Very well. But Your Highness, there is no bathing facility here. Surely you cannot go without bathing? The Fox Princess still felt somewhat unsatisfied. Speaking of bathing, Wang Tian indeed felt somewhat awkward. While food could be brought by the Fox Princess and her kin, the lack of water made bathing a significant issue. He found it absurd that there was not a single drop of water in the entire mausoleum. If it is not too much trouble, I have a hot spring at my place. You can come there to bathe anytime. It's just at the East Hill, the Fox Princess quickly suggested when she saw Wang Tian hesitate. That sounds good. When I need to bathe, I will come over. Wang Tian nodded before hastily moving deeper into the mausoleum. Watching Wang Tian's retreating figure, the Fox Princess's face lit up with joy, secretly deciding that when the time came for him to bathe at her place, she would ensure to serve him well. Hoping to ensnare him in her tender embrace. As Wang Tian ventured deeper into the mausoleum, contemplating which ancestor to commune with next, he suddenly felt a familiar sensation wash over him. as if the depths of the mausoleum were once again summoning him. Why does it feel like I'm being summoned again? Wang Tian furrowed his brow. This feeling of being called was truly extraordinary. One he would never forget. It was the black mausoleum at the deepest point of the imperial tomb. Could it be that I have another opportunity to enter? Wang Tian did not hesitate. He could not afford to miss the chance to enter the black mausoleum. Last time, he had discovered a peerless sword. Who knew what extraordinary treasure awaited him this time? With such thoughts, Wang Tian hastened toward the depths of the mausoleum, Xiaonu closely following behind. The further he ventured inward, the heavier the imperial pressure he felt, particularly as he approached the first emperor's tomb. Even after thousands of years, its powerful aura remained palpable. Fortunately, Wang Tian's strength had significantly improved compared to a month prior, allowing him to easily withstand the pressure now that he harnessed the dragon energy within him. Navigating through various imperial tombs, Wang Tian finally arrived at the deepest part of the mausoleum, where the black mausoleum loomed before him, shrouded in a mist of dark energy, illuminated by the stark brightness of the moon. Here it is, the black mausoleum, seemingly calling out to me once again. Wang Tian gazed at the imposing structure before him, his heart racing uncontrollably. Would he be able to enter once more? He glanced at the grand door of the mausoleum, firmly shut, and a wave of anxiety washed over him. One must not harbor great expectations, lest disappointment follow. Xiaonu, you stay here and guard. I shall return shortly, he declared, taking a deep breath as he stepped toward the foreboding entrance. Chapter 21. Once more. The enigmatic corpse. As Wang Tian approached, the great door of the black mausoleum swung open unexpectedly. Joy surged within him. This had happened before, where proximity led to the door's automatic opening. Hopeful, he pressed forward, determined not to be ejected this time. With the door ajar, he quickly entered, fearing it might close behind him. The vast hall remained unchanged, with the exquisite female corpse lying upon the eternal icy bed. This time, his strength had grown considerably, allowing him to approach more closely, yet he still hesitated to touch the stunning corpse. The chilling aura emanating from the ancient ice was not to be trifled with. It was an extreme cold, capable of freezing him in place if he were to be overcome. Very well. This time I should be able to linger a little longer, he resolved as he summoned all of his dragon energy. Preparing to reach out to the breathtaking corpse, as he drew nearer, the frigid atmosphere intensified, causing his internal energy to slow down. No, this cold was more potent than he had anticipated. He would have to employ the same strategy as before, touch and retreat, lest he become immobile. He had not expected the icy aura of the eternal bed to be this formidable. After resolving his plan, he inhaled deeply and lunged toward the captivating corpse. As he approached, he swiftly extended his hand, allowing his fingers to graze the exquisite figure for a fraction longer than before. In the courtyard of the Qilin pavilion's headquarters, Yunju lay in bed, her body shrouded in wisps of dark mist. Trembling uncontrollably, the delicate arch of her brows was frosted with the chill of ice. She was ensnared in a recurring dream. Every full moon, she relived the same haunting vision. In the dream, she found herself on a frigid bed, surrounded by darkness, devoid of sound or light. She longed to move but was paralyzed, resembling a corpse upon the bone-chilling ice, trembling from the cold. In reality, Yunju instinctively pulled the covers tighter around her, seeking warmth to no avail. Just then, the dream world introduced the sound of footsteps, drawing near, a sound she found eerily familiar from a previous encounter. She wished to open her eyes and discern who sought her. Yet no matter how hard she tried, they remained shut, leaving her unable to move. In her despair, she felt a cold touch upon her icy feet, lingering longer than before, unlike the previous fleeting brushes. Anger flared within her. She yearned to see which rogue dared to touch her. Yet, despite her efforts, her eyes remained stubbornly closed. The emotions of her dream seemed to spill into reality, igniting feelings of shame and fury. Jolting her awake, gasping for breath, Yunju's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, her body icy and frost blooming upon her delicate brows. Damn it, why must I dream of that scoundrel again? She muttered, forcing herself to calm down, channeling her spiritual energy to combat the chill. After a considerable time, she felt somewhat better. This was the second occurrence, and given the footsteps, it appeared to be the same individual. Yunju, regaining her composure, began to ponder why she had dreamed of this person twice recently. They had never appeared before. This could not be mere coincidence. She furrowed her brow in thought, but no clarity emerged. Attributing it to a reaction from the unwanted advances of the sixth prince. Forget it. I shall take some fresh air, she resolved, choosing not to sleep again for fear of dreaming of the rogue's unwanted touch. Donning a thick cloak, she stepped outside. The night was clear, the moon bright and sparse among the stars. After admiring the full moon, her spirits lifted. She turned to return indoors only to notice the lights still ablaze in her father's study. It was already the third watch of the night. Why had her father not yet retired? On a full moon night, he had not come to keep vigil over her. A trace of confusion crossed her features. In the past, whenever she fell ill, her father would watch over her, always the first to rush in at any sign of disturbance. Yet this time, he had not come to guard her. The only explanation was that he must be embroiled in an urgent matter, for he would never neglect his daughter otherwise. Yunju, perceptive and astute, quickly deduced the situation and cautiously made her way to the study, striving to make no sound. Once outside the window, she strained to listen, catching snippets of conversation between her father and the Grand Elder within. "Master, tomorrow is the last deadline given to us by the Chancellor. Have you made a decision?" the Elder inquired, concern etched upon his face. "This matter requires no deliberation. I will not join them," Yun Zhongzi replied firmly, his expression grave. He understood the consequences of offending the Chancellor, but chose to stand resolute against him. The Chancellor is a man of notorious character, and we at the Qilin Pavilion deal in intelligence. We are all too aware of his heinous deeds. I have always held myself in high regard. How could I conspire with a man like Su Jinan? Yun Zhongzi declared. The Chancellor commands Longhum Mountain, a formidable force, and with his impending marriage to the fourth prince, his power is at its zenith. To offend him now could lead to our utter annihilation. His ruthlessness is well known. The Grand Elder's worry was palpable. Yun Zhongzi furrowed his brows, falling into a deep silence. He was acutely aware of Su Jinan's merciless nature. Those who once defied him were obliterated. Currently, few dared to oppose him, be it in the martial world or the court. "Have there been any replies to my requests for alliances with other sects?" he asked, his gaze hopeful. "None dare ally with us." Fearing the Chancellor's wrath, the Grand Elder sighed. "If all else fails, I shall bear the burden myself. You must take my daughter to Baifeng Mountain, where the terrain is complex and filled with traps. Though our Qilin Pavilion may face limitations, we should be able to ensure our survival," Yun Zhongzi proposed after careful consideration. "This is our only recourse," he concluded. "Master, you should join us in retreat," the Grand Elder urged. Concern etched on his face. "I cannot leave. I must remain to provide an explanation to the Chancellor, or you will not succeed in your retreat," Yun Zhongzi resolved, determined to buy time for the pavilion with his own life. "Old Su, should I no longer be here, please care for my daughter. She is a child of misfortune." His greatest worry remained his beloved daughter. "Rest assured, Master, I have watched over her since she was small. I will care for her well," the Grand Elder promised with a heavy sigh. Hidden outside the window, Yunju absorbed every word, her eyes reddening with unshed tears, yet she stifled her voice. The gravity of the Qilin Pavilion's circumstances weighed heavily on her, and she had been blissfully unaware. Within the depths of the Black Mausoleum, Wang Tian swiftly touched the icy foot of the exquisite female corpse. The sensation was both chilling and smooth, yet he had no time to savor it before retracting his hand. Aware that lingering too long could result in being frozen in place by the extreme cold, but the moment his fingers brushed against the corpse, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have touched a heavenly grade corpse and have obtained. After reading, please leave a 5-star review. Thank you all." Chapter 22. A gift of the zither to a fair lady. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have touched a heavenly grade corpse and obtained a Tianma zither. As the system's voice faded, a mysterious black wooden zither materialized within Wang Tian's system space. The Tianma zither. Its name alone suggested its high caliber. Wang Tian eagerly retrieved the zither from the confines of his system. It appeared as a pitch-black gemstone, emanating an enigmatic glow. The zither measured 3 feet in length and 1 foot in width, its lines smooth and elegant. The head, a vividly carved black phoenix perched, its beak agape as if to consume all. The taut strings exuded an air of lethal intent, suggesting that even the slightest pluck could unleash calamity upon the world. Surrounding the zither was a faint black mist, reminiscent of the dark aura spilling from the mausoleum. Approaching the zither, one could almost hear a low, haunting phoenix cry, a chilling call from the depths of hell. This zither was undoubtedly a treasure of unparalleled worth. A mere glance sent tremors through his spirit. Though Wang Tian lacked musical prowess, He sensed an overwhelming energy emanating from the Tianma zither. Regrettably, I do not know how to play. He absent-mindedly strummed the strings, generating a cacophony of sound. Despite the disarray, the notes pushed back the icy aura surrounding him, leaving him astounded. Such a formidable sound. Even a careless pluck could repel the extreme cold. Wang Tian realized the significance of the Tianma zither, yet lamented his inability to play it. Just then, the door of the black mausoleum swung open once more, and a surge of energy expelled him violently from within. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, he found himself rolling on the ground, landing in a rather undignified manner. "Master, are you all right?" Xiao Nu, who had been waiting outside, rushed to his side upon seeing him thrown out. "But I'm fine." Wang Tian waved his hand dismissively, scrambling to his feet and retrieving the Tianma zither that had fallen to the ground. Surprisingly, it bore no dust, while Wang Tian himself was covered in grime, looking quite the mess. Once again, he had been ejected. Why was this happening? Was he permitted only a single touch? Brushing off the dirt, he turned to the mausoleum, finding the door had closed once again. "What lies within that has made you so disheveled?" Xiao Nu inquired. Her curiosity piqued. "There exists a presence that is both alluring and terrifying," Wang Tian replied nonchalantly before shifting the conversation. "By the way, Xiao Nu, do you play the zither?" "Play the zither?" Her eyes instinctively darted to the ebony zither in Wang Tian's hands before she shook her head in bewilderment. "I cannot." Wang Tian regretted asking. "How could a mechanical puppet possibly play an instrument?" "Neither can I." "Then this zither is wasted on me," he sighed, feeling disheartened to possess such a treasure without the means to utilize it. Perhaps Hu Ji would not know how to play either. Who, then, should he gift this zither to? Wang Tian, unwilling to let the Tianma zither go to waste, suddenly had a stroke of inspiration. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to present it to her. The foremost talent in the capital, the daughter of the Qilin, well-versed in the arts, gifting her a zither would help assuage some of his regrets toward her. Wang Tian had long desired to make amends with Yunju, but had yet to find the opportunity. Now, this Tianma zither presented the perfect chance. "Xiao Nu, wait for me here. I shall step outside for a moment," he resolved, quickly returning the zither to his system space before hurrying toward the mausoleum's exit. At this hour, just before dawn, the sky was beginning to brighten. Seizing the opportunity when the streets were empty, Wang Tian covered his face with a cloth and stealthily departed the mausoleum. He had to ensure he was not discovered. His exile to guard the mausoleum was by imperial decree. Should his father learn he had slipped out, it would be a grave offense against the emperor's will, and thus he had to conceal his identity to venture out. To be safe, Wang Tian did not head directly to the Qilin Pavilion's headquarters, but instead waited for the tailor shop to open. He changed into a set of black clothing, acquired a silver mask, and even swapped his shoes. The royal garments he had previously worn would easily betray his identity, but now, clad in this new attire, he was unrecognizable as a prince. Once he had completed his transformation, Wang Tian felt secure enough to make his way to the Qilin Pavilion. Walking the streets of the capital once more after a month, he felt a sense of nostalgia mixed with melancholy. After a short while, he arrived at the Qilin Pavilion's headquarters, a grand estate on the eastern outskirts of the city, sprawling over 3,000 square meters, enclosed by high walls and adorned with green tiles. Stone lions guarded the entrance, giving the place an air of mystery. After waiting for a time, he saw no signs of the pavilion opening, leading him to reluctantly place the wrapped Tianma zither at the entrance along with a note. Once he had done so, he distanced himself, watching from afar until a maid retrieved the zither and note before he turned to leave. Yunju had not slept well the previous night, plagued by dreams of the scoundrel's advances and a sense of impending doom surrounding her home, leaving her feeling utterly drained. Just as she finished washing her face, a maid hurried over. "Miss, someone has sent you something." The maid approached, cradling the black cloth-wrapped Tianma zither. "Yes, there's still someone who would send me gifts." Yunju raised an eyebrow, her expression skeptical, since word of her defilement by the sixth prince had spread. The young masters of the capital had ceased their visits, let alone gifts. Furthermore, given the Qilin Pavilion's fallout with the chancellor, even the most genteel of acquaintances were keeping their distance. "It's true, though I did not see the person. They left it and departed. They also left a note," the maid explained, producing a slip of paper from her pocket and handing it to Yunju. Curious, Yunju accepted the note and read the single line written upon it. "Having heard of the esteemed Yunju, a talented lady of the capital, adept in the arts, I have come by a black wooden zither that would suit you well, and thus I present it to you. Indeed, it is intended for me." Yunju was taken aback. She had not expected anyone to send her a gift at such a time. Typically, she would refuse gifts from others. She never accepted anything without merit, even from princes. Yet, inexplicably, upon touching the zither, she felt a warmth akin to familiarity. "Take this black wooden zither. You may leave now," she instructed the maid, unusually accepting of the gift. Holding the wrapped zither, she hurried back to her chamber, intrigued by its presence. Even before unwrapping the black cloth, she felt an inexplicable connection to it, a sensation she had never experienced before. Once inside, she locked the door and meticulously began to unwrap the black cloth, revealing the zither's true form. Chapter 23. The crisis of Yunju's family. As the cloth peeled away, Yunju finally beheld the enigmatic black wooden zither. Its obsidian hue gleamed like ink, its texture as fine as jade, the taut strings perfectly aligned, and a black phoenix coiled at the head, its beak poised as if to devour all. The entire instrument exuded an aura of power and mystery. Upon seeing the Tianma zither, a shiver coursed through Yunju's body, reminiscent of an encounter with a long-lost friend, igniting a flutter of emotions within her. Why did the zither feel so familiar? As she caressed the black wood, an overwhelming sense of recognition flooded her, yet when she searched her memory, it felt entirely foreign. Describing it as both unfamiliar and familiar was a perfect encapsulation. Uncertain of the sound quality produced by this instrument, Yunxiu extended her delicate, snow-white hand and casually plucked the strings of the black wooden zither, emitting a melodious tone under the resonance of the music. The surrounding spiritual energy vibrated intensely. With a commendable aptitude, Yunxiu was highly sensitive to fluctuations in spiritual energy. Any minor disturbance would immediately catch her attention, deepening her curiosity about the black zither. Meanwhile, first stewards and an elder from Longhu Mountain stormed into the Qilin pavilion, in the grand hall. Yun Zhongzi personally came forth to receive them. "Master Yun, the month-long period has elapsed. What have you decided?" Elder Zheliang inquired condescendingly. As the fifth-ranking sect of the Daqian dynasty, Longhu Mountain held a sense of superiority over other sections. Moreover, Elder Jia had attained the second-tier realm, one significant level above Yun Zhongzi. Thus regarding him with disdain, "Elder Jia, our Qilin pavilion has always maintained a neutral stance. Should we ally with Longhu Mountain, the various rankings will be perceived as biased, which would undermine our credibility." Yun Zhongzi gently articulated his position and added, "Of course, if Longhu Mountain requires any intelligence, we can prioritize delivering it to you." Reluctant to sever ties with the Prime Minister and Longhu Mountain, Yun Zhongzi sought to delay the inevitable. Prioritize delivering intelligence. Elder Jia scoffed, his tone icy. "Yun Zhongzi, the Prime Minister has instructed me that you have two choices. First, pledge allegiance to the Prime Minister and follow his directives, ensuring the Qilin Pavilion's continued independence. Second, refuse the Prime Minister, leading to the annihilation of your entire family and the absorption of the remnants of the Qilin Pavilion into Longhu Mountain. Choose." The elder's words were saturated with menace. Yun Zhongzi had anticipated this outcome. He had long heard of the Prime Minister's ruthlessness. "May I take a moment to consider?" he requested, hoping to buy time to notify the Grand Elder to escape with his daughter. However, Elder Jia was unyielding. "The Prime Minister has already granted you a month. Have you not made your decision yet? I will count to 3. If you remain indecisive, I will commence with the execution." The elder's voice was cold. The 4 stewards behind him exuded an ominous aura, all of the masters of the third-tier realm. Yun Zhongzi surveyed the 5 individuals, 1 at the second-tier realm and 4 at the third tier. He knew he could not contend with them alone, but if he rallied other skilled members of the Qilin Pavilion, even if they could not defeat them outright, they could buy some time. 3 to Elder Jia began to count. Yun Zhongzi forced himself to remain calm, subtly lifting his teacup. Point 2. Elder Jia announced again, the atmosphere becoming increasingly tense, as if the air itself had solidified. Unperturbed, Yun Zhongzi took a sip of his tea. 1. Elder Jia concluded, turning his cold gaze upon Yun Zhongzi. "It is time for your final answer." Instead of responding, Yun Zhongzi drained the cup in one gulp and smashed it against the ground with a resounding crash. "What do you mean by this? Are you seeking death?" Elder Jia clenched his fists, his aura surging. "This is my answer. Everyone, come in," Yun Zhongzi bellowed, at which point 10 elite members of the Qilin Pavilion surged in, surrounding Elder Jia and the 4 stewards. While casting away the cup, Yun Zhongzi had declared his defiance against Longhu Mountain. "Excellent. It has been a while since I encountered anyone daring enough to resist Longhu Mountain. Today is a fine day for exercise. Elder Jie sneered coldly, surveying the Qilin Pavilion's experts, his murderous intent intensifying. The four stewards drew their weapons, preparing to teach these ignorant fools a lesson. Without further ado, Yun Zhangzi unsheathed his sword. He understood that, although their numbers were greater, the disparity in strength was significant. With 3 at the 3rd-tier realm and 7 at the 4th-tier realm, their odds were not promising, especially with Jiao Yang, whose 2nd-tier power could easily overwhelm several opponents. Yun Zhangzi did not seek victory. He merely wished to buy more time. Today, I shall witness the might of Longhu Mountain. Despite being at the 3rd-tier realm, Yun Zhangzi fearlessly charged at Elder Jie. The other 10 experts from the Qilin Pavilion followed suit. Eliminate them. Leave none alive, Elder Jie commanded. Advancing towards Yun Zhangzi, the grand hall erupted into chaos, a cacophony of battle cries echoing as blood flowed freely. Meanwhile, in her chamber, Yun Xiu remained engrossed in the black wooden zither. This zither can resonate with me? I wonder how it will sound when played. Her intrigue deepened as she settled down to play, only to be interrupted by a frantic knocking at the door. Xiu'er, open the door, came the anxious voice of the Grand Elder Su. Realizing his urgency, Yun Xiu covered the zither with a cloth and opened the door. Uncle Su, what brings you here? She asked, suppressing her curiosity. Xiu'er, the people from Longhu Mountain have invaded. Your father has instructed me to escort you out of the city. Quickly gather your belongings. We must use the secret passage. Su urged, his tone urgent. I will not leave. I want to stay with my father, Yun Xiu declared, drawing her slender sword and rushing out. She had overheard her father's conversation with the Grand Elder the previous night and had made her decision to stand by her father's side. However, she was immediately blocked by the Grand Elder. Going out now would only lead to your demise. They have a 2nd-tier master, and no one in the Qilin Pavilion can withstand him. Your father is risking everything to buy you time to escape. Su implored, desperation in his voice. My mother has already left me. I cannot bear to watch my father leave as well. Elder Su, please let me go. Yun Xiu pushed past Su, sword in hand, determined to reach her father. Just then, a loud explosion resonated from the hall, and a figure was sent flying through the air, crashing heavily before Yun Qiu's. She recognized the figure. Her heart sank. Father, seeing her father injured and bleeding. Her eyes welled with tears, her heart aflame with rage. Quickly, go. Yun Zhangzi, lying on the ground, spat out blood and managed to utter a single command. Yet, before he could finish, Elder Jie flew in, swiftly approaching him. There's no need to flee. You will all die for opposing the Prime Minister, Elder Jie declared, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Yun Zhangzi, only to be intercepted by Elder Su. He could not bear to watch the pavilion master be killed. Risking his life to shield him. Xiu'er, hurry. Elder Su shouted. You old fool, dare to obstruct me? You seek death. Elder Jie roared, delivering a powerful punch to Su's chest, sending him flying backward with tremendous force. Yun Xiu, filled with shock and fury, realized Elder Jie's strength far exceeded her expectations. Charging recklessly would likely spell her doom. In her despair, she recalled the black wooden zither in her room. It is all I have left. Resolute, she dashed back to her chamber, tearing the cloth off the zither. I don't know if this will work, she thought, forcing herself to remain calm as her delicate hands rested upon the instrument. The moment her fingers touched the strings, she felt an inexplicable connection, as if she had merged with the zither. As she began to play, the notes soared, resonating with a profound beauty that seemed to pierce through the chaos. Chapter 24. Yun Xiu's desperate counterattack in the entire Qilin Pavilion. None could match Elder Jiao Yang of Longhu Mountain. Yun Zhangzi lay grievously injured, blood spilling from his mouth. Yun Zhangzi, when you rejected the Prime Minister, you should have anticipated this day. Prepare to face your demise, Jiao Yang taunted, leisurely advancing toward Yun Zhangzi with a glint of malice in his eyes. Su Jianan colludes with treacherous allies, harming loyalists and maliciously merging sects, killing countless innocents, even at the cost of my life. I refuse to ally with such a villain, Yun Zhangzi retorted fiercely. Despite his injuries, with evidence of Su Jianan's misdeeds in their possession, Yun Zhangzi knew the Prime Minister would do anything to eliminate him to protect his own interests. Well said. In this world of the survival of the fittest, it is rare to find someone of your integrity. Since you possess such spirit, I shall send you on your way, followed by your daughter, so you can reunite in the afterlife, Elder Jie proclaimed, tightening his fists as he prepared to strike Yun Zhangzi down. Just as his fist was about to connect, a melodious sound, ethereal and divine, echoed from the adjacent room. Under the influence of this enchanting music, Jieliang's colossal fist seemed unable to descend, as if hindered by some unseen force. What is happening? Why can't I strike? Jieliang exclaimed. Astonished, and increased his energy output, yet his fist remained suspended just above Yun Zhongzi's head. This indicated that it was not his will, but some external force preventing him from delivering the fatal blow. As the two men grappled with confusion, the enchanting music resonated once more from the chamber. This time, its power surged, akin to a tempest, forcing Jieliang to stagger back 2 steps. It must be the music. Who is playing? Jieliang's eyes blazed with ferocity as he redirected his gaze toward the source of the melody. Yun Zhongzi understood the source of the disruption. His daughter's music was protecting him. Yet, how could such strength emanate from her? He recalled her proficiency in the arts, but this was beyond mere skill. The energy infused within the notes was formidable. This music is troubling. Jieliang's expression hardened, his aura intensifying as he conjured a deep blue broadsword that gleamed ominously in the light. That I will discover who dares to play so recklessly. With a surge of energy, he charged toward Yun Qiu's chamber, propelled by the might of a second-tier master. Yet, as he approached, the melody quickened, transforming into a passionate crescendo. The energy within the notes morphed into a fierce black phoenix from the depths of hell. Its wings spread wide, emitting a resounding cry that pierced the heavens, shaking the earth. The sound was transcendent, embodying both light amidst darkness and hope amid despair, resonating with the very essence of music. As the powerful melody filled the air, Jieliang's advance was abruptly halted, his figure stalling 5 meters from Yun Qiu's room regardless of his efforts to push forward. Die! Jieliang roared in frustration, channeling all his energy into a single strike aimed at Yun Qiu's chamber. When his blade was unleashed, the deep blue energy surged forth like a torrential flood, reminiscent of a colossal wave that threatened to engulf all in its path. Yun Zhongzi's heart twisted as he witnessed the impending doom that a full-force attack from a second-tier master could easily obliterate him, and Yun Qiu, at the 6th-tier realm, stood no chance of withstanding such power. But the music swelled even further, seemingly roused by Jieliang's onslaught. That it was as if the proud phoenix had taken offense at the approaching wave. That a shrill cry pierced the air, challenging Jieliang's oncoming attack. 2 forces collided mid-air, akin to 2 ferocious tigers clashing in a desolate expanse, neither willing to relent. The deep blue energy surged forward like a tempest, yet the music, embodying the defiance of the phoenix, effortlessly consumed the attack, rendering it non-existent. How is this possible? My energy was devoured. Jieliang's shock was palpable. This was his first encounter with such a formidable sound. Cold sweat beaded on his brow. And before he could fully comprehend the situation, the music enveloped him entirely. The explosive force propelled Jieliang several dozen meters back, crashing into a rock formation in the courtyard, shattering it upon impact. Why does the Qilin Pavilion harbor such a powerful individual? Doubt and fear filled Jieliang's heart as he struggled to rise, realization dawning upon him. He had thoroughly investigated the Qilin Pavilion's experts before arriving. And yet, one master of music had incapacitated him. As he stood, he cast a wary glance toward the small room, filled with trepidation and a newfound respect. Chapter 25, repelling the master as the final note faded. Yun Qiu's complexion turned pale, beads of sweat forming on her delicate forehead. Her fingers trembled upon the strings, having exhausted all her spiritual energy to counter Jieliang's attack. Thankfully, her effort had severely injured him. However, should he retaliate, she would be defenseless. Despite her success, she remained tense and vigilant. Meanwhile, by the shattered rock, Jieliang struggled to regain his composure, the haunting melody still echoing in his mind, instilling a lasting dread that would not easily fade. At that moment, the 2 stewards he had brought with him rushed over, bearing injuries. "Elder, are you all right?" one steward exclaimed, astonished at Jieliang's condition. The elder, a second-tier master, had been significantly wounded. It was clear that only a peak second-tier opponent could achieve such a feat. Yet, the Qilin Pavilion did not seem to possess anyone of such caliber, not even its master, who was merely at the 3rd-tier realm. "Where are the others?" Jieliang demanded, forcing himself to appear composed. "They're dead. Outnumbered 10-2. We fell while the 10 from the Qilin Pavilion perished," the steward replied, wiping blood from his lips, revealing the severity of his injuries. The disparity in strength was evident. 2 had been killed while they had managed to eliminate 10. That how could you sustain such injuries? Is there someone in the Qilin Pavilion capable of wounding you? The steward continued, seeking answers. Discuss this later. We must leave, Qilin instructed, his mind racing with the implications of what had transpired. Qilin clutched his chest and cautiously made his way outside. This mission could be deemed a failure. Lingering any longer might jeopardize his life. Yet, before departing, he cast a lingering glance back at the boudoir, where an expert resided, a figure he had yet to even glimpse. The Qilin pavilion was indeed guarded by formidable beings. With that thought, Qilin, dragging his injured body, left in a dejected manner on the ground. Yunzhongzi, witnessing Qilin's departure with his company, was taken aback, but upon reflection, he felt a sense of understanding, severely wounded by the melody of a guqin. Qilin would surely risk his life if he persisted. Leaving now was undoubtedly the wisest choice. For the time being, the Qilin pavilion was safe. Struggling to rise from the ground, Yunzhongzi, despite his injuries, hurried towards his daughter Yunqiu's boudoir. His greatest concern was for her well-being. How had she managed to perform eastern wind breaks and defeat Qilin? This puzzled him greatly as he pushed open the door. He was met with the sight of his daughter, pale and exhausted, her forehead glistening with sweat, and her delicate fingers trembling, a clear sign of exhaustion. Yunzhongzi began, but before he could finish, Yunqiu suddenly coughed up blood. "Father, have the people from Longhu Mountain left?" Yunqiu managed to ask, forcing herself to hold on. "Qilin and his men have departed. For now, we are safe," Yunzhongzi replied. His eyes filled with concern. "That's good." Upon hearing that the Qilin pavilion was temporarily secure, Yunqiu's vision blackened, and she fainted. She had been holding on, tension coursing through her, unwilling to relax, now that she learned of their safety. Her body finally succumbed to exhaustion. Yunzhongzi, filled with sorrow, then noticed the black wooden guqin on the table. This guqin, as a third-tier expert, he immediately sensed something was amiss with the instrument. But he had no time to investigate further. Healing his wounds took precedence, and he would question his daughter later. In the main hall of Longhu Mountain, Qilin, accompanied by two disheveled attendants, returned. The chief elder Zhangbao furrowed his brow at their disheveled appearance. "What happened at the Qilin pavilion to leave you in such a state? Where are the other two attendants?" he inquired, dissatisfaction evident in his tone. Reporting to the chief elder, a master of the guqin emerged from the Qilin pavilion. "And I was gravely injured by him. The other two attendants perished during this mission," Qilin weakly responded. "A master of the guqin." "Elaborate," Zhangbao demanded. Astonished, he had assumed that a second-tier elder leading 4 third-tier attendants would easily handle the Qilin pavilion, never anticipating such an unexpected turn of events. "Initially, all was well. I nearly defeated Yunzhongzi, but at a crucial moment, a melody resonated from the Qilin pavilion, enchanting yet harboring terrifying energy, akin to a mountain that one could not overcome no matter the effort." Qilin recounted in despair. He vividly remembered the helplessness he felt facing that melody, an overwhelming force that rendered him powerless, a sensation he only experienced when confronting a first-tier expert. "If what you say is true, then the Qilin pavilion has a first-tier master, a master of melody." Zhangbao's expression turned grave. This news was detrimental for Longhu Mountain. Indeed, only a first-tier expert could have repelled my Grand Ocean Blade technique. It seems the Qilin pavilion secretly summoned a master to protect them, Qilin concluded, finding some solace in the thought that it was a first-tier expert he faced, rather than being defeated by a mere girl of the 6th tier. Zhangbao's expression darkened further. At this level, it would be exceedingly difficult to contend with such an opponent. "What shall we do now? If the Chancellor learns of our failure, will we face punishment?" Qilin's face was etched with worry, knowing the Chancellor's ruthlessness extended not just to outsiders, but also to his own inept subordinates. "Calm yourself. First, we must investigate this master of melody, and then devise a targeted solution. Without this master, the Qilin pavilion will be easily subdued," Zhangbao instructed in a low voice. "Understood. I will dispatch someone to investigate immediately," Qilin replied eagerly. Despite his injuries, he knew that only by redeeming himself could he hope to survive. "I will assist you in managing the Chancellor and the sect leader, but I can only grant you 2 days. Once you gather the intelligence, report back to me, and I will lead a team to resolve this matter," Zhangbao said, his brow knitted in concern. He too was at risk of repercussions due to the failed mission, thus he was compelled to resort to such measures. Delighted, Qilin felt reassured. With the chief elder, a first-tier master, leading the charge, victory appeared assured. Meanwhile, the crisis at the Qilin pavilion had not truly been averted. It had instead attracted even stronger adversaries. When Wang Tian returned to the imperial tomb, it was already noon. Upon his return, he changed back into his princely attire and summoned his servant. little servant, for the next few days, keep a close watch on the Qilin pavilion. I sense they may be in peril. Wang Tian instructed, his brow furrowed. Having overheard discussions in the marketplace regarding the Qilin pavilion angering the chancellor and the impending threat from Longhu Mountain, he felt compelled to ensure their safety. Yes, master, I will do so immediately, the servant replied, promptly departing. Wang Tian's concern for the Qilin pavilion stemmed from two reasons. His lingering guilt towards Yun Xiu, for he felt he had tarnished her reputation. Thus, he sought to make amends. Additionally, he sensed an intricate connection between Yun Xiu and the striking female corpse within the Black Mausoleum. To uncover the identity of that corpse, he needed to probe into Yun Xiu's past. After the servant left, Wang Tian had a light meal before venturing deeper into the mausoleum. Eager to commune with his ancestors and enhance his own power, there were numerous tombs accessible to a 7th-tier practitioner. Which one to choose? Wang Tian found himself in a quandary. The mausoleum housed many ordinary imperial tombs, numbering no less than 30, yet he dared not select randomly. Time was of the essence, and he must choose the one that would most benefit his quest for wisdom. I recall there was an emperor who was a disciple of Xu Shan. Renowned for his cultivation, he ultimately fell in love with his beautiful master, yet did not marry her. I wonder what their story was. Perhaps I should visit this ancestor's tomb, Wang Tian resolved. Heading towards the designated mausoleum, the Xu Shan sect ranked among the top 3 in the Dacian dynasty, and perhaps he could glean something of value from this ancestor. Chapter 26. The Secrets of the Sword Emperor. The Emperor Wang Tian sought, a disciple of Xu Shan, was Wang Zheng, posthumously titled the Sword Emperor. He was the most gifted emperor in swordsmanship in the Dacian dynasty's history. Unmatched by any royal disciple of the past millennium, from a young age, the Sword Emperor displayed extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. To nurture this gift, his father sent him to the foremost sword sect, Xu Shan, to train under the first sword immortal, Mo Qi-Ching. Not only was Mo Qi-Ching the most revered sword immortal of Xu Shan, but she was also the youngest elder and universally acknowledged as the most beautiful. At 12, Wang Zheng became Mo Qi-Ching's disciple, receiving care in daily life and guidance in swordsmanship. Over time, he developed feelings for his stunning master. During that era, a romantic relationship between teacher and student was deemed scandalous and unacceptable, especially with a 20-year age difference. Wang Zheng, thus, buried his sentiments deep within. A decade later, upon the death of his father, the imperial edict designated him as the successor. Reluctantly, he left Xu Shan for the palace. Mustering his courage to confess his feelings to his enchanting master before departing, Mo Qi-Ching rejected his advances, but offered her assistance to ensure his smooth ascension. At that time, the court was rife with tensions. With the chancellor wielding immense power, the emperor's uncle eyeing the throne, and ministers expressing their discontent with the new emperor, Wang Zheng, having been absent from court for 10 years and still young, struggled to command respect. Fortunately, under Mo Qi-Ching's guidance, he managed to resolve the court's issues and assume control. However, 5 years into his reign, to solidify his position, Wang Zheng had no choice but to marry the general's daughter, after which Mo Qi-Ching vanished without a trace. Curiously, after her disappearance, the Sword Emperor did not seek her out, nor did he indulge in the company of the general's daughter, remaining solely devoted to sword trainings. Even dying without leaving an heir, this segment of history was fraught with secrets, unknown to outsiders. Wang Tian's interest in the Sword Emperor stemmed from a desire to uncover potential clues from his ancestors' remains. Reflecting on the Sword Emperor's life, Wang Tian could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. Even the emperor was not immune to the trials of love, channeling the dragon's energy within him. Wang Tian strolled toward the Sword Emperor's mausoleum. Upon encountering the dragon energy barrier, he smoothly passed through. Yet, the moment he stepped into the mausoleum's courtyard, he was met with an overwhelming wave of sword energy, akin to a tempest, engulfing him as if he were submerged in a sea of swords. The sword energy permeated the entire space, filling the atmosphere to the brim, an omnipresent force. What a terrifying sword formation. Even a slightly weaker individual would be deterred by this sword intent. Wang Tian discerned the presence of a sword formation in the courtyard, aware that a moment's inattention could result in his demise before even entering the main hall. Resolute, he took a deep breath and grasped the Zhuzhen sword. The moment the sword appeared, it vibrated violently, seemingly warning the sword energy within the mausoleum, asserting its dominance. Indeed, after the Zhuzhen sword's emergence, the sword intent within the mausoleum diminished significantly. How fortunate it was to possess the Zhuzhen sword. Wang Tian cherished the sword even more, then proceeded toward the main entrance of the mausoleum. The entrance, a massive stone bore a green sword. inscribed with the characters Qing Xian. This sword had belonged to the Sword Emperor Wang Zheng, and the sword energy within the mausoleum emanated from this very blade, however, under the Zhuzhen sword's suppression. The Qing Xian sword appeared subdued. With the Zhuzhen sword in hand, Wang Tian felt no interest in the Qing Xian sword, merely glancing at it before pushing the door open. Upon entry, 9 piercing sword energies shot towards him, sealing off all avenues of retreat. Wang Tian was astonished to discover a sword formation within the mausoleum as well, one that was even more forceful than the sword intent outside. Faced with the 9 sword energies hurtling toward him, Wang Tian advanced rather than retreating, channeling dragon energy into the Zhuzhen sword and slashing forward. The sword sang like a dragon, its sound resonating across the realm, as if it sought to tear the very fabric of existence apart. In an instant, the 9 sword energies were shattered by the Zhuzhen sword's might, disintegrating into nothingness. Suddenly, the world fell silent, as if time itself had come to a halt, with only the Zhuzhen sword in Wang Tian's hand gleaming ominously. That was close. Had it not been for the Zhuzhen sword, I might have perished just now. Wang Tian felt a surge of gratitude, vowing not to underestimate this mausoleum again. Through his experience, he gleaned a vital truth. The higher the tier of the mausoleum, the more perilous it became. One misstep could lead to death within its confines. After dismantling the 9 sword energies, Wang Tian cautiously stepped into the mausoleum. Surveying his surroundings, he discovered 9 exquisite swords suspended from the ceiling, while at the center of the chamber lay a double coffin. Aside from these, the entire hall was devoid of any other artifacts. What a pristine mausoleum, just swords and a double coffin. Wang Tian speculated that the 9 sword energies had likely originated from the 9 swords above. Turning his attention to the double coffin at the center, he felt a twinge of confusion. Although the Sword Emperor was married, he harbored no affection for his Empress, and they had never shared a bed. Why would he choose to be buried alongside her? Wang Tian pondered this perplexity, but as his gaze fell upon the 2 swords engraved upon the coffin, a thought struck him. The inscriptions must represent the Qing Xian sword. What about the other, the red sword? Could it be the Hong Yuan sword? Wang Tian recalled that the Hong Yuan sword was entirely red, inscribed with the characters Hong Yuan. To confirm his hypothesis, he approached for a closer inspection, and indeed, as he had surmised, the 2 swords inscribed upon the coffin were labeled Qing Xian and Hong Yuan. The Hong Yuan sword belonged to the Sword Emperor's master. In that moment, a realization dawned upon Wang Tian. Perhaps the Sword Emperor was not buried with his Empress, but rather with his revered master, Qing. Yet, it could also be that the Sword Emperor had commissioned the engraving of the Hong Yuan sword on the coffin as a tribute to his master. Wang Tian felt he was nearing the truth. Now, if he could merely touch the bones of the woman interred alongside the Sword Emperor, he might unravel the mysteries of that era. Resolute, Wang Tian tightened his grip around the Zhuzhen sword and began to pry open the coffin lid, while remaining vigilant of the 2 sword inscriptions upon it. Though not dragon engravings, the sword inscriptions bore tremendous power, perhaps even surpassing that of dragon inscriptions. As the coffin lid began to shift, the Qing Xian and Hong Yuan swords suddenly transformed into 2 streams of fierce sword energy, hurtling toward Wang Tian. Their speed was astounding. The 2 swords entwined in a spiraling dance, creating a formidable barrier. Fortunately, Wang Tian had anticipated this, gripping the Zhuzhen sword and striking against the 2 streams of sword energy. The dragon's roar echoed fiercely, yet it failed to deter the 2 streams, leaving Wang Tian momentarily alarmed. This was the first time he had encountered sword energies that seemed impervious to the Zhuzhen sword's dragon roar. Clang. The 2 streams collided violently with the Zhuzhen sword, the immense force pushing Wang Tian back 2 steps. But that was the extent of it. Upon contact, the Zhuzhen sword's sword formation rapidly shattered the 2 streams. Wang Tian's heart surged with elation. It worked. The Zhuzhen sword is indeed formidable. It truly deserves its title as the King of Swords. Delighted, Wang Tian caressed the Zhuzhen sword, envisioning the potential for invincibility should he pair it with the strongest sword techniques from Shushan. With anticipation, he pried open the coffin lid, only to be met with a shocking revelation. Chapter 27. Instant transformation into a swordsmanship prodigy. Inside the double coffin lay 2 corpses, clad not in funeral garb, but in wedding attire. One wore a dark red dragon robe, while the other donned a matching phoenix crown and ceremonial gown. Such attire was reserved for emperors during formal weddings. How could they wear wedding attire in death? Shouldn't they be in mourning attire? As a prince, Wang Tian was well versed in the customs and protocols of the royal family. Yet the sight of these 2 corpses in wedding attire left him utterly baffled. Could it be? Wang Tian's mind raced with possibilities, though he hesitated to draw conclusions. First, he would examine the corpses. With determination, he reached into the coffin, first touching the sword Emperor Wang Zheng's remains, easily identifiable by the dragon robe he wore. As soon as his hand made contact, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host has encountered a terrestrial-level corpse. You have gained the sword heart. Wang Tian's spirit sword. With the sword heart, he would become a prodigy of swordsmanship, instantly capable of comprehending advanced sword techniques and achieving a state of unity with his sword. Excellent. So the sword Emperor Wang Zheng possessed the sword heart. No wonder his swordsmanship was unparalleled. Wang Tian was thoroughly pleased with this reward. System, I wish to comprehend the sword heart. As his words fell, a torrent of energy surged into Wang Tian's body to in the next moment. He felt countless sword intents coursing through him, enabling him to perceive every sword within a kilometer radius. The Zhujian's sword in his hand resonated, vibrating vigorously in response. Wang Tian felt as though he had transformed into a sword. The sword was him, and he was the sword. The moment he opened his eyes, he instinctively gripped the Zhujian sword and struck forward, unleashing a formidable wave of sword energy that morphed into a colossal dragon, roaring as it surged forth, seemingly intent on tearing the very fabric of reality apart. Its momentum was overwhelming, akin to a thunderclap, reverberating throughout the space. Upon colliding with the walls of the mausoleum, the sword energy shattered them effortlessly before continuing its trajectory beyond the mausoleum. The speed of this sword energy was astonishing, so swift that it was nearly imperceptible, leaving behind only the fleeting image of a dragon in the air. 50 meters later, the energy dissipated, leaving chaos in its wake. Wang Tian stared in disbelief. This was merely a casual slash, yet its power eclipsed that of his usual strikes by several folds. Remarkable. With this innate sword heart ability, I have achieved a unity of man and sword with the Zhujian sword. Even without formal sword techniques, each strike will be immensely powerful. Wang Tian held the Zhujian sword before his eyes, feeling an inexplicable bond as if their very essences were intertwined, embodying the state of unity. Excellent. With this sword heart talent, I can contend with those 3 levels above me. Wang Tian was thoroughly pleased with this gift. After gathering his thoughts, he turned his gaze to another corpse within the coffin. This body was adorned with a phoenix crown and a flowing gown, suggesting it was female. Could this be the queen of the sword Emperor Wang Zheng? It seemed unlikely. He had shown her little affection in life. So why would they share a grave in death? Wang Tian pondered for a moment before reaching into the coffin again, this time to touch the female corpse. The moment his hand made contact, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have encountered a terrestrial-level corpse and received the sword technique 10,000 swords returned to 1. Upon hearing that he had acquired the long-lost supreme sword technique of Shushan, Wang Tian was overwhelmed with excitement. 10,000 swords returned to 1. This was a unique skill of Shushan, reputedly lost for over 1,000 years since the disappearance of the sword Saint Imo Qi. No successor had been able to grasp this unparalleled technique. Wang Tian was elated. With this exceptional sword technique, his combat prowess would ascend to new heights. However, he had no time to test the technique's might, as a thought struck him, and he redirected his gaze back to the body clad in the phoenix crown and gown. Indeed, this female corpse belonged to the legendary sword Saint Imo Qi. In life, they could not dwell together, so in death, they shared the same tomb, which explained their wedding attire. Wang Tian quickly confirmed the identity of the corpse, but was soon engulfed in questions. Why was her body here? Was it not said that she disappeared on the night of the Sword Emperor's wedding? After much contemplation, he arrived at a possible conclusion. The Sword Saint Imo Qi may have perished the night of the Sword Emperor's wedding. The Emperor, for the sake of the Dacian Empire, had to endure and survive, yet he refused to consummate his union with his betrothed, choosing instead to share a grave with his beloved master Imo Qi after death. Donning wedding garments. How tragic it was for a sword saint and an emperor to end up in such a fate. Shackled by societal conventions, could they not have lived freely? Wang Tian sighed inwardly, reflecting that if he were in their position, he would protect whatever or whomever he loved, be it a master or a demon, without a second thought, rather than live such a burdensome existence. Shifting his focus back to the 10,000 swords returned to 1 technique, he realized he had yet to test its potential. With his sword heart talent, the system's reward was instantaneously comprehended. Closing his eyes, he concentrated, sensing every sword within a kilometer radius. Sword, come! Wang Tian shouted, and simultaneously, the swords within that range soared toward him. The 9 treasured swords suspended in the hall were the first to arrive, followed by the Qingxian sword embedded in a massive stone outside the courtyard. Had there been any other swords within the kilometer, even more would have flown to him. Excellent. Once my strength increases, my range of sensing will expand even further. Wang Tian tightened his grip on the Zhu Xian sword, focusing on the massive stone at the entrance of the hall. 10,000 swords returned to one. Wang Tian's dragon energy erupted, resonating through the heavens, and with a single swing, 10 swords launched in an assault against the stone. The swords streaked through the air like meteors, imbued with cataclysmic power. Crashing violently into the stone. In an instant, the stone was reduced to dust, as if it had faced a catastrophic calamity. The ground beneath erupted, creating a 10-meter deep pit, with dust swirling, obscuring the sky. As the dust settled, Wang Tian beheld the vast pit, his jaw dropping in astonishment. What overwhelming power! I am merely at the 7th rank. If I reach the 1st rank and can sense swords within 100 kilometers, could I not obliterate half a city with a single strike? Wang Tian was instantly convinced that the 10,000 swords returned to one was indeed a transcendent sword technique, worthy of its name. Calming his excitement, he collected the 10 swords into the system space. Initially, he had little regard for these swords, but with the 10,000 swords returned to one, they now held significant value. After gathering the swords, another blade came to mind, prompting him to return to the coffin. He searched thoroughly but found the sword he sought absent. Where is the Hong Yuan sword? Wang Tian realized that Mo Qingxing's treasured sword was not present. He had assumed that since her body lay within the coffin, her sword would be alongside it, but that was not the case. Disappointed, he had hoped that with both the Qing Xian and Hong Yuan swords, the power of the 10,000 swords returned to one would multiply. However, it seemed that was not to be. Just as he was about to leave, something caught his eye. An object in the coffin was emanating a luminous glow, drawing his attention. Chapter 28. A bloodbath triggered by a zither. Wang Tian's gaze was instantly captivated by the radiant object. What could this be? He focused on the lone burial item within the coffin. It was a vial of liquid resembling milk, encased in a transparent bottle, exuding rich spiritual energy and occasionally glowing. Curiosity piqued. Wang Tian carefully lifted the glowing milk and examined it closely. Such dense spiritual energy. This milk-like liquid must be the legendary spirit-connecting milk. He opened the cap and sniffed, detecting no scent. Yet the spiritual energy emanating from it accelerated the flow of his dragon energy. It indeed resembled spirit-connecting milk, a rare substance only found atop Shushan's Tongtian Peak, and its production was exceedingly scarce. Why would the Sword Emperor choose spirit-connecting milk as the sole burial offering? Wang Tian pondered, speculating that this vial might have been a gift from Mo Qingxing, something he cherished too much to consume, thus designating it for burial. Alternatively, this spirit-connecting milk might hold a special significance for him, warranting its inclusion as a burial item, regardless of the reason. It now belonged to Wang Tian. Such a precious item could not go to waste. Consuming it might propel me into the 6th rank. With that thought, Wang Tian promptly sat cross-legged and downed the entire vial of spirit-connecting milk. As the liquid coursed through him, his dragon energy erupted like a volcano. This spirit-connecting milk was remarkably potent. It would be the catalyst for his breakthrough to the 6th rank, suppressing his excitement. Wang Tian embarked on serious cultivation. As night descended, a shadow stealthily infiltrated the back courtyard of the Qilin Pavilion, unnoticed by anyone. Inside the chamber, Yun Xiu, who had been asleep all day, gradually awakened. Yun Zhongzi sat cross-legged nearby, tending to his recovery. Seeing his daughter awake, he finally relaxed. Xiu'er, you are awake at last. Are you hungry? I will have someone prepare noodles for you, he said with genuine concern. Dad, where is my zither? Yun Xiu immediately inquired. Her thoughts not on food but on her beloved instrument. The black wooden zither was of utmost importance to her. Don't worry, it's right here, Yun Zhongzi replied, handing her the black zither. Upon touching it, a sense of relief washed over her. Father, when did I acquire this black wooden zither? I've never seen it before, Yun Zhongzi asked softly. Noticing his daughter's deep attachment to the instrument, he knew his daughter was proficient in music, chess, and literature, and had many zither at home. Yet he had never seen this particular one. The fervor in her gaze spoke volumes. This zither was delivered to the entrance of our Qilin Pavilion this morning by someone, along with a letter. Xiao Hong saw it and brought it to me, Yin Qiu recounted. Her curiosity piqued about the mysterious benefactor. After the recent encounter, she had realized just how powerful this black wooden zither was, resonating harmoniously with her, giving her the sensation of unity. Whoever had gifted her such an extraordinary instrument must have known something she did not. And there was a letter left for you? Let me see it, Yun Zhongzi urged, sensing something unusual about the zither. The letter is right here. Yin Qiu retrieved the note from beneath her pillow and handed it to her father. Yun Zhongzi scanned the contents of the letter. frowning as he noted its brevity. It merely stated that the zither was a gift for Yunxiu, offering no further clues. This person must hold you in high regard to present you with such a powerful black wooden zither, he remarked, returning the letter to her while his mind churned with questions. Why had this person chosen to deliver the zither this morning, coinciding with the arrival of agents from Longhu Mountain to assimilate the Qilin Pavilion? Was it mere coincidence, or was it deliberate? Moreover, why did the zither exhibit such extraordinary power in his daughter's hands? To defeat a second-rank opponent while being at the 6th rank was nothing short of miraculous. Could it be a celestial-grade treasure? Yun Zhongzi speculated. Dad, can you help me find this person? I feel as though they understand me well. If I can locate them, perhaps I can uncover the cause of my ailment. Yun Xiu suggested after a moment's thought. How could your illness relate to this zither? Yun Zhongzi questioned, his greatest concern being his daughter's health. He would spare no effort to remedy her condition. Because I sense the energy from my dreams within this black wooden zither, the kind of terrifying energy capable of annihilating everything. It resonates with me deeply, as if our bloodlines are connected. She explained, sharing her feelings. Yun Zhongzi fell into deep contemplation upon hearing this. Very well, I will make an effort to find this person, he resolved, feeling it was imperative to locate them, as they might hold the key to his daughter's healing. As dawn broke, a shadow hastened toward the grand hall of Longhu Mountain, where someone awaited his arrival. Elder, I have returned. Jie Liang removed the black cloak from his head, revealing his fierce visage, although injured. Jie Liang, with his second-rank prowess, stealthily infiltrated the Qilin Pavilion to gather intelligence without issue. Have you discerned the identity of the one who plays the zither? The elder Zhang Bao inquired gravely. I have. The zither player is Yun Zhongzi's daughter, Yun Xiu, Jie Liang replied, a reluctance evident in his demeanor. Yun Xiu, the renowned first talent of the capital? Are you certain? Elder Zhang Bao exclaimed, taken aback. This revelation surprised him. He knew Yun Xiu was merely at the 6th rank. How could she possibly defeat Jie Liang, a second-rank expert, with just a zither? I was surprised at first as well, but I later learned that someone delivered the zither to her this morning. It must be extraordinary. Otherwise, she would not have been able to overcome me with her 6th-rank strength, Jie Liang said, clenching his fists in frustration. To be defeated by a mere 6th-rank girl was a source of great humiliation. If this were true, the zither could not be an ordinary instrument, but rather a peerless treasure, perhaps even a celestial-grade artifact. Elder Zhang Bao's eyes narrowed. Only a celestial-grade treasure could empower a 6th-rank girl to triumph over a 2nd-rank master. If we can seize this zither, the strength of Longhu Mountain will ascend to a new level. Jie Liang exclaimed enthusiastically, celestial-grade treasures are coveted by all. After a millennium of development, Longhu Mountain had only acquired 2 such artifacts. Adding another would be a monumental achievement. Very well. I shall personally lead the forces to besiege the Qilin Pavilion at dawn. This time, I will not only claim the heads of the Yun family, but also that extraordinary zither. Elder Zhang Bao's eyes glinted with a sinister light. Chapter 29. Once again surrounded by Longhu Mountain, the rising sun streamed through the window, gently illuminating Yun Xiu's breathtakingly beautiful face, rendering her ethereal. Her long eyelashes fluttered in the sunlight before she opened her striking gemstone-like eyes. After a night of rest, Yun Xiu felt rejuvenated, though the spiritual energy in her dantian had yet to fully recover. Stretching lazily, she turned to find her father resting beside her, a sight that deeply moved her. Despite his injuries, he had remained vigilantly by her side throughout the night, not wishing to disturb him. She quietly rose, intending to let him rest a little longer. However, the moment she moved, Yun Zhongzi awoke. Xiu'er, you're awake. Are you hungry? I'll have someone prepare breakfast, he said, sitting up and ready to make her a meal. Dad, you're injured and stayed with me all night. You should rest. Let me prepare breakfast for you, Yun Xiu offered, displaying her thoughtfulness. All right, Yun Zhongzi conceded, relieved that his daughter was fine. Yet, just as he stepped out of the room, a servant rushed in, breathless with urgency. Master, a large force from Longhu Mountain has surrounded us. Led by the elder Zhang Bao, the servant exclaimed, panic evident in his demeanor. Yun Zhongzi's expression darkened. He had anticipated they would not give up easily. I should have foreseen this, he muttered, turning to Yun Xiu. Xiu'er, you must escape through the secret passage. I will hold them off for a while. His first instinct was to protect his daughter's life. But Yun Xiu had already discerned Longhu Mountain's malicious intentions. Dad, they want our lives. If I escape, it will only endanger the Qilin Pavilion. It's better to fight back, Yun Xiu declared, her gaze resolute. Even if I must die, I will do so on my own terms. Besides, I still have my black wooden zither. She glanced at the zither resting on the table. Yun Zhongzi felt a pang of anguish at the thought of his daughter perishing alongside him. but recalling yesterday's miracle, a glimmer of hope sparked within him. Very well, you shall remain here. I will lead the defense. If you hear fighting, begin to play the zither. Our success in repelling them rests upon this moment. He resolved. He understood that if he allowed his daughter to flee, she would likely fall victim to Longhu Mountain. Rather than succumb to despair, they would take a stand, perhaps uncovering a sliver of hope. With their plan set, Yunzhangzi gathered all the experts of the Qilin Pavilion and marched out to meet the advancing forces. Just then, Elder Zhang Bao and his men burst in, encountering them head-on. Yunzhangzi, you have finally shown yourself. Yesterday I extended a cordial invitation for you to join Longhu Mountain, yet you injured my disciples. What is your intent? Zhang Bao's tone was frigid, laced with accusation. Zhang Elder, I have made my position clear. The Qilin Pavilion has no desire to join Longhu Mountain. Yunzhangzi replied calmly. As for the injuries to your disciples, they were the aggressors against my pavilion first. This statement only served to infuriate Zhang Bao further. Truly a case of refusing the fine wine and opting for the penalty drink. Do you genuinely believe that a mere celestial grade zither can withstand the onslaught of our Longhu Mountain? Zhang Bao remarked with a cold sneer, his expression sinister. For the purpose of seizing the Qilin Pavilion, Zhang Bao had brought along 300 disciples. In addition to his own first-grade cultivation, he had 2 second-grade masters and 5 third-grade experts, with nearly 300 others of various ranks. This formidable array was more than sufficient to obliterate an intelligence sect like the Qilin Pavilion. Yunzhangzi, observing the plethora of experts behind Zhang Bao, felt a chill run down his spine. With so many skilled fighters, their small number at Qilin Pavilion stood no chance. Nevertheless, as the sect leader, he maintained an air of calm. I, Yunzhangzi, have lived my life with integrity. Even in death, I shall not conspire with Su Jinan. Slowly, he drew his sword, signifying his resolve. The hundreds of Qilin Pavilion disciples behind him also unsheathed their swords in solidarity. Very well, since you all seem eager for death, I shall escort you to the afterlife. Kill. Zhang Bao waved his hand, prompting his cadre of experts to charge forward, weapons drawn. Kill. Yunzhangzi did not retreat. Instead, he raised his sword and charged, followed by his disciples. Soon, the two sides clashed violently. However, the battle quickly turned one-sided, with the Qilin Pavilion disciples suffering heavy casualties. In a short time, a dozen had fallen to the blades of Longhu Mountain, blood flowing like a river upon the ground. If nothing intervened, by noon, all of Qilin Pavilion's over 100 disciples would perish. At that moment, a melodious zither sound drifted softly from a nearby chamber, ethereal and enchanting, as if imbued with magic that captivated the hearts of listeners. Under the influence of this enchanting music, the once ferocious fighters of Longhu Mountain seemed bewitched, attacking aimlessly, some even striking their own comrades. In an instant, the tide of battle had reversed. Seeing this, Yunzhangzi's heart soared with joy. It seemed his daughter's zither had once again proven its worth. Kill. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Yunzhangzi led his disciples to counterattack, taking down several of Longhu Mountain's fighters amidst the chaos. Zhang Bao, witnessing this, wore a terrifyingly grim expression. He too felt the zither's enchantment, its power penetrating flesh to reach the soul, causing temporary loss of self-control. Is this the work of a zither master? He mused. Recognizing the celestial grade zither's might, far beyond what ordinary music could achieve, the elder Zhang Bao narrowed his eyes, channeling his energy with a fierce shout, shattering the zither's influence over him. Beside him, Jia Liang struggled but managed to endure the musical assault. Elder, I was defeated by this very music yesterday. That Yun Xiao is in the chamber ahead. If we can eliminate her, the rest of Qilin Pavilion will pose no threat. Jia Liang's frustration was palpable. It was unacceptable to be bested by a mere 6th-grade girl. Such a lowly rank, yet her music can confuse so many minds. I must possess that zither. A glint of greed flashed in Zhang Bao's eyes. Acquiring this celestial treasure would enhance his strength and elevate his standing within the sect. Excellent. Let me pay her a visit. A gray longsword appeared in Zhang Bao's hand, into which he infused his energy, causing it to hum with intensity. Once charged to its peak, he hurled the sword toward the chamber where Yun Qiu resided. The gray sword, propelled by Zhang Bao's might, elongated in the wind, transforming into a massive weapon 3 meters long and 1 meter wide. Like a shooting star, it soared through the sky, emanating an ominous aura akin to a malevolent dragon, crashing toward the chamber where Yun Qiu was located. Sensing imminent danger, Yun Qiu quickened her fingers over the Tianma zither, the music becoming frantic, coalescing into the form of a black phoenix, calling forth to meet the oncoming gray dragon. The two energies collided in the air with a resounding boom. The gray sword initially gained the upper hand, suppressing the ethereal notes of the zither. A mere 6th-grade practitioner dares to challenge me, Zhang Bao mused. confident in his sword's superiority. Although not a celestial-grade weapon, the Changhen sword was a top-tier earthly sword. Enhanced by Zhang Bao's profound energy, Jia Liang, witnessing the Elder's dominance, felt a surge of excitement. As expected of the Elder, with one strike, he has subdued that Zither's music. As the Zither's melody faltered, the bewildered disciples of Longhu Mountain regained their senses and began to retaliate against the Qilin Pavilion disciples. This is bad. Chior's music is being suppressed. Yun Zhongzi's heart raced with concern for his daughter, yet he had no time to spare. Focusing solely on the battle. In the chamber, Yun Qiu's delicate fingers flew over the strings. Resembling a flurry of butterflies, she felt unprecedented pressure. Sweat dripped from her pale brow, dampening her bangs, cascading down her alabaster neck. There was no time to wipe it away. Her face was ashen, her energy rapidly depleting. And her spirit was waning as she fought against Zhang Bao. I cannot lose. If I fail, my father, my family, and my brothers and sisters of Qilin Pavilion will perish. Determined, she bit her lip and channeled the last remnants of her energy for a final stand. Competing in a prolonged battle against a first-grade master was futile. She had to rely on a sudden burst of power to defeat him. This was her last hope. As she unleashed her energy, the Zither's resonance surged, echoing like the proud cry of a black phoenix. The music's energy intensified, momentarily halting the advance of the gray sword. This girl is truly relentless, Zhang Bao thought, his expression turning grave. He had not anticipated that dealing with a mere 6th-grade girl would prove so challenging. He ceased holding back. You think you can block my Changhen sword? Prepare to die. With a flick of his wrist, he infused even more energy into the sword, which expanded further, intensifying its assault. The Zither's melody faltered once more. Even the proud Black Phoenix's cries were in vain. The disparity in power was insurmountable. Despite Yun Qiu wielding a celestial-grade Zither, she could not match Zhang Bao's force. I cannot lose. I cannot lose. Panic surged within Yun Qiu as she felt her music being suppressed again. Her slender fingers quickened their dance across the strings, sweat cascading like pearls, producing crisp sounds with each droplet that fell. Her gaze remained focused and resolute, as if holding a silent dialogue with the notes. Her heartbeat quickened, matching the rhythm of the music. Almost leaping from her chest, despite her desperate efforts, she could not fend off the relentless attack of the Changhen sword. A cough escaped her lips, and blood spilled forth. The rapid depletion of her energy and stamina was taking a toll on her body. Yet, even as her physical state deteriorated, her spirit remained unyielding. Break. Zhang Bao, growing impatient, thrust his energy into the sword once more. The gray giant sword swelled again, while Yun Qiu found herself devoid of energy. Her music growing weaker by the moment. With a thunderous crash, the melody was finally shattered by the Changhen sword, which struck the chamber where Yun Qiu resided, unleashing a tremendous force that obliterated the room, enveloping it in dust and chaos. Yun Zhongzi's eyes widened in horror at the sound of the explosion. The worst had come to pass. His daughter, his very heart, was threatened that he could not allow her to perish here. Jia Liang, witnessing the Elder's triumph over the Zither's music, was ecstatic. As expected of the Elder, your intervention has been crucial. Zhang Bao reveled in his impending victory, eager to claim the celestial-grade Zither for himself. Once I eliminate Yun Zhongzi and his family and take over Qilin Pavilion, I will be able to report to the Chancellor with pride. As the dust settled, Zhang Bao and Jia Liang finally beheld the figure of Yun Qiu amidst the ruins. She lay on the ground, half buried beneath debris, dust-covered and bloodied, visibly weakened. The black wooden Zither before her, though cracked from the impact, remained untouched by dust, exuding an enigmatic aura. Shower. Yun Zhongzi rushed into the wreckage, cradling his daughter, concern flooding his heart. Are you all right, Dad? I am useless. I could not fend off Longhu Mountain's assault. Yun Qiu lamented, clenching her delicate fists in frustration. Had she reached the 4th-grade realm, she could have fought Zhang Bao. Yet, the disparity in their strengths was overwhelming, compounded by the fact that her energy had been nearly depleted from her previous battle with Jia Liang. I understand, my child. You have done your best, and I shall not blame you. Yun Zhongzi held her tightly, his eyes reddening with emotion. As the dust cleared, Zhang Bao and Jia Liang's expressions turned to shock upon seeing the state of Yun Qiu and Yun Zhongzi. Yet, Zhang Bao's gaze was drawn to the celestial Zither, pristine amidst the chaos, emanating a faint black aura, standing out remarkably in the debris. This the legendary Zither, immaculate, as expected of a celestial treasure. Zhang Bao's heart raced with desire. This Zither would soon be his. However, first, he needed to eliminate the father and daughter duo. Yun Zhongzi, do you have any last words? Zhang Bao commanded, pointing the massive Changhen sword toward them. Return and inform Su Jinan that after my demise, All his misdeeds will be revealed to the world. He shall face universal condemnation, meeting a fate akin to mine, Yun Zhongzi declared fiercely, his gaze fixed on Zhang Bao. Yun Zhongzi, this is a world where the strong prey on the weak. No one cares for the righteous or the wicked. Zhang Bao smirked mockingly. Now, it is time to send you and your daughter to the afterlife. With a wave of his hand, the enormous gray sword surged forth toward them. But then, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Chapter 31. A voice of steel in the Sword Emperor's mausoleum. Wang Tian sat cross-legged, akin to a famished infant, eagerly drawing upon the ethereal essence of the spirit liquid, ravenous for its power. As he absorbed the energy, the dragon aura within him surged rapidly. Wang Tian skillfully guided this burgeoning energy through his body, merging it into his dantian. The continuous gathering of dragon aura led to the formation of a golden dragon egg, a rare phenomenon observed during the cultivation of dragon energy. This dragon egg was not a true egg, but rather a manifestation of highly concentrated dragon energy. With a deep breath, Wang Tian opened his eyes, exhaling a stream of golden mist, his excitement barely contained. The spirit liquid has helped me condense a dragon egg. This means I have a chance to forge a dragon soul. Throughout the illustrious history of the Qilin dynasty, only the first emperor had successfully forged a dragon soul. No other emperor, not even the 6 holy monarchs, had achieved such a feat. However, the formation of a dragon egg did not guarantee the creation of a dragon soul. It depended on subsequent cultivation and fortune. Yet, it provided a solid foundation for the potential to forge a dragon soul. In addition to creating the dragon egg, Wang Tian had successfully broken through to the 6th grade realm, significantly enhancing his strength. Excellent, now at the 6th grade, I can visit the higher mausoleums to pay my respects to my ancestors, he thought eagerly, bowing to the Sword Emperor's coffin before departing the mausoleum. Just as he exited, Xiaonu rushed toward him in a panic. Master, why are you here? I thought I instructed you to keep an eye on Qilin Pavilion. As soon as Wang Tian spoke, he sensed an impending crisis at Qilin Pavilion. What is it? He inquired, concern etched on his face. Master, a large contingent of Longhu Mountain's experts have surrounded Qilin Pavilion, Xiaonu replied calmly. Wang Tian's heart sank. Longhu Mountain had indeed shown its sinister intentions. Without hesitation, he dashed toward the Imperial Mausoleum's entrance, retrieving a change of clothes from his system space. By the time he stepped outside, he was clad in a black cloak, a silver mask, and new shoes, making it impossible to recognize him as a prince. He sprinted toward Qilin Pavilion, fearing that he might arrive too late to save Yunqiu. The alluring corpse within the black mausoleum was undoubtedly linked to Yunqiu. He needed to uncover the identity of that woman, and to do so, he would have to protect Yunqiu from harm. Having entered the 6th grade realm, Wang Tian's speed had increased significantly. He traversed the distance from the mausoleum to Qilin Pavilion in less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Upon arrival, he heard the abrupt cessation of the zither's music, followed by a cataclysmic explosion emanating from within Qilin Pavilion. This is bad. Yunqiu is in danger, he exclaimed, his expression shifting to alarm. Scanning the vicinity, he noted numerous disciples of Longhu Mountain guarding the entrance, making a direct assault cumbersome and time-consuming. I'll enter through the back courtyard, he resolved, swiftly maneuvering around to the rear. Finding no guards in the back courtyard, Wang Tian easily scaled the wall to gain a clearer view of the situation in the front courtyard. He leapt onto the roof of a nearby building. From his elevated vantage point, he could see clearly. A massive gray sword hovered ominously above, while below lay Yun Zhongzi and Yunqiu, both covered in dust and appearing utterly defeated. Panic gripped Wang Tian as he realized the gravity of the situation. This is not good. Yunqiu is on the brink of death. Without delay, he summoned the Zhuxian sword and hurled it toward the gray sword. At that moment, Yun Zhongzi held Yunqiu tightly, despair clouding his eyes as they faced Zhang Bao's relentless assault. Powerless to resist, Zhang Bao, with a casual gesture, sent the Changhen sword hurtling toward them with terrifying speed. In their minds, the fate of the father and daughter seemed sealed. Yet, just then, an unexpected twist occurred. A silver-white longsword shot forth like a bolt of lightning, striking the gray Changhen sword and sending it flying, landing a distance away. The silver sword embedded itself firmly in the ground before Yun Zhongzi and Yunqiu, creating a barrier. This sudden development startled everyone present. Before Zhang Bao and the others could react, a deep, resonant voice echoed through the air. If you wish to kill them, you must first ask me if I permit it. Wang Tian deliberately lowered his voice, concealing his identity. The sound drew the attention of all present, including Yun Zhongzi and Yunqiu, who instinctively turned to see a figure clad in a black cloak and silver mask standing majestically atop the roof. The breeze billowed his cloak like dark clouds, the mask glimmering with a chilling light, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky. He appeared like a savior, suddenly emerging in their moment of peril. Yun Xiu's gaze fixated on Wang Tian, a strange thrill coursing through her. Meanwhile, Yun Zhongzi felt a swell of gratitude. Even as Qilin Pavilion faced annihilation, someone was willing to defy Longhu Mountain to come to their aid. This loyalty was etched deeply in his heart. Zhang Bao and Jiao Yang, however, regarded Wang Tian with growing ire. "Who are you, daring to thwart our Longhu Mountain's intentions?" Zhang Bao demanded, summoning the Changhen sword back into his grasp. "I am the disciple of the Grandmaster of Mount Shu, here to assist the Qilin Pavilion. Your attack on the Qilin Pavilion is an affront to us of Mount Shu." Wang Tian crafted an identity for himself prior to arriving. In order to navigate the martial world under a false persona, he needed a prestigious identity, and being the disciple of the Grandmaster of Mount Shu was most fitting, as he possessed the sword heart and was adept in one of the 3 unparalleled sword techniques of Mount Shu. The 10,000 swords returned to one. Anyone who saw him would undoubtedly believe he was a disciple of Mount Shu. The mention of a Mount Shu disciple caused Zhang Bao's expression to shift slightly. Mount Shu ranked among the top 3 sects of the Great Qian dynasty, its overall strength surpassing that of their Longhu Mountain. That if he was truly a disciple of the Grandmaster of Mount Shu, it would be a formidable challenge. Nearby, Jiao Yang also began to feel anxious. "Elder, he is but one person. What is there to fear? If we fail this mission, we will incur the wrath of the Chancellor. And the heavenly grade treasure, the Qin, is right before us. Will you just watch it slip away?" Jiao Yang urged. Destroying the Qilin Pavilion was his task, and if Elder Zhang Bao retreated, his own fate would be sealed. He had to persuade the Elder to eliminate Yun Zhongzi, so he could report back to the Chancellor and the sect leader. Moreover, with a mask on, it was uncertain whether he truly was a disciple of Mount Shu. Seeing the Elder silent, Jiao Yang added hastily, "How can we let a duck that has landed in our hands fly away?" Zhang Bao gazed at the pristine Qin on the ground and soon made his decision. "Nonsense. You are not a disciple of Mount Shu." He pointed the Changhen sword at the masked Wang Tian, declaring loudly, "Disciples of Mount Shu are known for their integrity. They do not traverse the martial world under false identities. Your masked visage clearly indicates you are an imposter. Is that so?" Wang Tian smirked slightly before bellowing, "Swords, come." Instantly, swords within a 5-kilometer radius seemed to respond to his call, unsheathing and flying toward him. Chapter 32. The Qin and the sword harmonized with Wang Tian's command. The swords in the vicinity took to the air, including those from the Qilin Pavilion's disciples, Longhu Mountain's disciples, and even the Elder Zhang Bao's sword, all vibrating in response. "What is happening? Why is the Changhen sword uncontrollable?" Elder Zhang Bao felt a tightening in his chest and quickly channeled his pure energy to firmly control the Changhen sword, preventing it from being summoned by Wang Tian. Though he was at the 1st tier, while Wang Tian was only at the 6th, his call could not overpower Zhang Bao. However, the swords belonging to other disciples of Longhu Mountain were swiftly drawn toward Wang Tian. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. Every sword was drawn to him. My sword, my sword. The disciples of Longhu Mountain attempted to seize their weapons, but the speed at which the swords flew was too great. They could only watch helplessly as their swords soared toward Wang Tian. The swords of the Qilin Pavilion's disciples also rushed toward him, including Yun Zhongzi's cloud sword and Yun Xiu's slender sword. "Father, our swords are flying away," Yun Xiu exclaimed nervously, witnessing her sword slipping from her control for the first time. This man was an exceptional swordsman. He must have comprehended the sword heart. Yun Zhongzi did not attempt to retrieve his sword. He lacked the strength to do so and allowed it to fly away. Comprehended the sword heart. Yun Xiu gasped. She had heard of its power. Those who grasped it were exceedingly rare. This man was indeed remarkable. She wondered why he chose to aid the Qilin Pavilion. As Yun Zhongzi felt a flicker of hope. He recognized that someone who had comprehended the sword heart was no ordinary foe. Perhaps he could indeed rival Zhang Bao. Not only they, but also the streets outside the Qilin Pavilion saw martial artists passing by with their swords, only to find their weapons suddenly flying toward the Qilin Pavilion. "What is happening? My sword is flying away. Mine too. What is going on? Have the swords gained sentience? Look, all the swords are flying toward the Qilin Pavilion." In a frenzy, countless swords took to the air, drawing the attention of onlookers who rushed toward the Qilin Pavilion. Inside the weapon shops, all swords also responded to the call, trembling violently before soaring toward the Qilin Pavilion. My sword, my sword. The shopkeeper, watching his swords disappear, was distraught. Upon rushing outside, he realized the swords of others had also taken flight and joined the throng in pursuit of their weapons. Beyond the street were families from the capital, their swords also launching into the air. Soon, The sky above the Qilin pavilion was filled with a dense swarm of flying swords, numbering at least 1,000. These swords sparkled with a cold light, and the air was thick with sword energy, as if the very heavens were being torn asunder. Wang Tian, taken aback by the sheer number of swords summoned, had not anticipated such a response. To amplify the power of the 10,000 swords returned to one, he also summoned 9 precious swords from the Sword Emperor's mausoleum, though he refrained from using the Sword Emperor's own Qinxian sword, fearing it would reveal his identity. As the number of swords above the Qilin pavilion swelled, Zhang Bao and Jie Liang's expressions grew increasingly grave. Elder, this person has summoned so many swords. Could he truly be a disciple of Mount Shu? Jie Liang asked anxiously. With so many swords, even a glancing blow could cause serious injury. It seemed he had comprehended the sword heart. Otherwise, summoning so many swords would be impossible. Zhang Bao tightened his grip on the Chang'an sword. Had he not suppressed it with his true energy, it too would have been summoned away. Comprehended the sword heart. Is it possible that another sword genius has emerged from Mount Shu? Jie Liang gasped. Anyone who grasped the sword heart invariably became a top-tier swordsman, potentially even breaking through to the realm of sword immortals, although it was uncertain whether he was indeed a disciple of Mount Shu. It was clear he was a sword genius. However, defeating Zhang Bao with mere swords was improbable. Zhang Bao narrowed his eyes. As the chief elder of Longhu Mountain, he had his own strengths, but before he could finish speaking, a shocking scene unfolded. 10,000 swords returned to one. Wang Tian's voice resonated through the air, sending tremors throughout the world. As he called out, the summoned swords flew above his head, swirling into a vortex-like formation. This sword array resembled a massive black hole, drawing in everything around it, creating an irresistible force. Within the array, countless blades gleamed with cold light, akin to myriad stars twinkling in the night sky, dazzling all who beheld it. Standing within this array, Wang Tian exuded an overwhelming aura, as if a deity had descended upon the earth. His gaze was cold and ruthless, surveying the world from above. In his hand, he wielded the extermination sword, radiating an aura of boundless sword energy that sent chills down the spine. Wang Tian did not unleash the 10,000 swords returned to one. Instead, he maximized its momentum, intending to intimidate the disciples of Longhu Mountain. At present, he was only at the 6th tier, while facing an assembly of formidable opponents, including 1 at the 1st tier, 2 at the 2nd tier, and 5 at the 3rd tier, along with many other skilled fighters. With such a powerful lineup, relying solely on the 10,000 swords returned to one would not suffice to defeat them all. Even Elder Zhang Bao could not be easily vanquished. Hence, Wang Tian sought to leverage the formidable presence of the 10,000 swords returned to one to deter them. The overwhelming aura of the 10,000 swords returned to one indeed astonished everyone present. What a powerful sword array. Father, this man is incredible. Yun Xiu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Is this truly one of the 3 unparalleled sword techniques of Mount Shu? The 10,000 swords returned to one. Yun Zhangzi was once again astounded. He had never before experienced such a formidable sword array. Is the 10,000 swords returned to one truly that impressive? Yun Xiu asked, glancing toward her father. It is indeed formidable. Mount Shu is renowned for its 3 unparalleled sword techniques. One sword opens the heavenly gate, sword travels 9,000 miles, and the 10,000 swords return to one. Yun Zhangzi explained, his gaze fixed on Wang Tian above. The realization struck him. The 10,000 swords returned to one was indeed extraordinary. Yun Xiu's heart raced. Not only that, but as far as I know, this technique has been lost for over 1,000 years. I never expected to witness the long-lost 10,000 swords return to one today. It is truly astonishing. The hope in Yun Zhangzi's eyes grew stronger. With such might, it appeared that the Qilin Pavilion had a chance for salvation. Yun Xiu, too, marveled at Wang Tian's strength. This sword array had not gone unnoticed by the elder Zhang Bao of Longhu Mountain, who was equally astonished. How is this possible? This boy actually knows the 10,000 swords returned to one. Zhang Bao's disbelief was palpable. The technique had been lost from Mount Shu for over 1,000 years. How could someone suddenly wield it? Jie Liang, standing nearby, was equally terrified. Elder, could it truly be the 10,000 swords returned to one? If so, might he genuinely be a disciple of Mount Shu? His voice trembled with fear. Only a disciple of Mount Shu could execute the 10,000 swords returned to one, and he would undoubtedly hold a high status within Mount Shu, likely being the Grandmaster's personal disciple. Yes, he may indeed be the Grandmaster's disciple. Zhang Bao's expression turned grave as he clenched his fists. While he had confirmed the identity of his opponent, he was unwilling to concede defeat. Do you now believe in my identity as a disciple of Mount Shu? Wang Tian called out from the rooftop, fully aware that he could not defeat the experts of Longhu Mountain. He aimed to use the reputation of Mount Shu to intimidate them. However, Elder Zhang Bao was not easily swayed. What if you are a disciple of Mount Shu? You are but one person, and your cultivation is beneath mine. You think you can repel us with just the 10,000 swords returned to one? Zhang Bao scoffed, releasing his own aura in response. His powerful presence caused his robes to billow and his hair to flutter, creating an imposing sight. To confront Wang Tian directly, Zhang Bao rose into the air. Meeting him at eye level, Wang Tian frowned at Zhang Bao's audacity to confront him directly. He isn't intimidated, he thought, and resolved to fight with all his might. You think you are the only one with a sword array? Zhang Bao chuckled coldly, retrieving 8 precious swords from his spatial ring, along with his Changhen sword. He now wielded 9. Changhen, heartless, cold-blooded, boundless, bitter sea, shattered heart, frost, ice pine, dream tears. As Zhang Bao named each sword, their blades glimmered in resonance with him. 9 calamity sword array, rise. With a wave of his hand, the 9 swords formed an attacking array, exuding terrifying sword energy, only slightly less potent than Wang Tian's 10,000 swords returned to one. It was important to note that this 9 calamity sword array was one of the 3 renowned techniques of Longhu Mountain, and as the chief elder, Zhang Bao's combat prowess was formidable. The disciples of Longhu Mountain were invigorated by their elder's display of a legendary sword array, especially Jiaoliang, who breathed a sigh of relief, having feared the elder might be intimidated by the 10,000 swords returned to one and retreat. In contrast to the excitement of the Longhu Mountain disciples, Yun Zhangzi's expression grew grave. The elder is going all out now. The 9 calamity sword array against the 10,000 swords returned to one, while the latter holds an advantage in technique. The outcome will ultimately depend on their cultivation levels. Yun Zhangzi was increasingly concerned for the masked Wang Tian, sensing that his aura was significantly weaker than Zhang Bao's, indicating that Wang Tian's strength was inferior. Yun Xiao, too, felt a sense of urgency. Father, channel all your energy into me. This battle hinges on this moment. She grasped the black wooden chain before her. Understanding her intent, Yun Zhangzi quickly settled into a meditative position. Pouring all his energy into his daughter. As she absorbed the rich energy, her fatigued body visibly rejuvenated. In ancient times, the chain and the lute harmonized. Now, the chain and the sword would resonate together. Yun Xiao placed her delicate fingers on the heavenly demon chain and began to play swiftly. After reading, please leave a 5-star rating. Thank you all. Chapter 33. The resonance of 2 extraordinary weapons above the Qilin Pavilion. 2 formidable sword arrays from divergent martial civilizations clashed violently. Wang Tian's 10,000 swords returned to one, bolstered by the majestic aura of the extermination sword, initially held the upper hand. However, as time passed, he began to feel the strain. The first-tier master was indeed a formidable opponent. Managing to push him back, Wang Tian contemplated unleashing his dragon energy to turn the tide, but feared that doing so would expose his true identity. With a multitude of spectators present, not only from within the Qilin Pavilion, but also from outside, revealing his dragon energy could jeopardize his disguise. As he grappled with this predicament, a melodious and ethereal sound emanated from below. This music, akin to heavenly melodies, was at times crisp and delightful, and at others, flowing and enchanting. Yet within its beauty lurked a terrifying energy, reminiscent of a black phoenix from the depths of hell, seeking to annihilate all in its path. Zhang Bao, who had previously felt assured of victory, was taken aback by the reappearance of the qin music. What is happening? Wasn't her energy depleted? How can she still produce such sound? Panic set in for Zhang Bao. Facing the 10,000 swords returned to one was already a daunting task, and the addition of this fearsome qin music could lead to his downfall. Regardless of the circumstances, he had to resist the music, or risk losing his mental clarity. The heart-calming incantation. Zhang Bao retrieved a tranquil talisman from his spatial ring and promptly affixed it to himself, believing it would temporarily shield him from the assault of the zither's melody. Regrettably, he was mistaken. This time, Yin Xiao played East Wind Breaks, a piece far different from the mind-disturbing 10 Sides ambush. It was not until the music approached his body that Zhang Bao realized the nature of the piece had shifted and the method of attack had transformed dramatically. Did he truly think such a change would harm me? A foolish thought. Once he regained his composure, he directed a portion of his true energy towards the sound of the zither, unleashing a palm strike that morphed into a ferocious tiger, roaring as it charged forth to confront the melody, which had taken the form of a black phoenix. The clash of energies between the tiger and the phoenix engaged in an intense aerial contest, neither side gaining a clear advantage. This is our final opportunity. I cannot afford to lose again. Yunxio's gaze was resolute as her long, jade-like fingers danced swiftly across the strings, resembling busy butterflies. The tempo of the zither hastened, amplifying the power of the Black Phoenix. Zhang Bao's tiger palm technique began to show signs of being suppressed. Damn girl, how can she still cling to hope? Watch how I will end you. Zhang Bao felt a headache coming on. To counter this formidable zither sound, he was compelled to withdraw a portion of the energy, maintaining the 9 calamity sword formation, barely managing to withstand the onslaught of the melody. However, this action significantly weakened the formation, allowing Wang Tian to advance further with his 10,000 swords returned to origin. Seeing the advancing sword force, Zhang Bao's expression shifted. He found himself overwhelmed, having to contend with both Wang Tian's 10,000 swords returned to origin and Yunxio's zither melody. Jianyang, you must swiftly deal with Yun Zhongzi and his daughter. Do not let her continue playing. Zhang Bao initially hesitated to call for assistance, for it would tarnish his pride, yet in the face of life and death peril, he had no choice. Yes, Grand Elder. Upon receiving the command, Jia Liang drew his weapon, shouting as he charged towards Yunxio, Qilin Zhongzi and his daughter. Following him, several elite members from Longhu Mountain also launched their attacks at Yunxio. Although their swords had been summoned by Wang Tian, their physical prowess was sufficient to confront the less formidable Yun Zhongzi and his daughter. This is bad. They are coming for us. Yun Zhongzi exclaimed in alarm. Yunxio shared his concern, feeling equally distressed. She was entirely focused on countering Zhang Bao. Should she be distracted, both she and her father would likely fall victim to Zhang Bao's tiger palm technique. Wang Tian, observing the situation from the rooftop, narrowed his eyes before continuing his assault on Zhang Bao with the extermination sword, redirecting over 1,000 swords towards Jia Liang and the other disciples of Longhu Mountain. The swords fell like rain, imbued with a piercing aura, crashing down with tremendous force. Its the sword rain of 10,000 swords returned to origin. Everyone be cautious. Jia Liang's face paled as he halted, channeling all his true energy to withstand the fierce onslaught. The other disciples of Longhu Mountain, realizing the gravity of the situation, redirected their energies to defend against the terrifying rain of swords. Disciples below the 5th rank found themselves utterly defenseless, perishing instantly beneath the relentless barrage, while those above the 5th rank struggled to resist any lapse in concentration leading to their demise. Only 2 2nd-rank masters and 5 3rd-rank masters managed to cope slightly better. Yet even they dared not let their guard down amidst the relentless storm. As the sword rain fell, the pressure on Zhang Bao lessened, but the extermination sword, being the king of swords, and Zhang Bao's distraction in dealing with Yunxio allowed him to hold his ground against Zhang Bao. These two are truly troublesome. Observing that Jia Liang and his companions were entangled in the sword rain, Zhang Bao realized he could not rely on them for assistance. That it was now a matter of endurance. You two juniors cannot outlast me. Zhang Bao intended to engage Wang Tian and Yunxio in a protracted battle, yet he underestimated the situation. Sensing a surge of combat fervor, the extermination sword and the Tianma zither resonated in unison. Wang Tian was astonished to feel the extermination sword tremble subtly, while Yunxio noticed her black wooden zither vibrating in perfect synchrony. In that moment, the two extraordinary weapons achieved a true harmony of zither and sword. As their resonance intensified, the power of the two weapons surged. The extermination sword radiated a mesmerizing silver light, while the Tianma zither emanated a dreadful black aura. In the next heartbeat, the zither's melody shattered through Zhang Bao's tiger palm technique. Crashing towards him, almost simultaneously, the extermination sword shattered the foremost long hate sword of the 9 calamity sword formation, followed by the frost sword, and then the dream tier sword. One after another, the treasured swords were destroyed under Wang Tian's command, causing Zhang Bao's offensive to wane significantly. At this sight, terror finally crossed Zhang Bao's face. What is happening? Why have their attacks become so overwhelmingly powerful? For the first time, fear gripped him, and he desperately channeled his true energy in a futile attempt to withstand their assault. The extermination sword and the zither's melody breached his defenses, colliding with him almost simultaneously. Chapter 34. A glance lasting a millennium. Confronted with the imminent threat of two powerful energies, Zhang Bao felt the chilling grasp of death for the first time. In a moment of desperation, he unleashed a ground-level protective talisman, his last resort for survival, a precious item he had acquired at great expense. Yet it was now or never. Failure to act would seal his fate. As the melody drew near, the talisman activated just in time, enveloping him in a white glowed in the next instant. The black phoenix conjured by the zither crashed into the white barrier, coinciding with the extermination sword strike. The two enormous forces collided against the protective talisman, creating a blinding flash of light. The ground-level talisman held momentarily before fracturing. The next moment, the zither's melody struck Zhang Bao directly, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. And the extermination sword followed suit, targeting his chest. In a crucial moment, Zhang Bao summoned the last of his strength to evade, narrowly avoiding a direct hit to his torso. However, his right hand was severed by the extermination sword. Blood gushing forth like a fountain, raining down to the ground, as his severed hand plummeted from the air. Zhang Bao clutched his mangled arm, wailing in agony as he tumbled from the sky. This scene stunned everyone present. The chief elder of Longhu Mountain, an expert of the first rank, had lost his right hand. Jie Liang's heart sank at the sight of the Grand Elder's severed limb. It's over. Without his right hand, he is no match for us. Despair washed over Jie Liang as he realized their mission was doomed to fail. The other disciples of Longhu Mountain, witnessing this spectacle, also felt a surge of dread. If the Grand Elder could not hold his ground, they stood no chance. As Wang Tian saw Zhang Bao plummeting, he dared not relax his focus and commanded the extermination sword to descend upon Zhang Bao's head. Mirroring Zhang Bao's earlier tactic of hovering the long hate sword above Yun Xiu and Yun Zhongzi, disciples of Longhu Mountain, heed my words. We of Shushan have allied with the Qilin Pavilion. Anyone who dares to act against the Qilin Pavilion shall find themselves at odds with us. Do not mistake our courtesy for weakness. Wang Tian's voice was icy as he issued the warning. To ensure Longhu Mountain would abandon its aggression towards the Qilin Pavilion, he needed to invoke the name of Shushan, the third-ranked sect of the Dacian dynasty, whose overall strength surpassed that of Longhu Mountain. Only by leveraging Shushan's reputation could he intimidate Longhu Mountain. Otherwise, even if they drove Zhang Bao away today, the sect leader of Longhu Mountain could return tomorrow, followed by an elder the day after. Wang Tian could not contend with such relentless pressure. It was vital for them to understand that the Qilin Pavilion had Shushan's backing to prevent any rash actions. Even the Prime Minister would think twice before challenging Shushan. Only then could the Qilin Pavilion claim true safety. His proclamation shocked everyone present, especially Yun Zhongzi, who was left speechless. How could he, as the pavilion master, have been unaware of the alliance between the Qilin Pavilion and Shushan? Yet at this moment, he dared not voice his doubts, for he realized that with Shushan as their support, Longhu Mountain would hesitate to act against them. Jie Liang's expression darkened significantly. If Shushan and the Qilin Pavilion truly allied, his task of subjugating the Qilin Pavilion would become even more insurmountable. Grand Elder, what should we do now? Jie Liang rushed to support the severely injured Zhang Bao, that we must retreat and return to Longhu Mountain to strategize. Zhang Bao's pallor betrayed his excessive blood loss, and he felt weak. All he desired was to withdraw quickly, for lingering any longer could risk his life. Zhang Bao had been thoroughly shaken by Wang Tian and Yun Xiu's onslaught. Yes, Grand Elder. Jie Liang realized the urgency of the situation and helped Zhang Bao to flee. As the two elders made their exit, the remaining disciples of Longhu Mountain followed suit. In truth, few remained to escape. Most had perished beneath the sword rain of Wang Tian's 10,000 swords returned to origin. Finally, they had managed to flee. As the disciples of Longhu Mountain departed, Wang Tian exhaled in relief. Despite his current show of strength, he was running on empty, unable to unleash his dragon energy and merely holding on. Yun Zhongzi, Yun Xiu, and the disciples of the Qilin Pavilion breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the retreat of Longhu Mountain. At last, they have departed. We are temporarily safe. Yun Zhongzi nearly collapsed to the ground, having exhausted all his energy in support of his daughter. Yun Xiu was in a similar state, the toll of playing the zither twice having drained her completely. However, her thoughts immediately turned to the enigmatic figure clad in silver armor and mask. Father, should we not express our gratitude to that Shushan disciple? Yun Xiu's beautiful eyes turned towards Wang Tian atop the rooftop. Who met her gaze? In that moment, an inexplicable sense of eternity seemed to pass between them. After the resonance of the extermination sword and the Tianma zither, could it be that they hailed from the same origin? Wang Tian reflected on that pivotal moment. While Yun Xiu too recalled the encounter, her feelings towards the masked Shushan disciple deepening that we should indeed thank him. Yun Zhongzi mustered his strength to stand, then slowly approached the eaves where Wang Tian stood, cupping his fists in a respectful bow. We express our gratitude to the swordsman for his timely assistance. Had you not intervened, The Qilin Pavilion would likely have met its demise today. I kindly invite you to join us for a feast. There's no need. I have matters to attend to. Perhaps another time. Wang Tian declined the invitation, for he had an important task ahead, transforming the alliance between Shushan and the Qilin Pavilion from mere words into reality. Only by establishing a genuine alliance could Longhu Mountain be deterred from attacking the Qilin Pavilion. If it remained a mere facade, Longhu Mountain would undoubtedly send agents to investigate, exposing his ruse and subjecting the Qilin Pavilion to renewed threats. This was a scenario Wang Tian wished to avoid. Only by forging a true alliance could he eliminate Longhu Mountain's ambition to consume the Qilin Pavilion. As for how to persuade Shushan to ally with the Qilin Pavilion, he had already devised a plan. Might I ask for your name, swordsman? Yun Xiu approached, her enchanting eyes filled with anticipation, eager to learn the name of the one who had saved the Qilin Pavilion from peril. Wang Tian initially had no intention of revealing his name, for he had yet to concoct a suitable alias. However, seeing the hopeful glimmer in Yun Xiu's gaze, he found it difficult to refuse. I am Tian Wang. Perhaps we shall meet again. Wang Tian reversed his name before departing. With those words, he leapt from the rooftop, vanishing from their sight. Tian Wang. What a powerful name. Yun Zhongzi pondered, still savoring the resonance of the name. Meanwhile, Yun Xiu's gaze lingered on the rooftop, her eyes lost in thought long after Wang Tian had disappeared. Chapter 35. A call of the sword causes Shushan to stir outside the capital. At Longhu Mountain, Zhang Bao clutched his severed arm, stumbling back to the sect's main hall. Upon his return, he sought out the sect leader, Mu Shunyuan. Zhang Bao had initially wished to keep this from the sect leader, knowing that once he learned of the incident, he would lose his chance at obtaining the heavenly grade zither. Yet given the current circumstances, the heavenly grade zither was secondary, vengeance was paramount, and for that, he needed the sect leader's assistance. Leader, I have a grave matter to report. Zhang Bao stood before the sect leader's chamber, his voice resounding with urgency. Beside him, Jieliang awaited anxiously, fully aware of the consequences of their failure. The task had not only gone unfulfilled, but many disciples had perished, and he was certain of the punishment he would face. Not long after, the chamber door creaked open, revealing an elderly man with white hair and beard. Upon noticing Zhang Bao's condition, he gasped in shock. Elder Zhang, what has happened to you? Where is your right hand? Mu Shunyuan inquired, his expression a mix of astonishment and concern. He had been in seclusion, unaware of the events unfolding at the Qilin Pavilion. Reporting to the sect leader, a disciple of Shushan severed my right arm. Zhang Bao's face was twisted with resentment. The disciple of Shushan? Mu Shunyuan's expression darkened at the mention of Shushan, though he quickly regained his composure. Which elder from Shushan did this to you? And what was the reason behind the attack? He surmised that only the top elders of Shushan could have matched Zhang Bao's strength. However, Zhang Bao's next revelation left him astounded. It was not an elder, but a disciple clad in a black cloak and silver mask. Zhang Bao recounted the events at the Qilin Pavilion in detail, including the circumstances leading to the assault. Mu Shunyuan's brow furrowed deeper as he listened. The emergence of a swordsmanship prodigy capable of 10,000 swords returned to origin from Shushan was troubling news for Longhu Mountain. What is the name of this swordsmanship prodigy? He asked in a low voice. According to him, he is the closed-door disciple of the Shushan Patriarch, but he did not disclose his name. Zhang Bao pondered before responding. Nonsense. The appointment of a closed-door disciple by the Shushan Patriarch would surely be the talk of the sect. Yet we have heard nothing. Moreover, the Patriarch has been in seclusion for 30 years. How could he possibly take on a disciple now? Mu Shunyuan quickly identified the inconsistencies. Furthermore, Shushan disciples were known for their integrity. The masked figure's actions contradicted their typical conduct. I too questioned his identity. But he possesses the skill of 10,000 swords returned to origin, a technique unique to Shushan, never to be shared with outsiders. Zhang Bao continued. He also mentioned that Shushan and the Qilin Pavilion have formed an alliance, warning us that if we dare to act against the Qilin Pavilion, Shushan would retaliate. Mu Shunyuan's frown deepened, his aged hand stroking his beard thoughtfully. This does not add up. Jieliang, you must personally visit Shushan and uncover the truth. Yes, sect leader. Jieliang responded promptly, sharing his suspicions. The masked disciple's conduct was entirely at odds with Shushan's principles, and it was unlikely that Shushan would ally itself with another sect for mere gossip. As night fell, and a crescent moon hung in the sky. Wang Tian sat in meditation within an abandoned temple on the outskirts of the capital. After witnessing the moon's emergence, he finally stood up. Instead of returning to the imperial mausoleum after leaving the Qilin Pavilion, he had chosen this desolate temple as a refuge, wary of being tracked and exposing his identity. With the moon now visible, it was time to act. Wang Tian retrieved the moon fox pearl from his system space, preparing to harness the dragon energy to activate the pearl for a swift escape beneath the moonlight. This was a secret technique taught to him by the fox immortals, perfectly suited for the moment. The capital lies 10,000 miles from Shushan, requiring at least 7 days for carriages and horses to traverse the distance. Even a master of the first rank flying through the air without food or drink would take a full day and night. The people of Longhushan would surely venture to Shushan for verification. But it is unlikely they would dispatch a first-rank master. At most, they might send an elder of the second rank. However, second-rank cultivators cannot fly and can only manage short distances on flying objects, which they cannot sustain for long, including rest stops. They would need at least 3 days to reach Shushan. Wang Tian analyzed the situation carefully. Thus, I have only 3 days to transform the false message of an alliance between Shushan and Qilin Pavilion into a reality. Only then can the Qilin Pavilion be truly secure. After making the calculations, Wang Tian tightly gripped the Moon Fox Pearl and initiated the moonlit escape. Under the moonlight, the Moon Fox Pearl emitted a silvery glow, and Wang Tian vanished from the abandoned temple, reappearing in a desolate wilderness 100 miles away. Where am I? Wang Tian glanced around, finding himself in an unfamiliar expanse. The first use of the moonlit escape left him somewhat disoriented. Nevertheless, time was of the essence. He could not afford to dwell on it. After determining the direction of Shushan, he continued to employ the secret technique of moonlit escape. In an instant, he appeared in a city 100 miles away. With the second use of the technique, he gained a slight sense of direction. Steadying himself, he confirmed his bearings and activated the Moon Fox Pearl's teleportation. Once more, 100 miles is the maximum distance the Moon Fox Pearl can cover in one leap. To traverse 10,000 miles, Wang Tian would need to use the technique 100 times, which is extremely taxing. Fortunately, there is no cooldown time. As long as the dragon energy is sufficient, he can continuously activate the Moon Fox Pearl for moonlit escape. After the death of the Fox Immortal, his residual soul escaped the pursuit of the demon moon through the pearl's boundless escape. That night, Wang Tian continuously employed the Moon Fox Pearl for teleportation. Initially, he struggled with instability and dizziness, but as he grew more adept, he could easily master the technique. After 100 uses, he finally arrived at the foot of Shushan, just as dawn began to break. At last, he had arrived. Wang Tian gazed upon the towering Shushan with excitement. After a night of teleportation, he had traversed much of the great Qin Empire and had finally reached his destination. Shushan is a mountain on the edge of the great Qin Empire and is the second highest peak within it. The area is rich in spiritual energy, making it ideal for cultivation. And the Shushan sect has established its base within the mountain as dawn broke. Early rising disciples of Shushan were already sweeping in front of the grand entrance at the foot of the mountain. Upon seeing others, Wang Tian promptly approached. "Greetings, young sir, I wish to meet your sect's master," Wang Tian politely inquired. "You wish to see our master?" The disciple in a Taoist robe scrutinized Wang Tian's attire and replied with a hint of mockery. "What is your status? Our master is not someone you can meet just like that." It was no surprise he looked down on Wang Tian. Shushan rarely entertained outsiders, and Wang Tian's masked face further contributed to their disdain. "I am also a disciple of your Shushan sect, a student of the Sword Saint Mo Qingqing." Wang Tian had no choice but to invoke the name of the Sword Saint, his technique. The 10,000 swords returning to one was derived from Mo Qingqing's own teachings. Thus he could claim to be a half-disciple. "You are a disciple of Sword Saint Mo Qingqing." "Huh. If you are, then I am the ancestor's father." The disciple of Shushan laughed heartily, utterly dismissing Wang Tian's claim. After all, Mo Qingqing had been dead for over 1,000 years, and anyone would find such a statement absurd. Wang Tian, feeling helpless, decided to resort to a more straightforward method to meet the sect master. "Sword, come." After sensing the area within a 5-kilometer radius, Wang Tian called out to the heavens. This declaration sent Shushan into a frenzy. The sect had a total of 100,000 disciples, with 50,000 remaining within the sect at any given time. Most wielded swords, and Wang Tian's sword heart sensing range encompassed a significant portion of the Shushan disciples. The cry of "Sword, come" set off a cascade of flying swords raining down from Shushan, like a swarm of locusts, densely converging towards Wang Tian. The disciple standing before Wang Tian was utterly dumbfounded. What is happening? Why are so many flying swords suddenly coming this way? He had never witnessed such a grand display of flying swords and was struck with fear, his face pale and legs trembling. 10,000 swords returning to one. Wang Tian ignored the disciple's shock and continued to exert his power, invoking Shushan's unique sword technique. 10,000 swords returning to one. Only by unleashing this unparalleled sword technique would he capture the attention of the sect master. Otherwise, any words he spoke would be in vain. As Wang Tian's voice faded, countless flying swords gathered above his head, swirling around him in a vortex, exuding a chilling sword aura that seemed poised to tear the very fabric of space apart. The disciple of Shushan, witnessing such a formidable sword formation, felt a profound fear that transcended mere fright. The overwhelming sword energy made him sense his own mortality. Meanwhile, many others atop Shushan were equally astonished. Disciples, attendants, elders, and more awakened from their meditations, rushing outside to pursue their swords, only to behold the imposing sword formation at the mountain's foot. What is going on? Why is my sword flying towards the foot of the mountain? Mine too. Look over there, a colossal sword formation. Heavens, the scale of this sword formation is astonishing. It has absorbed thousands of swords. What kind of formation is this? I have never seen anything like it. What an impressive sword formation. Its momentum far surpasses any sword technique we have practiced. The entire Shushan was abuzz with discussion. The elders, hearing the commotion, also emerged and, upon seeing the grand sword formation at the foot of the mountain, their expressions shifted dramatically. What kind of sword formation is this? Its might is astounding. The rotund elder stared fixedly at the sword formation, his mind deeply shaken. Having spent a lifetime cultivating sword techniques, he found his own skills utterly insignificant in comparison. Why does this sword formation seem so familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. An elder clad in green robes stepped forward, eyes flashing with astonishment as he regarded the sword formation. This sword formation resembles the long-lost 10,000 swords returning to one of our Shushan. That a middle-aged woman elder in blue robes emerged. Her expression equally stunned. It seemed she had discerned something, though her eyes were filled with shock. She had never witnessed such a powerful sword formation before. What did you say? This is 10,000 swords returning to one. The elders gasped in unison, for they knew well that 10,000 swords returning to one had been lost for over 1,000 years, and no disciple had managed to comprehend it since. How could it be that a random newcomer was capable of performing it? Just as the elders were grappling with their confusion, a voice drifted from behind them. Elder One is correct. This is indeed the long-lost sword technique of our Shushan. 10,000 swords returning to one. The sect master, Wei Xian, slowly emerged from the great hall, clad in a green Taoist robe, his long beard reaching his chest and his hair tied high, with a small sword inserted into his coiled hair. He possessed an ethereal presence, walking lightly without a sound. Sect master, is this truly the long-lost 10,000 swords returning to one? The rotund elder questioned, still incredulous, for the technique had been lost for over 1,000 years, and the individual at the foot of the mountain was not one of theirs, making it hard to accept. The other elders were equally excited, all turning their gazes towards sect master Wei Xian, awaiting his final confirmation. There is no mistake. This is indeed one of our Shushan's 3 great sword techniques. 10,000 swords returning to one. Come, let us go down to welcome this sword genius. After delivering this pronouncement, Wei Xian gracefully leaped down the mountainside like a swift swallow. The other elders followed suit, all of them first-rank masters capable of flight. They asked the sect master, and several elders descended. The Shushan disciples ran down as well, eager to catch a glimpse of the person who could unleash such a staggering sword formation. Upon seeing someone descending, Wang Tian's lips curled into a slight smile. He would finally meet the sect master of Shushan. Moments later, sect master Wei Xian, accompanied by 4 elders, landed before Wang Tian. I am Wei Xian, the sect master of Shushan. May I ask for your name? Noble swordsman, and your teacher. How is it that you have mastered our sect's unique sword technique? 10,000 swords returning to one. Wei Xian began with a series of inquiries, despite his calm demeanor. He was internally stirred, deeply curious about Wang Tian's identity. I am Tian Wang, a disciple of Sword Saint Mo Qingqing. As for 10,000 swords returning to one, she taught it to me, Wang Tian replied, mixing truth with falsehood. Since he was adopting a false identity in the world, he might as well use the powerful name of Tian Wang, a disciple of Sword Saint Mo Qingqing. The elders were momentarily stunned. For Mo Qingqing had been dead for over 1,000 years. How could there still be a disciple, just as the elders were about to advise the sect master to be cautious? Wei Xian nodded. I believe you. Mo Qingcheng is among the most talented individuals in our Shushan over the past few millennia. Only she could master 10,000 swords returning to one. This statement astonished not only the elders, but also Wang Tian. The sect master possessed a broad perspective. He had fabricated a lie, and yet Wei Xian believed him. Sect master Wei, will you not inquire how I became a disciple of Mo Qingcheng? Wang Tian probed cautiously. No need to ask. As long as you acknowledge yourself as a disciple of Shushan, that is sufficient. Wei Xian's lips curled slightly. Heroes do not inquire about origins, especially since the individual before him was a sword genius. The priority was to recruit this talent into their ranks. Wang Tian felt a surge of admiration. It was clear why Wei Xian was the sect master. His vision was expansive. As long as someone was talented, it mattered not where they hailed from. Recruiting them was what truly mattered. With such a sect master, it would be difficult for Shushan not to grow stronger. Sect Master Wei indeed possesses a broad vision. Wang Tian held the sect master in high regard and then retracted the 10,000 swords returning to one formation, causing countless flying swords to return to the hands of the Shushan disciples. This effortless manipulation of the swords once again amazed Wei Xian and the elders. May I ask, Brother Tian Wang, have you comprehended the sword heart? The rotund elder could not help but inquire. The ability to control swords at will could only be achieved by someone who had grasped the sword heart, a pursuit of every sword cultivator. Indeed, I have comprehended the sword heart. Wang Tian nodded. The higher his own value, the more attention Shushan would pay him. Thus his subsequent words would carry weight. The elders collectively gasped. The comprehension of the sword heart alongside mastery of 10,000 swords returning to one marked him as a second sword saint. If not a sword immortal, from now on, you shall be the 18th elder of our Shushan. The red kite peak of Sword Saint Mo will be your place of cultivation, Wei Xian declared promptly. Such a formidable sword genius needed to be secured without delay. The elders were all astonished. To become an elder upon their first meeting was unprecedented. Even Wang Tian was taken aback. To have attained the status of an elder so quickly was an unexpected level of trust. Thank you, Sect Master Wei. However, I have come here today with a request for your assistance. After a moment's thought, Wang Tian stated, no problem. Your matters are our Shushan's matters. Let us proceed to the Great Hall to discuss. Wei Xian nodded and turned to ascend the mountain, with Wang Tian following closely behind. Upon reaching the Great Hall, Wei Xian led Wang Tian inside, accompanied by several elders. All right, now you may speak. What do you need our assistance with? Wei Xian had long suspected that Wang Tian's grand display had a purpose, but he refrained from questioning it to court this sword genius. I wish for Shushan to form an alliance with Qilin Pavilion. What is your opinion, Sect Master Wei? Wang Tian stated directly, without preamble. This declaration astonished the elders, and even Wei Xian had not anticipated that Wang Tian's request would be such. To be candid, Elder, Shushan has a rule against forming alliances with outsiders. The rotund elder voiced, somewhat troubled. Even Wei Xian hesitated. Forming an alliance with Qilin Pavilion was a significant matter, and for thousands of years, Shushan had never formed alliances with others. Is it really so difficult to forge an alliance? Should you agree with Qilin Pavilion, I am willing to become your 18th elder. Wang Tian countered, presenting his terms. They were eager to have him as an elder, yet Wang Tian was treating this as a bargaining chip, which was quite infuriating. Wei Xian remained hesitant. This would break Shushan's long-standing tradition, and once an alliance was formed, would there be more to follow? Shushan had always prided itself on independence and did not wish to be encumbered by others. Just as Wei Xian was mulling over his decision, a cold yet melodious voice, both graceful and dignified, resonated from outside. I can represent Shushan in forming an alliance with Qilin Pavilion, but you must agree to one condition. Qilin Pavilion, the sacred repository of swords in our Shushan, is where the blades of disciples who have passed away throughout the ages are gathered. The sect leader, Wei Xian, stepped forward, and seeing that the ancestor did not stop him, he continued to speak. Entering the Qilin Pavilion serves as a trial for our disciples, for each sword within retains the energy of its former owner, manifesting as spectral sword figures that will engage in battle with you. The Qilin Pavilion consists of 18 levels. As one ascends, the sword's ranks and the strength of the spectral sword figures increase correspondingly. Now it makes sense. Wang Tian realized that, being in possession of the King of Swords, the Zurian sword, and equipped with a sword heart, Passing through the Jin Pavilion would be a mere formality, no problem. Let us hasten to the Jin Pavilion. I am positively eager. Wang Tian had little time to squander. The sect leader, Wei Xian, glanced at the ancestor Ji Shui, and upon seeing her slight nod, he declared, "Very well. Let us proceed to the Jin Pavilion." With that, Wei Xian led the way toward the Jin Pavilion, and Wang Tian followed closely, along with the other elders who were curious to witness how far this masked youth, capable of summoning thousands of swords, could advance in the Jin Pavilion en route. Wang Tian could not contain his curiosity and asked sect leader Wei Xian, "What is the highest record of disciples from Shushan in the Jin Pavilion?" The highest record was set by our 28th sect leader, Li Chunyun, who reached the 17th level, making him the only disciple of Shushan to achieve such a feat. Wei Xian spoke of Li Chunyun. Admiration filled his eyes. Li Chunyun, the one who nearly became a sword god? Wang Tian exclaimed. He had read about Li Chunyun in historical texts, a master of the sword at the celestial level. He had almost transcended to become a sword god, an invincible figure on the Tianshan continent, rivaled by no more than 3 individuals. Unfortunately, he was ensnared by emotions and ultimately perished during his seclusion. Though he is gone, the title of sword god Li Chunyun remains. Indeed, sword god Li Chunyun transcends even the founding ancestors. He represents the pinnacle of combat prowess in our Shushan, Wei Xian remarked with deep reverence. Even the sword god could only reach the 17th level. Wang Tian furrowed his brow, feeling that the Jin Pavilion was more formidable than he had anticipated. For most disciples, reaching the 7th level is already commendable. Those who ascend to the 10th are talents in swordsmanship, while those who reach the 12th are exceptionally rare geniuses. The 15th level signifies the potential of a sword saint, the 16th level that of a sword immortal, and the 17th level that of a sword god. For the 18th level, no one knows what swords lie within. Wei Xian elaborated in detail. Then, to what level did Sword Saint reach in his trials? And what about his disciple, Wang Zhang? Wang Tian inquired, recalling that his sword heart was derived from the sword emperor Wang Zhang, and his ability to summon thousands of swords came from Sword Saint Amo, thus combining the strengths of 2 swordsmanship prodigies. Wang Tian wished to ascertain how far these 2 could advance, providing him with a benchmark for his own expectations. Both reached the 16th level, possessing the potential of sword immortals. However, one descended to inherit a throne, while the other was ensnared by emotional turmoil. Wei Xian sighed. These 2 could have elevated Shushan further, but were hindered by worldly affairs, wasting their promising futures. So, they both reached the 16th level. Wang Tian felt more assured. With 2 at the 16th level, he could at least reach that height, and as for surpassing it, that would depend on his destiny. As they conversed, they arrived at the Jin Pavilion, a grand edifice crowned with a colossal sword descending from the heavens, radiating an unparalleled sword aura. Here we are. This is the Jin Pavilion. You may enter through this door. Wei Xian pointed to the grand entrance of the pavilion. The alliance with the Qilin Pavilion hinges on this moment. Wang Tian took a deep breath and stepped toward the Jin Pavilion. Chapter 38. The Greatest Talent of Shushan. Watching Wang Tian enter the Jin Pavilion, anticipation flickered in the eyes of sect leader Wei Xian and several elders. Even the beautiful ancestor harbored deep expectations for Wang Tian. Ancestor, how far do you think this elder Tian Wang can go within the Jin Pavilion? Sect leader Wei Xian respectfully inquired of ancestor Ji Shui, whose strength surpassed all present, having reached the realm of sword immortal. Thus her judgment should be far more accurate than theirs. The elders instinctively turned their gazes toward her, equally eager to know how far this new elder could ascend. What do you think? Ancestor Ji Shui did not respond immediately but gazed at Wei Xian. After careful consideration, he replied, I believe he can at least reach the 15th level. 15th level? The elders gasped in astonishment. If he truly reached that level, it would signify that this new elder possessed the potential of a sword saint. Elder Tian Wang has already comprehended the sword heart and learned the art of summoning thousands of swords from Sword Saint Amo. The 15th level is my conservative estimate. He may even reach the 16th level. Wei Xian analyzed meticulously. There is indeed a possibility. Comprehending the sword heart and summoning thousands of swords would confer the potential of a sword immortal. The plump elder nodded in agreement. The other elders also concurred, yet ancestor Ji Shui remained silent, her deep and beautiful eyes fixated on the 17th level, a testament to her expectations for Wang Tian. Only upon reaching this realm could he gather the 9 materials she required. Upon entering the Jin Pavilion, Wang Tian discovered it was vast, exceeding the size of a football field, surrounded by swords suspended in midair, emanating a chilling sword aura. So many swords. There must be at least tens of thousands, Wang Tian exclaimed, and at that moment, the surrounding swords began to hum, and spectral figures manifested above each blade. So this is the spectral sword figure? Is the battle about to commence? Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Tian retrieved the Zurian sword from his system space, infusing it with dragon energy, which elicited a resonant dragon's roar. Under the sound of this sword chant, the surrounding swords trembled in fear and scattered. Haha, the Zurian sword is indeed effective. However, it only intimidates these lower-tier swords as their ranks rise. It will no longer have such an effect. Wang Tian noted as the swords parted to form a pathway that he wasted no time and stepped toward the second level. As he entered the second level, a bell rang out from the entrance. Each level of the Jin Pavilion is adorned with a bell. When someone steps onto a level, the bell rings. Furthermore, the bells grow larger and produce louder sounds with each ascending level, so swiftly to the second level. Not even half a stick of incense has passed. The plump elder was taken aback. Indeed, the time was remarkable. From his entry to the ringing of the second-level bell, nearly 10 breaths had elapsed, breaking the record of our Shushan disciples for passing the first level. Wei Xian exclaimed with excitement. The other elders were equally astonished. This speed exceeded all their expectations. I am now eager to see his record for passing the second level. The fastest time for this level is half a stick of incense. Before Wei Xian could finish his sentence, the bell of the third level chimed, indicating that Wang Tian had successfully passed the second level and reached the third. No way, he actually took less than 10 breaths for the second level, faster than the first. The plump elder gaped in shock. Such rapidity was entirely beyond their imagination. The swords on the second level are of a much higher caliber than those on the first. Why did he pass through the second level more quickly? The female elder questioned, perplexed. Do you think it's possible that during the first level, he spent most of his time familiarizing himself with the Jin Pavilion? A white-haired elder suddenly spoke. His words left the elders and the sect leader in stunned silence. Even Ancestor Ji Shui, witnessing Wang Tian's astonishing speed, felt a surge of excitement within her amid their fervent discussion. Wang Tian continued to blaze through the third, fourth, and fifth levels, each passage setting new records for the disciples of Shushan. By heavens, the sixth level. In less than half a stick of incense, he has reached the sixth level. This speed is extraordinary. I recall it took me half a stick of incense to pass the third level. The plump elder was utterly dumbfounded. Wang Tian's pace surpassed all his understanding. Not only him, but the other elders and sect leader Wei Xian were also left in awe of Wang Tian's record-breaking velocity, which was even more shocking than witnessing him invoke thousands of swords earlier that morning. This lad is intriguing. It seems his confidence is not unfounded, but rather stems from genuine ability. Ancestor Ji Shui's lips curled into a slight smile, her anticipation growing. Wang Tian swiftly ascended to the 10th level. The dividing line between swordsmanship prodigies and the mediocre. Beyond this level, one is recognized as a genius of the sword. Stopping here, one remains merely average. This is the 10th level, emblematic of swordsmanship talent. Wang Tian surveyed the scene, where over 1,000 swords had manifested spectral figures. Wang Tian attempted to repeat his earlier tactic of intimidating them with the Zurian sword, but this time, it yielded no effect, merely causing them to step back slightly without truly deterring them. Now this is getting interesting. Wang Tian sensed that surging through the previous 9 levels had been somewhat anticlimactic. Witnessing these swords resist his intimidation sparked a desire for a challenge. However, as soon as his sword heart awakened, the swords fell under his control. Step aside. With a wave of his hand, the swords parted, granting him passage. Though still effortless, Wang Tian finally understood why passing the 10th level required some degree of sword talent. Let us hasten to the next level. Wang Tian felt no attachment and promptly moved on to the next level. Outside the Jin Pavilion, the gathered elders gasped collectively as Wang Tian effortlessly passed the 10th level. He breezed through the 10th level so easily. Perhaps even the sword god Li Chunyun did not possess such swiftness. The plump elder was left speechless. Indeed, at this rate, he might even reach the 17th level. Sect leader Wei Xian, who initially thought he had overestimated Wang Tian, realized he had underestimated the new elder. Nevertheless, he felt exhilarated. The faster Wang Tian progressed, the greater his potential seemed, and the higher his achievements would ultimately be. As Wang Tian continued through the 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th levels. He breezed past each one with the aid of the Zurian sword and his sword heart. Upon reaching the 15th level, the corresponding copper bell began to ring vigorously, producing a resounding chime that echoed throughout Shushan, leaving all disciples in astonishment. Could it be? That sounds like the copper bell of the 15th level of the Jin Pavilion. Indeed, when the sect leader reached the 15th level, this was the very sound that rang out. Have we uncovered another prodigy with the potential of a sword saint? My heavens, the 15th level, who could this be? In an instant, discussions erupted throughout Shushan. For the potential of a sword saint was a talent that appeared only once in a century. Outside the Jin Pavilion, sect leader Wei Xian and several elders stood dumbfounded. In just half a day's time, he had reached the 15th level. Sect leader, how long did it take you to reach the 15th level? The plump elder could not contain his curiosity that I took a full 5 days to reach that level. Yet this elder Tian Wang has only taken half a day. Sect leader Wei Xian was left astounded, not knowing what to say. Having believed himself a genius, he suddenly felt rather ordinary in comparison to this new elder. At this level, Wang Tian faced a challenge. 14 swords, each a holy sword, imbued with the energy of their former masters, proved resistant to both the Zurian sword and his sword heart. Observing the spectral figures of the 14 holy swords, Wang Tian adopted a serious demeanor, yet one red holy sword caught his eye, causing him to pause. Simultaneously, the green Xian sword in his system space began to tremble. Chapter 39. Lovers reunited as swords. This red holy sword looked increasingly familiar, reminiscent of the sword runes he had seen on the coffin of the sword Emperor Wang Zheng. How does this sword resemble the Hong Yuan sword? Just as Wang Tian pondered, the Xian sword in his system space trembled violently. Why is the Xian sword suddenly shaking so vigorously? Wang Tian contemplated briefly before a thought struck him. Could this truly be the Hong Yuan sword? The Xian sword's tremors confirmed his suspicions, prompting him to retrieve it from the system space. The Xian sword emerged in the 15th level of the Jin Pavilion. The opposing red holy sword also began to vibrate intensely, as if the two swords resonated with one another. It truly is the Hong Yuan sword. After over 1,000 years, these two swords have reunited under such circumstances. Wang Tian mused, contemplating the whims of fate. Had he not appeared in the Jin Pavilion, these two swords might have never crossed paths again. Fortunately, he had taken the Xian sword away. Otherwise, even if he reached the Jin Pavilion, the two swords would remain apart. Go, Wang Tian, sensing the Xian sword's long-suppressed yearning, gently pushed it toward the Hong Yuan sword. The Xian sword emitted a joyful sword chant, radiating a blue sword light toward the Hong Yuan sword, which responded with a red sword light, akin to long-lost lovers. Soon, the two holy swords intertwined in the air, gracefully dancing like butterflies, their lights intertwining to form a beautiful rainbow, symbolizing their emotional connection. The azure light of the Xian sword darted through the air like a blue dragon, while the crimson light of the Hong Yuan sword soared like a vermilion bird. Together, they resonated as if destined for one another. As they danced, the surrounding air seemed ignited by their passion, turning fervent with the sparks of love. Wang Tian did not intervene. Instead, he silently observed. These two swords, akin to Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai, could not unite in life, but now entwined as swords after death. You have finally fulfilled your wishes. Lovers have become swords at last. Wang Tian felt happiness for them. But just then, a sharp sword aura suddenly shot toward him from the left. Wang Tian, possessing a sword heart, immediately sensed the incoming sword energy. He sidestepped just in time, nearly forgetting he was in the midst of a trial. Aside from the Hong Yuan sword, there were still 13 holy swords. One careless move could halt his progress. Wang Tian dared not be distracted any further and gripped the Zurian sword, charging towards the source of the attack. It was a blue-green sword, also a holy sword. And as its energy manifested as a spectral sword figure, it gracefully evaded Wang Tian's assault with a series of light leaps. Almost simultaneously, several other spectral sword figures appeared, surrounding Wang Tian. Although their strength had been diminished to match his own due to the Jin Pavilion's sword array, they were still formidable as holy swords, especially when their numbers increased. The reason for compressing the power of the spectral sword figures was to accurately identify gifted disciples. Even if the sect leader entered with his current strength, the power of each sword would scale to the corresponding realm, ensuring that even Wei Xian, with his talent, would still be stopped at the 15th level. Thus, this method serves as a scientific means of selection, allowing Shushan to maintain its dominance for 8,000 years. Have so many swords targeting me at once is quite unfair. I also possess swords. Wang Tian retrieved 9 treasured swords from his system space, all acquired from the tomb of the Sword Emperor Wang Zhang. Though their power did not match that of the holy swords, they would suffice for defense. After launching the 9 treasured swords into combat with the 9 spectral sword figures, Wang Tian attempted to command the Xian sword, discovering he could easily manipulate it, and directed it to engage with another fiery holy sword. The Xian sword, being a holy sword itself, matched the fiery sword evenly in their clashed. The Qing Xian sword moved. The Hanyuan sword, which was supposed to guard the sword pavilion, unexpectedly turned against its own and aided the Qing Xian sword. The brilliance of the Hanyuan sword was tremendously formidable, so much so that the Qihua sacred sword could not withstand in just a few exchanges. It suppressed the Qihua sacred sword and simultaneously subdued another sacred sword, leaving Wang Tian utterly astonished. Indeed, the Hanyuan sword exhibited great strength. Wang Tian never anticipated that at such a crucial moment, his ancestor would employ a strategy of charm and assist him. Both the Qing Xian sword and the Hanyuan sword ensnared 2 sacred swords, leaving only 2 sacred swords within the entire 15th level. With only these 2 swords remaining, Wang Tian infused dragon energy into the immortal sword and swiftly charged forward, the Zhuxian sword emitting a resounding dragon-like melody. With the Zhuxian sword at his side, Wang Tian felt confident in facing the 2 swords. Outside the sword pavilion, Ancestor Zhixue, Sect Master Wei Xian, and a number of elders eagerly awaited news of Wang Tian's progress through the trials. The 15th level of the sword pavilion was a test of sword saint caliber. To pass this stage, one must possess at least the aptitude of a sword immortal, a feat achieved by only 1 in 10,000. Sect Master Wei Xian had already reached a standstill at the 15th level. That an hour had passed, and Elder Tian Wang had yet to make any move. Elder Pang grew increasingly anxious. It's only been an hour. This is the 15th level of the sword pavilion. Even the sect master could not pass it. How could he possibly do so quickly? Elder Fong shot him a glance, yet inside, he too felt anticipation. The rapid pace of Elder Tianwang's previous attempts had misled him into thinking this would be easy. The 15th level was indeed a formidable challenge, containing 14 sacred swords. Although the power of these swords was constrained to the same realm as Elder Tianwang by the sword pavilion's array, they were still sacred swords, and their might could not be underestimated. Sect Master Wei Xian stepped forward, recalling with a shiver the time he was encircled by those 14 sacred swords. How many sacred swords did you defeat back then? Sect Master? Elder Pang could not contain his curiosity. Half of them. The other half was beyond my capabilities, especially the Hongyuan sword of Sword Saint Emo. Its brilliance is the sharpest among the 14, and even when compressed to my level, I could not withstand its 3 strikes. Sect Master Wei Xian reminisced with a hint of melancholy. Recalling the Hanyuan sword now instilled a sense of dread in Wei Xian, as if it was imbued with an aura of lethality. What a pity for Sword Saint Emo. She reached the 16th level in her time, a true sword immortal caliber, yet ultimately faltered at the Sword Saint level. Lamented Elder Pang and the others. Beyond these elders, disciples of the entire Shushan sect awaited with bated breath for Wang Tian's journey through the trials. It had been a long time since anyone had reached the 15th level of the Sword Pavilion. Would this brother succeed? I doubt it. Even the sect master could not pass. How could he? It seems so that Tio reached the 15th level means possessing Sword Saint caliber, a talent that emerges only once in a century. I concur. Let S disperse that it's impossible for the 16th level's bell to toll again. However, just as this Shushan disciple finished speaking, the sound of the bell from the 16th level of the Sword Pavilion echoed throughout Shushan, its resounding tone reverberating through every corner, even reaching the remote areas where disciples were training to AT that moment. The entirety of Shushan erupted in excitement when the bell from the 16th level of the Sword Pavilion rang out across Shushan. Every disciple collectively gasped, "Oh my, someone has actually breached the 16th level of the Sword Pavilion. That is the caliber of a sword immortal. Only Ancestor Zhixue has done so before. Incredible. And it took merely an hour to transition from the 15th to the 16th level. Just how exceptional is their talent in the sword arts? Indeed, it's astonishing. To pass the 15th level in such a short time surpasses even Ancestor Zhixue's prowess. Who could it be that has reached the 16th level of the Sword Pavilion? Are we about to witness the emergence of another sword immortal level genius from Shushan? Could it be that fellow who demonstrated the sword array this morning? In an instant, all disciples of Shushan were abuzz with excitement, each curious to discover the identity of the one who conquered the sword pavilion. Not only were the disciples thrilled, but the elders and the sect master were equally exhilarated. To have passed the 15th level in just 1 hour was astonishing. Elder Tianwang had once again broken the record for conquering the trials, and this time, it was for the 15th level. Elder Pang's excitement caused his flesh to quiver. Yes, I thought it would take at least half a day. Yet Elder Tianwang accomplished it in an hour. What a delightful surprise. The middle-aged female elder was equally thrilled. This was a moment to witness the rise of yet another sword immortal. Elder Tianwang has truly exceeded my expectations. Reaching the 16th level is a testament to his sword immortal caliber. While Sect Master Wei Xian experienced excitement, his eyes brimmed with envy. He had reached a standstill at the 15th level. And he envied Wang Tian for advancing to the 16th level. Among the entire Shushan sect, only Ancestor Zhixue remained composed, for she had anticipated that Wang Tian's abilities would extend beyond the 15th level. He has surpassed even me in speed, she mused, her calm eyes betraying a hint of surprise, though her powerful spirit swiftly quelled this emotion. Upon entering the 16th level, Wang Tian immediately sensed 3 powerful sword intents, compelling him to summon dragon energy to resist. What an intense sword intent! Wang Tian focused his gaze and saw 3 celestial swords suspended in midair. Their sword intent was only slightly weaker than that of the Zhuxian sword. It appeared they were indeed 3 celestial swords. Wang Tian did not dare to underestimate this challenge. Gripping the Zhuxian sword tightly, he prepared for an immediate assault. Upon sensing Wang Tian's arrival, the 3 celestial swords conjured shadowy figures resembling swordsmen. Their outlines were indistinct, yet the sword chi emanating from these shadowy figures was exponentially more potent than those from the 15th level. After manifesting their sword shadows, the 3 celestial swords did not launch a simultaneous assault on Wang Tian. Instead, the silver-gray sword at the center took flight. The star sword. Wang Tian observed intently, noting the 2 characters star sword inscribed upon its blade. Just one celestial sword is approaching. Wang Tian waited, yet the other 2 celestial swords did not advance. It appeared that this sword possessed a unique spirit. Celestial swords indeed differed. They preferred one-on-one combat rather than engaging in a chaotic free-for-all. Seeing that only one celestial sword was approaching for a duel, filled Wang Tian with confidence. Bring it on. Let me experience the power of a celestial sword. He tightened his grip on the Zhuxian sword, focusing intently on the approaching star sword. Soon as he finished speaking, the shadowy figure of the star sword launched an attack at an astonishing speed. Unleashing a silver-gray sword chi, Wang Tian deftly sidestepped, but to his shock, he discovered that the star sword's chi curved sharply, bearing down on him once more. The sword chi can bend. I'm truly learning something new, Wang Tian thought, yet he evaded the attack once again. After narrowly avoiding the star sword's chi, it turned and continued its assault. This time, the star sword unleashed a total of 8 sword chi in succession, combining with the initial probing strike to form a moving net of sword chi that cornered Wang Tian, sealing off his escape routes. They've devised a sword net for me. Wang Tian realized he could not evade the curved sword chi and would have to confront it head-on. Zhuxian sword array. He infused dragon energy into the Zhuxian sword and delivered a powerful slash. Instantly, countless sword chi erupted from the Zhuxian sword, resembling a torrential downpour of pear blossoms, shattering the advancing sword net in an instant. The onslaught did not diminish. It surged directly toward the star sword. Sensing the oppressive aura of the Zhuxian sword, the star sword's entire blade emitted a twinkling starlight. In the following second, the sword shadow figure unleashed a flurry of blades, each one akin to a star. Each star transformed into sword chi, twinkling like the stars in the night sky, creating a breathtaking and grand tapestry of constellations, as if the entire universe was enveloped in this sword chi. The Zhuxian sword chi collided with the starry tapestry created by the star sword's chi, and at the moment of contact, an astounding burst of energy erupted, scattering countless sword chi. Wang Tian quickly summoned dragon energy to shield himself from the dispersing sword chi, while simultaneously using his sword heart to sense the movements of the star sword. As the sword chi flared, the star sword weaved through the chaos, resembling a shooting star, charging at Wang Tian with terrifying force. Let us see which sword is superior, yours or my Zhuxian sword. Wang Tian disregarded everything else, immersing himself in the Zhuxian sword. He achieved a harmonious state of unity between man and sword, launching a counterattack. In this state of unity, the Zhuxian sword's power surged exponentially. As the two swords made contact, the star sword immediately sensed its impending defeat but did not yield. Instead, it emitted a renewed brilliance of starlight. Unfortunately, the Zhuxian sword, in its united form, decisively overwhelmed the star sword, denying it any chance for retaliation. The immense energy propelled the star sword several meters away, causing it to crash heavily onto the ground, its starlight dimming significantly. Success! Wang Tian rejoiced inwardly, in the state of unity. The Zhuxian sword indeed demonstrated formidable strength. However, the battle was far from over. After the star sword's defeat, the remaining two celestial swords soared into action, the Taiyuan sword and the Haoyan sword. Both were also celestial swords, only slightly less powerful than the Zhuxian sword. It seemed Wang Tian's strength had exceeded their expectations. At this moment, they could no longer afford the luxury of individual combat and launched a simultaneous assault against him. The previously defeated star sword also returned to the fray. Although its brilliance had diminished considerably, it did not retreat. Very well. It appears all three celestial swords are joining forces that I shall not hold back either. Wang Tian summoned the Qingxian sword, the Hanyuan sword, and 9 additional treasured swords from his system space. Indeed, Wang Tian had also tamed the Hanyuan sword, thanks to the prowess of the Qingxian sword. Suddenly, he wielded 12 swords, their brilliance rivaling that of the 3 celestial swords. With a swift motion, the 3 celestial swords launched at Wang Tian from challenging angles, yet he remained undaunted, using his sword heart to command the 9 treasured swords to counter the weakest star sword. While the Qingxian sword and Hanyuan sword engaged the Taiyuan sword, he himself brandished the Zhuxian sword to confront the Haoyan sword, the mightiest of the 3 celestial swords. When the Zhuxian sword and the Haoyan sword clashed for the first time, a resounding metallic clang echoed, the force of the impact pushing Wang Tian back 2 steps before he regained his balance. Whose sword is this? Its power is immense, as if I am battling against a mountain. It's utterly unyielding. Wang Tian, united with his sword, charged forward once more. Simultaneously, the 9 treasured swords engaged in a fierce struggle against the star sword. Although the star sword was a celestial sword, it had lost much of its energy from the previous encounter, significantly weakening its might. Though the 9 treasured swords were not sacred swords, they were exceptional in their own right and automatically formed a sword array to contend with the star sword, resulting in a stalemate. Meanwhile, the Qingxian sword and the Hanyuan sword, both sacred swords, demonstrated remarkable synergy and resonance, matching the Taiyuan sword blow for blow. As for Wang Tian, he was locked in a fierce contest with the Haoyan sword, with the sounds of clashing metal reverberating throughout the 16th level of the sword pavilion. After a prolonged struggle, neither side could claim victory. Wang Tian, growing weary from the relentless assault, found himself gasping for breath. While the 3 celestial swords showed no signs of fatigue, this cannot continue. If it does, I will be worn out, while the 3 celestial swords will remain unfazed. It seems I have no choice but to execute my strongest move. The outcome will be determined in this one strike. Wang Tian's resolve solidified. Outside the sword pavilion, Sect Master Wei Xian and the elders were filled with anxious anticipation. Darkness had fallen. It's been quite a while. Why hasn't there been any sign from Elder Tianwang? Elder Pang fretted. The 16th level is notoriously difficult. They say it houses 3 celestial swords, Haoyan, Taiyuan, and Star. Each one is formidable on its own. Sect Master Wei Xian responded. Indeed, facing any one of these 3 celestial swords would be a daunting challenge, let alone all 3 at once. Elder Pang's worry deepened. Elder Tianwang may not be able to pass. 3 celestial swords acting in concert would require sword god caliber to overcome. The middle-aged female elder sighed. Although she wished for Wang Tian to succeed at the 16th level, the reality was that no one could withstand the combined might of 3 celestial swords. In the 8,000 years of Shushan's history, only sword god Li has reached the 17th level. Reaching the 16th level is already commendable, Elder Pang conceded, suddenly losing hope for Wang Tian's success at the 16th level. Even the sect master felt that Wang Tian would likely halt at the 16th level. Only Ancestor Zhixue remained silent, for she had anticipated this outcome. Not only the elders, but the disciples of Shushan shared similar sentiments. Night has fallen. I wonder how that disciple attempting the sword pavilion trials is faring. Let it go. Reaching the 16th level is impressive in itself. There's absolutely no way he could surpass it. Indeed, in the entire 8,000 years of Shushan's history, only sword god Li Chunjun ascended to the 17th level. How could anyone else possibly achieve that? I share the same thoughts. Let us disperse. There's no way he can surpass the 16th level of the Sword Pavilion. Nearly the entirety of Shushan believed that Wang Tian would stop at the 16th level. Yet, in that very instant, the bell of the 17th level of the Sword Pavilion suddenly rang out, its resounding tone instantly echoing throughout Shushan. After a moment of stunned silence, the entire Shushan erupted once more as the bell of the 17th level resonated. Its profound and resonant sound spread throughout Shushan. All disciples of Shushan, upon hearing this bell, were left in shock. The tolling of the bell from the 17th level signified that someone had indeed conquered the 16th level and ascended to the 17th. In the 8,000 years of Shushan's history, only one person had ever reached this level, and today, a second had emerged, in an instant. The disciples of Shushan were overwhelmed by astonishment. Good heavens! Someone truly breached the 16th level of the Sword Pavilion. This is utterly beyond belief. Remarkably, only sword god Li Chunjun has ever reached the 17th level, and now we have a second individual. We are witnessing history unfold. How incredible! Who could this genius scaling the Sword Pavilion be? Everyone was filled with excitement. This was a moment of historical significance, and how could they not be thrilled? Aside from the disciples, Sect Master Wei Xian and the elders were equally stunned for quite some time, only regaining their composure after a long pause. The 17th level of the Sword Pavilion? Elder Tian Wang has actually reached it. This is astounding. Elder Pang trembled with excitement, his flesh quivering in response that I never expected Elder Tian Wang's swordsmanship talent to be so extraordinary. It has completely exceeded my expectations. The middle-aged female elder was equally spirited. Shushan had not seen such a sword god-level talent in several millennia. This is wonderful. With sword god caliber, we are poised to see another figure like sword god Li emerge from Shushan. Our sect's reputation will surely spread throughout the entire Tianxian continent. Sect Master Wei Xian was the most exhilarated of all. Under his leadership, Shushan had produced another individual of sword god caliber, significantly elevating the sect's prestige and perhaps even positioning it as the foremost sect in the Tianxian continent. Among the entire Shushan sect, only Ancestor Zhixue remained the most composed, as she had predicted that Wang Tian would ascend to the 17th level. He has indeed lived up to my expectations. However, the 17th level will be your limit, she mused, satisfied with Wang Tian's performance, yet simultaneously assessing the trajectory of his journey through the Sword Pavilion. At the 17th level of the Sword Pavilion, Wang Tian ultimately relied on the technique of 10,000 swords returning to origin to narrowly defeat the 3 celestial swords, thus successfully entering the 17th level of the Sword Pavilion. Finally, Wang Tian arrived at the 17th level of the Sword Pavilion. After taking a deep breath, he cast his gaze around and noticed an ancient sword hovering majestically in the center of the level. Is this the only sword at the 17th level? Just as he contemplated approaching for a closer inspection, the Zhuxian sword in his hand emitted a powerful battle intent, shaking violently. This was the first time the Zhuxian sword had exuded such intense combativeness. Wang Tian was astonished. Previously, the Zhuxian sword had remained calm in the presence of other swords, but now, faced with this ancient sword, it actively released its battle intent. The only possibility was that this sword might also be a top-tier celestial sword. On par with the Zhuxian sword, he speculated silently as he pondered. A hoarse and resonant voice emanated from the ancient sword. After 3,000 years, a disciple has finally arrived at the 17th level of the Sword Pavilion. Following the voice, a dense aura of sword spirit radiated from the ancient sword, quickly coalescing into the form of an old man with gray-white hair. This old man, existing as a sword soul, wore a gray robe and appeared amiable, yet there was a terrifying sharpness hidden in his calm gaze. "Are you not the sword shadow?" Wang Tian exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the old man emerge from the sword. Unlike the previous sword shadows in the pavilion, which were mere silhouettes without consciousness, this old man possessed clear features and independent awareness. "I am Li Feng, the founder of the Shushan sect, merely a sword soul. And this sword is my cherished weapon, the Qi Shao sword." Li Feng regarded Wang Tian with a friendly demeanor, as if evaluating his junior. Upon hearing this, Wang Tian was rendered speechless. He had never imagined that the founder of the Shushan sect was not entirely dead, with his sword soul residing in the 17th level of the Sword Pavilion. But if the founder guards the 17th level, then who presides over the 18th? A sudden thought flashed through Wang Tian's mind. I am Tian Wang, a disciple of Sword Saint Mo Qingqing and currently an elder of the Hanyuan Peak. The sword in my hand is the Zhuxian sword. Regaining his composure, Wang Tian respectfully bowed and introduced himself. Half-truthfully, Zhuxian sword. The sword's soul Li Feng revealed a hint of surprise in his eyes, followed by a look of realization. No wonder you could reach this level. It turns out you possess the Zhuxian sword, which was renowned alongside my Qishao sword in the past. Wang Tian then understood why the Zhuxian sword had displayed such fierce battle intent. It was encountering another formidable celestial sword. Master, shall we begin? Wang Tian felt a surge of excitement. It was a rare honor to challenge the founder of Shushan. My Qishao sword can hardly contain itself. In this place, my realm will match yours. Unleash your full strength, and let me see your potential. The sword soul Li Feng stood calmly with his hands clasped behind him. Then here I come. Wang Tian gripped the Zhuxian sword tightly and charged swiftly towards Li Feng. Li Feng, wielding the Qishao sword with one hand, faced Wang Tian's assault with remarkable composure. Wang Tian thrust and slashed with the Zhuxian sword, expending considerable effort, yet failing to close the distance. Unable to even graze him, Qingxian, Hanyuan, Wang Tian summoned the Qingxian sword and the Hanyuan sword, deploying 3 blades against him. Upon seeing Wang Tian summon 2 holy swords, Li Feng's expression turned appreciative. You have even tamed 2 holy swords. However, they are of no use to me. As Li Feng spoke, his gaze sharpened, and several sword energies transformed into blooming peach blossoms, shooting forth at incredible speed. The Qingxian sword and the Hanyuan sword were caught off guard and were sent flying by the peach blossom sword energy. Fortunately, Wang Tian reacted in time and narrowly avoided the attack. Not bad, not bad. To evade my peach blossom sword energy at such close range demonstrates keen reflexes. Li Feng maintained a calm demeanor, speaking as if he were instructing Wang Tian. Realizing that continuing in this manner would only exhaust him, Wang Tian stepped back. That I cannot afford to lose here. Elder Zhishua promised me that the higher I ascend in the Sword Pavilion, the longer my alliance with the Qilin Pavilion will last. If I give up here, I might miss out on years of opportunity. Wang Tian took a deep breath and summoned all 9 swords from his system space. I can only rely on this final move. Upon summoning the 9 swords, Wang Tian's gaze sharpened, and the surrounding sword intent intensified dramatically. Noting the increasing sword energy around him, Li Feng understood that Wang Tian was about to unleash a powerful technique. Yet he showed no intention of stopping him. Feel free to reveal all your moves. That if you defeat me, I shall grant you one request. Li Feng remained self-assured. Then prepare to receive my strike. Wang Tian shouted, instantly initiating the 10,000 swords returning to one technique. The Sword Pavilion was isolated from the outside world. Previously, when Wang Tian attempted to borrow swords, he failed. This time, he decided against borrowing and instead unleashed his own swords. Immediately, the Zhuxian sword, Qingxian sword, Hanyuan sword, and the 9 summoned swords formed a miniature version of the 10,000 swords returning to one. Though fewer in number, their sword energy was sharp and formidable, rivaling that of 1,000 swords. Is this truly the 10,000 swords returning to one? Excellent. Strike me with all your might. Li Feng exclaimed with excitement upon witnessing Wang Tian employ one of the 3 major sword techniques of Shushan. The stronger the junior, the stronger the foundation he had established in Shushan. Then be prepared. Wang Tian's eyes glimmered coldly as he launched the combined attack towards Li Feng. In an instant, the 12 swords transformed into a terrifying whirlwind of sword energy, bearing immense pressure as they surged towards Li Feng, as if intent on swallowing him whole. Come on, Li Feng shouted, drawing his sword and crafting a circle in the air. Within the circle, peach blossoms bloomed profusely, and sword energy surged forth, seemingly ready to pierce through space itself. Peach blossom sword array. Countless sword energies morphed into peach blossoms, colliding violently with the 10,000 swords returning to one technique. The 2 sword formations clashed mid-air, producing astounding energy. Sword energy scattered like a torrential downpour, and Wang Tian's 12 swords were sent flying by the explosive force, rather than summon his swords again. Wang Tian swiftly closed the gap as the Zhuxian sword was blasted away, delivering a powerful palm strike towards Li Feng. Without your sword, how do you plan to fight me? Li Feng was astonished by the power of Wang Tian's 10,000 swords returning to one. Yet with the Zhu Xian sword knocked away, he believed Wang Tian posed no danger. However, in an instant, 9 golden dragon energies surged towards him. Li Feng's expression changed dramatically upon witnessing the incoming attack. Chapter 42. All cards on the table faced with the 9 golden dragon energies rushing at close range. Master Li Feng finally altered his demeanor in a hurry. He summoned sword spirit energy and erected a simple peach blossom sword array for protection. However, Wang Tian's 9 dragon palm, originating from his Dantian's dragon egg, wielded extraordinary power. The 9 golden dragon energies collided forcefully against Li Feng's sword spirit defense, dissipating 8 of them. But the last golden dragon energy pierced through Li Feng's peach blossom sword array and struck him directly. Li Feng staggered back several steps before regaining his footing, a mix of surprise and delight on his face. Well struck. In the past, Li Chunyu couldn't even land a single hit on me. Yet you have successfully struck me. You are slightly more formidable than Li Chunyu. Rather than being angry, Li Feng appeared quite pleased. Master, I advise you to take this seriously. My strength is far beyond this. Wang Tian waved his hand, retrieving the Zhu Xian sword once more. You are indeed a royal descendant. I did not foresee this, and no wonder you choose to wear a mask. Li Feng seemed to connect the dots and asked, do you wish to conceal your royal identity from others? Indeed. Otherwise, why would I wear a mask? Wang Tian admitted candidly. Very well. If you defeat me, I can have Jishui open a spiritual vein in your body, allowing your dragon energy and spiritual energy to interchange. The Sword Soul Li Feng offered a generous reward. Wang Tian was overjoyed to hear this. To avoid revealing his identity, he had refrained from using dragon energy, which had placed him at a disadvantage in his earlier battle with the elder Zhang Bao of Longhu Mountain. If he could achieve a conversion between energies, his earlier predicament would have been entirely different. Agreed. I will fight with all my might. Wang Tian now had a compelling reason to win. This time, I shall give it my all, so be prepared. Master Li Feng advanced swiftly towards Wang Tian, who wasted no time summoning all 12 swords back. Wang Tian wielded the Zhu Xian sword while engaging in close combat with Li Feng, using the other 11 swords to create distractions. Yet, even with this strategy, he struggled to keep pace with Li Feng. Though the master's realm was suppressed to the 6th grade, his swordsmanship was exceptional. What appeared to be a casual strike from him carried immense sharpness. After suffering a setback from a direct confrontation, Wang Tian was cautious about engaging head-on. Fortunately, the Zhu Xian sword was incredibly effective, allowing him to wield dragon energy without hesitation. Yet he still found it challenging to withstand Li Feng's peach blossom sword techniques. Li Feng, fully committed to the fight, dominated the battle, leaving Wang Tian with little opportunity to counterattack. Sword out for 9,000 miles, Li Feng unleashed his full power, forcing Wang Tian to retreat repeatedly while employing one of Xu Shan's 3 major sword techniques. Seeing this, Wang Tian hastily initiated the 10,000 swords returning to one, yet the hastily assembled sword formation was no match for Li Feng's sword out for 9,000 miles. A flash of white sword light streaked past like a bolt of lightning. And in the next moment, Wang Tian's formation was shattered. The overwhelming sword energy sent him flying several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Wang Tian felt a taste of blood in his throat and spat it out. So powerful, his swordsmanship is extraordinary. I am utterly outmatched against the fully unleashed mastered at this moment. Wang Tian recognized the situation clearly. Although Li Feng's realm was suppressed to the 6th grade, his swordsmanship was so superior that he could unleash powerful techniques effortlessly. As if eating or drinking. In contrast, Wang Tian needed to concentrate to execute the 10,000 swords returning to one, requiring synchronization of mind and sword, placing them on entirely different levels. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. Kid, do you now see the gap between us? Li Feng remarked with satisfaction. Your foundation in swordsmanship is inadequate. You are not my opponent. A slight effort from me represents the limit of this tier. Wang Tian did not dispute this. Li Feng's assessment was accurate. However, he refused to concede defeat. Do you think this is the end? Wang Tian struggled to rise from the ground, determination etched on his face. Oh, what other means do you possess? Li Feng inquired, intrigued. This round, I must win. Wang Tian wiped the blood from his lips, filled with resolve, and retrieved an ancient and elegant copper mirror from his system space. Upon its appearance, Li Feng was momentarily taken aback, but as he sensed the special energy emanating from it, his expression changed dramatically. This is the Qilin mirror. How did you acquire the Qilin mirror from Qilin Island? Li Feng was astonished. He had encountered the Qilin mirror in his lifetime and remembered its energy well. Thus, when it appeared, he was genuinely shocked. The Qilin mirror rivaled the Zhuxian sword as a top-tier celestial artifact. A treasure of Qilin Island. Wang Tian had obtained it from the burial goods of the Spirit Treasure Emperor, though he was unaware of how the Spirit Treasure Emperor acquired the Qilin mirror. It was now in his possession. Surprised? Are you? Wang Tian finally felt a surge of confidence. Apart from the Moon Fox Pearl, this was his final trump card, as the Shushan sect specialized in slaying demons and monsters. He refrained from using the fox spirit power contained in the Moon Fox Pearl, leaving him no choice but to rely on the Qilin mirror. Indeed, quite unexpected. For the first time, Li Feng's expression grew serious. Wang Tian wasted no time. He activated the Qilin mirror with his dragon energy, directing it towards Li Feng and unleashing its capabilities. In the next moment, a perfect replica of Li Feng appeared before Wang Tian. The Qilin mirror possessed the ability to replicate all things in the world. Anything illuminated by it could be duplicated. The replicated entity had identical combat power and skills, but bore double the damage. It could replicate not only people but also plants, animals, and even structures, with the duration determined by the caster's strength. With Wang Tian's 6th grade power, the replica could last up to half a quarter of an hour. Just over 7 minutes. Master, let us settle this with one decisive strike. Wang Tian understood he could not maintain the replica for long, so he aimed for a single, decisive blow. Very well. Let it be a single strike to determine the winner. Li Feng's competitive spirit was ignited. He too wanted to see if he could overcome the combined assault of the Zhuxian sword and the Qilin mirror using his sword soul power. 10,000 swords returning to 1. Wang Tian launched his strongest attack, while the replica mirrored the move, executing sword out for 9,000 miles. The two great Shushan sword techniques struck simultaneously, unleashing tremendous power. Outside the sword pavilion, Sect Master Wei Xian and the elders awaited Wang Tian's emergence with eager anticipation, convinced he could not possibly surpass the 17th level. It's almost dawn. Elder Tian Wang should be out shortly. The plump elder grew anxious. He should be out soon. He likely can't hold out much longer on the 17th level. Once he emerges, I will have the entire Shushan celebrate for 3 days. Sect Master Wei Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of a sword genius emerging from Shushan. Even Elder Zhixue was prepared to discuss an alliance with the Qilin Pavilion. But just then, the copper bell of the 18th level of the sword pavilion rang out with a resounding tone, echoing throughout all of Shushan. The deep, resonant sound startled everyone, as they initially failed to comprehend its significance. Believing Wang Tian would certainly not surpass the 17th level, the ringing of the bell from the 18th level left them utterly dumbfounded. Even Elder Zhixue displayed a rare expression of shock. How is this possible? This kid actually passed the master's test. Chapter 43. The pinnacle of the sword pavilion. As the bell from the 18th level of the sword pavilion resonated throughout Shushan, all disciples stood in disbelief. They had all assumed there was a 100 chance that Wang Tian could not conquer the 17th level, as the strongest in Shushan, the sword godly, had only reached that level. Today, someone had not only surpassed the 17th level but stepped into the previously uncharted 18th level of the sword pavilion, leaving them utterly astonished. Shushan had been established for 8,000 years, and never had a disciple reached the 18th level. Today, history was being made. After a brief silence, the entire Shushan erupted with excitement. Even those who had been in closed-door training emerged, as the news was simply too explosive. My goodness, someone has actually reached the 18th level of the sword pavilion. Who is this person? They are even more formidable than the sword godly. Indeed, this is astonishing. Someone has shattered the record set by the sword godly. The 18th level of the sword pavilion marked an unprecedented milestone for Shushan, a truly extraordinary event. Quickly, let us head to the sword pavilion and see who this challenger is. They could very well be the future #1 of Shushan. I want to go too. I wish to pay my respects to this remarkable individual. In an instant, all the disciples rushed towards the sword pavilion, eager to discover the identity of the conqueror. However, Sect Master Wei Xian had anticipated the influx of disciples. To avoid disrupting Wang Tian's challenge, he had set up a barrier 10 kilometers from the sword pavilion, preventing anyone from entering. The elders, coming back to their senses, were equally shaken. Is that the bell of the 18th level? Elder Tian Wang has actually reached the 18th level. Surely, I must be dreaming. The plump elder's face was filled with incredulity, as he genuinely believed he was caught in a dream. As 8 millennia have passed since the establishment of Shushan, Never has a disciple breached the 18th level of the sword pavilion. No sooner had he spoken than a middle-aged elder struck him across the face. Why did you hit me, Elder Wan? The plump elder asked, bewildered. The pain signifies that you are not dreaming. Elder Tianwang has indeed reached the 18th level of the sword pavilion, creating yet another historical moment for Xu Shan. Elder Wan exclaimed, his eyes brimming with excitement, his entire being trembling that a prodigious genius, emerging only once every 8,000 years, had unexpectedly arisen in Xu Shan. This presented an immense opportunity that could elevate Xu Shan to unprecedented heights. The sect leader, Wei Xian, was equally exhilarated, fully aware of the impact Elder Tianwang's appearance would have on Xu Shan. Even Elder Zhixue, upon hearing the chime from the 18th level, displayed a look of shock. This young man is even more formidable than I had imagined. What hidden cards does he possess to surpass our ancestors' trial? For the first time, Elder Zhixue felt a surge of curiosity towards Wang Tian. Upon entering the 18th level of the sword pavilion, Wang Tian was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming sword intent, emanating from all directions as if the entire level were composed of swords. Yet, when he focused his gaze around him, he found not a single sword in sight. How could it be that no swords were present, yet such a potent sword intent lingered, sensing an anomaly? He instinctively activated his dragon aura for protection, fearing he might be obliterated by the intense sword intent. At that moment, a silent sword chi shot towards him from a distance. By the time Wang Tian sensed the sword chi, it was too late. Fortunately, he instinctively sidestepped just in time, the formless sword chi barely grazing him and ripping a tear in his clothing. There is indeed a sword. Wang Tian retreated several steps, scanning the direction from which the sword chi had originated, yet still saw no sword. Why was there no visible sword, yet the sword chi was so palpable? Frowning, he considered this perplexity and then closed his eyes, using his sword heart to sense his surroundings. Indeed, not far behind him, an invisible sword floated, agile yet with an intense sword intent, stronger than any sword he had ever encountered. It was genuinely a sword, albeit invisible to the naked eye. Understanding the situation, Wang Tian thought that since he had identified the sword, it should be manageable. He summoned Qing Xian, Han Yuan, and the 9 treasured swords from his system space, preparing for a battle of numbers. However, the 11 swords, upon appearing, were frightened and retreated behind him, unwilling to confront the invisible sword directly. Only the Zhuxian sword showed a bit of spirit, though its sword radiance seemed significantly diminished, lacking the fighting spirit it had displayed against the Qishao sword. How could this be? Even the Zhuxian sword lacks the will to fight. Wang Tian, holding the limp Zhuxian sword, felt a wave of unease. If even his sword had lost its fighting spirit, how could he contend with the invisible sword? Could it possibly be a truly divine sword? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Only a sword of a higher caliber could suppress the exceptional Zhuxian sword. As Wang Tian pondered, numerous strands of sword chi erupted from the formless sword. He could only passively evade, relying on his nimbleness to narrowly escape each lethal strike. Yet, continuing to evade would lead to inevitable defeat. All swords returned to their source. Wang Tian attempted to control the 12 swords with his sword heart to enact his technique, but aside from the Zhuxian sword that reluctantly complied, the other 11 swords seemed to be forcibly drawn towards the formless sword. This left Wang Tian utterly astonished. This formless sword of such a high caliber that it can control other swords. He had gained insight. But what shocked him even more was that the 11 swords, now under control, formed a sword array of their own, their sword chi even more intense than his. Startled, Wang Tian realized this sword could also perform the technique of all swords returned to their source. How could he possibly contend with such an adversary? Remembering his secret weapon, the Qilin mirror, he retrieved it. Yet the mirror could not reveal the existence of this sword. Wang Tian's ability to sense the formless sword stemmed from his sword heart. Without it, the Qilin mirror could not illuminate the invisible sword. Furthermore, the Qilin mirror could only be used once within a single day, and even if it revealed the sword, it could not activate its effects. Despair washed over Wang Tian as he realized all his strategies were ineffective against the formless sword. Faced with such a formidable opponent, he found himself utterly helpless. Resolved to fight back, he implored the Zhuxian sword. Please, show some spirit. He unleashed the technique of all swords returned to their source towards the formless sword. Although the Zhuxian sword shot forth, it lacked its former might, and the damage it could inflict was significantly diminished. Meanwhile, the formless sword's control over its own sword array surged forward with tremendous momentum. The two techniques collided in the air, and Wang Tian's Zhuxian sword could only withstand the onslaught for a brief moment before being overwhelmed. Realizing the imminent danger, Wang Tian had anticipated the Zhuxian sword's inability to prevail and had prepared a contingency plan. As the Zhuxian sword flew away, he dashed towards the formless sword, executing the 9 Dragons' Palm. 9 Dragons' Palm, he shouted, unleashing 9 streams of golden dragon aura towards the formless sword. Wang Tian believed this unexpected maneuver would allow him to close the distance, but he miscalculated. The formless sword deftly evaded the attack. And in the next instant, he felt a sharp pain as his chest was slashed open, blood spilling forth. That a flash of cold light revealed a 10-centimeter-long wound on Wang Tian's chest, blood quickly seeping out. The crimson droplets splattered onto the formless sword, finally revealing its position to him. Yet, what could he achieve now? The Zhuxian sword was suppressed. Qing Xian, Han Yuan, and the 9 treasured swords were all under the influence of the formless sword. And his 9 Dragons' Palm could not reach it. The Kunlun mirror had lost its utility. That I concede, Wang Tian declared after careful consideration. If he did not surrender, he might perish here. The formless sword was too malevolent. And with his current strength, he could not hope to defeat it. As he acknowledged his defeat, the 9 treasured swords, Qing Xian, and Han Yuan seemingly regained their freedom, swiftly returning to his side. Elder Sword, I shall return, he vowed as he stored the 12 swords back into the system space, clutching his chest in defeat as he retraced his steps. Though Wang Tian had aspired to overcome the challenge and secure an alliance for the Qilin Pavilion, his insufficient strength forced him to retreat. He could not sacrifice his life here. After Wang Tian completely vanished from the 18th level of the Sword Pavilion, the formless sword finally revealed its true form. It was a pristine, snow-white longsword, elegantly crafted and devoid of blemish, yet a splash of vibrant red blood adorned it like a plum blossom. A rich aura emanated from the immaculate sword, coalescing into a charming girl. Appearing around 14 or 15 years old, she wore a gown as white as snow, embroidered with pink flowers that accentuated her delicate beauty. Her eyes sparkled like clear water, untouched by the world's filth. Resembling the stars above, radiating brilliance, her skin was as fair as snow, her sculpted features exuding a sweet charm, and her long, lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her delicate shoulders. Her smooth, white legs were exposed, bare feet hovering in midair, untouched by dust. I did not even exert myself, and he just left. If I had known, I should have played with him first. After being trapped here for 8,000 years, a visitor finally arrives, and now he departs. How dull it will be now. The girl pouted, clearly displeased. Then, her gaze fell upon the blood smeared on her sword, and an idea sparked in her eyes. After being trapped for 8,000 years, this might be an opportunity to escape. Although it would forge a bond with him, it was still preferable to eternal confinement. The girl began to absorb the blood from the sword. And soon, Wang Tian's blood transformed into a red light that penetrated her mind. In the next moment, a blood-red plum blossom mark appeared in the center of her fair forehead. As Wang Tian trudged back, dispirited, he suddenly envisioned the shadow of a sword in his mind, light and agile, yet menacingly cold. Could it be that I am haunted by the shadow of that formless sword? Wang Tian shook his head, attempting to dispel the image, but no matter how hard he tried, the sword's silhouette remained firmly entrenched in his thoughts. This is truly frustrating. Resolute to return to rest and rid himself of this vexing sword shadow, Wang Tian hastened his pace back. Upon his emergence from the Sword Pavilion, sect leader Wei Xian and a throng of elders eagerly awaited him. Elder Tian Wang, you have finally emerged. You have truly given us a significant surprise. Wei Xian was the first to approach, his face alight with excitement. Quickly, he noticed the injury on Wang Tian's chest, and without hesitation retrieved a bottle of premium healing elixir from his spatial ring. Elder Tian Wang, this is our exclusive healing potion from Shushan, specially formulated for sword wounds. You will recover swiftly after taking it. Thank you, sect leader Wei. Wang Tian replied gratefully, not declining the offer. As the pain from the wound persisted and blood continued to flow. After accepting the potion, he poured several healing pills into his mouth. Elder Tian Wang, tell us what you discovered in the 18th level of the Sword Pavilion. The plump elder squeezed forward, his face brimming with curiosity. Not only he, but all the others, including Elder Zhixue, were filled with intrigue. After all, for 8,000 years, Wang Tian was the only person to have entered the 18th level of the Sword Pavilion. The 18th level harbors an invisible sword, imperceptible to the naked eye, yet detectable through the sword heart. All other swords lose their will to fight in its presence. Wang Tian recounted his experiences in the 18th level truthfully. Eager to uncover the origin of this formless sword, an invisible sword, unseen by the naked eye, sensed only through the sword heart, Wei Xian and the others furrowed their brows. This was the first they had heard of such a sword. Only a divine sword could sap the fighting spirit from all others. Elder Zhixue suddenly spoke, her lips parting lightly. A divine sword. The others gasped in shock. Could it be that Shushan possesses a divine sword? This is truly unbelievable. Who placed the divine sword in the 18th level of the sword pavilion? Not only Wei Xian, but the others too were baffled. Even Elder Zhixue found herself at a loss. Wang Tian observed their confusion, sensing his hopes dwindle. Elder Tianwang, please follow me, Elder Zhixue suddenly instructed. Certainly. Wang Tian thought it opportune to discuss the alliance with the Qilin pavilion. Considering he had breached the 18th level, surely the alliance would last at least 18 years. After sect leader Wei Xian and the other elders dispersed, Wang Tian followed Elder Zhixue to her secluded meditation area. This was the highest peak of Shushan, known as Goddess Peak, named for its resemblance to a goddess. The peak was perpetually enveloped in spiritual energy, where not only Elder Zhixue practiced, but also her disciples, along with various spiritual beasts coexisting harmoniously. Guided by Elder Zhixue, Wang Tian proceeded to a secluded chamber. Elder, we need not go to such lengths to discuss the alliance. The previous grand hall is quite suitable, Wang Tian urged anxiously, eager to finalize the alliance. However, Elder Zhixue seemed to have other intentions. Such matters cannot be conducted in the grand hall. It is more fitting in my secluded chamber, she stated coolly. Such matters? Wang Tian sensed something amiss. Yet to ensure a smooth alliance, he followed Elder Zhixue into her meditation chamber. Upon entering, the door closed behind him with a heavy thud, causing Wang Tian's heart to leap. Elder, I am now in your chamber. Let us finalize our alliance with the Qilin pavilion, Wang Tian exclaimed urgently. There is no rush for the alliance. First, you must remove your clothes, Elder Zhixue replied, turning to face him with a composed expression. What, remove my clothes? Wang Tian was taken aback, fearing Elder Zhixue intended to impose unwelcome advances upon him. To secure the alliance with the Qilin pavilion, must I truly sacrifice my modesty? Upon hearing Elder Zhixue's request, Wang Tian's heart raced, a premonition of impending discomfort washing over him. Elder, let us first discuss the alliance. He steadied himself, hoping to negotiate the alliance before addressing her request, but Elder Zhixue remained unyielding. I said remove them. Do not waste words. Her displeasure was evident, compelling Wang Tian to swallow hard, fearing the repercussions of inciting her wrath. If she were angered, the alliance could very well be jeopardized, rendering his visit to Shushan futile. That I must ensure the alliance with the Qilin pavilion is realized. If I must make sacrifices, so be it. Besides, Elder Zhixue is quite beautiful. Perhaps it is not such a loss after all. Having resolved in his mind, Wang Tian, with a heavy heart, began to disrobe, tears welling in his eyes as he prepared to sacrifice his modesty for the alliance. As each article of clothing slipped away, his muscular physique and well-proportioned form were revealed. This was Wang Tian's first experience undressing before a woman, and he felt a pang of embarrassment. And now your pants. Elder Zhixue surveyed him closely, her brow furrowing as she urged him on. Elder, please be gentle. I fear pain. Wang Tian lamented, feeling utterly humiliated. He wanted to resist, yet he knew it was futile. He could not contend with Elder Zhixue. A sword immortal. With no means of resistance, he resigned himself to the situation, preparing to endure whatever would come next. Come now, Elder, regardless of your actions, I implore you to honor our alliance with the Qilin pavilion afterward. He thought, closing his eyes and bracing himself for the impending ordeal. As Elder Zhixue circled around the exposed Wang Tian, her delicate fingers gently caressed his chest. The warmth of her touch sent a jolt through him. Was this the beginning? My purity. Just as Wang Tian braced for humiliation, she suddenly jabbed her slender finger into a crucial acupoint on his chest. Pain shot through him, compelling him to grit his teeth, cursing Elder Zhixue's peculiar methods. Yet in the next moment, a surge of rich spiritual energy flowed into him, alleviating the pain and causing his furrowed brow to relax. Elder Zhixue continued her ministrations, pressing on several acupoints along Wang Tian's body. Each jab elicited cries of anguish, only to be soothed by the influx of spiritual energy. Elder, please expedite your actions. Why the playful antics? Wang Tian could no longer contain his frustration. If this was not playful, what could it possibly be? Who is playing with you? I am indeed attending to matters at hand. Please bear with me. The venerable Zhixue could not comprehend Wang Tian's words. With her exquisite, ice-like hands, she prodded him sharply at the base of his thigh. This location, a man's private area, elicited no overt response from her. The pain radiating from that point caused Wang Tian to grit his teeth. Yet a warm current soon flowed from the acupoint into his body, soothing his discomfort once more. After unblocking this acupoint, Jishui shifted her focus to Wang Tian's back, where her delicate hand pressed against another acupoint. As the number of unblocked acupoints increased, Wang Tian felt an escalating surge of spiritual energy within him, operating independently without transforming into dragon energy. This led him to realize that Jishui was indeed opening his spiritual meridians. "Are you opening my spiritual meridians?" Wang Tian finally grasped the situation. "What do you think I am doing?" Jishui shot him an exasperated glance and continued her ministrations. He recalled that during his time on the 17th floor of the Sword Pavilion, the sword spirit, Li Feng, had mentioned that defeating him would allow Jishui to open his spiritual meridians. He could hardly believe the promise had been fulfilled. However, he pondered, why was it necessary for him to disrobe for this process? "Can't spiritual meridians be opened while clothed?" he inquired, still puzzled. It is difficult to locate acupoints with clothing on, and the process generates substantial heat. If you remain clothed, you might suffocate yourself, Jishui explained patiently. Upon hearing this, Wang Tian realized his misunderstanding and noted the warmth radiating from his body. "Thank you, Venerable One." He expressed his gratitude sincerely. Opening spiritual meridians for another is a taxing endeavor, and Jishui was clearly exerting great effort. Beads of sweat dotted her fair forehead, dampening her bangs and the edges of her attire, revealing her dedication. As more acupoints were unblocked, the spiritual energy within Wang Tian began to accumulate, eventually circulating in alignment with the acupoint sequence. This revelation filled him with delight, indicating that his spiritual meridians were taking shape. Only one crucial acupoint remained to be unblocked. Jishui's gaze fixed on his lower abdomen, and with a gentle prod at the dantian, the final acupoint was opened. With all acupoints of the spiritual meridians now unblocked, the spiritual energy circulated throughout Wang Tian's body before converging at the dantian. The previously dormant golden dragon egg there swelled imperceptibly after absorbing the energy. When Wang Tian attempted to convert the spiritual energy into dragon energy, he succeeded. A sphere of spiritual energy materialized in his palm. The dragon energy within the dragon egg could be effortlessly transformed into spiritual energy. "It's done. My spiritual meridians are now open," he exclaimed with excitement. With this newfound capability, he would no longer fear revealing his identity while traversing the world. It's accomplished. I have fulfilled the task set by my master. Jishui, fatigued, sank into a chair within the chamber, her face glistening with perspiration and exhaustion, her hair dampened. Witnessing her condition moved Wang Tian deeply. "Venerable One, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance in opening my spiritual meridians. This kindness shall not be forgotten. Should you require my aid in the future, I will do my utmost to assist you," he vowed once more, though it was a task assigned by the master. The immense effort she expended warranted his eternal gratitude. "Forget about the future. It's needed now." Jishui, after regaining her breath, continued, "I have something important for you to assist with." Chapter 46. I would rather die than harbor affection for a demon woman. I have an urgent matter that requires your help, which I previously mentioned. Jishui's beautiful eyes fixed intently on Wang Tian. Previously mentioned. Is it regarding the collection of 9 materials? Wang Tian pondered before responding. Precisely, it pertains to those 9 materials. Jishui adjusted her posture, leaning languidly against the chair's back, showcasing her graceful figure before him. "What are the 9 materials you need me to find?" Wang Tian inquired, curiosity piqued. The urgency in Jishui's request implied the significance of these materials. The 9 materials are Demon Suppressing Stone, Purifying Soul Water, Demon Exorcism Talisman, Tranquil Lotus, Pure Heaven Pearl, Linglong Wood, 9 Young Iron Core, Pure Earth, and Holy Beast Blood. Jishui meticulously listed each material. Wang Tian committed them to memory one by one. Understood, but what are these materials for? He could not help but ask. To exorcise demons. Jishui replied after a moment of contemplation. Exorcise demons? Are there still demons in this world? Wang Tian was perplexed. As a prince, he had read many texts within the palace, including those concerning the demon race. It was said that before the establishment of the Qin dynasty, approximately 10,000 years ago, the Tianxian continent was home to demons. Due to differing cultivation methods and beliefs, a great conflict erupted between the demon race and human cultivators, culminating in a cataclysmic war lasting a century, which ultimately led to the demon race's eradication, including the fall of their demon empress. Shortly after the demon's extinction, the first emperor established the grandest empire, the Qin, across the Tianxian continent. Demons have always existed, Even after their empress fell a millennium ago, remnants of the demon race survived. Ji Shui continued. Over the past 10,000 years, they have infiltrated human society, learning our ways and concealing themselves within the Tianxian continent. Our duty in Shu Mountain is to exterminate demons. Now that you are a disciple of Shu Mountain, you must uphold this mission and be resolute in eradicating any demons you encounter. Rest assured, now that I am a disciple of Shu Mountain, I shall uphold justice. Wang Tian replied with righteous fervor, though internally he held reservations. While both demons and monsters were foreign entities, they encompassed both good and evil. To indiscriminately slaughter them without understanding the reasons was more monstrous than the monsters themselves. He could not condone such actions. Do you know why the sword godly fell into madness? Ji Shui mused after a moment of silence. Wasn't it because he was troubled by love? Wang Tian questioned, bewildered. Had he loved an ordinary woman, he would not have been troubled, but he chose to love a demon woman. Ji Shui's words shocked Wang Tian that he had never imagined that the revered sword godly Chunyu, the foremost figure of Shu Mountain, would fall for a demon woman. It was no wonder he was tormented by his feelings. Caught between the righteous mission of Shu Mountain and the woman he loved, any choice would lead to profound suffering, making it unsurprising that he succumbed to madness. What a pity for such a legendary sword master. Wang Tian sighed, reflecting on Li's fate. He now understood why Shu Mountain harbored such animosity towards demons. They had robbed Shu Mountain of its only potential sword god. Tian Wang, you are the most talented disciple in swordsmanship that Shu Mountain has seen in 8,000 years. I do not wish for you to follow in sword god's footsteps. Shu Mountain cannot endure another cycle of great joy and sorrow. Ji Shui's expression was grave. Do not worry, venerable one. I could never harbor feelings for a demon woman. Even if I were to leap from this goddess peak, I would never develop an affection for a demon woman. Wang Tian swore fervently, adding a playful remark towards Ji Shui. Moreover, what is so appealing about demon women? They cannot compare to your beauty and charm. You cheeky lad. Ji Shui feigned seriousness, yet inwardly she reveled in the flattery. Who does not enjoy being praised? Enough talk of demons. I will assist you in gathering these 9 materials. Wang Tian readily accepted, then shifted the conversation. By the way, venerable one, should we not discuss the alliance with the Qilin Pavilion? According to our prior agreement, having reached the 18th level of the Sword Pavilion, should not the duration of our alliance be extended? You seem quite invested in the alliance with the Qilin Pavilion, Ji Shui remarked with newfound interest. I have friends there. Naturally, I must care about it. Wang Tian replied casually. Friends? Female? Ji Shui teased, her gaze piercing as if seeking to uncover his secrets. Regardless, why the interrogation? Just tell me the duration of our alliance. Wang Tian felt slightly embarrassed under her scrutiny. 3 years, Ji Shui replied, providing a figure before continuing. If within those 3 years you help me gather these 9 materials, I can extend our alliance with them for another 100 years. However, if 3 years pass and you have yet to procure the materials, the alliance with the Qilin Pavilion will be formally concluded. What? Only 3 years for an alliance? I have reached the 18th level of the Sword Pavilion. Wang Tian protested. Feeling disgruntled, he had assumed that reaching such a level would ensure at least an 18-year alliance. Only to be met with a mere 3 years. But did you not express confidence in locating the 9 materials? If you succeed, the total duration of our alliance will be 103 years. Is that not sufficient? Ji Shui smiled lightly. Wang Tian was at a loss for words. Several of the materials were unfamiliar to him, suggesting that collecting them would pose a challenge. Yet, he recalled the Qilin Pavilion's expertise in intelligence gathering. Surely they could assist in locating the materials. Very well, 3 years it is, but I require a binding contract for the alliance between Shu Mountain and the Qilin Pavilion, with a promise of irrevocability. And it must be publicly declared. Only then will other factions refrain from meddling, and at an appropriate time, we must dispatch skilled protectors for them. Wang Tian articulated he needed to ensure the Qilin Pavilion's safety for his peace of mind. No problem. After we exit, I will instruct Wei Xian to send someone to the Qilin Pavilion to formalize the alliance contract and assure them that we will never tear up the agreement. While also announcing to the world that should the Qilin Pavilion face danger, Shu Mountain will provide full support. Ji Shui readily agreed. Wang Tian felt a wave of relief. Now he could focus on gathering the 9 materials. Upon leaving the Goddess Peak, Ji Shui personally escorted Wang Tian to the sect leader, Wei Xian, to finalize the alliance with the Qilin Pavilion. Rest assured, venerable one, I will handle this matter diligently. I shall accompany Elder Tian Wang to the Qilin Pavilion at once. Sect leader Wei Xian affirmed. Very well, go forth, Ji Shui nodded. Before they departed, she once again cautioned Wang Tian, "Remember my words. Do not follow in the footsteps of those swordsmanship prodigies." Are you referring to the romance between Imo Jiansheng and his disciple? Or to sword god Li's love affair with a demon? Wang Tian inquired, keenly observing Ji Shui, as both individuals had lost their promising futures due to their affections for those deemed inappropriate. Ji Shui, realizing the implications, appeared momentarily flustered before responding earnestly, "Neither is acceptable. Understood. Venerable One, we shall take our leave." Wang Tian followed closely behind sect leader Wei Xian, and with a commanding rise, they soared into the air. Swiftly making their way to the Qilin pavilion, Ji Shui's gaze lingered on Wang Tian until he vanished from sight, her attention still fixed on him. Chapter 47. Yin Yu's subtle thoughts within the grand estate of the Qilin pavilion. Yin Yu sat by the window, engrossed in her painting with a brush in hand. Soft light streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon her, akin to a golden veil draping over her, rendering her as if a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Her brows resembled distant mountains, her eyes sparkled like stars, and the brush danced gracefully across the paper, sketching a mysterious figure donned in silver armor and a black cloak. Lost in thought as she gazed at her creation, Yin Yu recalled the profound connection felt during their brief glance, an inexplicable sensation that seemed to transcend time itself. Why does this sword resonate with my lute? Could it be he is the one who gifted me the lute? The astute Yin Yu seemed to have an epiphany and retrieve the note, its writing still vivid in her mind. Just as she pondered, her maid, Xiao Hong, rushed in, breathless. "Miss, that person has arrived," Xiao Hong stammered, her words tumbling out in haste. "Which person?" Yin Yu furrowed her brow. "The one from your painting. He has come, along with the sect leader of Shu Mountain." After catching her breath, Xiao Hong completed her sentence. "The Tian Wang has arrived." Yin Yu's face lit up with joy. She was about to step outside when she suddenly hesitated, returning to the mirror to check her reflection. Smoothing her bangs and adjusting her hair until satisfied before finally making her way outside, in the grand hall of the Qilin pavilion. Yun Zhongzi was warmly welcoming Wang Tian and Wei Xian. "Sect leader Wei, young master Tian. This is the finest tea from Tian Yun Mountain. Please, indulge." Yun Zhongzi beamed with enthusiasm. Initially skeptical about the alliance between Shu Mountain and the Qilin pavilion, given that there had been no precedent in 8,000 years, he now felt a glimmer of hope upon seeing the sect leader and Tian Wang together. "Sect leader Wei, young master Tian, I will be direct. I have come to represent Shu Mountain in forming an alliance with you. May I ask if you're willing?" Wei Xian said nonchalantly after taking a sip of tea. "Absolutely, without a doubt." Yun Zhongzi nodded eagerly, his excitement evident. With Shu Mountain, a top-ranking sect, as their ally, the Qilin Pavilion's reputation would soar, and no one would dare to provoke them, not even Longhu Mountain. However, he noted, the initial duration of the alliance would be 3 years, and once Tian Wang gathered the 9 materials required by the Venerable One, they could secure an additional 100 years of alliance. "That works for us. Should Shu Mountain require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to us," Yun Zhongzi assured, not at all bothered by the brief duration of the alliance. Just being able to ally with Shu Mountain was an incredible opportunity. "While our combat capabilities may be lacking, our intelligence network is quite robust. Sect leader Yin, I have 9 materials that need to be located. Could you assist me?" Wang Tian wasted no time, handing a note listing the 9 materials to Yun Zhongzi. "Certainly. Let me take a look." Yun Zhongzi took the note, scrutinizing it closely. However, his brows furrowed as he read, realizing that many of the items were exceedingly rare, some even unfamiliar to him. Yet, he recognized 3 of them. "Young Master Tian, I am familiar with the Holy Beast Blood, Linglong Wood, and 9 Yang Iron Core listed here. As for the other 6, I will need some time to investigate, but rest assured, I will uncover their whereabouts shortly." Yun Zhongzi's tone reflected confidence, as he was well aware of the Qilin Pavilion's extensive intelligence network. Furthermore, assisting Wang Tian meant aiding themselves. Securing these 9 materials would extend the alliance with Shu Mountain by a century, ensuring the safety and prosperity of the Qilin Pavilion for generations to come. "Could you share what you know about those 3? Wang Tian's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He knew the Qilin Pavilion possessed more information than he did. With their help, gathering the 9 materials would prove manageable within 3 years. First, regarding Linglong Wood, it is harvested from the Linglong tree and is the primary material for crafting exquisite mechanical puppets. Yun Zhongzi explained earnestly. "Exquisite mechanical puppets?" Wang Tian suddenly recalled Xiao Nu, an exceptional puppet crafted by the renowned master Lu Ban. Indeed, the Linglong tree is exclusive to the Tianji Pavilion, meaning you can only acquire Linglong wood from them. Yun Zhongzi's expression was notably grave, for procuring the exquisite Linglong wood from the Tianji Pavilion was akin to scaling the heavens. Tianji Pavilion, is that the one founded by Master Mozi and furthered by Master Luban? Wang Tian inquired. Indeed, Linglong wood is the treasured possession of Tianji Pavilion, and acquiring even a fragment from them poses a considerable challenge, Yun Zhangzi replied after a brief pause. As for the Jiuyang Iron Heart, it originates from Juyang Mountain, the domain of the Tiangong sect. Juyang Mountain sporadically erupts with Juyang Mountain fire, within which the Juyang Iron Heart resides. This material is the finest for forging supreme celestial swords. Yet to obtain the Juyang Iron Heart, one must first pass through the Tiangong sect's defenses and also brave the peril of being incinerated by volcanic flames. Wang Tian frowned upon hearing this. Indeed, each of the 9 materials entrusted to him by his ancestor was not easily acquired. What about the blood of the sacred beast? He couldn't help but ask. The sacred beasts are elusive and difficult to track. However, not far from the capital lies the Moonfall Valley, home to a sacred beast known as the Nine-Headed Ao, born of the union between a dragon and a flood dragon. Yun Zhongzi continued after a moment's thought. Yet, the Moonfall Valley is a forbidden territory for the Fox Demon clan, guarded closely by the Ninetails clan, making it a daunting place to enter. Even if one were to gain entry, the Nine-Headed Ao, after thousands of years of cultivation, likely possesses strength that rivals even that of human immortals or higher. Upon mentioning Moonfall Valley, Wang Tian suddenly recalled an important matter he needed to address there. Moreover, half a month prior, he had asked the Fox Matriarch to arrange a meeting with the Ninetails clan leader, Yao Wanwan. The timing seemed opportune. I understand. Thank you, Pavilion Master Yun, for the information. I hope you can assist me in inquiring about the remaining 6 materials. Wang Tian expressed gratefully with a cupped fist. No problem. Your matters are our Qilin Pavilion's concerns. If it weren't for your righteous intervention, our Yun family might have met a dire fate, Yun Zhongzi replied. Feeling grateful to Wang Tian for finally finding an opportunity to repay his kindness, after discussing the materials, Wei Xian and Yun Zhongzi began to draft an alliance contract. An alliance, after all, necessitated formalities. And this contract held legal weight. Once signed, any breach would invoke consequences. At that moment, the enchanting Yun Qiu gracefully entered. Upon her arrival, she greeted Wei Xian and Wang Tian, her beautiful eyes casting a furtive glance at Wang Tian before she addressed her father. Father, I believe we should include young Master Tian's name on the alliance contract, as he has facilitated our connections. Is that appropriate? Yun Zhongzi pondered, slightly bewildered, since the alliance agreement seemed to require only the signatures of the 2 sect leaders. Without provisions for additional names. I believe Miss Yun is correct. Our alliance relies entirely on Elder Tian's mediation, thus, it is only fitting to include his name. Wei Xian readily concurred, although there was no precedent for multiple signatures. Wang Tian agreed as the sect leaders had spoken. Very well. I shall add my name, Wang Tian declared, taking up the brush to inscribe his name upon the document. Upon witnessing his signature, Yin Qiu's heart swelled with joy. Chapter 48. Let the Fox Princess attend to His Highness after finalizing the alliance agreement. Yun Zhongzi warmly hosted a banquet for them, preparing an exquisite feast. The atmosphere was lively, and after indulging in food and drink, Yun Zhongzi insisted they stay the night. However, Wei Xian and Wang Tian politely declined. Wei Xian had responsibilities back at the Shushan sect, so he returned that evening, while Wang Tian, citing other matters, chose not to accompany him. Yun Qiu accompanied her father to see them off, lingering until Wang Tian's figure disappeared around a corner. Shower, young Master Tian has already left, Yun Zhongzi gently reminded. I know, Yun Qiu replied, feeling she had exhibited too much emotion, and quickly masked her feelings with a facade of calm. Once back in her room, Yun Qiu immediately borrowed the alliance agreement from her father. After locking the door, she cautiously opened the document, revealing Wang Tian's signature emblazoned upon it. Young Master Tian, such elegant handwriting, reminiscent of the note. Her heart raced with excitement. To confirm, she retrieved the note once more, meticulously comparing the 2 scripts. Aside from stylistic similarities, even the strokes and curves matched perfectly. Indeed, this note bears the handwriting of young Master Tian. A wave of exhilaration washed over her, and her gaze fell upon the Tianma Qin on the table. It was indeed a gift from young Master Tian. No wonder his sword resonated with her Qin. It must be due to his influence. Understanding this, her spirits lifted, and she felt profoundly grateful to Wang Tian. She resolved to express her gratitude to him when next the METAS night descended. Wang Tian used the Moon Fox Pearl to teleport back to the royal mausoleum. After several days away, he found himself somewhat nostalgic for the place. Upon his return, he spotted a familiar silhouette awaiting him in front of the mausoleum. Under the pale moonlight, her figure appeared particularly vivid, as if she had emerged from the very glow of the moon. She moved with grace, her enchanting visage captivating. Clad in a light blue gauzy dress that barely concealed her alluring form, her alabaster shoulders and the deep cleft of her neckline were exposed to the cool air, rendering her utterly mesmerizing. Fox Princess. Wang Tian removed his silver mask. "Your Highness, I am so glad to see you," the Fox Princess exclaimed, her face lighting up upon his return as she approached him with a sensuous stride. Every gesture exuding charm. Any ordinary man would surely capitulate before her allure. There's something you wish to discuss." Wang Tian instinctively inquired, "Do you not recall our arrangement regarding the nine-tails fox demon?" "Wan," the Fox Princess breathed softly. "I do. Has she arrived?" Wang Tian's eyes brightened. He intended to enlist Wan's aid in entering Moonfall Valley. Initially, his purpose for entering had been to assist the Fox Immortal in lifting her physical restrictions, allowing her to reincarnate. Now, he had an additional objective, to procure the sacred beast's blood from the nine-headed Ao. "She is on her way, expected to arrive around midnight," the Fox Princess replied. "Excellent. I shall prepare to meet her when the hour approaches." Wang Tian responded, "Your Highness, might you consider resting a while? Perhaps we could unwind in the hot springs I mentioned last time while we await Wan's arrival," the Fox Princess suggested, her gaze filled with anticipation. A hot spring. Wang Tian recalled that it had indeed been quite some time since his last bath. It was high time he indulged. "Very well, let us enjoy the hot springs. Your Highness, let us hurry." The Fox Princess beamed with joy at his agreement, confident that if she served him well, he would surely become entranced by her. As they departed, an aged man with white hair emerged from the shadows of the moonlight. Observing the retreating figures of the two, he refrained from calling out to stop them, instead murmuring in astonishment, "It seems that this young man has grown stronger in just a few days." The old man found himself increasingly intrigued by the seemingly inept sixth prince. He had been aware of the commotion Wang Tian caused in the royal mausoleum, but had chosen not to intervene. Since Wang Tian had entered the Black Mausoleum, the old man realized that the rumors of his ineptitude were far from the truth. The facade he maintained in public likely masked his true abilities. After over a month of covert observation, the old man noted that the sixth prince's cultivation had advanced dramatically, and his swordsmanship had become remarkably skilled. After several nights of contemplation, he attributed this transformation to the fortunes bestowed by the Black Mausoleum. Before entering, the sixth prince was indeed a waste, yet upon his emergence, his talents had flourished, and his strength had surged. Anyone would conclude that he had encountered a fortuitous opportunity within the Black Mausoleum. As for the incident of disturbing the ancestor's coffin, the old man reasoned that Wang Tian was likely seeking cultivation resources or a suitable weapon. Cast down to the mausoleum, he had lost access to cultivation resources. Thus, seeking aid from his ancestors was entirely rational. "This young man continues to surprise me. Perhaps, once he grows even stronger, he may assist me in fulfilling that unfinished business." The old man's murky eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Upon reaching the eastern hill, the Fox Princess led Wang Tian to a secluded hot spring on the back mountain. Under the pristine moonlight, the spring's waters were crystal clear, emanating a gentle warmth that wafted through the air. "Your Highness, this is our hot spring. A soak here will not only dispel your fatigue, but also enhance the flow of your dragon energy," the Fox Princess remarked, drawing closer, her fragrance captivating. "This hot spring is quite splendid." Wang Tian nodded in satisfaction, quickly shedding his garments before leaping into the warm waters. The moment he submerged, a wave of warmth enveloped him, invigorating the flow of his blood and accelerating the circulation of both dragon and spiritual energy. Wang Tian found himself increasingly pleased with the hot spring's effects. "How delightful! It has been far too long since I last bathed," he remarked, splashing water on his face, instantly revitalizing himself, while he immersed himself in the soothing waters. A sultry voice wafted from behind him. "Your Highness, after a month in the mausoleum, do you not feel lonely and cold? Allow the Fox Princess to attend to you. I assure you it will be satisfying." The Fox Princess wrapped her arms around Wang Tian from behind. Chapter 49. The Nine-Tails Fox. Wan arrives. The warmth against his back made Wang Tian shudder slightly. "Fox Princess, I merely wish to enjoy a peaceful soak in the hot spring." Your attendance is unnecessary. He gently pried her arms away and instinctively turned to look at her, startled to find the fox princess drenched, revealing an unexpected boldness. He had not anticipated her audacity to approach him so closely. The sight of her alluring form, partially obscured by her soaked attire, was more tempting than if she were entirely bare. Your Highness, are you truly certain you do not require my assistance? I promise to provide you with utmost comfort. The fox princess said, her cheeks flushed, allowing Wang Tian to gaze at her unimpeded, confident in her allure. Though Wang Tian was indeed the sixth prince, he was still a man. After a month of solitude within the mausoleum, he was bound to feel a sense of emptiness. The sight of her perfect figure was difficult to resist, yet he remained unfazed. I am certain I do not need your assistance, Wang Tian replied, turning away. While the fox princess was undeniably beautiful and her physique captivating, Wang Tian felt no emotional connection to her. Moreover, he had a confrontation with the Ninetales clan leader, Wan Wan, on the horizon. Indulging with the fox princess would undoubtedly deplete his energy. The fox princess, sensing Wang Tian's disinterest, felt a twinge of disappointment. I understand. Is it because you look down upon me for being a mountain enchantress? She replied, crestfallen. After much contemplation, she concluded that this was the only plausible explanation. Mountain enchantresses were often regarded with disdain, and despite her newfound beauty, she was still but a mountain enchantress. How could a prince of such stature possibly take an interest in someone of her background? I do not disdain you for being a mountain enchantress. Rather, I must conserve my energy for the impending battle with Wan Wan. I must be at my best to face her, Wang Tian earnestly explained. The ability to subdue Wan Wan was crucial for his successful entry into Moonfall Valley. He could not afford to be careless. Yes, oh, that's how it is. The fox princess's expression shifted from despair to delight as she added with a teasing tone. I merely intended to give you a shoulder massage, nothing more. Perhaps it is best that you wait outside for me. I shall soak for a while and join you shortly, Wang Tian suggested, eager to send the enticing little demoness away. Given enough time in her company, he feared he might lose control. Very well. You enjoy your soak. When Wan Wan arrives, I shall come to inform you. The fox princess reluctantly exited the hot spring. Her perfect form illuminated by the moonlight, creating a breathtaking sight. With delicate, translucent fingertips, she gathered her discarded clothes from the ground and began to dress slowly. Wang Tian dared not turn to look, fearing that a single glance would render him unable to tear his gaze away. Observing Wang Tian's bashfulness, the fox princess felt a strange flutter of affection. Your Highness, I am leaving now. You may turn around, she called out, her voice as alluring as silk, soothing to the ears. Understood, Wang Tian replied, still not turning, instead finding a stone to lean against as he closed his eyes to meditate. The fox princess left with a smile. Undeterred by his lack of attention, once she had completely vanished, Wang Tian let out a quiet sigh of relief. What a tempting little demoness. I cannot allow her to accompany me to the hot spring again. He genuinely worried that he would lose control one day and succumb to her charms. While he enjoyed his bath, the Ninetales clan leader, Wan Wan, had arrived near the eastern hill, though she did not ascend immediately. Instead, she surveyed the terrain, accompanied by two elders from the Ninetales clan, one male and one female. Leader, can we trust the words of that mountain enchantress's matriarch? The moon fox pearl has been missing for over 1,000 years. How could it possibly reappear now? The male elder questioned skeptically. I too sensed something amiss. Why did that matriarch only inform our Ninetales clan and not the other 3 fox demon clans? The female elder frowned, voicing her concerns. Regardless of the truth, I must investigate. Before her death, our ancestor, Yao Yu, specifically instructed us to find the moon fox pearl, no matter the cost, Wan Wan declared, her alluring eyes reflecting determination for the other fox demon clans. The moon fox pearl might merely symbolize their dominion, but for the Ninetales clan, it concealed a secret that must not be disclosed to outsiders. Leader, what if this is a trap set by the mountain enchantress clan? The female elder asked anxiously, aware that they were on unfamiliar territory and a trap could spell disaster. Do not worry. I have borrowed the heavenly demon sword from the Heavenly Demon Alliance. Even that wretched old matriarch of the mountain enchantress clan cannot match me. Should they dare deceive me, I shall raze this place to the ground. Wan Wan's eyes glinted with a hint of malice. The price she paid to borrow the heavenly demon sword from the Alliance was steep, demonstrating her determination to acquire the moon fox pearl. Leader, you have obtained the heavenly demon sword. The two elders' eyes sparkled with excitement. They understood that the heavenly demon sword was a top-tier demon sword. For their clan, it was an exceptional treasure. With the heavenly demon sword in hand, they would not need to fear the mountain enchantress clan. Even if they fell into a trap, the sword would provide them with a chance to turn the tide. Suddenly, both elders felt a surge of confidence. Indeed, not only did I acquire the heavenly demon sword, but I also brought along the blood fox. We have trained it for 20 years. It is time to unleash it in battle. Luan Luan produced a blood-red pearl from her possession, within which lay a miniature blood-red fox. The creature was fast asleep, yet a fierce aura emanated from it. The two elders instinctively took a step back, their eyes wide with fear. Only those from the Ninetails clan knew the extent of the blood fox's bloodthirst, having consumed many creatures, including humans, animals, and even its own kin. The malevolent energy radiating from it was suffocating. All right, let us ascend. We must not keep that old crone waiting for too long. Soon, Luan Luan, accompanied by two elders, made her way towards the mountaintop. Shortly after reaching the summit, Fox Empress hurriedly returned to the hot spring. Your Highness, Luan Luan has arrived, she reported earnestly. Finally, she has come. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Wang Tian's eyes. He had awaited Luan Luan for quite some time. Chapter 50. Acknowledge me as your sovereign. At the highest peak of the eastern mountain, a spacious pavilion awaited, where Fox grandmother and a host of mountain spirits were gathered. As the moon reached its zenith, Luan Luan, adorned in a flowing red gown, gracefully approached with her two kin. The night breeze lifted her crimson dress, its hem dancing like a blooming red rose, swaying elegantly in the moonlight. Her steps were light, her figure enchanting, resembling a dancer gliding across a stage. Her long hair flowed with the evening wind, akin to gentle willows swaying in the spring breeze. A mysterious smile graced her face, eluding comprehension. Luan Luan, you have arrived. Come quickly, taste the fruit tea I have brewed for you. Fox grandmother said without rising to greet her, placing a cup of brewed tea on the stone table. I shall forego your fruit tea. What of the moon fox pearl you mentioned? I did not journey all this way just to sip your tea. Luan Luan replied, raising an eyebrow, showing no respect for Fox grandmother. The moon fox pearl is not in my possession. Fox grandmother sipped her tea nonchalantly. Not with you. Are you toying with me? Luan Luan retorted angrily. I am not jesting. The moon fox pearl is indeed not here. Fox grandmother continued to sip her tea with indifference. Then where is it? Luan Luan asked, suppressing her fury. It is with me. A booming voice answered in place of Fox grandmother. Upon seeing the newcomer, Fox grandmother, who had been casually sipping tea, quickly rose and bowed. Your sovereign. Your sovereign? Luan Luan frowned, questioning when the mountain spirits had a sovereign. Her gaze instinctively turned towards the source of the voice, revealing a man clad in a silver mask and a black cloak, who approached slowly, with Fox Empress following respectfully behind him. Who are you? The moon fox pearl is truly in your possession? Luan Luan cared little for whether he was the sovereign of the mountain spirits. She merely desired the moon fox pearl. I am Tian Wang, the sovereign of the mountain spirits. The moon fox pearl is indeed with me. Wang Tian replied calmly. To conceal his identity, he chose to present himself as Tian Wang before Luan Luan, having explicitly instructed Fox grandmother and Fox Empress not to reveal his true identity to since the moon fox pearl is in your possession. Might you show it to me? Luan Luan asked with a slight raise of her brow. You think I would simply show it to you upon your request? What are you? Wang Tian smirked slightly. What must I do to behold the moon fox pearl? Luan Luan clenched her delicate fist, a hint of anger brewing within her. Have your two kin retreat down the mountain first, Wang Tian suggested. Glancing at the two kin behind Luan Luan, these two kin were peak-level experts, and to ensure Luan Luan's submission, he deemed it necessary to reduce the number of opponents to guarantee success. Do not go too far, one of the male elders behind Luan Luan exclaimed angrily, fearing that if they retreated, their leader would be left vulnerable to attack. This is my condition. Whether you wish to see the moon fox pearl is up to you. Wang Tian replied nonchalantly. Luan Luan's fists tightened. Her gaze towards Wang Tian hardened with a hint of menace, as he had struck at her vital point. Very well. I agree to your terms. You may retreat down the mountain. Luan Luan instructed them. But leader, what will happen to you if we leave? The female elder asked with concern, knowing that the leader would be alone against many. Do not worry. I possess 2 trump cards. Even if they all come at me, I am confident I can eliminate them, Luan Luan assured them, her face radiating confidence. remembering the terrifying power of the Tianyao sword and the blood fox. The two elders reluctantly agreed to withdraw down the mountain. All right, be careful. Leader, we shall wait for you at the foot of the mountain. Should you find yourself in peril, signal with the nine-tailed flame, and we shall come to your aid, the male elder said earnestly. Understood. Yao Wanluan nodded. The two elders departed reluctantly. Once they had completely left, Yao Wanluan turned her attention back to Wang Tian. Adam, why Qin have departed? May I now see the moon fox pearl? She inquired coldly. Of course. Wang Tian nodded. Retrieving the moon fox pearl from his system space, the pink moon fox pearl emerged. It resembled a brilliant gemstone, radiating an enchanting glow. Its colors mirrored the splendid twilight, illuminating the dark night. The entire eastern mountain was suffused with a rosy hue, akin to a beautiful painting, drawing one into a tender ambience, making it difficult to extricate oneself. Feeling the fox spirit energy emanating from the moon fox pearl, Yao Wanluan trembled with excitement. That it truly is the moon fox pearl. I have finally found it, she exclaimed, her beautiful eyes gleaming with fervor. You have seen the moon fox pearl. Does it not follow that you should now acknowledge me as your sovereign? Wang Tian gazed intently at her. Acknowledge you as my sovereign? How ludicrous. Yao Wanluan scowled, as though she had heard the greatest joke. Indeed, did your fox demon clan not proclaim that whoever possesses the moon fox pearl becomes the sovereign of the 5 fox clans? Now that the moon fox pearl is in my hands, should you not acknowledge me? Wang Tian said calmly. Acknowledge you as my sovereign? Preposterous. You lack the qualifications. Hand over the moon fox pearl, Yao Wanluan declared, unleashing her fox demon power and lunging at Wang Tian with blinding speed. Chapter 51. Grateful for the great sword presented by Yao Wanluan transformed into a streak of pink meteor, attacking Wang Tian at an astonishing speed, her body surrounded by a pink glow, akin to a splendid ribbon dancing through the AI. The meteor sliced through the night sky with a deafening roar. It resembled the wrath of the cosmos. However, before she could reach him, Fox grandmother leaped in front of Wang Tian. Yao Wanluan, how dare you disrespect the sovereign? Do not blame me for being impolite. Fox grandmother exclaimed, swinging her staff fiercely at Yao Wanluan. Fox grandmother's staff was no ordinary walking stick. It was a sacred vine staff, crafted from sacred vines and infused with fox demon power for 49 years, making it comparable to an earth-level weapon. The sacred vine staff hurtled towards the swiftly approaching Yao Wanluan with terrifying force, like a comet colliding with the earth. Not retreating, Yao Wanluan conjured a dark green longsword and fiercely struck at the sacred vine staff. The sword and staff collided midair, producing a green sword energy that cleaved through the night sky, while the sacred vine staff cracked, its fox demon power easily shattered by the green sword energy. How could this be? My sacred vine staff could not withstand her sword, Fox grandmother exclaimed in shock, standing behind Wang Tian. Fox Empress was equally astonished. The sacred vine staff was a weapon of earth-level lower grade, the strongest of their clan, yet it failed to endure even one exchange against Yao Wanluan's blade. What sword do you wield? Fox grandmother asked incredulously, staring at Yao Wanluan's weapon. This is the Tianyao sword, an earth-level upper grade. Your sacred vine staff is merely earth-level lower grade. How could it possibly withstand my Tianyao sword? Yao Wanluan boasted, her confidence soaring as if she were invincible in that moment. To think you possess the Tianyao sword. You have truly bowed to the Tianyao alliance, Fox grandmother scoffed angrily. The Tianyao alliance was a coalition formed by beasts that had attained sentience, akin to human sects. Yet they were not recognized by the world and frequently hunted by human cultivators, forcing them to remain hidden and develop in secret. And what of it? As long as it helps me seize the moon fox pearl. I find the cost worthwhile, Yao Wanluan declared, her eyes fierce, willing to risk everything for the moon fox pearl. You traitor of the fox demon clan, Fox grandmother scolded vehemently. The 5 fox clans had always stood apart, never bound to the Tianyao alliance, and now the 9-tailed clan's allegiance to the Tianyao alliance marked them as traitors, inciting Fox grandmother's wrath. What of being a traitor, as long as I can reclaim the moon fox pearl? It is all worth it. Die, you old crone, Yao Wanluan shouted fiercely, wielding the Tianyao sword to launch another ferocious assault on Fox grandmother. Fox grandmother steeled herself, prepared to face the onslaught. She knew she might not overpower Yao Wanluan with the Tianyao sword, but she was ready to fight to the death. Yet, a resounding sword, come, altered the entire battlefield. As the command echoed, The Tianyao sword in Yao Wanwan's grasp began to tremble violently, seemingly attempting to fly from her hands, leaving her in shock. What is happening? Why can I not control my Tianyao sword? Yao Wanwan strained to wield her fox demon power to maintain control, but the sword's power surged, making it increasingly difficult to manage. Why is this happening? It seems the Tianyao sword is being controlled by some force. Confounded, Yao Wanwan struggled to comprehend why her sword was suddenly beyond her control. With a swift whoosh, the Tianyao sword soared from her grip, speeding towards Wang Tian's head. The onlookers were left stunned. How did the Tianyao sword end up above him? Yao Wanwan's face was one of disbelief. Fox Grandmother and Fox Empress shared the same expression of shock. Why did the Tianyao sword suddenly fly to His Highness? Was it intimidated by his sovereign aura? Fox Empress trembled, her mind racing with wild conjectures. Fox Grandmother, possessing greater insight, quickly discerned that Wang Tian had seized control of the Tianyao sword. Yao Wanwan, your Tianyao sword is impressive. It is now mine, and I thank you for the splendid gift, Wang Tian said with a slight smile, never having anticipated that Yao Wanwan would deliver him a weapon rivaling the sacred sword, thus enhancing his personal arsenal. Upon hearing this, Yao Wanwan nearly spat blood in her fury. Why can you control my Tianyao sword? She asked, clenching her fists in frustration. Having sacrificed greatly to borrow this Earth-level upper-grade sword from the Tianyao Alliance to confront Fox Grandmother, only to have it effortlessly taken from her in an instant. This Tianyao sword is more discerning than you realize. It recognized the Moon Fox Pearl and chose to bow before me. While you still dare to oppose me, Wang Tian replied with a casual smirk, withholding the truth. Ha. Though I do not know how you controlled my Tianyao sword, do you truly believe it is my only trump card? Yao Wanwan laughed grimly, retrieving a blood-red orb from her attire. Tonight, I shall ensure that everyone here meets their demise. With a sinister expression, she forcefully hurled the blood fox orb to the ground. Chapter 52. The ferocity of the blood fox. The loss of the Tianyao sword drove Yao Wanwan into a corner. As she smashed the blood fox orb onto the ground, a crimson glow erupted in the darkness, summoning a massive blood-red fox before the astonished crowd. This blood fox stood 2 meters tall and 3 meters long, its fur a vivid crimson that shimmered under the pale moonlight, as if it were ablaze with unquenchable fury. A palpable aura of malice radiated from it, thick enough to suffocate those nearby. Its cold, merciless gaze resembled 2 sharp blades, instilling dread in anyone caught in its sight. Everyone present was taken aback by the appearance of such a formidable blood fox. What breed of fox is this? Does our fox demon clan possess such a creature? Fox Empress queried, her expression grave, as she had never seen a blood-red fox before, let alone one exuding such a potent aura of malice. This is the blood fox, a creature nurtured through the prolonged feeding of living beings, Fox Grandmother explained solemnly. This blood fox's malice is so dense it is almost tangible, cultivated over at least 20 years. Who knows how many lives it has devoured? Moreover, blood foxes are inherently vicious beasts, devoid of intelligence, driven solely by a lust for slaughter. Wang Tian frowned upon hearing this. He had not anticipated the existence of such a fierce beast within the Nine-Tailed clan. Seeing that the crowd was cowed by her creation, Yao Wanwan felt elated. That I warned you. Tonight, all of you must die. With a malevolent expression, she commanded the blood fox, eliminate them all. As her words fell, the blood fox crouched low and then leaped towards Wang Tian like a red flash of lightning, fueled by a fierce determination to strike at his throat. Fox Grandmother and Fox Empress immediately positioned themselves in front of Wang Tian. Let me test the might of the blood fox, Fox Empress declared, drawing her sword with fierce determination, while her fox demon power surged. Fox Grandmother tightened her grip on the sacred vine staff. Channeling her own power, confronted by their opposition, the blood fox's malice intensified, and it lunged at them with bared fangs. Fox Empress did not flinch, thrusting her sword at the blood fox as she did. A pink sword energy erupted, resembling a flowing pink river. Simultaneously, Fox Grandmother swung her staff with all her might, her fox demon power crashing down like thunder, as if intending to shatter the night itself. The two powerful energies collided with the blood fox, leaving only 2 shallow wounds, and the two were sent flying by a single swipe of the blood fox's paw. Fox Empress and Fox Grandmother tumbled to the ground far from their original position. Witnessing the blood fox's strength exceed her expectations, Yao Wanwan felt a surge of confidence. Excellent. Indeed, you have not disappointed me after 20 years of nurturing. Go forth and tear everything apart. Her eyes gleamed with madness. After dispatching Fox Empress and Fox Grandmother, the blood fox fixed its ferocious gaze upon Wang Tian. With a fierce howl, It charged towards him with astonishing speed, akin to a gale, making it nearly impossible to track. Wang Tian nimbly leapt back, effortlessly dodging the blood fox's attack, and swung the Zhuxian sword at it. The sword energy transformed into a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at the blood fox. The blood fox showed no inclination to evade, absorbing the sword energy directly, sustaining only superficial damage. Howling in pain, it became even more frenzied, roaring again as it lunged at Wang Tian, now faster and infused with deadly malice. Wang Tian found himself in a constant state of evasion, unable to counterattack. Such speed. This blood fox's strength rivals that of a half-step first-grade expert, Wang Tian thought, realizing the dire situation he was in. If he continued to evade, defeat was inevitable. Sword, come. Wang Tian let out a low growl once more, simultaneously unleashing 9 swords from the system space, along with the sacred swords Qing Xian and Hong Yuan, while also controlling the recently acquired Tian Yao sword to launch a coordinated attack against the blood fox. The concerted effort of 12 swords managed to momentarily delay the blood fox's onslaught. Howling in fury, the blood fox swatted away the incoming flying swords with its claws, its fierce assault swiftly sending 9 swords flying. However, Qing Xian, Hong Yuan, and the Tian Yao sword proved more resilient against its blows. Seeing the blood fox preoccupied with the 3 sacred swords, Wang Tian advanced and unleashed the 9 dragon's palm. Instantly, 9 streams of golden dragon energy materialized, roaring forth toward the blood fox with volcanic ferocity, as if intent on reducing the world to ashes. The blood fox sensed this terrifying power, its fur bristling, eyes flashing with a fierce glint, before unleashing a torrent of blood-red malevolence from its mouth to counter Wang Tian's dragon energy. This astonished Wang Tian. His 9 dragons' palm had been completely thwarted. Yet, that was not the end. As the blood fox repelled the 9 dragons' palm, it unleashed its thunderous strength, knocking aside 3 sacred swords with brutal force. Yao Wanwan, witnessing this scene, was filled with delight. Excellent. Kill him. The moon fox pearl shall not be contested by anyone. Her eyes brimmed with madness and malice. Recognizing that ordinary attacks could not harm the blood fox, Wang Tian retreated a few steps to unleash his ultimate move. 10,000 swords returning to origin. With a low cry, all the swords that had been sent flying returned to hover above Wang Tian, including the one held by the fox princess and those wielded by the mountain demons. Instantly, over 100 swords, including the Zhuxian sword, gathered above his head, creating a formidable sword array that astonished Yao Wanwan. This sword array is incredibly powerful. Concern washed over her. She feared whether the blood fox could withstand such a formidable force. Meanwhile, the fox princess and the fox grandmother, witnessing Wang Tian summon such a potent sword array, were filled with hope and newfound admiration for him. Beast, die, Wang Tian commanded, hurling the gathered swords at the blood fox. The array transformed into a river of swords, cascading down like a galaxy. Intent on obliterating the blood fox, the sword river swept through the air. It seemed to tear the very fabric of existence. The blood fox, feeling the threat of the sword array, stood rigid, its fur as hard as needles, its eyes turning blood red, seemingly ready to bleed. It let out a heart-wrenching roar that echoed through the heavens, followed by a massive orb of blood-red malevolence spewing from its mouth. This orb was several times more potent than before, transforming into a colossal blood-red fireball aimed directly at the 10,000 swords returning to origin. Chapter 53. The invincible power of the fox immortal. The 2 colossal forces collided in the air, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy, scattering countless sword and malevolent energies. After the explosion, aside from the Zhuxian sword still standing firm in the air, all other swords fell to the ground, including the 3 sacred swords. The blood fox remained unscathed, exuding an air of dominance, seemingly untouched by the 10,000 swords returning to origin. Such incredible strength from the blood fox. It has even withstood my ultimate attack. Wang Tian's expression shifted slightly, realizing that the blood fox's combat prowess far exceeded his expectations. The fox princess and the fox grandmother, seeing Wang Tian's formidable sword array fail to harm the blood fox, also changed their expressions. This blood fox is far too strong. How many lives did Yao Wanwan feed it to cultivate such a fierce beast? A flicker of hatred flashed in the fox grandmother's eyes. As fox demons, they had their own limits. Treating sentient beings as sacrifices to nourish a beast was something the fox grandmother could not accept. Seeing Wang Tian's most powerful strike thwarted by the blood fox, Yao Wanwan erupted in laughter. What other tricks do you have? Show them all. After tonight, you shall all become the blood fox's food, devoured bite by bite, eye in the face of Yao Wan's frenzied provocation. The fox grandmother and the fox princess were filled with anger, yet felt helpless. The blood fox was simply too powerful for them to contend with. Is that so? Wang Tian replied calmly, a smile gracing his lips as he produced the moon fox pearl, which radiated a pinkish-red glow. Upon seeing the moon fox pearl reappear, Yao Wan's eyes gleamed with greed. What? At death's door. Have you come to your senses? Are you willing to give me the moon fox pearl? Too bad. It's too late. I will kill you, and the moon fox pearl will still belong to me. Yao Wan mistakenly believed Wang Tian sought to surrender. However, she was mistaken. Wang Tian had no intention of capitulating. I apologize, but I never intended to give you the moon fox pearl. Rather, I wish to demonstrate its true power. A slight smirk played at the corners of Wang Tian's mouth, and he began to recite the incantation taught to him by the fox immortal. As the incantation echoed, a resonance formed between Wang Tian and the moon fox pearl, enveloping him in a pinkish hue of fox immortal power. Wang Tian instantly felt a surge of energy fill his being, and when he turned to face the blood fox again, it no longer seemed so fearsome. However, Yao Wan's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the fox immortal power emanating from Wang Tian. You can actually harness the fox immortal power from the moon fox pearl for the first time. Fear gripped Yao Wan. This power belonged to the realm of celestial beings, and though borrowed, it might far surpass that of ordinary beings. You never expected this, did you? I shall first deal with you after I silence this blood fox. A sly grin graced Wang Tian's lips as he grasped the Zhu Xian sword and charged toward the blood fox. The blood fox, enraged that this mere human dared challenge it, roared in fury and lunged at Wang Tian like a sharpened blade. Its malevolence surging. As it closed in, the blood fox swiped a claw at Wang Tian, who did not retreat but swung his sword at the blood fox's claw. A spray of crimson erupted under the moonlight, and one of the blood fox's claws flew through the air, landing with a dull thud on the ground. The blood fox, having missed its target, tumbled to the ground, howling in agony from the loss of its claw. Success! My lord has severed its claw. The fox princess rejoiced, while the fox grandmother breathed a sigh of relief. The power of the fox immortal indeed proved formidable. Even the strong blood fox could not withstand a single strike. The fox grandmother silently congratulated herself for having allied with Wang Tian. Otherwise, she might have perished long ago. Not far away, Yao Wan stared in disbelief at the sight of the blood fox, which she had painstakingly nurtured for 20 years, losing a claw to Wang Tian's sword. How is this possible? I raised the blood fox for 20 years, yet it could not withstand a single strike from him. Yao Wan trembled slightly, unable to accept the reality before her. Yet Wang Tian did not relent. Taking advantage of the blood fox's weakness, he charged again. Realizing this, Yao Wan snapped back to her senses and clenched her fists, preparing to ambush Wang Tian from behind. She understood that she could not allow Wang Tian to succeed. If the blood fox perished, she would also meet her demise here. However, a gray figure intercepted her. Yao Wan, your opponent is me, the fox grandmother stated coldly. And me as well, the fox princess added. The fox grandmother's strength was comparable to Yao Wan's. With the fox princess's aid, Yao Wan was bound to lose. Fine. Today I will ensure that you all perish together, Yao Wan declared, her determination unwavering as she charged forward. As the three women clashed, Wang Tian once again approached the blood fox, although it had lost a claw. Its malevolence intensified rather than diminished, coalescing into a massive orb of blood-red energy, even stronger than before. At this critical moment, Wang Tian focused his mind, merging with the Zhu Xian sword, and swung it with great force. The union of man and sword, bolstered by the fox immortal power, created a strike akin to a celestial being descending, with the might of thunder, as if cleaving through chaos and severing yin and yang, causing the heavens to change color and all living beings to tremble. Its brilliance shone like the sun, its speed matched that of lightning, and its power was as formidable as Mount Tai. With a thunderous crash, the two colossal energies collided. This time, the fox immortal's malevolence orb could not withstand Wang Tian's assault. The malevolence orb shattered under his strike, and he surged forward, piercing the blood fox's abdomen. In its dying moments, the blood fox opened its maw to bite at Wang Tian's neck. Wang Tian leaped back, easily evading the blood fox's desperate lunge. He then unleashed another 9 dragon's palm. 9 streams of golden dragon energy infused with Fox immortal power, striking with several times the force of before. The already mortally wounded blood fox could no longer endure. After being struck, it was sent flying several meters, crashing into the mountainside and causing rocks to tumble down. After sustaining 2 severe blows, the blood fox collapsed to the ground, blood pooling beneath it, and soon after, it breathed its last that it is finally dead. Wang Tian sighed in relief, withdrawing the fox immortal power from his being. While the power was formidable, it drained energy swiftly. Just during that brief battle, he had consumed 1/3 of the fox immortal power contained within the moon fox pearl. Had the blood fox lasted any longer, he might have found himself unable to defeat the beast. Moving forward, he resolved to conserve his energy. Using it recklessly would see it depleted in no time. After regaining his composure, Wang Tian shifted his gaze from the blood fox's corpse to the looming threat of Yao Wanwan. Chapter 54. Subduing Yao Wanwan under the relentless assault from the fox grandmother and the fox princess. Yao Wanwan could only defend passively, soon sustaining numerous wounds. If this continued, her defeat was inevitable. As she watched the blood fox fall to Wang Tian, she realized that her hopes of seizing the moon fox pearl had vanished, and she began preparing to flee. However, the fox grandmother had already dispatched others to encircle the eastern mountain, leaving Yao Wanwan with no escape route. It was a classic tale of closing the door on a fleeing dog. After repelling her once more, a heavily injured Yao Wanwan gasped in frustration. Fox grandmother, fox princess, how dare you join forces with a human to harm our kin? Do you believe I won't unite with the other fox demon clans to fight against you? What do you mean by joining forces with a human to harm our kin? Our lord possesses the moon fox pearl, making him the leader of all fox demons. We merely honor him as our superior, as per our ancestral teachings. This has nothing to do with humans, the fox princess retorted loudly. Indeed, Yao Wanwan, you now have 2 choices. 1. Obediently acknowledge this young master as your lord. 2. This time next year shall be your day of reckoning. The fox grandmother added her voice to the mix. Prior to this, Wang Tian had specifically instructed them to keep his identity a secret, presenting him as the young master. Let me pledge fealty to a mere human? Dream on. Yao Wanwan's face contorted with unwillingness. How could she ever submit to a human? In a moment of desperation, she took out a gray-black jade pearl and, while they were distracted, smashed it forcefully against the ground. The pearl shattered, releasing a thick cloud of gray-black smoke that enveloped the eastern mountain in an instant, obscuring everyone's vision. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Wanwan attempted to flee down the mountain, but before she could get far, a flying sword struck her shoulder. Yao Wanwan screamed, crashing heavily to the ground as crimson blood flowed from her wound, already severely injured by the combined efforts of the fox grandmother and the fox princess. This latest blow left her in a dire state, unable to rise, only able to despairingly lie on the ground as the gray-black smoke began to dissipate. The fox grandmother and the fox princess, accompanied by Wang Tian, pursued her. This trap was set for you. How could I allow you to escape? Wang Tian smirked slightly, finally having Yao Wanwan firmly in his grasp, ready to force her submission. If you wish to kill me, go ahead. I will never submit to you, Yao Wanwan declared defiantly. Despite her grievous injuries. That so? Wang Tian's smile widened as he instructed the fox grandmother and the others. Drag her into the cave. I wish to tame her alone. Yes, my lord, the fox grandmother replied, swiftly moving to drag the severely injured Yao Wanwan from the ground, treating her like a lifeless pig as she pulled her toward the cave. Yao Wanwan, devoid of strength due to her injuries, was unable to resist, allowing the fox grandmother to humiliate her in such a manner. Once inside the cave, the fox grandmother and the others withdrew, leaving only Wang Tian and Yao Wanwan. You brought me to this cave, yet I will never submit to you. Don't waste your efforts. Yao Wanwan spat defiantly. Despite her pitiful condition, your death matters little. But your nine-tailed clan may very well accompany you to the grave, Wang Tian replied coolly. What do you mean? Do you think you can single-handedly annihilate our nine-tailed clan? Yao Wanwan's expression shifted. As the leader of the nine-tailed clan, she was deeply concerned for her wipe out your nine-tailed clan. Why would I need to lift a finger? Wang Tian replied with a hint of a smile. Under Wang Tian's unwavering gaze, Yao Wanwan felt a tremor of anxiety. His smile unnerved her, yet she struggled to maintain her composure. Your threats do not faze me. Our nine-tailed clan has 50,000 members. It is impossible for you to annihilate USD. Oh, you know why I can harness the Fox immortal power from the Moon Fox Pearl? Wang Tian did not answer her directly, but instead retrieved the Moon Fox Pearl from his system space. Yao Luan's body trembled slightly, as if she had grasped something significant. What are you trying to say? Her tone softened. The reason the Moon Fox Pearl contains Fox immortal power is that the first generation of Fox Immortals infused their entire being into this pearl before their demise, which was orchestrated by your nine-tailed ancestor, Yao Yu. Moreover, this venomous woman sealed the first-generation Fox Immortal's body. Wang Tian's voice grew increasingly cold, delivering a veiled threat. Tell me, if I were to reveal this information to the other 4 clans of Fox Demons, do you think they would not unite against your nine-tailed clan? Additionally, your allegiance to the Tian Yao Alliance is intolerable to the other Fox Demon clans. Nonsense. Our ancestor Yao Yu did not wish to harm the Fox Immortal. That was. Yao Luan began to protest, but stopped abruptly, fear creeping into her heart. If this information were to leak, the other clans of Fox Demons might indeed join forces to attack them. After all, the first-generation Fox Immortal held great significance in the eyes of the Fox Demon clans, especially the Tianhu clan, which revered her as their ancestor. If they were to learn of her tragic end, they would undoubtedly mobilize their entire clan to assault the nine-tailed clan. Wang Tian, observing Yao Luan's hesitant demeanor, sensed that this twisted tale of love and betrayal might hold deeper secrets. Why have you ceased speaking? Is there more to this story? Wang Tian inquired, probing gently. If you venture to the Moonfall Valley and see the tomb of the Fox Immortal and ancestor Yao Yu, you will understand. Yao Luan replied weakly. Moonfall Valley? Isn't that a forbidden ground for your Fox Demon clan? How could I possibly enter? Wang Tian questioned, intrigued. The forbidden ground was established by our nine-tailed clan to protect what lies within while also guarding against the Black Fox clan's intrusion. Thus, it became known as a forbidden area. Yao Luan revealed reluctantly. I see. Wang Tian realized, and from Yao Luan's words, it appeared that the Black Fox might also be involved. If you are willing to pledge fealty to me and acknowledge me as your lord, I can spare your life and even help clarify this matter for your nine-tailed clan. Why should I trust you? Yao Luan gazed at Wang Tian. This secret had long been a source of pain for the nine-tailed clan. If left unresolved, they would always be at risk of being attacked by the other 4 clans. Just for this, Wang Tian held the Moon Fox Pearl before Yao Luan, gazing closely at the Moon Fox orb. Feeling the potent essence of the fox deity upon it, the mindset of the enchanting Yao Luan shifted once more. Very well. I am willing to acknowledge you as my master, she conceded, albeit reluctantly. There was no alternative. While she feared not death, the safety of the entire nine-tailed clan was paramount. Moreover, their ancestor, Yao Yu, had borne the burden of blame for millennia, and it was time for the truth to surface. Her desire for the Moon Fox orb stemmed not only from her ambition to become the supreme Fox Demon, but also from a yearning to clarify the events of that fateful year. Since you are willing to acknowledge me as your master, hand over your life soul to me, Wang Tian stated, his trust not easily given. Only by possessing her life soul could he truly command her. You want my life soul? Yao Luan's expression reflected her reluctance. Surrendering it meant relinquishing control of her very existence. You fear not death, yet you fear this. Wang Tian's gaze remained fixed upon her. Fine, I agree. After a moment of contemplation, Yao Luan resigned herself to the inevitable and surrendered her life soul. With the acquisition of her life soul, Wang Tian felt a sense of closure regarding one matter. What remained was a journey to the Moonfall Valley. Before heading to Moonfall Valley, Wang Tian inquired in detail about the environment from Yao Luan. Besides toxic miasma, a sacred beast, the nine-headed Ao, resided there. Thus, his current strength was insufficient for the task at hand. He would need to seek additional cultivation resources from their ancestor. Once his power was bolstered, he would venture to Moonfall Valley. Upon returning to the royal tomb, Wang Tian planned to pay another visit to his ancestor. With his current strength at the 6th rank, he could now approach the mausoleum of the Blue Monarch. A Blue Monarch, by definition, is one who achieved notable feats during their reign, but fell short of the status of a Saint Monarch. Such monarchs possessed strength and charisma, yet perhaps lacked a measure of fortune. As Wang Tian traversed the royal tomb, his eyes searched intently. The higher the rank of the mausoleum, the stronger the guarding forces. A moment of carelessness could spell his demise. Which ancestor should he seek? After counting the 18 Blue Monarch mausoleums, he felt an aversion to entering any of them. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He would seek the Mechanism Emperor, Wang Qi, known as the Mechanism Emperor, was the father of the Spirit Treasure Emperor, and it was likely that the latter's endeavor to create mechanical puppets to replicate the beloved concubine Long was influenced by his father. Wang Qi, the Mechanism Emperor, had considerable martial talent, yet faced internal and external strife. The inner court was dominated by a powerful eunuch, the court was riddled with treachery, and the southern territories were beset by rebellion from the Nanyue people. In his youth, he was alone and vulnerable. Ultimately, he chose to master the art of mechanisms, believing that only mechanical puppets would offer him unwavering loyalty. That he secretly apprenticed under Master Liu Ban, who he honored as his imperial teacher. Through innate talent and diligence, Wang Qi swiftly grasped the true essence of mechanism arts, quickly forging an army of mechanical puppets. At that time, cultivators generally looked down upon mechanical puppets due to their inability to upgrade and their lack of combat agility. However, after Master Liu Ban's improvements, the mechanical puppets experienced a qualitative leap, with the ability to create first-rank puppets. During the battle at Zhuge Palace, the Mechanism Emperor utilized his army of mechanical puppets to eradicate the eunuchs and the Chancellor's influence, thereby truly seizing control of the court. Subsequently, he invested heavily in the creation of an even stronger army of mechanical puppets, successfully incorporating the substantial territory of Nanyue into his realm. From that point on, no cultivator dared to belittle mechanical puppets, and Master Liu Ban rose to prominence as a formidable force, elevating the overall power of Tianji Pavilion into the top 5 among sections. This highlights the considerable support Wang Qi provided to Tianji Pavilion. With such contributions, Wang Qi was subsequently revered as an accomplished monarch. Wang Tian decided to visit this venerable ancestor of mechanisms, anticipating he could procure significant resources and perhaps even uncover advanced mechanisms techniques from him. With this resolution, Wang Tian hastily made his way to the mausoleum of the Mechanism Emperor, accompanied by Xiao Nu. Currently, Xiao Nu's combat prowess rivaled that of a third-rank master, yet her drawback was evident. Once her energy was depleted, her combat capabilities would plummet. If he could find a solution within Wang Qi's mausoleum, her strength could dramatically increase. Upon arriving at the Mechanism Emperor's mausoleum, Wang Tian was struck by its grand scale. Resembling a military camp, with a palpable air of menace emanating from within, such a heavy atmosphere of slaughter. Surely, there are puppet soldiers guarding inside. Wang Tian gulped nervously, sensing the difficulty of entering. However, having come this far, retreating would be cowardly, especially since other blue mausoleums were equally daunting. After adjusting his breath, he stepped forward toward the mausoleum. Outside the mausoleum, a dragon energy barrier awaited. Wang Tian activated his 6th-rank dragon energy, effortlessly entering the premises. Yet, Xiao Nu could not follow. Although she utilized dragon stones for energy, they were not pure dragon energy. Thus she was barred at the threshold. "Master, I cannot enter," Xiao Nu exclaimed anxiously. "You stay here and wait for me." Wang Tian had no choice but to forge ahead alone. Upon entering the outer chamber, the oppressive atmosphere intensified, akin to stepping into a military formation. After steadying himself, Wang Tian advanced deeper. Passing through a long corridor and ascending a series of steps, he finally arrived before the grand entrance of the mausoleum. As he pushed open the door, the sight that greeted him was utterly shocking. Meanwhile, within the hall of Longhu Mountain, the sect leader, Mu Shan listened gravely to the news brought by Jieliang from Shushan. "Sect leader, through my inquiries, it is confirmed that Shushan has indeed allied with Qilin Pavilion." Jieliang paused before continuing. "Moreover, I uncovered something crucial during my visit. I was already aware of the alliance. The Shushan sect leader personally came to Qilin Pavilion to sign the agreement, which was then publicly announced throughout the martial world." Mu Shan expressed his dissatisfaction with this news, for with Shushan joining forces with Qilin Pavilion, they would find it difficult to contend with them. "What is this important matter?" he inquired casually. "It seems Shushan has produced a swordsmanship genius who has reached the 18th level of the Sword Pavilion." Jieliang replied cautiously. "What? A genius from Shushan has reached the 18th level of the Sword Pavilion? Is this information credible?" Mu Shan was taken aback. The strongest among Shushan, Li Jinggu, had only reached the 17th level. Now, to hear that someone had surpassed him was alarming news for any sect. Beside him, Zhang Bao, who had lost an arm, was equally astonished. "It's confirmed." All of Shushan's tens of thousands of disciples heard the bell of the 18th level ring. Jieliang affirmed, "The bell of the 18th level has rung. It cannot be mistaken. How envious, indeed." That Shushan has produced such a talented individual. Mu Shan clenched his fists tightly, jealousy burning in his eyes. Do you know who this genius is? The elder Zhang Bao could not contain his curiosity. That I do not know. The higher-ups in Shushan are keeping this genius's identity tightly under wraps, if it were not for the bell ringing at the Sword Pavilion. The disciples of Shushan would remain in the dark. Jieliang shook his head. We must ascertain the identity of this genius from Shushan, Mu Shan declared, a glint of determination in his eyes. Understood, sect leader. Both Zhang Bao and Jieliang replied in unison. After a moment, Zhang Bao spoke up again. Sect leader, I have another matter to report regarding Qilin Pavilion. I'm uncertain whether to mention it. Speak, Mu Shan commanded solemnly. The leader of Qilin Pavilion, Yin Zhongzi, has a daughter, Yin Xiao, who possesses a heavenly grade treasure loot. Before Zhang Bao could finish, Mu Shan interrupted him. Why did you not mention this sooner? A heavenly grade treasure is coveted by even the most skilled practitioners. Are you certain it is heavenly grade? Mu Shan questioned sharply. Zhang Bao had hesitated to disclose this information, knowing that if he did, even if they acquired the loot, it would not belong to him. However, seeking revenge for his lost arm required the support of sect leader Mu Shan, compelling him to reveal the matter of the heavenly grade loot. I am certain. I have personally experienced the power of this loot. It is undeniably a heavenly grade treasure. Zhang Bao nodded seriously, while Jieliang affirmed, Indeed, I have also experienced its power. It is indeed formidable. If it is truly a heavenly grade loot, obtaining it may not be feasible. Now that Shushan and Qilin Pavilion are allied, attempting to seize it from Yun Zhongzi's daughter would be challenging. That Mu Shan was no fool. Had the alliance not existed, he would have dedicated the full strength of the sect to seize it. However, with the alliance in place, such an attempt could provoke Shushan's wrath, leaving them in a precarious position. Sect leader, I have also considered this. Recently, I have bribed a vice hall master of Qilin Pavilion, who informed me that the entire Qilin Pavilion is currently searching for 9 specific items. Coincidentally, we possess one of those items, which may serve as bait to lure Yin Xiao out so we can secretly seize her loot, Zhang Bao suggested, producing a slip of paper to present to Mushani Yuan in his quest for vengeance. He was willing to explore any avenue. After reading, please encourage updates. If you haven't rated yet, a 5-star review would be appreciated. Chapter 56. Breaking through the mechanism puppet array within the mausoleum of Wang Qi. The mechanism emperor, upon pushing open the grand door, Wang Tian was met with a hall filled with mechanical puppets, lined up like terracotta warriors, exuding an overwhelming aura of hostility. Gulping nervously, Wang Tian felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The thick atmosphere of menace was palpable. With so many mechanical puppets, at least 1,000, will entering trigger their mechanisms, he hesitated, contemplating whether to proceed. If he triggered an alarm, the puppets might converge upon him, and he would be ill-equipped to handle them. Having come this far, retreating felt cowardly. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and stepped inside. I've come this far. I must at least take a look. Upon entering the mausoleum, the mechanical puppets did not attack. They remained standing in place. Wang Tian inwardly sighed in relief. Scanning the surroundings, he discovered that the coffin of Wang Qi lay at the farthest end of the hall. And to reach it, he must navigate through the throng of mechanical puppets. Determined, he pressed onward. But as he crossed into the realm of the mechanical puppets, the 2 closest ones suddenly turned their heads towards him. This unexpected movement startled Wang Tian. What? These mechanical puppets can move. His heart raced as he unsheathed his Zhu Xian sword. Ready for any eventuality, he stood still for a while, but the 2 mechanical puppets made no further moves. Cautiously, he took a small step forward. Still, they remained motionless, their gaze fixed upon him, sending shivers down his spine. What an eerie atmosphere. After calming his breath, he dared to take 2 more steps inside. This time, the 2 mechanical puppets raised their swords and swung them at him. Fortunately, Wang Tian had been vigilant. As they lifted their blades, he tightened his grip on the Zhuxian sword and struck that a flash of golden sword energy sliced through the air. Cleaving one mechanical puppet in 2, the other swung its sword. But Wang Tian effortlessly evaded, countering with another strike that split it in half as well. In less than 3 breaths, he had dispatched both mechanical puppets with ease. It appears they do indeed trigger their mechanisms. Wang Tian's brow furrowed, his expression turning serious. With so many puppets surrounding him, if they all activated, he would be overwhelmed. Furthermore, these were the weakest among them. The further he ventured, the stronger they would become. Could he perhaps find a way to circumvent them? He scanned the area, only to despair as he realized that the mechanical puppets were spread throughout the hall. even lining the walls. There was no way to bypass them. Would he have to force his way through? Feeling helpless, he contemplated the dangers of such an approach. Just then, his peripheral vision caught sight of the two fallen mechanical puppets, from which a ping-pong ball-sized dragonstone rolled out of one of their heads. Dragonstone? That's it. I could eliminate them one by one and extract the dragonstones from their heads for my cultivation. The surplus could even be used for Xiao Nu. Wang Tian felt a spark of brilliance. With renewed determination, he bent down and retrieved the dragon stones from the heads of the two mechanical puppets. These stones were significantly smaller than the ones obtained from the Spirit Treasure Emperor and possessed far less energy, indicating they had been previously depleted. Nonetheless, they would still provide a considerable amount of dragon energy for Wang Tian. He decided to retreat first. After absorbing the energy from these two dragon stones, he could trigger the other mechanical puppets step by step. Having formulated his plan, he carefully exited the mausoleum to ensure his safety. He closed the mausoleum door behind him and summoned 13 swords to encircle him as a precaution against any mechanical puppets that might emerge. Once he had completed these preparations, Wang Tian settled into a meditative position and began to absorb the dragon energy from the two stones. As the faint strands of dragon energy entered his body, the energy within him began to surge, and the speed of his energy circulation accelerated dramatically, following the cultivation method of the dragon energy technique. He circulated the dragon energy throughout his body, gradually channeling it into the dragon egg within his dantian. After receiving the dragon energy, the dragon egg quivered slightly and began to expand at an almost imperceptible pace. An hour later, Wang Tian finally finished absorbing the two dragon stones, elevating his strength from the early 6th rank to the mid-6th rank. The effects of the dragon stones were quite impressive. The dragon egg in his dantian seemed to relish the pure energy. Satisfied, Wang Tian rose to his feet. The dragon stones, infused with dragon energy, were a pure boon for his cultivation. Observing that no mechanical puppets had emerged, he once again pushed open the door and entered the hall. With his earlier experience in mind, he took several steps forward, provoking two more mechanical puppets, swiftly dispatching them and extracting their dragon stones before retreating once more. Another 2 dragon stones. Wang Tian felt jubilant, perceiving this venture not as a trial, but as a treasure hunt for dragon stones. After settling into a meditative posture, he resumed absorbing the dragon energy from the latest stones. As the energy flowed into him, the speed of his energy circulation increased yet again, gradually merging with the dragon egg in his dantian, which subtly expanded once more. His strength grew slightly. Onward. Having tasted success, Wang Tian re-entered the hall, triggering 8 mechanical puppets this time that he easily dispatched them and claimed 8 more dragon stones, boosting his strength from mid-6th rank to late 6th rank. Excellent. I have now reached the late 6th rank. Just 20 more dragon stones, and I will achieve the pinnacle of the 6th rank. Wang Tian's anticipation soared as he returned to the hall once more, expertly triggering 20 mechanical puppets this time. Though they attacked him in unison, Wang Tian effortlessly overcame them, securing 20 dragon stones, which would grant him a significant increase in power. Filled with excitement, he settled down to cultivate once more. With the number of dragon stones increasing, the absorption process took longer. By the time he finished absorbing all 20 stones, a day and night had elapsed, and Wang Tian's strength had successfully reached the culmination of the 6th rank. Now, it was time to attempt a breakthrough. The energy required for the breakthrough was substantial. Perhaps he could lure 100 mechanical puppets at once. Wang Tian's ambitions grew ever larger. 100 is excessive. Should all the mechanisms and puppets be inadvertently triggered, it would spell trouble. Wang Tian's gaze swept continuously over these mechanical puppets, ultimately settling on the one clad in armor directly ahead. This armored puppet appeared to possess a higher rank, likely that of a lieutenant. Wang Tian felt that the puppets he had previously vanquished were rather weak, merely at the level of foot soldiers, while this armored puppet seemed considerably stronger than a lieutenant. Accompanied by 50-foot soldiers, should be manageable for me. Wang Tian hesitated to trigger too many puppets at once, opting instead to proceed cautiously. However, upon activating the lieutenant-level puppet, the surrounding 50-foot soldiers were simultaneously set in motion. Attack! The lieutenant puppet bellowed, its voice reminiscent of a war drum. With a single command, the 50-foot soldiers surged towards Wang Tian that he dared not delay, retreating a few steps beyond the mechanism's triggering line to ensure no further puppets were activated. Before commanding 13 swords to launch an assault, the 50-foot soldier puppets proved to be inept, unable to withstand the onslaught of the sword of celestial extermination. The lieutenant-level puppet, however, was considerably more formidable, not only absorbing the sword's energy but also counterattacking Wang Tian. Indeed, the lieutenant puppet was powerful. It seemed to possess a far greater reservoir of dragon stone energy than the foot soldiers. Wang Tian's eyes gleamed with intensity as he directed the remaining 13 swords against the foot soldiers while charging directly at the lieutenant puppet. When they clashed, the lieutenant's large blade was swiftly severed by the sword of celestial extermination. Yet it did not falter, retaliating with a punch aimed at Wang Tian. Wang Tian sidestepped and countered with a palm strike imbued with dragon chi. 9 streaks of golden dragon chi surged forth, striking the lieutenant puppet and creating a substantial breach in its chest. Remarkably, the lieutenant puppet persisted, wielding half of its severed blade and continuing its assault. Wang Tian, with a swift motion, cleaved its head, finally bringing it to a halt. This lieutenant puppet indeed exhibited greater strength. After a moment of reflection, Wang Tian turned to eliminate the remaining foot soldiers. An hour later, he had dispatched 1 lieutenant puppet and 50 foot soldiers, earning himself 50 dragon stones the size of ping-pong balls and 1 larger dragon stone the size of a fist. This haul was significantly more rewarding than before, cradling the dragon stones. Wang Tian exited the tomb and seated himself, eager to absorb their energy. With a total of 51 dragon stones to absorb, the process would take several days, but time was abundant, and he remained seated. Converting the dragon Qi.as, the dragon chi within him steadily increased. The dragon egg in his dantian gradually expanded, soon revealing a fissure. Upon noticing the crack in the dragon egg, Wang Tian was filled with excitement. For this indicated the impending hatching of a dragon soul that he hastened his absorption of dragon chi, and after an indeterminate period, the dragon egg had accumulated enough dragon chi, leading to a multitude of cracks before it finally shattered. Chapter 57. I feel terrifyingly strong now. As the dragon egg broke, a thumb-sized golden dragon soul emerged in Wang Tian's dantian, marking the birth of his innate dragon soul. With the hatching of this dragon soul, Wang Tian's strength surged, allowing him to break through to the 5th tier, experiencing a qualitative leap in all aspects of his physical capabilities. Upon opening his eyes, a beam of golden light shot forth from them, striking awe into those who beheld it. The fact that he had hatched a dragon soul at the 5th tier was truly remarkable. Historically, within the great Qin dynasty, only the first emperor had hatched a dragon soul, and even he had done so upon reaching the 3rd tier. Wang Tian's achievement of hatching a dragon soul at the 5th tier was unprecedented, a feat that no one had accomplished before. However, the dragon soul was still small, and its power limited. Once it grew larger, it could serve as a powerful trump card. Wang Tian resolved to nurture this dragon soul further, as its strength was directly correlated to his own. The stronger he became, the more formidable the dragon soul would be upon release. Yet, Wang Tian would not easily unveil his innate dragon soul. It was his final safeguard, to be reserved for life and death situations. For should the dragon soul perish, he too would suffer consequences. In addition to hatching the dragon soul, Wang Tian experienced a significant enhancement in his physical attributes upon breaking through to the 5th tier. He tested his strength by throwing a punch, and to his astonishment, a golden fist aura coalesced into a miniature hurricane. This revelation delighted him, curious about the transformation of his dragon chi into spiritual energy. He attempted to channel his internal energy, converting the dragon chi into spiritual energy before delivering another punch. A small hurricane surged forth once more. While its power was slightly diminished, it still retained 90% of the dragon chi's might. Wang Tian nodded in satisfaction, confirming that dragon chi surpassed spiritual energy in potency. With this verification complete, Wang Tian stretched his limbs and re-entered the grand hall, facing the multitude of mechanical puppets again. He felt no trepidation, replaced instead by exhilaration and anticipation. With so many dragon stones before him, how could he not be excited? Continuing his endeavor, Wang Tian lured 10-foot soldier puppets, expertly retreating once triggered. The 10-foot soldiers charged at him with their large blades drawn. Wang Tian gripped the sword of celestial extermination, effortlessly dispatching them and securing 10 small dragon stones. However, this time he refrained from immediate absorption, opting to lure more mechanical puppets in order to accumulate a larger quantity for conversion. Boldly, Wang Tian enticed 50-foot soldiers and 1 lieutenant puppet, totaling 51 mechanical puppets that launched an assault against him. Having faced such a configuration before, he found it considerably easier this time. Given his enhanced strength, less than half a stick of incense, Wang Tian triumphantly collected 50 small dragon stones and 1 medium dragon stone. Encouraged by his success, he pressed on. After several cycles of triggering, clearing, and collecting dragon stones, the number of mechanical puppets in the Grand Hall had dwindled significantly, while Wang Tian's inventory of dragon stones had swelled. Just as he was methodically preparing for the next round, he inadvertently triggered a general-level mechanical puppet. Clad in silver armor and wielding the green dragon crescent blade, its eyes glowed ominously red upon activation. "Intruders in the tomb, perish," it roared, raising its blade like a ferocious tiger descending a mountain. The sound echoed like thunder, reverberating throughout the hall, and in an instant, over 400 mechanical puppets surged forth as if disturbed from slumber. Their momentum was formidable, akin to a relentless river, and their movements synchronized as if marching in formation. Wang Tian's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated triggering a general-level puppet. If all 400 were foot soldiers, it would be manageable, but among them were 8 lieutenant puppets and 1 general-level puppet, particularly the one wielding the green dragon crescent blade, radiating a menacing red glow, clearly not to be trifled with. All swords return. Without hesitation, Wang Tian summoned his ultimate technique. The 3 holy swords, Qing Xian, Hong Yuan, and Tian Yao, along with 9 other swords, formed a formidable array. Swift, he pointed, and the 12 swords surged forth with unparalleled force. Akin to a tempest or a rain of swords, shooting toward the enemy, they interwove in the air, creating a dense net of blades that seemed poised to envelop the entire world. The foremost row of foot soldiers was instantly obliterated by the sword energy, and the 2 lieutenant puppets attempting to resist met the same fate. Seeing this, the general puppet leapt to the forefront, brandishing the green dragon crescent blade, unleashing a torrent of red blade energy that manifested as massive red dragons. Roaring toward the oncoming storm of swords, under the assault of these red dragon blade energies, the mighty sword array was momentarily halted. Wang Tian was taken aback. The general puppet's power was astounding. Single-handedly countering his ultimate technique, he was well aware of his own 5th-tier strength and the enhanced might of the sword of celestial extermination, yet this general puppet had managed to withstand it. The combat prowess of the general puppet clearly surpassed that of the foot soldiers as the sword array was repelled. The remaining foot soldiers, under the lead of the lieutenant puppets, charged toward Wang Tian once more. Faced with this overwhelming tide of mechanical puppets, Wang Tian reluctantly activated his Fury skill. This Earth-tier technique, acquired from the Blood Fox, would instantaneously double his physical attributes for a duration of 15 minutes. Upon entering a state of fury, Wang Tian felt an inexhaustible strength coursing through him, his pupils transforming a vivid crimson. This Fury technique was remarkable. The energy within him had suddenly doubled, and he felt terrifyingly powerful. He gripped the sword of celestial extermination and charged into the throng of mechanical puppets while simultaneously employing the sword array to hold off the general puppet. Chapter 58. The birth of the strongest mechanical puppet in history empowered by the Fury. Wang Tian decimated the foot soldiers with ease, even dispatching the lieutenant-level puppets in mere moments in just 7 or 8 minutes. He had single-handedly eliminated over 200 mechanical puppets at this pace. Once the fury subsided, he would likely clear all puppets aside from the general. However, the general puppet, witnessing the downfall of its subordinates, roared in fury. Its red glow intensified, radiating like a blazing sun, making it impossible to gaze directly at. "Break for me," it bellowed, gripping the green dragon crescent blade and striking at the sword array with the ferocity of a descending tiger. In an instant, a red blade light sliced through the air. Imbued with immense power, surging toward the sword array with lightning speed, time seemed to freeze, the world holding its breath, as the red glow of the green dragon crescent blade shimmered in the night sky. Reminiscent of a dragon soaring through the heavens, the sword energy of the array was scattered by this single blow. Wang Tian was astonished. The combat strength of this general puppet was overwhelmingly formidable, capable of dispersing his ultimate technique with a single strike. While the power of that blow was indeed tremendous, it had evidently drained a considerable amount of the general puppet's energy. Each battle for the mechanical puppets consumed energy that could not be replenished, and having expended that energy, their combat effectiveness diminished. After delivering that strike, the general puppet's red glow waned significantly. "Those who trespass in the tomb shall die," it declared, charging toward Wang Tian with the green dragon crescent blade. Wang Tian felt less intimidated now, for the general's momentum had weakened considerably. "Come on," he exclaimed, advancing rather than retreating, and engaged in a direct clash with the puppet. The resounding clash of metal reverberated throughout the hall, leaving his hands numb from the impact. This puppet, despite having expended half its energy, still possessed considerable strength. Wang Tian, now at the 5th tier, with attributes comparable to a 4th-tier master, bolstered by the Fury State and the Sword of Celestial Extermination, unleashed a blow akin to a full-force strike from a 3rd-tier expert. Yet, the general puppet, even after consuming half its energy, managed to withstand his attack. Wang Tian had no time to marvel. He steadied the general's green dragon crescent blade with his right hand while unleashing a palm strike infused with dragon chi toward its head. As the strike was launched, 9 streaks of golden dragon chi roared forth, resembling lightning bolts as they struck the general puppet. The red glow managed to withstand 5 of the golden dragon chi strikes. But the remaining 4 struck true, shattering its head and causing a sizable dragon stone to roll out from the debris. Success! Wang Tian rejoiced, but had no time to collect the dragon stone. As the remaining mechanical puppets were already upon him, he kicked aside the remnants of the general puppet and charged forward with the Sword of Celestial Extermination, with his Fury State still active. He cleaved through the mechanical puppets as if they were mere vegetables. As the Fury State concluded, Wang Tian dispatched the last mechanical puppet, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. The after-effects of the Fury technique left him feeling utterly drained. Struggling to catch his breath, the side effects of the Fury technique were quite severe, rendering him nearly incapacitated. Wang Tian sat on the ground, channeling dragon chi to regain his composure, and only after stabilizing his breath did he manage to rise. Observing the remains of the mechanical puppets and the dragon stones scattered about, he suddenly felt invigorated, ready for another round. With such an abundance of dragon stones, he felt he would soon be wealthy beyond measure and planned to assist his companion, Xiaonu, with a few upgrades. Wang Tian proceeded to gather the dragon stones within the Grand Hall, taking his time to collect each one. After a considerable effort, he amassed a total of over 900 small dragon stones, 19 medium dragon stones, and 1 large dragon stone. Counting the dragon stones brought him a sense of euphoria, akin to an overnight fortune. Just as Wang Tian was engrossed in tallying the dragon stones, a rustling sound suddenly emerged from behind him. His acute senses detected something amiss, and he quickly turned to the source of the noise, realizing it emanated from the coffin of Emperor Wang Qi. More precisely, it was coming from the coffin lid. Wang Tian, wielding the Sword of Celestial Extermination, retrieved a medium dragon stone to absorb its energy, replenishing what he had expended during battle. His gaze remained fixed on the coffin lid, sensing something emerging from within. Could it be the coffin's protective runes? Furrowing his brow, he recalled that each time he opened a coffin, he encountered such protective runes, and this time would likely be no different. Wang Tian refrained from approaching, as he had only regained a third of his dragon chi and dared not act recklessly. Meanwhile, the coffin lid began to tremble, and soon a white stone the size of an egg emerged, levitating higher into the air. What is this? Wang Tian scrutinized the stone, noticing its surface teeming with spiritual energy and inscribed with runes. Just as he pondered its nature, the stone emitted a radiant glow, causing the remains of the mechanical puppets to levitate and, at a visible rate, coalesce to form a new mechanical puppet. Wang Tian's expression shifted in alarm. This white stone was reconstructing the mechanical puppets. Having witnessed Xiaonu's reconstruction before, he recognized the process immediately. This white stone was too sinister. It must not be allowed to complete the reconstruction of the puppets. Swords, come, he commanded, and the 12 scattered swords soared back into his grasp. All swords return. Without hesitation, Wang Tian unleashed his ultimate sword technique upon the white stone. Suddenly, 12 swords surged forward with the ferocity of thunder towards the white stone, their formidable sword energy seemingly capable of tearing through space. However, just as they were about to strike the white stone, it vanished without a trace. The myriad swords returned to their origins, having missed their target entirely. Where had it gone? Wang Tian's gaze darted around in search, finally spotting the white stone once more atop the head of the restructured mechanical puppet. This was dire. It was about to enter the puppet's mind. Wang Tian realized he was too late to intervene. As the white jade stone swiftly penetrated the reformed puppet's head, upon absorbing immense energy, the mechanical puppet began to undergo a visible transformation at an alarming rate. The more Wang Tian observed, the more he felt a chill of dread. 1,000 mechanical puppets had merged into one, augmented by that mysterious energy stone. What terrifying entity would this become? Chapter 59. It can recharge itself. The restructured mechanical puppet towered over 2 meters. Wielding a colossal sword and clad in crimson armor, resembling a majestic statue standing within the grand hall. Its body was forged from unique materials, impenetrable and capable of withstanding any assault. Its eyes glowed with a fierce red light, seemingly ablaze with an insatiable thirst for battle and bloodshed. Faced with such a powerful mechanical puppet, Wang Tian felt an immense pressure, as if an insurmountable mountain were bearing down upon him, making it difficult to breathe. What an oppressive mechanical puppet! Wang Tian tightened his grip on the sword of extermination with his right hand, while hastily absorbing the dragon energy from a medium-sized dragon stone with his left. Intruders in the tomb shall die, the puppet bellowed, charging at Wang Tian with its massive sword. The ground trembled with its every step, akin to an earthquake. In merely 3 strides, the puppet stood before Wang Tian, swinging its enormous sword with tremendous force. That strike was like a fierce tiger leaping forth, imbued with a devastating momentum and a boundless intent to kill. It resembled a meteor streaking across the night sky, trailing a long tail and hurtling toward its target with overwhelming might. It also echoed the ferocity of a colossal wave, surging forward with the intent to obliterate any obstacles in its path. Confronted with such a formidable strike, Wang Tian dared not meet it head-on. As the sword descended, he leaped backward. The giant sword cleaved through empty air, crashing into the ground and creating a significant pit in the process. What immense power! Wang Tian was secretly alarmed at the size of the pit. If the blade had struck him, it could have cleaved him in two. The mechanical puppet, undeterred by its missed attack, swiftly pivoted and charged at Wang Tian once more, moving with astounding speed, leaving behind mere afterimages. Wang Tian had initially assumed that a being of such size would be slow, but its shadow-like speed caught him off guard. It's so fast, Wang Tian could only evade continuously while summoning 12 flying swords to rain down upon the puppet from above. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 12 flying swords darted towards the mechanical puppet like lightning. Sensing the whistling blades, the puppet elegantly swiped its hand, effortlessly deflecting half of the flying swords, as if swatting away mere flies. The remaining swords struck their mark, but they failed to inflict any damage, leaving not even a scratch, merely slowing its assault momentarily. This revelation left Wang Tian astounded. 3 holy swords, 9 treasured swords, and yet they could not breach its defenses. Wang Tian drew in a sharp breath, realizing he had encountered the most formidable mechanical puppet yet. After narrowly dodging another attack, he harnessed the dragon energy and leaped several times to gain distance. He then retrieved the Qilin mirror from his system space. In the face of an unbeatable foe, the Qilin mirror was his best recourse. As he activated the mirror, a duplicate of the puppet appeared before him, identical in stature and wielding a massive sword, radiating an eerie red glow. The only difference was that the copy's murderous intent was slightly diminished. Destroy it, Wang Tian commanded. The copy, though equal in combat capability to the original, would sustain 200 damage and only last for 15 minutes. In a one-on-one confrontation, it would be no match for the original. Thus, the copy could only serve as a distraction, with the true decisive strike relying on Wang Tian himself. Following Wang Tian's orders, the duplicate swung its massive sword at the original puppet. The original did not flinch, meeting the attack head-on. The 2 powerful mechanical puppets collided, but the copy quickly found itself at a disadvantage due to its vulnerability to damage. I have only 15 minutes. If the Qilin mirror cannot secure victory, I will truly have to concede. Wang Tian's expression hardened as he channeled the energy within his dragon soul, preparing to unleash his ultimate sword technique. Myriad swords returning to the origin. This time, he incorporated the sword of extermination, a supreme celestial sword of great power, which would significantly amplify the might of the myriad swords formation. That if he failed this time, he would lose his final opportunity. Under Wang Tian's command, the myriad swords surged forth with earth-shattering energy toward the enemy. Before the sword formation even reached its target, countless sword energies bore down upon the mechanical puppet. With Wang Tian's elevation in power, the potency of myriad swords returning to the origin had correspondingly increased, rendering it exceptionally formidable to counter this onslaught. The giant puppet was forced to divert one hand to defend against the terrifying sword formation, while the other clutched its massive sword to fend off the duplicate. The need to multitask left the powerful giant puppet momentarily at a loss. You think such tricks can kill me? It roared, its red energy suddenly surging forth, sending the myriad swords hurtling backward. The duplicate puppet was also forced back by a single strike. However, the copy was not to be underestimated. It howled in defiance, its own red energy erupting as it continued its assault on the original. Once the myriad swords formation was disrupted, Wang Tian quickly retrieved another medium-sized dragon stone, replenishing his dragon energy while directing the myriad swords to charge at the giant puppet once more. Wang Tian's strategy was simple. Even if he could not kill it, he would exhaust its energy. The greatest weakness of the mechanical puppet was its reliance on energy. Once depleted, it would be rendered powerless. Therefore, Wang Tian gritted his teeth, determined to endure until the end. The giant puppet was taken aback by Wang Tian's tenacity as it faced simultaneous assaults that drained its energy rapidly. After 15 minutes, the duplicate produced by the Qilin mirror vanished, and the giant puppet's energy was nearly spent, its movements beginning to slow. Excellent. Just a little longer, and this mechanical puppet will be reduced to scrap. Wang Tian felt victory was within reach and took out another medium-sized dragon stone to continue replenishing his dragon energy. The giant puppet, having lost a substantial portion of its energy to both the duplicate and the myriad swords, found its crimson glow diminishing, barely able to withstand Wang Tian's onslaught. Under normal circumstances, it seemed inevitable that the giant puppet would succumb, while Wang Tian had an ample supply of dragon stones to sustain his energy. However, just as the giant puppet was on the verge of defeat, its head emitted a brilliant white light, illuminating the darkness like a beacon. Under this radiance, spiritual energy began to surge wildly toward the puppet's head. Wang Tian was taken aback. What? This creature can recharge itself. How could he possibly exhaust it now? Wang Tian was astounded. The mechanical puppet's flaw had been glaringly evident. Once its energy was expended, it would become nothing more than a pile of scrap. Yet this puppet could absorb surrounding spiritual energy like a charger, replenishing itself. With such an ability, it had effectively circumvented its inherent weakness. There was no time to waste. He must strike before it completed its recharging process. Wang Tian resolved to act swiftly and retrieved an item from his system space. Chapter 60. The little servant reforms and evolves again to prevent the giant mechanical puppet from recharging. Wang Tian took out the moon fox pearl from his system space. The only means to defeat the giant puppet now lay in the energy of the fox spirit contained within the pearl. Although the fox spirit energy was consumable, if it could procure the mysterious energy stone nestled in the puppet's head, Wang Tian felt it would be worth the cost. Without a moment's hesitation, he recited the incantation, and as he did, the moon fox pearl resonated with him, enveloping him in a pink aura of fox spirit energy. Break for me, Wang Tian commanded, seizing control of the fox spirit energy. Without a moment's delay, he vanished from his original position, reappearing directly before the giant puppet. The puppet, having lost a significant amount of energy, reacted sluggishly. By the time Wang Tian closed the distance, it was too late for the puppet to respond. Wang Tian swiftly summoned the sword of extermination and struck at the puppet's head. The giant puppet attempted to block the blow, but its red energy had significantly weakened, rendering it incapable of withstanding Wang Tian's fierce strike. Especially with the power of the fox spirit behind it, the flash of pink sword energy swept through, severing both the puppet's hand and head in one swift motion, the latter rolling away from its body. Wang Tian was quick to catch the falling head, immediately extracting the mysterious white stone from within. He grasped the stone tightly. A warm and gentle energy flowed through his palm. With the loss of the mysterious energy, the giant puppet's remnants collapsed in a heap, shattering into debris. Finally, it was resolved. Wang Tian exhaled a sigh of relief. He had exhausted all his trump cards to defeat this giant mechanical puppet. A task far more challenging than confronting the sword soul of the ancestor of Shushan. The fox spirit energy had consumed a third of his reserves, leaving him with just one last opportunity to utilize it. Turning his focus back to the mysterious white stone in his hand, Wang Tian examined it closely. It felt warm and smooth, imbued with rich spiritual energy, intricately inscribed with complex and obscure runes that glimmered faintly. An energy stone capable of self-recharging. If he were to give this to the little servant, she would surely soar. Wang Tian had long sought a solution to the little servant's energy deficiency. And with this self-recharging energy stone, she could fight indefinitely. Moreover, he sensed that once the little servant had this energy stone installed, she might undergo another reformation and evolution. With that thought, Wang Tian felt a surge of anticipation at the prospect of installing this energy stone into the little servant's head. However, before that, he needed to pay some attention to his charming and adorable ancestor. Wang Tian stored the white energy stone in his system space and turned his gaze back to the coffin of Emperor Wang Qi. Although the stone had flown out from the coffin, Wang Tian approached cautiously, wielding the sword of extermination for protection. As he drew nearer to Emperor Wang Qi's coffin, the runic energy on the coffin did not react aggressively. It seemed that the mysterious energy stone had acted as a guardian rune. Wang Tian marveled at this realization, then skillfully pried open the coffin lid with his sword of extermination. His actions had matured. He was rapidly becoming adept at these clandestine endeavors. Soon, the coffin creaked open, releasing a foul odor of decay. Wang Tian had anticipated this and used his dragon energy to shield himself from the stench. After thousands of years, Emperor Wang Qi had become nothing more than bones. Peering inside, Wang Tian discovered that the coffin contained no burial treasures, only an object that resembled neither sword nor ruler, but was incredibly sharp. What is this? Wang Tian retrieved the sharp object, inspecting it closely and attempting to connect with it using his sword heart. To his astonishment, he found he could manipulate it, bringing him both surprise and joy. It seemed to be a sword. He could control it with his sword heart. Since it is a sword, I shall borrow it, and I promise to return it once I am done. If you do not voice any objections, I shall take your silence as consent. Wang Tian spoke to the skeletal remains of Emperor Wang Qi, then gleefully stored the sharp object in his system space. Next, it was time to examine his ancestor closely. Wang Tian rubbed his hands together and, filled with anticipation, reached toward Emperor Wang Qi's bones. The moment his hand made contact, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have touched a celestial-grade corpse and obtained the great ascension mechanism technique. As the system's announcement faded, a wealth of knowledge regarding the great ascension mechanism technique flooded Wang Tian's mind, merging seamlessly within him. At this moment, Wang Tian had become a top-tier mechanical master, truly befitting of the mechanical emperor. The treasures acquired from him proved invaluable. Wang Tian was highly satisfied with the great ascension mechanism technique. Master Liu Ban had once employed this very technique, and in the past, many within the Tianji Pavilion were adept at it, allowing them to create mechanical puppets of remarkable caliber, some rivaling even the most skilled practitioners. The little servant was one such exemplary creation. However, following Master Liu Ban's death, his disciples had progressively dwindled in talent, and now few could comprehend the great ascension mechanism technique, leading to a decline in the quality of the mechanical puppets they crafted. Without Master Liu Ban's guidance, the Tianji Pavilion's overall strength had gradually slipped from the top 50, now relegated to a second or third tier sect. Excellent. With the great ascension mechanism technique and that mysterious energy stone, I can transform the little servant. Wang Tian resolved quietly. Having completed these tasks, Wang Tian surveyed his surroundings and, finding nothing else of use, he carefully closed the coffin lid, offering 3 bows to his ancestor. Upon exiting the tomb, he noticed that night had fallen, and the little servant awaited him outside. Seeing Wang Tian emerge, she rushed forward. Master, you finally returned after 8 days. Had 8 days truly passed? Wang Tian felt as though he had merely lost track of time within the tomb. But he quickly reconciled the reality, having spent considerable time absorbing dragon stones at the onset. Come, Master has a treasure to show you. Wang Tian walked toward the small, dilapidated house, eager to modify the little servant. What treasure do you have for me, Master? The little servant's curiosity piqued. Though she was a mechanical puppet, she possessed a soul and thus experienced human emotions that you'll find out soon enough, Wang Tian teased, quickening his pace, prompting the little servant to instinctively match his speed. Before long, they arrived at the small wooden house, where Wang Tian retrieved the mysterious white energy stone from his system space, holding it in his palm. What is this? The little servant blinked, her expression one of confusion. This will ensure your energy never runs dry. Once depleted, it will automatically absorb surrounding spiritual energy to recharge itself. Wang Tian explained the stone's secret to the little servant, then pricked his finger to let a drop of blood fall upon it. A traditional yet effective means of bonding. Is it really true? The little servant's eyes sparkled with excitement. As a mechanical puppet, she understood all too well what automatic recharging meant for her. Absolutely. I will install the energy stone for you right now, Wang Tian said, filled with anticipation. Yes, the little servant obediently stood still, allowing Wang Tian to open the back of her head. After removing the previous dragon stones from her head, Wang Tian inserted the mysterious energy stone, stepping back to watch her transformation closely. Moments after the energy stone was installed, the little servant began to undergo reformation and evolution, her green dress cascading to the ground as it fell away. Under the illumination of the mysterious energy stone, The petite automaton underwent a visible and rapid transformation. Wang Tian stood nearby, his eyes brimming with excitement as he watched the metamorphosis unfold that an hour later. When a brand new version of the automaton appeared before him, he was utterly astonished. How remarkably lifelike! The evolved automaton, now devoid of any semblance to a mere puppet, resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. Possessing an unparalleled beauty, her figure was graceful and curvaceous, akin to a blooming flower. Her skin was as fair as snow, smooth as silk, with droplets of water bouncing off her flawless surface. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall over her pristine shoulders, gently grazing her delicate skin with its silky strands. Her eyes sparkled like stars, radiating a captivating brilliance that stirred the heart upon a mere glance. This evolved automaton was akin to a flawless work of art. Every inch of her body devoid of imperfections, drawing one into a trance at the first sight. How beautiful! The four great beauties of the capital pale in comparison. She is truly like a fairy. Wang Tian couldn't help but exclaim, circling around the automaton to admire every intricate detail. The more he observed, the more he was captivated by her exquisite beauty, reminiscent of an ethereal maiden. My master. I feel an overwhelming surge of power within me, and I can absorb the surrounding spiritual energy to replenish myself, the automaton declared, her face alight with joy. Post-evolution, she bore a closer resemblance to a human, particularly with her newfound ability to harness spiritual energy. A dream come true, all thanks to Wang Tian's modifications. Excellent. Your strength is now at least at the first rank, and with the ability to absorb surrounding spiritual energy, you will soon become a top-tier expert, Wang Tian mused, appreciating the beauty of his meticulously crafted automaton, which was nothing short of perfection. That he admired her exquisite features, her physique, and the intricate details that were so lifelike. However, when his gaze fell lower, his face reddened as he realized that the automaton now bore little distinction from a woman. Although she lacked breath, the flow of spiritual energy within her made it impossible for even the most discerning expert to detect that she was a mere automaton. They would perceive her as a top-tier master with a restrained aura. Little new, please put on your dress. It's chilly. You might catch a cold, Wang Tian awkwardly suggested. Yes, master, the automaton promptly complied, despite feeling no chill, and donned the green gown that had fallen to the ground. And no matter what her master requested, she would comply, even if it was an unreasonable demand. Once clad in the green dress, her aura seemed to elevate, resembling a translucent emerald or a flower fairy fallen to earth, so enchanting that one would be tempted to embrace her tenderly. That will suffice. Little new, please guard the outside. I need to meditate, Wang Tian decided, realizing he could not remain alone with her any longer, as her allure had intensified. Prolonged interaction might lead him to lose control. Understood, master, the automaton replied obediently and stepped outside, standing vigil at the door. Once she exited, Wang Tian settled cross-legged on his bed and retrieved a large handful of dragon stones from his system space. Having acquired such a bounty of dragon stones, it was time to utilize them. Otherwise, they would go to waste. Calming his mind, he began to absorb the dragon energy contained within the stones. As the energy flowed into his body, the dragon soul within his dantian eagerly began to absorb it. With the influx of dragon energy, the dragon soul began to grow at an imperceptible rate. As the dragon soul matured, Wang Tian's power surged rapidly. Throughout the night, he consumed 30 small dragon stones, and the dragon soul experienced slight growth. After hatching the dragon soul, it seemed to require even more dragon energy. Fortunately, he had plenty of dragon stones remaining. Wang Tian retrieved another 200 small dragon stones and 4 medium ones from his system space. With this abundance, he resumed his meditative practice. The rich dragon energy inundated his body, cleansing his meridians and rapidly enhancing his physical attributes. While the dragon soul accelerated its growth, days passed, and he exhausted the 200 dragon stones, elevating his cultivation from early 5th rank to mid-rank, with the dragon soul increasing in size to the dimensions of 2 fingers. Realizing that nurturing a dragon soul was incredibly resource-intensive, Wang Tian pondered how much dragon energy would be required to grow it into a colossal dragon. Yet, he understood that a stronger dragon soul would correspondingly amplify his own power, and once cultivated, it could unleash terrifying might in battle. Just as he prepared to continue his practice, a distant communication from Qilin Pavilion reached him. When he departed the pavilion, Yin Zhongzi had bestowed upon him a communication talisman, which would activate upon receiving news of 9 materials, Feeling the talisman respond, Wang Tian quickly retrieved it from his system space and opened it to find a message awaiting him. Young Master Tian, news of the Pure Heaven Pearl has arrived, but you must act swiftly. Otherwise, it may be seized by others. Understood. I will come immediately, Wang Tian replied through the talisman, leaping from his makeshift wooden bed. He could not afford to miss an opportunity for materials. Upon exiting the humble abode, the automaton approached him eagerly. Master, have you finished your meditation? Little new. Accompany me outside. Wang Tian contemplated for a moment before deciding to bring her along. Now that she was a first-rank automaton capable of self-replenishment, she could prove invaluable if they encountered any skilled adversaries vying for the Pure Heaven Pearl. Yes, Master. Without hesitation, the automaton nodded excitedly, eager to assist her master. Clad in his silver mask and draped in a black cloak, Wang Tian once again stepped into the world as the Heavenly King. Meanwhile, within the courtyard of Qilin Pavilion, Yun Xian was watering the flowers, occasionally glancing toward the entrance. She had just heard from her father that the Heavenly King would be visiting, stirring feelings of restlessness within her. The figure wore a mask, and she had no idea of his appearance. Yet she could not help but miss him. Yun Xian herself was unsure of the reason behind such feelings. Perhaps it was due to his rescue of Qilin Pavilion, or perhaps it was the feeling of a timeless connection. Or perhaps it was the quiet gesture of sending her a zithard, an indescribable sentiment. Miss, you're going to drown the flowers. The maid Xiaohong suddenly interjected. Snapping back to reality, Yun Xian realized she had been lost in thought. And the pot of begonia flowers before her was overflowing with water. It rained for several days, so I thought I'd give them a thorough soaking. Yun Xian hastily offered a poor excuse. But it rained just yesterday, Xiaohong replied, puzzled that at that moment, a figure clad in black appeared at the entrance, and Pavilion Master Yun Zhongzi personally stepped forward to greet him. Upon seeing this figure, Yun Xian set down her watering can, adjusted her dress, and joyfully prepared to welcome him, only to find that he was accompanied by a stunningly beautiful woman, igniting a wave of inexplicable emotion within her. Young Master Tian, I have prepared some fine Yinshan tea for you. Please, come in. Yun Zhongzi warmly welcomed Wang Tian into the courtyard, simultaneously noticing the automaton by his side, causing him to raise an eyebrow in surprise that it was not merely her beauty that astonished him, but her repressed aura and rich spiritual energy, which he could not discern. This indicated that she was a top-tier master, her strength surpassing his own. Then I must trouble you. Pavilion Master, Wang Tian replied as he entered the hall. Inside, the elegantly adorned Yun Xian personally brought tea, her demeanor graceful and gentle. Young Master Tian, this is exquisite Yinshan tea. Please enjoy. It has been a while. Wang Tian greeted, unable to suppress a smile as he accepted the tea. It has indeed been long, Yun Xian replied affectionately, then offered another cup to the automaton. This celestial maiden must be young Master Tian's companion, truly a match made in heaven. That a hint of jealousy flickered in her heart, as she believed only such a beautiful being deserved to be by Wang Tian's side. Yet, she felt somewhat foolish for her thoughts. She is not my companion. Her name is Little New, and she is my junior sister. Wang Tian fabricated an identity for the automaton, not wishing to reveal her true nature as a mechanical puppet. She is young Master Tian's junior sister. Yun Xian internally sighed in relief. By the way, Pavilion Master Yun, you summoned me regarding the news of the Pure Heaven Pearl, correct? Do you know its location? Wang Tian swiftly redirected the conversation, fearing that further inquiries might expose the automaton's identity. Yes, we have news regarding the Pure Heaven Pearl, which was discovered by a deputy hall master. As he spoke of the matter, Yun Zhongzi's expression turned serious. According to him, the Pure Heaven Pearl will be auctioned in Hanyang City in 3 days. I have sent people to verify this information, and it is indeed true. An auction for the Pure Heaven Pearl? This is a top-tier treasure. Who would be willing to part with it? Wang Tian furrowed his brow, pondering the implications of such a valuable item being auctioned off, suspecting the owner must be in dire need of funds. I too have my doubts. But this is the only opportunity. Furthermore, I have heard that many prominent sect leaders and cultivating families will be present to bid. So competition will surely be fierce, Yun Zhongzi replied solemnly. Given the number of people vying for the Pure Heaven Pearl, it was not surprising, considering its esteemed rank. However, Wang Tian was puzzled as to why the owner would willingly auction such a high-grade treasure. Pavilion Master, could you assist me in uncovering the identity of the seller of this Pure Heaven Pearl? Wang Tian inquired cautiously. The seller's identity is quite mysterious. according to the Deputy Hall Master. It appears the individual has encountered a cultivation bottleneck and is in urgent need of premium spirit stones to break through, thus seeking to exchange the pure heaven pearl for them. Yun Zhongzi explained earnestly. Wang Tian nodded, indicating his understanding. Although the pure heaven pearl was valuable, it did not directly aid in cultivation. Its primary benefits were immunity to toxins and the ability to purify demonic and beastly energies. In that case, I shall set off for Hanyang City, Wang Tian quickly decided. Despite his lingering uncertainties, he felt compelled to personally pursue the pure heaven pearl. Young Master Tian, if you do not mind, I would like to accompany you. Yun Xian stepped forward eagerly, having long sought to repay Wang Tian for saving Qilin Pavilion. Miss Yun, the journey to Hanyang City may be fraught with danger. There could be threats to your life. Wang Tian was taken aback by Yun Xian's boldness. I am unafraid that I recently advanced to the 5th rank, and I possess the Blackwood Zither that can ensure my safety, and perhaps even help you. Together, we can face any first-rank expert. Yun Xian's eyes sparkled with determination. Given that Wang Tian had risked his life to save her pavilion, she felt compelled to offer her assistance in return. This may not be wise. Wang Tian hesitated, unwilling to put Yun Xian at risk. Allow Su'er to accompany you. Yun Zhongzi interjected, recognizing his daughter's desire to go and understanding her unwavering nature. Very well. Then let us go together. Wang Tian reluctantly agreed. Upon hearing that she would accompany Wang Tian, Yun Xian felt a surge of joy. Within the Grand Hall of Longhu Mountain, the sect leader Mu Shangyuan, along with the elder Zhang Bao and the 4th elder Xiaoliang, were deep in discussion. Have we uncovered the identity of the Shushan disciple who breached the 18th level of the Sword Pavilion? Mu Shangyuan inquired, directing his gaze at Xiaoliang. Reporting to the sect leader, the higher-ups of Shushan are keeping the disciple's identity under wraps, and I have been unable to investigate. However, I did hear something from a disciple stationed at the base of the mountain, which may be related to this disciple. Xiaoliang replied with a solemn expression. Oh, what is it? Mu Shangyuan and Zhang Bao both turned their attention to him. That on the eve of the bell tolling in the Sword Pavilion, an individual at the foot of the mountain unleashed the 10,000 swords returned to one technique. This person wore a silver mask and a black cloak. Xiaoliang pondered for a moment before speaking. Donning a silver mask and black cloak, and employing the 10,000 swords returned to one technique. Could it be the Heavenly King? Zhang Bao exclaimed, standing up in excitement. Ever since Wang Tian had severed his arm, he had been tirelessly investigating Wang Tian's identity. It seemed increasingly likely that the one who had breached the 18th level of the Sword Pavilion was indeed the Heavenly King, as among the nearly 100,000 disciples of Shushan, only he possessed the talent to wield such a formidable technique that a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Mu Shangyuan's eyes. The ability to breach the 18th level of the Sword Pavilion indicated that Shushan was on the verge of producing another legendary swordsman, which was not good news for them at Longhu Mountain. With limited cultivation resources on Tianshan Continent, the rise of a formidable opponent would mean fewer resources for Longhu Mountain. Moreover, they had already made enemies with Shushan's Heavenly King. Once he matured, it could spell disaster for Longhu Mountain. By the way, have the arrangements for Hanyang City been finalized? Mu Shangyuan inquired, shifting his gaze to Zhang Bao. Reporting to the sect leader, everything is in order. The news of the pure heaven pearl has been released, and we shall see if we can lure in a big catch, Zhang Bao replied. The 9 materials are likely what Shushan seeks. Once the news of the pure heaven pearl spreads, be wary of Shushan's people attempting to snatch it away, Mu Shangyuan cautioned. Rest assured, sect leader, until we have a big catch in hand, I will not truly part with the pure heaven pearl. Zhang Bao calculated. Even if Shushan sent people, he was unafraid, for he had arranged a deadly array near Hanyang City. Anyone who could breathe would be devoured by the formation. Zhang Bao's elder brother was the 3rd elder of the array sect, renowned for his unparalleled array crafting abilities, and this particular deadly array had claimed countless lives. Even a first-rank expert would find their fate uncertain if they stumbled into it. As they spoke of this deadly array, both Mu Shangyuan and Xiaoliang's expressions changed, revealing their first-hand experience of its terrifying power. Beneath the bright and warm sunlight, a carriage sped along the official road, carrying Wang Tian, Yun Xian, and Little Nu. Wang Tian and Little Nu sat on one side, while Yun Xian occupied the opposite seat. Yun Xian held the Blackwood Zither wrapped in black cloth, occasionally stealing glances at Wang Tian. Meanwhile, Wang Tian contemplated how he would secure the pure heaven pearl once they arrived in Hanyang City. Young Master Tian, Thank you for the zither you gifted me. Yun Xian finally broke the silence after a long pause. Huh. You know I sent you the zither? Wang Tian was taken aback, having only left a note without a signature. I recognized your handwriting on the alliance agreement. It matched the note you left me, so I deduced that the zither was from you. Yun Xian explained softly, her voice melodic. I see. Wang Tian expressed realization, acknowledging her keen perception. Oh, you like the zither? I do. It feels so familiar to me. Playing it feels effortless, as if it were an old friend I had lost long ago. Yun Xian gently caressed the zither in her arms, sensing the mysterious aura emanating from it that made her feel profoundly connected. I'm glad to hear that. It seems my choice was indeed a fortunate one, Wang Tian said, pleased by Yun Xian's admiration for the gift. With the demon harp in his hands, it was merely an ornament, but in Yun Sun's grasp, it transformed into a treasure of the highest quality, capable of slaying with its melody. Young Master Tian, you have bestowed upon me the harp and subsequently rescued our Qilin pavilion. Such immense kindness. I am at a loss as to how to repay you. Yun Sun expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Such great favor. How about you pledge yourself to me? Wang Tian jested, aiming to tease the renowned beauty of the capital. Upon hearing this, Yun Sun's fair face flushed crimson, her heart racing like a startled deer. Her petite hands nervously clutching the hem of her skirt, as she gathered her courage to respond. Wang Tian unexpectedly interrupted her. I was just joking. Saving your Qilin pavilion was a trivial matter. Hardly worth mentioning, he teased lightly. Wang Tian had never sought Yun Sun's gratitude. His motivation for saving her had purely stemmed from not wanting to witness her demise, as he harbored a faint suspicion that she was linked to the exquisite corpse within the Black Mausoleum. Yun Sun breathed a silent sigh of relief upon hearing this, yet a pang of disappointment struck her. Indeed, how could someone like him desire her when his apprentice sister was so alluring? Speaking of the exquisite corpse, Wang Tian couldn't help but inquire further. By the way, Miss Yun, does your ancestor resemble you in any way? After lying there for so many years, the corpse could hardly be her sister or mother. Hence Wang Tian's inquiry about her distant ancestor, one from millennia past that I don't know. I have no idea what our ancestors look like. Yun Sun shook her head, perplexed by Wang Tian's sudden interest in her lineage. That makes sense, Wang Tian nodded, realizing it was unlikely for anyone to know the appearance of their forebears after so long. Young Master Tian, you need not call me Miss Yun anymore. It feels rather distant. You may call me Xiao Sun or Sunner instead, she suggested, her cheeks slightly flushed. In that case, I'll call you Xiao Sun. Wang Tian scratched his head awkwardly before adding, you can call me Brother Tian. All right, Brother Tian, Yun Sun exclaimed cheerfully, her voice infused with joy. The term Brother Tian brought a refreshing warmth to Wang Tian, making him feel invigorated. Brother Tian, the journey to Hanyang City is long. Let me play the harp for you to alleviate your boredom. Yun Sun caressed the demon harp, wishing to entertain Wang Tian while also feeling a twinge of excitement herself. Very well, I shall listen with rapt attention, Wang Tian replied, excitement bubbling within him. It was a rare privilege for him to hear the capital's most talented maiden play exclusively for him. Soon, enchanting and lively melodies filled the carriage, akin to celestial music, sometimes reminiscent of flowing rivers, at other times like a gentle breeze, and occasionally like a torrential downpour. Wang Tian was entranced, as if transported to a dreamlike realm. Under the spell of this beautiful music, the flow of dragon energy within him surged several times faster, and the dragon soul in his dantian began to frolic joyfully as the performance concluded. Wang Tian remained lost in the exquisite melody. Brother Tian, Yun Sun called softly. It was only then that Wang Tian awoke from his reverie, noticing that the dragon soul in his dantian had indeed enlarged slightly, along with a slight increase in his dragon energy. Could it be that listening to music can augment one's strength? Wang Tian was utterly astonished. It was simply incredible. You have discovered my secret. My harp's music not only has the power to kill, but also aids in cultivation, Yun Sun replied, a hint of pride in her tone. So, bringing me along was indeed a wise decision. This revelation caught Wang Tian off guard. He had never anticipated that the demon harp possessed such extraordinary capabilities. Your playing is truly enchanting. In your hands, this harp has truly realized its value. Wang Tian silently rejoiced that he had gifted the harp to Yun Sun, feeling it was indeed a fortuitous choice. Brother Tian, if you do not mind, I can play another piece for you. Yun Sun said with a gentle smile, her beauty captivating. I have no objections to your music. I thoroughly enjoy listening to you play. especially since it aids in my cultivation, Wang Tian replied eagerly. What a rare stroke of fortune to experience such exquisite music while simultaneously benefiting his training. Then I shall indulge you once more. Yun Sun placed her delicate hands back onto the strings, and a beautiful, emotionally charged melody began to resonate at the front of the carriage. A spirited female warrior, upon hearing the music, smiled slightly. My dear sister has grown up. However, this silver-armored masked man seems somewhat oblivious. Showing no reaction to her musical expression, it seems I must lend a hand. In the grand hall of Longhu Mountain, Master, I bring good news. Tremendous news. We have caught 2 big fish. Elder Zhang Bao rushed in, his voice echoing before he even entered. Master Mu Shangyuan, engaged in discussion with the other elders, waved them away upon hearing Zhang Bao's announcement. What is this good news? He inquired, his gaze fixed on Zhang Bao. Yun Sun and that swordsmanship genius from Shushan, Tian Wang, have traveled to Hanyang City together, Elder Zhang Bao reported, his face beaming with excitement. They went together? Is your information accurate? Master Mu Shangyuan asked, a look of concern crossing his face. Absolutely. I personally saw them board the same carriage and head towards Hanyang City, Elder Zhang Bao affirmed seriously. Excellent. Catching 2 big fish at once will save me considerable effort. Mu Shangyuan's face lit up with excitement, astonished by the unexpected catch but quickly regaining his composure. Aside from them, who else is heading to Hanyang City? He pondered, knowing that Yun Zhongzi would never allow his daughter to travel alone with a man. There's also Hong Ying from the Qilin Pavilion, Zhang Bao replied. As I suspected, Yun Zhongzi dispatched someone to protect his daughter. Hong Ying, she has returned. Mu Shangyuan frowned, wary of her capabilities, though she was only at the peak of the 3rd rank. Her mastery of the Phoenix Rebirth Spear technique made her a formidable opponent, capable of challenging even him. Yes, she just returned from Bailiang. It must have been Yun Zhongzi who summoned her back. After a pause, Zhang Bao added confidently, however, her return won't hinder our plans. Once they enter the trap set by my brother, none will escape. Very well, let us proceed as planned. The pure heaven pearl can be released. But we must ensure it does not fall into the hands of outsiders, Mu Shangyuan instructed seriously. The pure heaven pearl was bait, and he intended to catch big fish while safeguarding his bait. One must admit, Mu Shangyuan was indeed a master strategist. No problem. This time, I will ensure they do not return, Zhang Bao declared, his gaze instinctively drifting to his severed arm, his eyes brimming with a murderous intent. After a day of travel, just before sunset, Wang Tian and his companions finally arrived at Hanyang City, a place rich in culture and heritage. Sister Sun, young Master Tian, we have arrived in Hanyang City. Hong Ying exclaimed as she leapt down from the carriage. To assist Wang Tian and his party in acquiring the pure heaven pearl, Yun Zhongzi had specifically summoned Hong Ying, who was second only to him in the Qilin Pavilion and possibly even stronger in combat. If it hadn't been for her being tied up with urgent tasks during the previous assault on the Qilin Pavilion, they would not have suffered so greatly. Have we arrived so soon? Wang Tian emerged from the carriage, having lost track of time while enjoying Yun Sun's company. Yes, we have reached Hanyang City, Hong Ying replied, expertly managing the arrangements as night approached. That it is getting dark. We should find an inn to stay overnight and register for the auction at the reward pavilion tomorrow. Thank you, Sister Hong, Yun Sun said, leaning slightly out of the carriage. She shared a close bond with Hong Ying, often referring to each other as sisters. For you, sister, a little extra effort is nothing, Hong Ying replied, leading the way into a nearby inn with efficiency. Wang Tian and Yun Sun followed, with Xiao Nu trailing behind. Upon entering the inn, Hong Ying had already completed the check-in process. There are 2 rooms left. Young Master Tian will share a room with Sister Sun, while I will share with this young maid, Hong Ying decisively stated. Huh? You want me to share a room with Xiao Sun? Wang Tian exclaimed, taken aback that it seemed inappropriate for a man and woman to share a space. Yun Sun was equally surprised, having anticipated that Hong Ying would share a room with her instead. Are you not sharing a room with Sister Sun? Or do you wish to share with me? Hong Ying swiftly cut off Wang Tian's protests and winked at Yun Sun, who, being sharp-witted, immediately understood Hong Ying's intentions, her cheeks flushing. I will share with Sister Sun. Even if I agree, she might not be willing. I think I should share with my junior sister instead. Wang Tian felt this arrangement was improper. Especially without consulting Yun Sun first, he thought it unreasonable for a girl to share a room with a man. However, this time, he was mistaken. I am willing, Yun Sun said, her initial hesitation dissipating at the thought of Wang Tian sharing a room with his beautiful junior sister. You see, Sister Sun agrees, so that settles it, Hong Ying said, a smile playing on her lips as she led the way upstairs. As she passed Yun Sun, she leaned down and whispered, Dear sister, this is a rare opportunity. Make sure to seize it. Yun Sun's face reddened further at this remark, her gaze dropping as she dared not look at Wang Tian. Wang Tian felt somewhat helpless, but since Yun Sun had agreed, he could not object further, lest he appeared to disdain her. Xiao Nu, on the other hand, felt quite left out, having never been consulted on the matter. When she glanced at Wang Tian for his opinion, he could only nod resignedly, and Xiao Nu reluctantly accepted the arrangement. Wang Tian and Yun Sun's room was a yin room on the 3rd floor, while Hong Ying and Xiao Nu's room was a T-shaped room on the 2nd floor, separated by a floor and a considerable distance. Holding the harp, Yun Sun shyly followed Wang Tian into the room. The accommodations were quite elegant, featuring a large bed, a table, 2 chairs, a screen, and a wooden tub for bathing. However, Wang Tian frowned at the sight of the single bed. How can we both sleep on one bed? Brother Tian, you can take the bed while I will sleep on the floor, Yun Sun suggested brightly. How can I let you, a young lady, sleep on the floor? You take the bed. I will sleep on the floor, Wang Tian resolutely decided. As a gentleman, he could not allow a woman to suffer such discomfort. But the floor is cold. How about we sleep together? Yun Sun's face flushed, and with great courage, she finally uttered those words. Yun Sun had mustered all her courage to voice that suggestion. Upon finishing, her face resembled a sunset, radiant and blazing, almost burning the air around her. Her heart raced like a wild deer, seemingly ready to leap from her chest, while her hands nervously clutched her skirt, nearly tearing it. We sleep together? Wang Tian's eyes widened, feeling as though he had misheard. Do you mean that you will sleep on the bed while I take the floor? No, that's not what I meant. I was just saying the floor is cold. Yun Sun, blushing, prepared to clarify, but Wang Tian, oblivious, interrupted her. It's fine. A little chill on the floor doesn't bother me. You can sleep comfortably on the bed, he insisted with a sense of righteousness. All right. Seeing Wang Tian's determination, Yun Sun sighed softly, a hint of disappointment flickering within her. Yet she regarded Brother Tian as a true gentleman. As night deepened, the atmosphere in the room grew intimate, and with a beautiful maiden like Yun Sun present, Wang Tian, surprisingly, sat upright in a chair, closing his eyes to meditate, opting to spend the night this way. Meanwhile, Yun Sun, noticing Wang Tian was in deep meditation, decided to take a bath. As a young woman, she felt uncomfortable without a daily wash, so she called for hot water from the innkeeper while Wang Tian remained engrossed in his practice. After pouring the hot water into the wooden tub, she carefully positioned a screen between herself and Wang Tian. Brother Tian shouldn't be able to see me now, and since he's in deep meditation, he likely won't notice either, Yun Sun thought to herself, stealing a glance at Wang Tian, confirming he was indeed in deep focus, and felt reassured as she began to undress. The white gown gracefully slipped from her shoulders, revealing her flawless, smooth skin, akin to jade. Glistening without a blemish, her figure was curvaceous and alluring, every contour radiating temptation, captivating anyone who beheld her. Before entering the tub, Yun Sun delicately untied the ribbon at her waist, her movements graceful, as if performing a dance. As her last piece of clothing fell away like snowflakes, it unveiled her enticing figure, showcasing her alluring curves. Her waist was slender and pale, delicate enough to seem breakable, leading down to her long, white legs that appeared enchanting in a flowing gown, now fully exposed to the air, drawing the eye irresistibly. Every movement of Yun Sun was filled with elegance and seduction, as if she were engaged in a silent ballet, enchanting anyone who glimpsed her. Her physique and skin melded in perfect harmony, exuding an irresistible allure, reminiscent of a blooming flower, beautiful and mesmerizing. Dipping her delicate foot into the tub to test the water's warmth. Finding it just right, she carefully settled in. The water enveloped her shoulders, akin to a lotus blooming in the water. So comfortable, she exclaimed, splashing water onto her skin, washing away the fatigue of the day. The cool water caressed every inch of her soft skin and dampened her lustrous hair, enhancing her allure furthered. In the still of the night, Hong Ying stealthily approached the door of Wang Tian and Yun Sun's room, her heart filled with concern. I wonder how Sister Sun is faring. Has that wooden man realized Sister Sun's feelings? Hong Ying fretted, having always shared a close bond with Yun Sun. When she learned of Yun Sun's plight with the 6th prince, She had wished to avenge her, and had she not been on an important mission in Baelyong, she would have returned without hesitation. Now, upon her return, she was determined to silently eliminate the sixth prince. Besides this issue, Hong Ying was also worried about Yun Sun's future happiness. The news of Yun Sun's disgrace had spread throughout the capital, causing all the noble suitors who once pursued her to vanish. In the Tianxian continent, a woman's virtue was of utmost importance. Once lost, many men would turn their backs. Hong Ying was concerned that Yun Sun might find herself unwanted, yet at this moment, she discovered that Yun Sun had developed feelings for someone. Knowing Yun Sun's shyness, she resolved to assist her. Quietly approaching the room, Hong Ying poked a hole in the paper window and leaned in. Just in time to catch sight of Yun Sun bathing in the tub, her perfect and alluring form captivating enough to stir even Hong Ying's heart. My dear sister has matured splendidly. She has surpassed even me. Hong Ying gazed intently for a while before noticing the wooden man beside the screen, who was deeply engrossed in his meditation, completely disregarding Yun Xiu's bathing. This infuriated Hong Ying. How could her sister fall for such a wooden man? The most beautiful woman in the capital, with such a perfect body and stunning face, was bathing right next to him, yet he remained unfazed and continued his meditation. Was this even a man? Hong Ying was at a loss for words, utterly exasperated. No, I must help my sister. She has finally taken a liking to someone, and I cannot let her down, as this concerns her future happiness. With this thought in mind, Hong Ying resolved to wait for the right moment to provoke this wooden man. She simply could not believe that any man could remain indifferent upon seeing her sister's figure. Through a small opening in the window, Hong Ying watched Yun Xiu bathe, and when she stood up after her bath, Hong Ying knew the time had come. What a perfect opportunity, focusing her energy into her fingertips. She directed it towards the obstructive screen, causing it to topple with a resounding crash. The sudden commotion startled Yun Xiu, who let out a scream, while Wang Tian, lost in his meditation, was instantly jolted awake. Yun Xiu, what happened? Wang Tian's gaze darted towards the source of the sound, and what he saw made his blood rush. Success. I refuse to believe this wooden man won't be moved. With a slight smile, Hong Ying quietly slipped away from the doorway. Chapter 66. The temptation after bathing. Hearing Yun Xiu's scream, Wang Tian was instantly alert and turned his attention to her. What he saw made his heart race and his face flush. Yun Xiu stood like a water lily emerging from the water, gracefully poised in the tub, completely unclothed. Her fair skin, alluring figure, and long, elegant legs were all on display before Wang Tian. The overwhelming beauty left him momentarily speechless. Such a magnificent body, he thought, yearning to embrace and cherish her. However, upon realizing Wang Tian was staring, Yun Xiu blushed deeply and quickly crouched back into the tub. Her cheeks were as rosy as the evening sky, and her heart raced like a startled deer, unable to meet Wang Tian's gaze, overwhelmed by embarrassment. How mortifying it was that her brother had seen her like this. How could the screen have fallen at such a moment? Tomorrow, I shall definitely complain to the innkeeper. Hiding in the tub, Yun Xiu felt too ashamed to face anyone. Meanwhile, Wang Tian realized his rudeness and hastily turned away. That I didn't know you were bathing. I'll step outside immediately. That he spoke nervously as he prepared to leave, but was stopped by Yun Xiu. Brother Tian, you don't need to go out. Just prop the screen back up, she replied. Her face still flushed. With the screen in place, Wang Tian wouldn't be able to see her get dressed. All right then, I'll prop it back up now. Wang Tian walked over, nervously lifting the fallen screen while quickly averting his gaze. Okay, Xiao Qiu, I've propped the screen back up. I saw it. Yun Xiu peeked out from the tub, relieved to see the screen restored. Yet, the screen seemed somewhat translucent, and if one looked closely, they could still make out a silhouette. Through the screen, Yun Xiu could vaguely see Wang Tian with his back turned. Surely, Brother Tian wouldn't be watching me, would he? Yun Xiu pondered, her cheeks still burning as she cautiously climbed out of the tub. Carefully drying herself with a towel, once wrapped in a bandeau, she donned a pink silk nightgown that clung to her figure, accentuating her graceful curves. Wang Tian, still with his back to her, tried to calm himself. But his mind was flooded with thoughts of Yun Xiu's enchanting form, leaving him restless and flustered. I can't think about this anymore. Wang Tian shook his head, attempting to force calmness upon himself. But the image of Yun Xiu's exquisite silhouette lingered in his mind. Brother Tian, I'm done. Yun Xiu stepped shyly from behind the screen, her face still flushed, keeping her gaze low, too embarrassed to meet Wang Tian's eyes. Xiao Qiu, it's getting late. You should get some rest. I'll step outside for some fresh air. Wang Tian hurriedly left the room, fearing that staying any longer would lead him to lose control. After all, he was a normal man, and who could resist such temptation? He had already compromised Yun Xiu's purity once. He could not do so again. Thus, he resolved to step outside to regain his composure. But Brother Tian, it's cold outside. Yun Xiu watched Wang Tian rush away, her lips parting slightly, helplessly observing him disappear from view. Wang Tian did not return, leaving Yun Xiu unable to sleep, tossing and turning with thoughts of her brother. What if he went to find his disciple? The more she thought, the more disheartened she became. But in the dead of night, Wang Tian returned quietly, easing her worries. Yet, she kept her eyes closed, pretending to be asleep, and eventually drifted off. Early the next morning, Hong Ying excitedly rushed over, having exerted all her efforts the previous night to bring Yun Xiu and Wang Tian together, hoping that Wang Tian would be unable to resist after seeing Yun Xiu's alluring body. How could any man remain indifferent to such beauty? Xiao Xiu, how did it go last night? Alone together in a room, did that young Master Tian take advantage of you? Hong Ying asked eagerly. No, Brother Tian was meditating all night. Yun Xiu shook her head. What? He meditated all night? No way, he didn't react at all when he saw your body. Hong Ying exclaimed, nearly speechless. How could he spend an entire night with the capital's most beautiful woman and only think of meditation? This was infuriating. How do you know he saw my body? Yun Xiu, quick-witted, began to piece things together. That screen last night was knocked over by you, wasn't it? I thought it was odd that it fell for no reason. That's not the point. The important thing is, did young Master Tian really not react at all upon seeing you? Hong Ying's eyes were fixed on Yun Xiu, determined to uncover the truth. Well, there was a reaction, Yun Xiu said thoughtfully. What kind of reaction? Did he rush over to embrace you? Hong Ying was filled with excitement. No. He went outside to cool off. Yun Xiu replied earnestly. What? He left you? A stunning beauty, to go cool off outside? Hong Ying was almost in disbelief. Was there truly a man capable of such indifference towards beauty? Could it be he is not capable in that way? How else could he have no reaction upon seeing your exquisite form? Hong Ying, don't jump to conclusions. He is incredibly powerful. There is no way he wouldn't be capable. Yun Xiu's cheeks flushed as she explained. She remembered how Wang Tian's eyes had widened upon seeing her, though she couldn't fathom why he later chose to step outside. Perhaps he had someone he liked, which made him indifferent towards her. Disappointment filled her eyes. He has someone he likes. Could it be that little disciple of his? Hong Ying suddenly had a revelation. No, we must test him or directly confess our feelings to see his reaction. Chapter 67. This matter must be settled. Hong Ying must arrange a separate table. Wang Tian had meditated through the night, restoring his vitality to its peak. Upon leaving the inn, he intended to investigate the bounty building. But Hong Ying had already made arrangements, and no need to go. I've arranged for our identities to be registered. Tonight, we can go directly to participate in the auction. The pure heaven pearl will be the final item. Hong Ying stated decisively. Wang Tian secretly admired her efficiency. Sister Hong, do you know who else will be participating in the auction for the pure heaven pearl? He believed knowing his competitors was essential for success. From what I've gathered, several factions are interested, but the notable ones are the Baichuan sect, the Jinghai sect, and the Wuyish. Hong Ying paused, frowning. Each of them has substantial resources. Competing with them for the pure heaven pearl will be challenging. It is indeed a bit challenging. Wang Tian felt slightly apprehensive upon hearing the names of the three sections. These were all second-tier factions, but they had considerable backing, while he was alone, with his most valuable asset being the Dragon Stone. However, he could not compete with an entire sect. Don't worry. I have a way to obtain the pure heaven pearl without spending a dime. Hong Ying suddenly smiled mysteriously. What method? Wang Tian's curiosity was piqued. Don't rush. You'll find out tonight. Hong Ying teased, then suggested, let us have breakfast first. Once we're full, we can visit the Xian New Temple in Hanyang City. It's said to be quite effective. And if you pray sincerely, there is a high chance your wishes will be granted. Is that true? Wang Tian was skeptical. It was just a clay statue. How could it possibly have the power to fulfill wishes? If that were the case, he could wish for invincibility and a harem. Would the goddess really grant it? Of course it's true. Many have had their wishes come true. If you don't believe me, we can go see for ourselves. Hong Ying urged eagerly. All right, I'll go. Yun Xiu chimed in, her face filled with anticipation as she too wished to make a wish. Wang Tian, of course, would not leave his little disciple behind. Thus, the four of them set off for the Xian New Temple after breakfast. The temple was located on the east side of Hanyang City, and as they approached, Wang Tian noticed throngs of people rushing toward the temple. Young and old alike. Some sought love, others wished for children, health, or martial prowess. Each person wore an expression of sincerity. There are so many people. Is the Xiannu Temple really that miraculous? Wang Tian was taken aback. I told you the Xiannu Temple is extraordinary. Let me find a few people to ask, and you'll believe it. Hong Ying smiled, then searched the crowd until she spotted an elderly woman carrying a basket. She ran over to her. Ma'am, can you tell me if the Xiannu Temple is effective? Absolutely. My daughter-in-law couldn't conceive for 8 years, but after I took her to the Xiannu Temple last year, she was pregnant within a month. Just a few days ago, she had a healthy baby boy. I'm here to express my gratitude. The elderly woman exclaimed excitedly. See, I told you it's effective. If you still don't believe me, I'll find more people. Hong Ying insisted, quickly gathering several more individuals from the crowd. Can you all tell my friend here if the Xiannu Temple works? The people Hong Ying brought over, young and old, all spoke earnestly. I had a boil on my backside, and every doctor said I wouldn't live a month. I went to the Xiannu Temple to make a wish. And within days, the boil healed. It was truly miraculous. I'm 80 years old and had no connection to martial arts, but after making a wish at the Xiannu Temple last year, I discovered I had a talent for it. Just yesterday, I reached the 8th rank. The goddess is truly miraculous, and I, being quite ugly, had no women willing to marry me. But after I made a wish at the Xiannu Temple last month, I encountered a beautiful woman who had fallen while descending the mountain. After I healed her, she pledged herself to me. The numerous accounts of wishes coming true astounded Wang Tian. If one or two people said it, it could be coincidence, but with so many testimonies, it seemed plausible. What do you think? I told you the Xiannu Temple is miraculous, didn't I? Hong Ying said proudly. Wang Tian remained silent, but Yun Xiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. I think Sister Hong is right. So many people have gone to pray at the Xiannu Temple, it must be effective, and that's why they go. Yun Xiu felt increasingly hopeful about the temple. So many had their wishes fulfilled. Surely, hers would come true as well. She secretly glanced at Wang Tian while lost in her thoughts. Soon, the four of them arrived at the Xiannu Temple, where they found a large crowd waiting in line. You all wait here. I'll go see how many people are ahead, Hong Ying said before swiftly weaving through the crowd toward the temple. That's just how Sister Hong is. Yun Xiu quickly defended her, while Wang Tian admired her decisive nature. Once inside the temple, Hong Ying immediately sought out the old Taoist in charge of drawing lots, pulling him aside to speak quietly. Later, I'll be bringing 2 people, a man and a woman. You need to ensure they both draw the fate of love, understood? As she spoke, she took out a spirit stone and placed it in the old man's hand. That's against the rules. Our Xiannu Temple values sincerity and never engages in deceit, the old Taoist replied with righteous indignation. Hong Ying rolled her eyes at this. Then, she produced 3 more spirit stones and handed them to him. Will this do? Your sincerity will surely be rewarded. The old Taoist accepted the stones and bowed to Hong Ying. Then it's settled. I'll bring them over shortly. With satisfaction, Hong Ying turned to leave. In her quest to unite Yun Xiu and Wang Tian, Hong Ying was determined to do everything possible. If they succeeded, she would arrange a separate table for them. After Hong Ying left, the old Taoist summoned a newly accepted disciple and instructed, go get 2 lots and replace all of them with the fate of love lots. Master, why must they all be fate of love lots? Isn't that going to make it ineffective? The young disciple was bewildered. How could all the lots be the same? Why so many questions? Just do as I say, the old Taoist barked. Yes, master, I'll do it right away. The young disciple hurried off to fetch the lots. The old Taoist had done this kind of thing often, so there were plenty of lots at the temple. After switching out the lots, the young disciple suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Oh no, I need to take care of this. He abandoned the lots and rushed to the restroom. While he was away, another young disciple came to the back and took the newly switched lots without realizing they were meant for a specific purpose. When the first disciple returned, the old Taoist was anxiously looking for him. Have you switched the lots? He asked impatiently. Everything's ready, master. The young priest swiftly embraced 2 divination buckets for his master. Before stepping away to relieve himself, he placed the 2 exchanged buckets at the very edge, and now these 2 were indeed at the forefront, leaving no room for error. His hesitance was quite palpable. The elder priest, holding the 2 buckets, left while cursing under his breath. Meanwhile, at the Xiannu Temple, it was now Wang Tian and Yun Xiu's turn in line. Young Master Tian, Sister Qiu. The most efficacious practice at this temple is undoubtedly the divination. Why not give it a try? Hong Ying ardently suggested. Sure. Yun Xiu nodded. eager to seek a romantic fate. If she and Wang Tian could draw matching fortune slips, it would be perfect. I could give it a go as well. Wang Tian mused, thinking it worthwhile to try since they were already there. Upon seeing their agreement, Hong Ying immediately signaled to the elder priest. The elder priest, recognizing the cue, approached with the 2 divination buckets. Esteemed patrons, here are the 2 buckets. Each of you should hold one. Shake it vigorously while making a wish, and continue until a slip is drawn. He elaborated on the rules. All right. Wang Tian and Yunxiu nodded in unison before shaking the buckets together. As Yunxiu silently made her wish, Wang Tian merely approached it with a curious mindset. Before long, 2 slips fell simultaneously from their respective buckets. After the slips landed on the ground, both Wang Tian and Yunxiu ceased their shaking. The slips have emerged, Yunxiu exclaimed, her eyes filled with anticipation as she picked up her slip, which read, "In the heavens, may we be like wings of a bird." Wang Tian retrieved his slip, which stated, "On the earth, may we be like intertwined branches." Is this a romantic fate? Wang Tian instinctively glanced at Yunxiu's slip, and she too looked over, both realizing the profound meaning of their slips at the same moment. In the heavens, may we be like wings of a bird. On the earth, may we be like intertwined branches. What a destined union. Before the elder priest could interpret the slips, Hong Ying jumped in excitement. She thought to herself that the elder priest was indeed reliable and had managed to fulfill her request without error. After reading the couplet twice, Yunxiu felt elated, as it clearly indicated that she and Wang Tian were meant to be. Wang Tian, on the other hand, found the coincidence striking. Randomly drawing a slip had resulted in a destined romantic fate that he intended to inspect the other slips in the bucket, but the elder priest swiftly intercepted him. Esteemed patrons, your slips signify a destined romantic fate. Individuals who were meant to be together in a past life. Congratulations. While congratulating them, the elder priest seized the bucket from Yunxiu, fearing Wang Tian might uncover his deception. Hearing that they were destined to be together in a past life made Yunxiu's heart soar. Though she maintained a calm exterior, "Brother Tian, this may not be accurate. You needn't take it to heart." She cautiously reassured, worried that Wang Tian might not appreciate their drawn slips. Why not take it to heart? This is the will of heaven. Isn't that significant enough? Hong Ying thought to herself, having put considerable effort into orchestrating this outcome. Aiming to persuade Wang Tian that he and Yunxiu were fated to be together. If beauty couldn't entice him, then this tactic would have to suffice. The notion of a heavenly ordained romance was indeed no trivial matter. Wang Tian too felt incredulous. How could a random draw yield a destined romantic slip? "I want to see the other slips and draw again," Wang Tian insisted, feeling that the first encounter lacked sincerity since he hadn't made a wish. However, Hong Ying promptly halted him. "You can only draw once a day." Upon hearing Wang Tian's desire to inspect all the slips, Hong Ying's expression shifted, and she immediately refused, signaling the elder priest, who understood her intent. "Yes, this drawing can only be conducted once. Drawing multiple times will render it inaccurate," the elder priest added, his expression revealing his anxiety, for he knew the buckets contained identical slips. If Wang Tian discovered this, it would expose their ruse. Yunxiu, being perceptive and familiar with Hong Ying's character, exchanged glances with the elder priest, quickly grasping the situation. Her previously bright mood plummeted. Realizing that Hong Ying had orchestrated everything to make Wang Tian believe in their destined romantic fate. Hoping to win his affection, "Brother Tian, I'm feeling a bit weary. I wish to return," Yunxiu said, her tone tinged with disappointment. "All right, I shall accompany you," Wang Tian responded, having sensed her change in mood but not probing further. After they departed, the elder priest sighed in relief. That was close. Almost exposed, he patted his chest, realizing that if the truth had come to light, his 4 spirit stones would be at risk, just as he was feeling fortunate. A young priest hurriedly approached. Master, we mistakenly swapped those 2 divination buckets," the young priest exclaimed anxiously. "Mistakenly swapped? How could that happen?" "The patrons were quite pleased with their divinations," the elder priest replied, patting the young priest's shoulder approvingly. "It's true. The buckets I prepared were taken by my senior brother, resulting in a poor scholar and an 80-year-old lady drawing the destined romantic slips," the young priest explained, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Is that so?" The elder priest felt a jolt of panic as he quickly inspected the 2 buckets in his hands. Indeed, the slips inside were all ordinary, not the destined romantic ones he had anticipated. This meant that the man and woman had genuinely drawn the destined romantic slips. The elder priest was astonished. The odds of drawing such a slip were minuscule. Simultaneously, he felt a wave of dread. realizing that had the couple not drawn the destined slips, not only would his spirit stones be lost, but his life would also be at stake, as he had sensed the formidable presence of that woman in red. Upon returning to the inn from the Xin Nu temple, Yunqiu immediately sought out Hong Ying. "Sister Hong, you orchestrated the divination at the temple, didn't you? And those elder patrons were also arranged by you?" Yunqiu scrutinized Hong Ying, who felt a bit embarrassed under her gaze. "You caught me, but you know I did this for your own good. Look, with this destined romantic slip as a foundation, everyone will perceive you two as a couple. Even if young Master Tian doesn't believe it, subconsciously, he will begin to feel that you are meant for each other," Hong Ying explained, knowing Yunqiu's intelligence and thus refraining from denying her actions, instead persuading her. But a falsehood is still a falsehood. Yunqiu struggled to accept such manipulation. It doesn't matter if it's false. At least it makes little sister unaware that you two are fated. And that's a victory. Hong Ying concluded that in her view, regardless of the method of pursuit, with enough trials, the other party would inevitably develop feelings for Yunqiu. Yunqiu sighed, understanding that Hong Ying meant well. Yet she still felt uneasy. However, upon recalling the stunning little sister an inexplicable nervousness surged within her. It seemed that Hong Ying's point held some truth. No matter the method of pursuit, one day, she would make Brother Tian fond of her. Suddenly, Yunqiu embraced Hong Ying's fervent pursuit philosophy. As night fell, under Hong Ying's guidance, Wang Tian, Yunqiu, and little sister in swiftly arrived at the Bounty Pavilion. This was the largest auction venue in the 12 cities of the eastern continent of the Qin dynasty, where many cultivators gathered, often bidding fiercely for treasures, even coming to blows, thanks to Hong Ying's prior arrangements. They entered smoothly. The Bounty Pavilion was resplendent, akin to a dazzling jewel radiating brilliance. Its architectural style was unique and steeped in cultural richness. The walls were adorned with exquisite gemstones and lavish reliefs, creating an ethereal atmosphere. As they ascended to the auction hall on the third floor, Wang Tian felt an unsettling sensation, as if being watched, akin to a wolf stalking its prey. However, when he turned to investigate, he found nothing amiss. "What's wrong, Brother Tian?" Yunqiu inquired, noticing his unease. "It's odd. I feel as though someone is watching me." Wang Tian frowned, sensing that something was off but unable to pinpoint it. "Perhaps it's just your nerves," Yunqiu consoled. "Maybe," Wang Tian replied, scanning the surroundings once more, but finding nothing, he let it go. Meanwhile, in a secluded room within the Bounty Pavilion, Zhang Bao, the elder of Longhu Mountain, anxiously crouched behind a window, not daring to make a sound. He had been watching Wang Tian through a crack in the window, his eyes filled with hatred, but fortunately, he had hidden swiftly, or he might have been discovered. In less than a month, this fellow's strength had ascended to the 5th rank. Such a growth rate was terrifying. If given a few more years, he might truly become a second Li Jianxin. Zhang Bao resolved to eliminate this Tian Wang, not only for his vengeance, but also to eliminate a hidden threat for Longhu Mountain. Upon entering the auction hall, Wang Tian noticed that many individuals had already gathered. The circular auction hall was filled with dignitaries from various sects and families, all with substantial wealth and backing. Competing against such prominent figures for the Net Sky Pearl would be no small feat. "Sister Hong, you mentioned earlier that there's a way to acquire the Net Sky Pearl without spending a dime. Is that true?" Wang Tian suddenly recalled Hong Ying's words from the morning. "Of course, when they begin bidding, just observe. Don't place any bids. Just remember who wins the Net Sky Pearl," Hong Ying instructed. "Just remember who wins." Wang Tian's eyes sparkled as he grasped Hong Ying's intent. "Sister Hong, you don't mean to." Wang Tian left the thought unfinished, but his meaning was clear, and he fully supported the plan. "Good, then just meditate for a while," Hong Ying said, and indeed, she closed her eyes to rest. Wang Tian secretly admired her decisiveness. Having resolved to implement this plan, he also closed his eyes to reflect. In contrast, Yunqiu attentively observed each auctioned item. During the first 2 rounds, she remained calm, showing little interest in the treasures, until the 3rd round when she suddenly placed a bid. 10 medium-grade spirit stones. Her delicate voice instantly jolted Wang Tian and Hong Ying, who both directed their gazes toward the auction stage, curious to see what treasure had caught the attention of the capital's most talented lady. However, upon focusing, they realized it was nothing remarkable, merely a medium-grade black marten fur cloak, and that cloak had fur only on the shoulders, with not a single strand elsewhere. "Sister Chiu, why would you bid on a black marten fur cloak? It doesn't even match your style." Hong Ying questioned, perplexed that I'm buying it for Brother Yun. His black cloak seems a bit tattered, so I wanted to get him a new one. Yun Xiu replied earnestly that my cloak is tattered. I wasn't aware. Wang Tian instinctively glanced at his own black cloak and indeed noticed several torn areas. Likely from sword energy during his previous encounter in the sword pavilion, though he had been oblivious. Brother Tian, do you like this black marten fur cloak? Yun Xiu asked with genuine sincerity. I suppose I do. Wang Tian replied, feeling warmth from Yun Xiu's earnest expression, realizing she cared more than he had noticed. As long as you like it, Yun Xiu said, signaling the auctioneer to increase her bid point 30 medium-grade spirit stones. Although Yun Xiu supported Hong Ying's pursuit philosophy, she was less fond of her methods, finding them insincere. Yun Xiu believed that to truly move someone's heart, sincerity was the ultimate weapon. Congratulations to this beautiful lady for successfully acquiring the black marten fur cloak, the auctioneer declared, sending a representative to deliver the cloak to Yun Xiu. Without hesitation, she paid the 30 medium-grade spirit stones and immediately presented the cloak to Wang Tian. Brother Tian, let me drape this over you, Yun Xiu said playfully, her eyes filled with affection and tenderness. That I think I can manage it myself, Wang Tian began, but Yun Xiu insisted on helping him, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. Gently, Yun Xiu removed his old cloak and carefully draped the new black marten fur cloak over him, meticulously adjusting his attire with the utmost tenderness. Wang Tian watched as Yun Xiu lovingly dressed him, and his heart inexplicably fluttered. Faced with Yun Xiu's enchanting allure, his heart had remained steady. Even the notion of their destined romantic fate had not swayed him. Yet, at that moment, as Yun Xiu adorned him with the new cloak, he felt his heart race, realizing how beautiful she looked, so breathtaking that he longed to embrace and cherish her. All done, Yun Xiu beamed at Wang Tian, who finally emerged from his reverie. Thank you, little Xiu, he expressed sincerely. The unassuming cloak seemed trivial to Yun Xiu. She smiled gently, her smile akin to flowers blooming in spring, beautiful and warm. Wang Tian caressed the black marten fur cloak, instantly enamored. Now, we will present tonight's final auction item, the Net Sky Pearl, starting at 10 supreme-grade spirit stones. The bidding begins now, the auctioneer announced loudly that as soon as he finished speaking, the hall erupted in excitement. Most attendees had come specifically for the Net Sky Pearl. In no time, the bidding soared to 100 supreme-grade spirit stones, an enormous sum that Wang Tian alone could not afford, leaving only the path of following Hong Ying's plan. That night, after leaving the bounty pavilion, Wang Tian, Hong Ying, and the group stealthily followed a carriage under the cover of darkness. The carriage traveled swiftly, exiting the city in a mere 15 minutes. During the night, vehicles were prohibited from entering or leaving the city, yet this carriage seemed to possess privileges, as the guards opened the gates to allow passage. Once we reach the outskirts of the city, we will commence our actions. Hong Ying's eyes glinted coldly. Despite her beauty, she was ruthless in her endeavors. Wang Tian nodded, sensing something was amiss as the carriage's speed began to decrease after leaving the city. Something feels off, he thought, swiftly retrieving the extermination sword from his system space for precaution. That it appears they might have noticed our presence, Hong Ying remarked, her brow furrowing as she summoned a crimson spear, its tip ablaze, resembling a dancing fire phoenix. Yun Xiu and little sister also readied themselves for any potential confrontation. Under the moonlight, the carriage finally came to a halt before a tranquil lake, and from it emerged two middle-aged men. One was a robust figure, muscular and fearsome in appearance, while the other exuded a refined elegance, yet radiated a formidable aura. Gentlemen, your graves have arrived. Do not pursue us any further, the elegant man declared, his hands calmly clasped behind him, a visage of tranquility and confidence as if he held all strings in his grasp. Our graves, such audacious words. I advise you to surrender the pure heaven pearl. Otherwise, this place will indeed become your tomb, Hong Ying interjected, stepping forward with her phoenix spear, its tip igniting with scorching flames. Hong Ying, you are overly confident, a voice echoed from behind Wang Tian and Hong Ying. Startled, they turned to see a one-armed man accompanied by a skilled fighter approaching them. Zhang Bao, Xiao Yang. Wang Tian recognized them immediately as the Grand Elder of Longhu Mountain and the Fourth Elder. Indeed, it is us. The vendetta of my severed arm shall be avenged today, Zhang Bao shouted furiously. You think you can kill us? Wang Tian summoned 3 holy swords and 9 treasured swords from his spatial realm. If a battle is what you seek, then let it commence. You believe that your myriad swords can triumph? I regret to inform you that tonight, you shall all perish. Zhang Bao's eyes gleamed with killing intent as he bellowed, "Brother, attack!" As his words fell, a bizarre, radiant red light suddenly erupted from the lake beside them, casting an eerie glow that caused the waters to roil, releasing a multitude of mist. As the vapor thickened into fog, it rapidly expanded outward. "This fog is suspicious. Everyone retreat." Hong Ying sensed the danger and instinctively attempted to step back, but to her horror, her legs felt as heavy as lead, immobilizing her. "What is happening? Why can't I move?" she gasped, summoning her spiritual energy to break free, yet the more she exerted herself, the heavier the force upon her became. My legs won't budge either. Yinzhu's face mirrored her anxiety. "We may have fallen into a trap," Wang Tian realized, observing the encroaching mist and his unresponsive limbs. "Indeed, you have been ensnared," Zhang Bao gloated. "The pure heaven pearl was merely bait to lure you into our life and death formation." The life and death formation. Hong Ying's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. "What is this formation?" Wang Tian felt the gravity of their predicament. "Allow me to elucidate," the elegant man interjected calmly. "The life and death formation is one of the three major formations of our sect. Utilizing the power of terrain, water, and lakes to ensnare living beings and devour all that breathe. Even a first-grade master would find it exceedingly difficult to survive within its confines." Realization dawned on Wang Tian. And despite the looming peril, he glanced at the moon above, feeling a flicker of calm. "Such a trifling formation cannot bind me." Hong Ying, refusing to yield, tightened her grip on her spear, yearning to charge at the elegant man. Yet her attempts to break free were in vain. "Hong Ying, it is futile. Once the life and death formation is activated, you can only await your demise." Zhang Bao laughed triumphantly, savoring the prospect of vengeance. However, his arrogance was swiftly interrupted as a crimson spear transformed into a blazing fire phoenix. Hurtling towards him, the phoenix spread its wings wide, its beak agape, revealing sharp fangs as it lunged at Zhang Bao with lightning speed, reaching him in the blink of an eye, caught off guard. Zhang Bao recoiled in fear, astonished that Hong Ying could still retaliate despite her restraints. In a frantic attempt to evade the incoming attack, he summoned 9 treasured swords, unleashing the 9 calamity sword formation. Yet, with his right arm severed, his power was significantly diminished, and the formation lacked its former might. Fortunately, Hong Ying was similarly hindered, unable to unleash the full force of her phoenix spear. The clash between sword and spear erupted in midair, generating tremendous energy as sword chi and flames erupted in a dazzling display. Panting, Hong Ying gazed at Zhang Bao, her eyes filled with indignation, a feeling of helplessness and despair washing over her. "Hong Ying, cease your struggles. Prepare to meet your end. And you, Tian Wang, Yinzhu, you shall all perish as well." Zhang Bao cackled maniacally, eager to unleash his pent-up rage. Yet, in his moment of triumph, a sudden flash of cold light startled him, followed by an unexpected chill to his chest. Looking down, he was horrified to see a glimmering sword embedded in his heart, wielded by a stunning woman clad in a flowing green dress. How is this possible? How can you remain unbound within the life and death formation?" Zhang Bao stammered in shock, blood spilling from his lips. Chapter 71. The personal showcase of Little Slave. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone present, especially Zhang Bao, who had believed that the formation had ensnared Wang Tian and his companions entirely. In his moment of arrogance, he had overlooked Little Slave's actions. The sword had pierced through his chest, crimson blood cascading forth. "How can you be unaffected by the formation?" Zhang Bao gasped, his face pale with fear as he coughed up more blood. "What formation? I feel nothing," Little Slave coldly retorted, withdrawing her sword and delivering a powerful kick to Zhang Bao's chest, sending him flying hundreds of meters through the air, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Elder brother, Xie Liang rushed over in alarm. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao, the refined man, was filled with anger and shock upon witnessing his brother's injury. "How dare you act so brazenly within my formation? You shall die." He raised a formation sword, chanting incantations as countless wisps of fog surged towards Little Slave. Be careful," Yinzhu shouted, her voice laced with urgency. Although Little Slave's appearance had instilled a sense of crisis in Yinzhu, she was determined to protect her junior sister. "Fear not, junior sister. Little Slave is in no danger," Wang Tian assured, as he recalled that Little Slave was a mechanical puppet, devoid of breath, rendering her immune to the life and death formation's effects. "Young Master Tian, how can junior sister Little Slave remain unaffected by the formation?" Hong Ying finally voiced her confusion. "Perhaps her strength surpasses our understanding," Wang Tian replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He withheld the truth about Little Slave's identity, fearing that if the enemy learned of her true nature, They might devise countermeasures to be immune to the life and death formation. Her strength must be extraordinary. Hong Ying's eyes widened, realizing how little she understood her rival's capabilities. As the fog closed in, little slave pressed forward, gripping her sword firmly as she charged at Zhang Hao with astonishing speed. Like a specter gliding through the night, the mist enveloped her, yet she remained undeterred, her body moving fluidly, unaffected by the malevolent fog. How dare you breach the life and death formation's fog? You seek death. Zhang Hao's eyes glinted with menace as the fog clung to little slave's form, attempting to siphon her vitality. However, as a mechanical puppet, she possessed no life force, rendering the fog's efforts utterly futile. Undeterred by the mist, little slave continued her swift advance, transforming into a streak of green light, reaching Zhang Hao in mere moments. With a swift motion, she aimed her sword at his neck, yet Zhang Hao, ever vigilant, narrowly dodged the lethal strike. You possess no life force. What manner of creature are you? He questioned, realization dawning upon him as his expression turned grave. An unbound first-grade master, a mechanical puppet, disrupted their carefully laid plans. That I am a monster you cannot fathom, little slave retorted, angered by the audacity to plot against her master. Her sword danced in a flurry of strikes, unleashing a relentless barrage of sword chi upon Zhang Hao. Although Zhang Hao was also a first-grade master, his strengths lay in formations, leaving him at a disadvantage in direct combat. Chang Wu, he shouted, desperately summoning assistance as he struggled to keep pace with little slave's assault. I in a heartbeat. A sword light surged from behind little slave, a dangerous threat she sensed just in time. However, Zhang Hao's relentless barrage forced her to divert her focus, leaving her vulnerable to the imminent peril. With a sickening thud, a blade pierced little slave's back, wielded by the burly second-grade master, Chang Wu. Zhang Hao's heart surged with elation at the sight. A full-force strike from a second-grade master. You shall not survive. Got you. He rejoiced, convinced they would finally vanquish little slave. Yet, to his astonishment, she showed no signs of injury. Instead, her head twisted around a full 180 degrees, and she retaliated with a swift thrust of her sword into Chang Wu's heart. With a gasp, Chang Wu fell, blood spilling forth as he realized too late the unnatural agility of little slave, the eerie twist of her head, the swift counterattack. Such feats were beyond the capabilities of a mere human. You are correct. I am not human. Little slave smirked, her malevolent grin sealing Chang Wu's fate as his body crumpled to the ground. Zhang Hao, witnessing the gruesome spectacle, was overcome with terror. You are a mechanical puppet. He finally grasped the horrifying truth. Indeed, and for your insolence, I reward you with a severed head, little slave declared, swiftly decapitating Chang Wu and sending his head flying towards Zhang Hao. As the severed head hurtled toward him, Zhang Hao broke into a cold sweat, but quickly regained his composure. You may be a mechanical puppet, but you possess a fatal flaw. You cannot replenish your spiritual energy. After this battle, you will be but scrap metal. He sneered, preparing for a prolonged engagement. Little slave's eyes gleamed with determination. Let us see who can outlast the other. The first to exhaust their energy shall face dire consequences, she replied with a sinister smile, reminiscent of her former eerie laughter. Wang Tian recalled the first time he encountered little slave, her chilling laughter haunting his memories. Yet now, she had subdued her mirth, for her master had expressed his disdain for such laughter. Let us see how long you can endure, Zhang Hao retorted confidently, engaging little slave in a battle of attrition. As the fight progressed, the strain began to show on little slave, her speed diminishing. Zhang Hao felt a surge of hope, believing victory was within his grasp. However, a sudden burst of white light enveloped little slave, drawing an influx of spiritual energy from the surroundings, revitalizing her strength and even enhancing her aura beyond its previous limits. After reading, please provide a 5-star rating. The book score is far too low. I humbly request that all the handsome gentlemen and beautiful ladies bestow a 5-star review. Chapter 72. The indestructible little slave. Little slave's spiritual energy surged visibly, her aura intensifying. Zhang Hao is utterly dumbfounded. How is this possible? A mechanical puppet can replenish its spiritual energy autonomously. He was incredulous, having never heard of such a phenomenon. His strategic plan to exhaust little slave's energy crumbled before his eyes as she regained her strength. In her moment of triumph, little slave flashed a chilling smile. I am resuming my attack, she declared, charging at Zhang Hao with renewed vigor, a specter of the night, lethal and swift. Her movements were as graceful as a flying swallow, her strikes as fierce as a hunting leopard, each swing of her sword laden with lethal intent, as if to rend Zhang Hao into fragments. Awakening from his stupor, Zhang Hao gripped his sword tightly, adjusting his stance to meet her ferocious onslaught. His gaze was steadfast, aware that a moment's negligence could see him pierced through the heart. Their blades clashed continuously, a mesmerizing display of skill and danger. Their silhouettes entwined in a deadly dance. Little Slave's sword struck like a venomous serpent, while Zhang Hao's blade roared like a ferocious tiger, each seeking to dominate the other. As the battle escalated, Zhang Hao soon found his spiritual energy waning, his sword strikes losing their potency, while Little Slave's attacks grew increasingly fierce, bolstered by her ongoing energy replenishment. After yet another push that forced Little Slave back, Zhang Hao found himself gasping for breath, his energy reserves dwindling. I cannot believe I am being outmatched by a mechanical puppet. Have you reached your limit? You promised to exhaust me. How can you falter now? Little Slave taunted, her sword poised for another relentless assault. Faced with imminent defeat, Zhang Hao made a desperate choice, swallowing a crimson pill. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through him, igniting his strength and causing his eyes to blaze a vibrant red. Akin to two burning flames, his aura swelled, resembling a tiger descending from the mountain, as if he had the world beneath his foot. Is this the effect of a mid-grade blood-fiery pill? Its potency exceeds my expectations, Zhang Hao mused, satisfied with his newfound strength. Yet he knew the pill's effects would only last a short time. Once it waned, he would be left vulnerable. Thus, he launched a frenzied offensive. Forsaking defense in his singular goal to eliminate Little Slave, the renewed vigor of Zhang Hao forced Little Slave into a defensive stance, struggling against the escalating ferocity of his attacks. 9 consecutive slashes. He roared, unleashing his ultimate skill as the battle intensified. In his usual state, he could only unleash a 7-fold strike, yet under the influence of the crimson blood pill, Zhang Hao exhibited extraordinary prowess, executing a 9-fold strike. With a series of swift motions, 9 strands of sword energy surged forth, each more formidable than the last, resembling 9 dragons emerging from the sea, exuding an overwhelming aura of might. Xiaonu fought desperately to defend herself, but after countering the initial 7 strikes, she found herself faltering. The 8th strike broke through her defenses, landing directly on her chest and leaving a deep gash. The 9th strike was even more ferocious, cleaving her in half, and she fell to the ground. Zhang Hao, witnessing the success of his desperate battle, breathed heavily in exhilaration. Finally, he had slain her. She had proven to be a formidable opponent. Thankfully, he had the crimson blood pill with him today. Otherwise, it would have been his demise. Zhang Hao silently rejoiced, but his elation was premature. At that moment of relaxation, a sword shot up from the ground at an oblique angle, aimed directly at him. The effects of the crimson blood pill had just worn off, leaving him exhausted and utterly incapable of responding to the sudden attack. The long sword struck true, piercing his chest, and crimson blood gushed forth from the wound. How is this possible? She is still alive. Zhang Hao coughed up blood, his face a mask of shock as he glanced at Xiaonu's bisected body on the ground. I told you, I am not human. How can you perceive me through the lens of human anatomy? Xiaonu chuckled ominously, and her severed body began to merge back together at a visible rate. Fully restored in mere moments, you can actually reshape your body. Zhang Hao was engulfed in despair. On the Tianxian continent, all mechanical puppets could not regenerate their forms, as the techniques and materials for such resurrection had long been lost. Which is why Zhang Hao believed that severing Xiaonu meant victory. However, the Xiaonu before him was evidently a true monster, capable of self-replenishment and body reconstruction. The combat prowess of such a mechanical puppet exceeded that of an ordinary first-tier master by leaps and bounds. I have already stated that I am a monster. After merging her body, Xiaonu stood once more, her expended energy rapidly replenishing. As Zhang Hao watched her approach step by step, he finally felt the chill of fear and the specter of death. You are truly formidable, but even if I perish, I will take you and your friends down with me. He laughed manically, blood spilling from his mouth, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Xiaonu's strike had hit Zhang Hao's vital point. That he could endure this long was already impressive. Soon, Zhang Hao lay motionless on the ground. After Zhang Hao's death, the mist within the formation ceased to pursue Xiaonu and began to spread outward. This is bad. The master is in danger. Realizing the dire situation, Xiaonu quickly returned to Wang Tian's side. Everyone rejoiced at her return. Sister, what happened? Wang Tian inquired with concern. The mist had shrouded Xiaonu, obscuring their view of the battle between her and Zhang Hao. I have killed both of them, but it seems the formation has gone out of control. The mist is spreading, and anyone who comes into contact with it will have their life force drained. Xiaonu spoke gravely. Wang Tian noticed the encroaching mist as well. Yun Xiao and Hong Ying also wore serious expressions, unable to move, while the mist quickened its approach toward them. Brother Tian, what should we do now? Yun Xiao's delicate face was filled with anxiety. Xiaonu, Where are the bodies of those two masters from the formation? Wang Tian seemed to have found a solution. Over there, Xiao Nu pointed in a direction. This is the only method we can use now. Wang Tian looked up at the sky, then retrieved the moon fox pearl from his system space. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot. Chapter 73. Extracting the essence of the formation under the moonlight. Wang Tian utilized the teleportation skill of the moon fox pearl, instantly appearing beside the corpse of a second-tier master. The deceased was a portly second-tier master, the fourth elder of the formation sect, who had been close to Zhang Hao and had been summoned for assistance, never expecting to meet his end here. After his death, his head was missing. Without hesitation, Wang Tian knelt and reached toward the headless corpse. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering a ground-level corpse. Gaining the eye of the formation, the system voice echoed. A surge of formation energy filled Wang Tian's being. And by focusing this energy in his eyes, he could instantly perceive the core of the formation. To master the art of formations, one must comprehend the eye of the formation. Indeed, with the eye of the formation, he could discern the center of the life and death formation, but merely possessing the eye was insufficient for breaking or controlling the formation. Wang Tian soon thought of Zhang Hao's corpse, since he had set up the life and death formation. The key could only be found on him. Utilizing the Moon Fox Pearl's teleportation skill, Wang Tian appeared beside Zhang Hao's corpse and instinctively reached out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering a ground-level corpse. Gaining the essence of 72 formations, the system's voice faded. Wang Tian's mind was suddenly filled with the essence of 72 advanced formations, detailing the arrangements, required materials, advantageous techniques, and their power. The life and death formation was included among them. And Wang Tian's eyes lit up. Excellent. With the essence of the life and death formation, I can control it to my advantage. With this thought, Wang Tian teleported to the edge of the lake. The core of the life and death formation lay within this lake. By controlling the core, he would gain dominion over the entire formation. 10 meters underwater was the core of the formation, but Zhang Hao had likely left protective energy around it. Wang Tian glanced back at the mist, which was nearing Yunxiu and Hong Ying, and without hesitation, he teleported 10 meters underwater using the Moon Fox Pearl. Indeed, there lay a strikingly beautiful and eerie red formation stone, pulsating rhythmically like a human heart. Surrounding this formation stone was a small protective array made of spirit stones, designed to safeguard it. This is the core. Destroying this red spirit-draining stone will render the life and death formation ineffective. Wang Tian thought for a moment before changing his mind. If he could extract this red spirit-draining stone intact, it would also disable the life and death formation. With the eye of the formation and mastery over 72 formation arrangements, possessing this spirit-draining stone as the core would allow him to deploy the life and death formation at will, thereby enhancing his combat capabilities significantly. Moreover, the life and death formation was one of the three major formations of the formation sect, a formidable array that could spell doom even for first-tier masters. To obtain this spirit-draining stone, he would first need to dismantle the surrounding protective array. Wang Tian summoned the Zhuxian sword to his hand. Forcibly destroying the protective array would only hasten the life and death formation's consumption of Yunxiu and Hong Ying, so he needed to dismantle it carefully without triggering the spirit-draining stone. Fortunately, Wang Tian was well-versed in the life and death formation. By dismantling the protective array's spirit stones in a specific order, he could silently obliterate it. Time was of the essence. Otherwise, Yunxiu and Hong Ying would not last long. Wang Tian gripped the Zhuxian sword tightly and struck at one of the spirit stones in the protective array. A flash of sword energy sliced through, instantly destroying the spirit stone, and the power of the protective array diminished without provoking the spirit-draining stone. Wang Tian breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the essence of formations he had acquired was indeed useful. After the first successful strike, subsequent dismantling became significantly easier, and within a few breaths, the protective array was nearly obliterated. With the protective array gone, the red spirit-draining stone was fully exposed before Wang Tian. Excellent. This spirit-draining stone is now mine. Wang Tian bent down to grasp the spirit-draining stone, then swiftly stored it in his system space without taking a moment to examine it. With the support of the spirit-draining stone removed, the life and death formation collapsed instantaneously. Simultaneously, the thick mist had already reached the vicinity of Yunxiu and Hong Ying. If it advanced just another inch, they would be consumed by the mist, draining their life force. Both Yunxiu and Hong Ying despaired, but at that moment, The mist stopped advancing and swiftly retreated back to the lake. Those mists are retreating. Hong Ying exclaimed in disbelief that it seems they truly are retreating. I can move again. Yun Xiu tested her limbs, a surge of relief flooding her heart. Truly, this is wonderful. We have survived. Hong Ying was ecstatic. Although she usually acted decisively, she too was afraid of death. And now that they had survived, how could she not be thrilled? Where is Brother Tian? Yun Xiu immediately looked for Wang Tian. I am here. Wang Tian appeared before her and promptly stowed the Moonfox Pearl. Brother Tian, where did you go? How were you able to move within the life and death formation? And what about Xiao Nu? Yun Xiu asked, her face full of curiosity. Hong Ying was equally eager to know. The life and death formation is deadly for living beings. Even first-tier masters fear it greatly. Yet Xiao Nu and Wang Tian seem to disregard it entirely, moving freely and even slaying its creator. Perhaps it is due to the unique constitution of our Shushan disciples. Wang Tian refrained from elaborating, as he could not reveal that Xiao Nu was a mechanical puppet. Xiao Nu was currently his trump card. If exposed, she would become a target, putting him at a disadvantage. Is that so? Hong Ying obviously doubted this explanation but did not press further. She understood that if someone did not wish to share, it was not her place to pry. Regardless, thank you both for saving us tonight. By the way, we have yet to obtain the pure heaven pearl. Hong Ying suddenly remembered something and dashed to Zhang Hao's corpse. After rummaging through the body, she found nothing but noticed the space ring on Zhang Hao's hand and swiftly took it off. The pure heaven pearl should be within here. After probing with her spiritual energy, she indeed located the pure heaven pearl. That I found it. The pure heaven pearl is truly on him. Hong Ying excitedly retrieved the pure heaven pearl from the space ring. 9 materials. And we have finally found the first one. Wang Tian breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the pure heaven pearl. After all the effort and near brushes with death, thankfully, it was not in vain. Chapter 74. Enemies on narrow paths. Upon returning to the Qilin Pavilion, Yun Zhongzi hosted a lavish banquet to welcome Wang Tian and the others. Young Master Tian, congratulations on acquiring the pure heaven pearl. I toast to you. Yun Zhongzi raised his cup toward Wang Tian, who reciprocated the gesture. This was all thanks to Pavilion Master Yun's information. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have known where to find the pure heaven pearl. This is what we ought to do. Considering young Master Tian's selfless rescue of our Qilin Pavilion, our information pales in comparison. Yun Zhongzi expressed profound gratitude to Wang Tian. He recalled how, when their Qilin Pavilion was attacked by Longhu Mountain, no forces or individuals were willing to assist. They all kept their distance. Only Wang Tian had come alone to their aid, and due to this kindness, Yun Zhongzi would never forget it. Brother Tian, I also toast to you. Yun Xiu raised her cup to Wang Tian, her beautiful eyes shimmering with subtle affection. Cheers. Wang Tian returned the gesture. After this trip to Hanyang City, he had developed a fondness for this gentle and graceful woman. As the wine flowed, a subordinate hurriedly approached and whispered something in Yun Zhongzi's ear. Really? Yun Zhongzi's excitement was palpable upon hearing the news that it has been confirmed. The subordinate nodded in affirmation. This caused curiosity among those present. But Wang Tian did not inquire further, as it was a matter concerning the Qilin Pavilion. After dismissing the subordinate, Yun Zhongzi looked at Wang Tian with excitement. Young Master Tian, we have news about the Tranquil Lotus. Oh, have you found the Tranquil Lotus? Where is this treasure? Wang Tian exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. He hadn't expected news of a second material so soon. Just now, our scouts discovered that this year's Qinglong competition has the Tranquil Lotus as the grand prize. Yun Zhongzi said solemnly, the Qinglong competition is about to begin. As a native of the capital, Wang Tian was naturally aware of this event. Initially, the Qinglong competition was exclusive to the royal family's younger generation cultivating dragon energy. But as the royal family diminished, its scope expanded to encompass the entire capital. Anyone aged 16 to 25 in the capital could participate. Those who perform excellently would attract the attention of various factions, and the top 3 would receive personal commendations and rewards from the emperor himself. Yes, the Qinglong competition starts in half a month, and this year, the grand prize includes the Tranquil Lotus, Yun Zhongzi confirmed. Although he now knew that the grand prize featured the Tranquil Lotus, Wang Tian was in a precarious situation, and his current strength was insufficient for him to participate openly as the 6th prince. Furthermore, participating as a Shushan disciple was out of the question since Shushan was not located in the capital, and he had no right to enter the competition. Pavilion Master, rest assured, I will participate in this year's Qilin competition. And I will secure the Tranquil Lotus. Hong Ying stepped forward, aware that Wang Tian could not enter under his identity as a Shushan disciple. This year, she was exactly 25, a resident of the capital, and thus eligible to compete in the Qilin competition. She had nearly faced disaster while retrieving the pure heaven pearl and wished to redeem herself by securing the Tranquil Lotus. With Hong Ying participating, the chances of obtaining the Tranquil Lotus were almost guaranteed. Yun Zhongzi had great confidence in Hong Ying AT-25. She had reached the 3rd tier, and her mastery of the Phoenix Nirvana Spear technique was unmatched. With her strength, she was undoubtedly qualified to win the Qilin competition that I want to participate too. Yin Xiao suddenly stood up, her gentle eyes filled with determination. Sister Qiao, you are only at the 5th tier and lack combat experience. My participation should suffice. Hong Ying attempted to dissuade Yun Xiao, not wanting her to be harmed in the competition. Show her, don't be foolish. Yin Zhongzi also wished to protect his daughter. The Qilin competition was filled with talented experts, and someone like Yun Xiao, who favored scholarly pursuits over martial ones, would likely not place and could even be injured. No, I want to participate. I will sign up tomorrow. Yun Xiao's gaze was unwavering. Perhaps we should let Xiao Qiu give it a try. I sense her musical talent is quite formidable. Wang Tian saw the determination and dedication in Yun Xiao's eyes. Very well, but let it be clear that if you find it too challenging, you must withdraw immediately. You understand the rules of the Qilin competition. Death is a real possibility. Yun Zhongzi warned with concern. Anyone entering the Qilin competition implicitly signs a death contract. Whether they live or die is their own responsibility. Thank you, Father. Yun Xiao joyfully agreed, her gaze instinctively drifting toward Wang Tian. Yun Zhongzi seemed to notice his daughter's feelings toward Wang Tian. Tonight is the annual temple fair in the capital. Young Master Tian, why not stay and enjoy some festivities after dinner? Yun Zhongzi suggested, subtly encouraging his daughter to spend time with Wang Tian. Yes, Brother Tian, the temple fair in the capital is delightful, with plenty of delicious food and fun activities. I can show you around. Upon this reminder, Yin Xiao suddenly recalled that tonight marked the annual temple fair in the capital. Without hesitation, she invited Wang Tian to join her in the festivities. Young Master Tian, the temple fair in the capital occurs only once a year. It is indeed a rare occasion. Let us go. Before Wang Tian could respond, Hong Ying seized his hand and pulled him along, granting him no opportunity for refusal. Truly, she was a splendid matchmaker. Wang Tian, however, did not object, as he too wished to explore the fair. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Dongdajia in the capital burst into life. Lined with an array of tantalizing street foods and an assortment of curious trinkets, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement, featuring lanterns, riddles, fireworks, and more. After being drawn out by Hong Ying, Xiaonu followed, but Hong Ying, deeming Xiao Nu a distraction, concocted an excuse to whisk her away, thus granting Yin Xiao and Wang Tian a chance to converse privately. Yin Xiao felt a surge of joy within, yet their walk together was somewhat silent. Brother Tian, this stinky tofu looks delightful. Shall we try some? Yin Xiao's eyes lit up at the sight of the street vendors selling stinky tofu. Absolutely. Wang Tian was about to reach for his purse when Yin Xiao stopped him. Tonight, I shall treat you. Enjoy yourself and have a splendid evening. A gentle smile graced Yin Xiao's lips, blooming like a flower. Then I shall graciously accept. Wang Tian felt at ease and content in Yin Xiao's company, her beauty captivating him. After purchasing the stinky tofu, Yin Xiao swiftly pierced a piece with a bamboo skewer and offered it to Wang Tian. Brother Tian, do give it a taste. It is truly delicious. Her eyes sparkled with warmth. Wang Tian instinctively opened his mouth to sample it, and a delightful flavor filled his palate. Delicious. Though he had tasted stinky tofu many times before, none compared to this moment. Perhaps due to the fact that Yin Xiao personally fed him. Is it to your liking? Do you have stinky tofu in Shushan? Yin Xiao inquired, her laughter brightening the evening. Yes, but none is as delectable as yours. Wang Tian replied earnestly. As Yin Xiao's cheeks flushed, she intended to take Wang Tian to sample more delicacies when a familiar, mocking voice interrupted from behind the door. Is that not the once pure talent now cavorting with a masked man? Has no one else shown interest? Yin Xiao, why are you silent upon seeing me? The taunting voice continued. Yin Xiao clenched her delicate fists, reluctantly turning to face the speaker. Su Qin. What do you want? Her eyes glared at the woman who had drugged her, leading to her being cast onto the bed of the 6th prince, thus ruining her reputation. Hearing that familiar voice, Wang Tian frowned slightly. Recognizing it immediately, he once fantasized about marrying the owner of that voice. But her malicious intent had nearly cost him his life. Now, he had long since given up on her. Turning around, he indeed recognized the person before him. Dressed in a striking red gown, Qilin resembled a plum blossom defying the snow. Radiant yet proud, a smirk adorned her icy features as she surveyed Wang Tian, who appeared unremarkable in comparison. "Nothing much, just happened to see you today and thought I'd come say hello," Qilin teased, her gaze appraising Wang Tian, noting his ordinary attire and mask. Unable to suppress a derisive comment, "I never imagined that the capital's foremost talent would stoop so low as to be accompanied by an ugly man after being sullied." Enough, Yun Xiu trembled, for chastity was of utmost importance to a woman, especially as her humiliation was now exposed before the man she admired, igniting her fury and anxiety. "So you've been sullied, and yet don't allow me to speak of it? You are now but a wilted flower." Qilin seemed to revel in mocking Yun Xiu. Though both were amongst the four great beauties of the capital, Yun Xiu's talent and beauty had always overshadowed Qilin, leaving her resentful and determined to ruin Yun Xiu's reputation. "That I told you to be silent," Yun Xiu cried, her eyes reddening as she nearly shouted in desperation. She feared that if Wang Tian learned of her shame, he would abandon her. Never had she cared so deeply for a man, and she could not bear to lose brother Tian because of this. "Tell me to be silent, and I shall speak even louder." Qilin thrived on Yun Xiu's anger, finding perverse joy in her torment. "Xiao Qiu has asked you to be silent, so you best heed her words." Wang Tian's imposing aura surged forth, forcing Qilin to step back. Despite both being at the 5th rank, Wang Tian's unique dragon bone and dragon soul made him nearly invincible at his level, even without using the Excalibur. After being pushed back, Qilin glared at Wang Tian, her anger palpable. "Oh, you know who I am. How dare you offend me?" she snapped, her beauty twisted with malice. "I care not who you are. Anyone who dares to harm Xiao Qiu shall face my wrath," Wang Tian declared, his aura intensifying, leaving Qilin unable to stand upright, while the nearby 4th Prince Wang Hong felt a twinge of pressure. Such formidable presence, Qilin thought, secretly alarmed. She had not anticipated the one who stepped in for Yun Xiu would possess such strength. "How dare you act so brazenly before the royal court? Are you seeking death?" the 4th Prince scoffed, releasing his own dragon energy, unwilling to be overshadowed. Yet, he found himself unable to exert any semblance of dominance over Wang Tian's aura, leaving him incredulous. How can this be? He is clearly at a lower rank, yet possesses greater presence. How bold! A booming voice erupted from behind the 4th Prince, immediately suppressing Wang Tian's aura, though it was merely a suppression, not an actual threat. A burly, mustachioed guard stepped forward. "Zhu Hao, the 4th Prince's personal protector. Do you think you can offend the 4th Prince without consequence? Seeking death, are we?" Zhu Hao noted Wang Tian's resilience against his pressure, surprised at his ability to withstand it despite their rank disparity. "That I have stated, anyone who dares harm Xiao Qiu will meet their demise." Wang Tian retrieved the Excalibur from his spatial realm, channeling his dragon energy into it. The sword sang with a piercing cry that stunned Wang Hong and the others, especially Zhu Hao, who seemed to recognize the blade. "You are the Sword King of Shushan?" Zhu Hao's brow furrowed, recalling how the Sword King had gained fame after a battle with the Elder of Longhu Mountain, a feat many had witnessed. "Indeed, I am the Sword King," Wang Tian replied coldly, surprised that he had acquired such a title. The acknowledgement shifted the gazes of Zhu Hao, Wang Hong, and Qilin. Their expressions altered. A man capable of severing an opponent's arm was certainly not to be underestimated, especially with the backing of Shushan, a formidable sect. The Sword King. "My apologies." Zhu Hao withdrew his oppressive aura. The 4th Prince, realizing the implications, also relinquished his own pressure. He had not expected the individual who stood up for Yun Xiu to be the revered Sword King. And even he, as a prince, dared not offend such a powerful figure. "You will apologize to Xiao Qiu," Wang Tian commanded, pointing the Excalibur at Qilin. Though she was once his fiancée, his priority now lay with protecting Yun Xiu. "What? Apologize to her?" Qilin was indignant, her pride refusing to allow such humility. "Will you apologize or not?" The Excalibur trembled, causing Qilin to shudder, yet her pride held firm. "Unless she can defeat me, I will not apologize," Qilin challenged, her arrogance unwavering. "With the Qinglong competition in half a month, should she prevail over me, I will publicly bow and apologize. Should she fail, it will be her fault for being worthless." "Very well, I accept your challenge." Yunqiu clenched her fists, stepping forward with newfound determination, eager to win for the first time. As Su Qin and her entourage departed, Yunqiu's beautiful eyes concealed a flicker of resentment. She loathed Su Qin for destroying her and for exposing her shame before the man she cherished. Yet, she was grateful that Brother Tian defended her and drove them away. "Brother Tian, thank you for earlier," she said, her eyes glistening with gratitude. Had Wang Tian not intervened, Su Qin would have undoubtedly escalated her cruelty, and she was deeply touched that Wang Tian would risk offending the fourth prince and the daughter of the chancellor for her sake. "It was but a small matter. Should anyone dare bully you in the future, you may inform me directly," Wang Tian assured her earnestly. His words warmed Yunqiu's heart, providing a glimmer of solace amidst her prior humiliation. "Brother Tian, there is something I have kept hidden from you," Yunqiu said, her expression filled with trepidation. "What is it?" Wang Tian asked instinctively. I am no longer pure. I was set up by Su Qin and her cohorts, leading to my defilement by the sixth prince. After much hesitation, she summoned the courage to reveal her buried secret. As she spoke, she gazed anxiously at Wang Tian, fearful of his potential disdain, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her dress. Seeing her distressed and fearful demeanor, Wang Tian's heart ached. "I understand. It is all in the past. From now on, no one shall dare to bully you with me around," he said, enveloping Yunqiu in a comforting embrace while silently vowing to exact vengeance on Su Jinan and Wang Hong when he grew stronger. The warmth of his embrace soothed Yunqiu, erasing her anxiety as she felt secure with Brother Tian by her side. In that moment, her feelings for him deepened, and she realized that regardless of his appearance, she wished to be with him. Suddenly, a magnificent firework burst forth in the night sky, illuminating half of it as if it were day. It sparkled brilliantly, enchanting like a fairy scattering flowers, casting a magical glow over the city. "Xiaoqiu, look at those beautiful fireworks," Wang Tian remarked, admiring the spectacle while also noticing the full moon above, reminding him of the significance of the night. Yunqiu, nestled in Wang Tian's embrace, reluctantly turned her gaze skyward upon hearing his voice. The stunning fireworks chased away her gloom, lifting her spirits slightly. "So beautiful. I wish this moment could last forever," she thought, her form nestled against Wang Tian, her eyes reflecting the dazzling display. As the fireworks bloomed, she discreetly retrieved a pouch from her attire, intending to present it to Wang Tian. However, just then, he abruptly pushed her away. "Xiaoqiu, I have an important matter to attend to. I must escort you home now," Wang Tian hurriedly declared, eager to return to the royal tomb. He had only been able to enter the Black Tomb on nights of the full moon, and tonight was no exception. He did not wish to miss this monthly opportunity. "All right." Yunqiu, slightly disheartened, concealed the pouch once more. The tradition of the fair dictated that girls would gift pouches to favored young men. Should he accept, it signified mutual affection. After escorting Yunqiu back to Qilin Pavilion, Wang Tian vanished in an instant. Yunqiu stared at the spot where he had disappeared, lost in thought when Hong Ying approached, brimming with curiosity. "So, did that young master show any interest? I did not get to present my pouch," Yunqiu replied, her eyes clouded with disappointment. "I created an opportunity for you to be alone with him. How could you let such a chance slip away?" Hong Ying chided, her expression one of exasperation. "He must know about my defilement." Yunqiu's eyes dimmed suddenly. "Sigh, this matter has spread throughout the capital. It would be impossible for him not to know. Does he then disdain you and wish to leave?" Hong Ying's tone turned serious. "No. He said he had important matters to attend to and took me home." Yunqiu shook her head. "That is merely an excuse. Who would openly express disdain? Surely." Hong Ying began, only to realize her words were misplaced, and quickly corrected herself. "I didn't mean it that way. We are both exceptional, and if he does not appreciate you, it is his loss." Feeling increasingly flustered, Yunqiu's eyes suddenly welled with tears as she fled back into her room. Observing her heartbroken state, Hong Ying regretted her inability to provide comfort and scolded herself for speaking thoughtlessly. "One day, I shall make that sixth prince pay dearly," she vowed quietly, clenching her fist. In her room, Yunqiu had already wept until her face was red, tears brimming in her eyes. "Brother Tian must disdain me to have left so hastily," she lamented, seated before the bronze mirror, clutching the pouch she had failed to present. The more she pondered, the more she believed there was no chance for her. Her fellow disciple Xiaonu was strikingly beautiful and powerful, while she had been sullied, lacking both strength and potential in comparison. For the first time, Yunqiu felt a surge of inferiority. She cried for quite a while until the dawn approached, finally succumbing to exhaustion and curling up in bed. Clutching the unpresented pouch, upon returning to the royal tomb, Wang Tian immediately ventured to the innermost black tomb, but after several attempts, he found himself unable to enter. What is happening? Why can I not enter tonight? He gazed up at the full moon, believing the timing to be right, yet he felt no pull from the black tomb, either. Is it not related to the full moon? Wang Tian pondered, frowning in contemplation, but no answers came to him. What could be the secret to entering the black tomb? Frustrated, he remained at the entrance, and just as dawn began to break, he suddenly sensed the call of the black tomb. It's here. I feel it. Wang Tian, who had nearly dozed off, instantly awakened as he glanced at the sky, realizing dawn was approaching, and hurried towards the black tomb's entrance, which opened just in time for him to step inside. I made it. It truly is only on full moon nights that entry is permitted. I wonder why it was so late this time, Wang Tian mused, perplexed. However, he had no time to dwell on the mystery. As the dawn approached, and he needed to seize the opportunity to explore the exquisite corpse within, what wonders might he uncover this time? Wang Tian, filled with anticipation, summoned the dragon energy within him and swiftly rushed towards the breathtakingly beautiful corpse lying on the cold ice bed. The moment his hand made contact with her, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for touching a celestial-grade corpse. Gaining as the system's announcement concluded, a pitch-black orb appeared in Wang Tian's system space. A Millennium Demon Orb. Is this a magical artifact? With eager anticipation, Wang Tian retrieved the orb from his system space, cradling it in his palm for a closer inspection. The orb, dark as ink, felt icy to the touch, its surface glimmering with an elegant sheen, exuding an air of sophistication. Dense black mist emanated from it, swirling through the air like fog. What could this Millennium Demon Orb be used for? Wang Tian pondered. Attempting to inject a bit of dragon energy into it, he found no reaction. He then tried infusing it with spiritual energy, yet there was still no response, as if the orb were a stone cast into a vast ocean. Could it be wielded as a weapon? Wang Tian thought, tossing the Millennium Demon Orb forward, but it landed on the ground without any effect. Feeling perplexed, Wang Tian regarded the Millennium Demon Orb as somewhat burdensome. He recognized its extraordinary nature, but was at a loss for how to utilize it. Just then, a thought struck him. Yunxiu, the heavenly demon zither, had unleashed catastrophic power in her hands. Perhaps this Millennium Demon Orb could yield unexpected energy in hers as well. Should he let Xiaoqiu have a look? Wang Tian had long sensed a mysterious connection between the exquisite corpse and Yunxiu. While he was deep in thought, the door of the black mausoleum swung open again, and a surge of mysterious energy expelled Wang Tian from the chamber. However, he had grown accustomed to it and managed to stabilize himself as he was ejected. Inside her chamber, Yunxiu curled up in bed, drowsily asleep. In her dreams, she found herself back in that pitch-black world, devoid of any sight or light, surrounded by an unbearable coldness. The chill enveloped her, causing her to shiver, and frost appeared on her delicate brows. Suddenly, the familiar sound of footsteps echoed, rushing towards her, and she felt someone brush against her thigh. It was a fleeting touch, yet the shame it provoked jolted Yunxiu awake. She gasped, her face glistening with sweat, her body trembling uncontrollably. Why do I keep dreaming of being touched? Embarrassed, Yunxiu bit her lip. She already detested the stain left by the sixth prince. Now, dreaming of such a defiling act only deepened her self-loathing, making her feel far from pure and innocent. In an attempt to wash away her humiliation, Yunxiu slipped into the bath, pouring hot water over herself, scrubbing vigorously, especially on her thighs. Yet, she could cleanse only the physical stains. Unable to erase the shame in her heart, tears silently streamed down her cheeks. As dawn broke, Yunxiu emerged from the bath, looking disheveled and weary. Just then, her maid, Xiao Hong, hurried into the room. Miss, someone is here to see you. Before the visitor even arrived, Xiao Hong's excited voice filled the air. I don't want to see anyone, Yunxiu replied, feeling drained. She had only just fallen asleep in the early hours of the morning and had been jolted awake by a nightmare, leaving her in a foul mood. Oh, then I shall refuse Lord Tian for you, saying you don't wish to see him, Xiao Hong said with a hint of disappointment. Wait, did you just say it was Lord Tian seeking me? Yunxiu's attention snapped back, questioning if she had misheard. Yes, the one wearing the silver armor mask. He came looking for you early this morning, Xiao Hong confirmed with a nod. Brother Tian is here for me? Why didn't you say so sooner? Yunxiu exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and delight flooding her. However, she felt disheveled, with dark circles under her eyes, and her hair still damp. How could she possibly meet Brother Tian in such a state? I did mention it. You were the one who said you didn't want to see anyone. Xiao Hong replied meekly. Xiao Hong, stop dawdling. Help me get ready. Yun Xiu rushed to sit before a mirror, beginning to prepare herself, combing her hair, applying blush, and shaping her brows. Yun Xiu devoted great care to her appearance, sparing no detail, even retrieving a cherished hairpin, a golden branch adorned with jade leaves, a keepsake from her mother. This hairpin not only held sentimental value, but also radiated spiritual energy, giving her an ethereal aura. After applying light makeup, she hastily sought a suitable outfit from her collection of skirts, each with different colors and fabrics. Xiao Hong, what do you think of this one? Yin Xiu asked, holding up a blue gown against her frame. That it's lovely. You look beautiful in anything, Xiao Hong replied, taken aback, as it was the first time she had seen her mistress so concerned about someone. No, this blue one is too dark. That I'll go with white, Yun Xiu decided, carefully selecting her favorite white gown. Once she donned the white dress, her aura transformed, exuding an unparalleled purity, akin to an otherworldly fairy. Do I look good? Yun Xiu twirled before Xiao Hong. Absolutely. You look like a celestial being. Lord Tian will surely be captivated, Xiao Hong praised sincerely. Yun Xiu, already blessed with natural beauty, appeared even more enchanting in her refined attire. Let us go. I wouldn't want Brother Tian to wait too long. With a sense of urgency, she dashed out, realizing that despite having seen Brother Tian just the night before, she felt a pang of longing after a night apart. In the hall, Wang Tian sat upright, waiting, while Hong Ying stared intently at him. Lord Tian, what do you think of our Xiao Qiu? Xiao Qiu, she is wonderful, beautiful, gentle, and skilled in the arts. She embodies both talent and grace. Wang Tian genuinely praised. After spending these days together, he had come to see Yun Xiu as an exceptionally admirable young woman. Given she's so remarkable, do you harbor even a hint of affection for her? Hong Ying pressed, determined to address Xiao Qiu's future. Who wouldn't like someone as beautiful and gentle as Xiao Qiu? Wang Tian replied candidly that I mean a deeper affection, the kind a man feels for a woman. Do you understand my meaning? Hong Ying emphasized, fearful that Wang Tian might misinterpret her words. Wang Tian paused, reflecting. Initially, he felt only guilt towards Yun Xiu, wishing to make amends through his actions. However, as they spent more time together, he grew to appreciate her gentleness and beauty, feeling at ease and joyful in her presence. Just as he was about to express his feelings, Yun Xiu's voice interrupted from the doorway. Lord Tian, you were looking for me? Yun Xiu had intentionally interjected, fearing that if Wang Tian were to confess he did not hold feelings for her, her last flicker of hope would extinguish if he remained silent. She could cling to that glimmer of possibility that as she entered, Wang Tian instinctively turned his head. Today, Yun Xiu was dressed in a flowing white gown, appearing like a celestial being descending to earth. Her figure was as slender as a willow, her steps light as if she walked upon clouds, each movement radiating an extraordinary grace. Her long hair danced in the breeze, resembling exquisite silk, shimmering with captivating brilliance. Her features were breathtaking, akin to a masterfully crafted work of art, each detail perfectly rendered. Her gentle eyes, warm as water, ensnared anyone who dared to meet her gaze. Her smile, reminiscent of blossoms blooming in spring, had the power to dispel all worldly worries. In her presence, there was not a single flaw. Her beauty was breathtaking, as if time itself had paused to admire her. Wang Tian found himself momentarily entranced, unable to tear his gaze away from Yun Xiu's ethereal beauty. Lord Tian, did you seek me? She asked, her voice as gentle as flowing water, a soothing balm to the soul. Yes, I did, Wang Tian finally responded. Regaining his composure, you have a secret chamber here. I possess a treasure I wish for you to examine. Not wanting anyone else to witness the precious Millennium Demon Orb, Wang Tian hoped Yun Xiu could arrange for a private setting. We do have a secret chamber, specifically for meditation and seclusion. No one else can enter. Please, follow me. Yun Xiu readily agreed, eager to assist Brother Tian. Guided by Yun Xiu, Wang Tian soon arrived at her meditation chamber, a subterranean room approximately 10 square meters. Surrounded by sturdy walls embedded with luminous pearls, illuminating the space, in the center lay a spirit stone slab, about the size of a grinding wheel, where Yun Xiu would sit during her practice, enhancing her training speed. In this secluded environment, even if something were to occur, no one outside would be the wiser. Brother Tian, what treasure do you wish to show me? Yun Xiu asked, her cheeks flushing as her heart raced in anticipation of being alone with him. This, Wang Tian revealed the Millennium Demon Orb. As it appeared, A dark mist enveloped the orb, radiating an intriguing aura. What is this? Yunxiu's eyes widened, captivated by the mysterious orb. Sensing an inexplicable familiarity. It's merely a black orb. Could you help me discern its purpose? Wang Tian refrained from naming it, fearing Yunxiu might mistake it for a magical artifact. Yunxiu, intrigued by the black orb, felt a peculiar connection to it. Cautiously, she took it from Wang Tian's hands, and before she could thoroughly examine it, she sensed her internal spiritual energy surging uncontrollably. Brother Tian, this orb is astonishing. Yunxiu gasped. Her breath quickening. It was her first experience with such a sensation. What makes it so remarkable? Wang Tian inquired, intrigued, as he had seen nothing extraordinary about the orb during his examination. This orb amplifies my internal spiritual energy, increasing its flow tenfold. Yunxiu exclaimed, her delight palpable. The rapid energy circulation equated to a significant acceleration in her training speed. Is that true? Wang Tian questioned in disbelief, reaching for Yunxiu's wrist to channel a hint of his own energy for investigation. Upon probing, he was thoroughly astonished, for he discovered that Yunxiu's claim was indeed valid. Her spiritual energy was circulating at an extraordinary pace. Feeling the sudden grasp on her wrist, Yunxiu's face flushed crimson, her heart racing. Brother Tian, do you not feel the orb's energy surge as well? She asked shyly. I shall test it again. Wang Tian, reluctant to concede, took the orb back into his hands, yet no matter how he attempted to sense or draw energy from it, his internal dragon energy remained unresponsive, continuing at its original pace. Why does it react so strongly to her yet not to me? Could it be that this Millennium Demon orb is uniquely suited to her? Wang Tian pondered, perplexed. Handing the orb back to Yunxiu, he asked, what about now? Is your energy still surging? Yes, the moment it touches my hands, my spiritual energy ignites. Yunxiu nodded affirmatively, after several rounds of testing. Wang Tian ultimately concluded that the Millennium Demon orb indeed seemed to be tailored exclusively for Yunxiu. Consider this orb a gift to you. Try to discover its additional capabilities later, he said, handing it to her. Since it yielded no response in his hands, he figured it best belonged to Yunxiu. Curiously, he wondered why it reacted so intensely to her and what other wonders it might unveil in her possession. Brother Tian, are you truly giving this to me? Yunxiu's delight was evident. Her joy stemmed not merely from the orb's potential to aid her training, but from the fact that it was a gift from Brother Tian. Indeed, the Celestial Dragon Tournament is only 2 weeks away. Use this orb to enhance your training, Wang Tian added, suddenly recalling something. However, keep this orb's capabilities a secret. If others discover its potential to accelerate training tenfold, they may seek to claim it. One who possesses something precious may attract envy. Besides, I sense this Millennium Demon orb holds deeper significance, Wang Tian mused. Rest assured, as it comes from Brother Tian, I shall guard its secret fiercely. Yunxiu vowed, clutching the black orb with utmost care, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. Excellent. Now, experiment with it further and see what else it can do, Wang Tian encouraged, eager to uncover more about the Millennium Demon orb's capabilities. I'll give it a try, Yunxiu declared, channeling her surging spiritual energy into the orb, which, upon activation, radiated a brilliant black light. Wang Tian watched in astonishment as the Millennium Demon orb transformed, blooming into a magnificent lotus, its petals unfurling one by one, releasing a peculiar fragrance into the air. Brother Tian, it seems the orb has come to life, Yunxiu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement, feeling as if the orb had awakened with her energy. Indeed, it appears to have animated. Let us test its functions, Wang Tian urged, his curiosity piqued. Once the lotus fully blossomed, he intended to explore its capabilities. As they waited with bated breath, the orb completely unfurled into a magical lotus, filling the chamber with its enchanting aroma. What is that delightful scent? Wang Tian inquired, his gaze drawn to the fully bloomed lotus. In an instant, he felt his internal dragon energy slow down significantly, as if a force were suppressing it, greatly diminishing his power. This fragrance seems to hinder my spiritual energy flow, he realized, confirming his suspicion. Is that so? I feel my energy actually accelerating, Yunxiu exclaimed, noticing that under the influence of the lotus's aroma, her spiritual energy circulated at an even faster pace. That I surmise that the lotus's fragrance suppresses the energy of others, but enhances yours, Wang Tian speculated, and Yunxiu nodded in agreement. Xiao, explore what other abilities this black lotus possesses, Wang Tian urged, convinced that the Millennium Demon orb offered more than just this singular effect. Yunxiu focused her energy on the black lotus, which began to spin rapidly, stirring the air around it and forming a small, dark whirlwind. "Let us see its power," Wang Tian said, eagerly anticipating the demonstration. Yunqiu nodded, keen to discover the true strength of the Black Lotus, and directed it toward the wall of the secret chamber, which was constructed from thick stone, rendering it exceptionally resilient, however, with a deafening roar. The walls of the secret chamber were struck by a massive Black Lotus, creating a gaping pit several meters deep. The residual force caused the surrounding walls to crack, and the chamber itself began to tremble precariously. "Be careful," Wang Tian exclaimed as he noticed a stone falling from the ceiling, aimed directly at Yunqiu's head. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward, enveloping her in his embrace, bracing himself against the stone's descent with his own body. As one stone fell, countless others followed suit from the ceiling above. Wang Tian immediately summoned his spiritual energy to shield both himself and Yunqiu. The force of the explosion caused all the stones on the ceiling to plummet. But thanks to Wang Tian's protection, they emerged unscathed. Meanwhile, Yunqiu, cradled in Wang Tian's arms, felt her cheeks flush with warmth. The comforting embrace and the rhythmic beating of his heart captivated her, making her wish that time could freeze in that moment, allowing her to remain in his arms forever. The aftermath of the Black Lotus's explosion had utterly devastated the secret chamber, with the ceiling collapsing entirely, revealing the vast sky above. The chamber, built underground, had its ceiling equivalent to the ground, and now that the ground had caved in, the secret chamber was irrevocably destroyed. Wang Tian gazed up at the sky, his expression one of astonishment. He had never imagined the Black Lotus possessed such formidable power, capable of collapsing an entire chamber with a mere casual strike. The might of the Black Lotus was indeed terrifying, and he couldn't help but inhale sharply. Yunqiu also noticed the destruction of the chamber. Yet she chose not to free herself from Wang Tian's embrace. Instead, she nestled closer, savoring the fleeting warmth. "Young Master Tian, Sister Qiu, how could this chamber have collapsed?" Hong Ying arrived. Having heard the commotion, her interruption caused Yunqiu to reluctantly extricate herself from Wang Tian's embrace. Her face flushed with embarrassment that we were cultivating, and we didn't manage to contain the spiritual energy, which resulted in the collapse of the chamber. Yunqiu cleverly fabricated an excuse on the spot. After all, Wang Tian had advised her not to disclose the matter of the Black Pearl to others, so she decided to keep it from Hong Ying for the time being. "You two were cultivating together?" "And collapsed the chamber. It wouldn't be a case of dual cultivation, would it?" Hong Ying teased, her face adorned with a mischievous smile as she looked at Yunqiu, who instantly blushed at the implication. "Sister Hong Ying, it's not what you think," Yunqiu exclaimed, flustered and anxious. "Well, I won't disturb you two any longer. As long as you're both safe, I need to get back to my own cultivation. I can't afford to lose in the Qinglong competition," Hong Ying remarked, turning to leave, but not before playfully adding, "I have another secret chamber where you can continue your cultivation together." She emphasized the phrase together, as if Yunqiu and Wang Tian couldn't hear her. Flushed, Yunqiu dared not respond, waiting until Hong Ying had departed before turning to Wang Tian. "Young Master Tian, Sister Hong Ying just likes to talk nonsense. Please don't take it to heart." Yunqiu feared Wang Tian might be displeased. "It's all right. It's just a pity that your chamber was destroyed," Wang Tian replied nonchalantly, "if it were dual cultivation. I do indeed possess a technique, the Huang denaging, which has been verified as a top-tier dual cultivation method by our ancestors. The chamber can be rebuilt. Young Master Tian, are you unhurt?" Yunqiu suddenly recalled that Wang Tian had shielded her from the falling stones. "Just a few stones. They won't harm me. Let us find the Black Lotus. It seems to be trapped beneath the rubble of the chamber." After witnessing the power of the Millennium Magic Pearl, Wang Tian realized it could be another treasure of heavenly grade, with its true potential yet to be uncovered and no need to search. "I can summon it." With a flick of her hand, Yunqiu summoned the Black Pearl, which flew from the debris and landed gracefully in her delicate, fair hand. At this moment, the Black Lotus had reverted to its pearl form, its dark radiance diminished. "Is it truly so obedient?" Wang Tian marveled again, surprised that the Millennium Magic Pearl, obtained from the system, was so responsive to Yunqiu. He felt like a mere transport worker, as the treasure arrived without any further involvement from him. Holding it feels as if there is a deep connection. "It's quite marvelous," Yunqiu mused, growing increasingly fond of the Black Pearl. "That it seems to suit you perfectly." Wang Tian began to suspect that Yunqiu had a connection to that exquisite female corpse. Otherwise, she could not so effortlessly control the Millennium Magic Pearl. "Thank you for gifting me this pearl, young Master Tian. I truly adore it." Yun Xiu expressed her gratitude, while secretly pondering what gift she could return. As long as you like it, focus on your cultivation. I shall take my leave now, Wang Tian said, leaping from the ruins of the chamber and striding away. Yun Xiu watched him depart, her gaze lingering until his figure disappeared from sight. Upon returning to the royal mausoleum, Wang Tian did not rush to commune with the ancestors, but instead sat cross-legged within a small, dilapidated hut to cultivate. He had yet to utilize the several hundred dragon stones he had obtained from the tomb of Emperor Wang Qi. And now was the perfect opportunity to employ them. With Yun Xiu possessing the Millennium Magic Pearl, her cultivation speed would surely accelerate dramatically. He could not afford to fall behind. With this thought, Wang Tian retrieved the majority of the dragon stones from his system space, leaving only a single top-tier dragon stone and 3 mid-tier ones as reserves. The numerous dragon stones nearly filled the rickety wooden bed. And without wasting any time, he sat down and began absorbing the energy contained within them. As vast amounts of dragon energy flowed into his body, the small golden dragon soul within his dantian began to frolic with joy. With each intake of dragon energy, the dragon soul's form gradually expanded. Days passed, with Wang Tian cultivating while Yun Xiu practiced in her new chamber. The Millennium Magic Pearl blossomed into a black lotus. Hovering above her head, its peculiar fragrance combined with the magic lotus's dual enhancement enabling her cultivation speed to ascend at an astonishing rate. Within just 5 days, Yun Xiu's strength surged from the 5th to the 4th tier. The black pearl gifted by young Master Tian is truly extraordinary. It has allowed me to break through to the 4th tier in just 5 days. With 10 days remaining until the Qilin competition, she was determined to reach the 3rd tier. Ensuring her chances of claiming first place, a resolute glimmer sparkled in her beautiful eyes. For the sake of this tranquil heart lotus, Yun Xiu had resolved to win, as it was something young Master Tian desired. Additionally, she aspired to defeat Su Qin in the Qilin competition, allowing her to experience the humiliation of having her reputation tarnished. As Yun Xiu reached the 4th tier, Wang Tian also broke through to the same level. Upon opening his eyes, a golden light flashed within them. I have reached the 4th tier. He exhaled a breath of stale air, surveying the now depleted dragon stones scattered across his bed. All the dragon energy had been absorbed. The dragon soul had grown significantly, and he was eager to see its new size once released. Wang Tian attempted to summon the dragon soul, and a magnificent golden 5-clawed dragon soul materialized before him, radiating golden light and exuding a majestic aura, resembling a living dragon. Its scales shimmered brilliantly, each one akin to a finely crafted masterpiece, while its tail swayed gently, as if showcasing its majesty. The dragon soul's eyes sparkled with a lively glow, reminiscent of 2 brilliant gemstones, scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. With the emergence of the dragon soul, the entire space was imbued with a mysterious and powerful energy. Golden arcs of electricity flickered around the dragon soul, as if its power surged forth. The dragon soul was even more formidable than Wang Tian had anticipated, radiating an air of dominance that seemed to overlook the world. Indeed, it was a 5-clawed dragon soul, a classification that would place it at the level of a dragon king among its kind. Wang Tian was quite satisfied with his dragon soul. However, it was not yet time for it to engage in battle. After recalling the dragon soul, Wang Tian began contemplating his next steps. After reaching the 4th tier, advancing further became increasingly challenging, but he recalled possessing a breakthrough pill from his system space. He retrieved the long-neglected breakthrough pill. This pill was effective only for cultivators below the 3rd tier, meaning Wang Tian was in the optimal position to use it now that he had reached the 4th tier. Excellent. With this breakthrough pill, ascending to the 3rd tier will be no problem, but I must first reach the peak of the 4th tier to utilize it. Otherwise, it will be ineffective. With this thought in mind, Wang Tian rose and headed outside. Lacking cultivation resources, he needed to borrow some from the ancestors again. Which ancestor should he approach for resources this time? Wang Tian furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling an ancestor particularly suitable for his current needs. The Emperor of Alchemy. Wang Dekhang. Wang Dekhang, the Emperor of Alchemy, was passionate about alchemy, shunning politics. He abolished the chancellorship and established a cabinet to manage state affairs while retreating to the inner palace to focus on alchemy. Such a ruler, indifferent to political matters, would typically be deemed a foolish monarch. However, during his 40-year reign, the political landscape remained stable, and he cultivated a plethora of elite experts using the elixirs he produced, allowing the Qin dynasty's military strength to reach its zenith. This unconventional approach earned Wang Dekheng the title of a capable ruler as Wang Tian pondered the information about the Emperor of Alchemy. He arrived at the entrance of his mausoleum. Gazing at the blue mausoleum before him, he remembered another person connected to Wang Dekheng, his Empress, the Dugu family. While the world only recognized Wang Dechan's retreat from the limelight for 40 years, stabilizing the court with the cabinet system and countless high-quality elixirs, few realized that his Empress also played a significant role. As she was the prime minister of the cabinet, and Empress managing the court was a rarity in the history of the Qilin dynasty. Yet she accomplished it with her wisdom and strength, assisting the Emperor of Alchemy in maintaining stability for 4 decades. This time, he could commune with both of them, the Emperor of Alchemy and the Dugu family. Both possessed remarkable talents, and it was said that the Dugu family had an ice phoenix body. Wang Tian wondered what he might glean from them. Filled with anticipation, he approached the mausoleum of the Emperor of Alchemy. As he stepped into the outer courtyard, he encountered a formidable barrier of dragon energy. Fortunately, having reached the 4th tier, Wang Tian was able to easily bypass it by channeling his dragon energy. Upon entering the outer courtyard, Wang Tian discovered that the mausoleum of the Emperor of Alchemy was quite expansive, with a massive bronze alchemy furnace positioned at the main entrance. Is this the furnace my ancestor used for alchemy? Wang Tian gazed at the bronze furnace, momentarily lost in thought, when suddenly, a powerful suction force emanated from the furnace, attempting to draw him in. Could it be alive? Is it trying to pull me in for alchemy? Wang Tian hurriedly summoned his dragon energy to resist, but the more he struggled, the stronger the suction became. His expression shifted as he realized the gravity of the situation. He quickly channeled his dragon energy into a palm strike aimed at the furnace. The force of his strike transformed into 9 streams of golden dragon energy, surging toward the furnace. This was Wang Tian's full power. With his 4th tier strength, he could likely demolish half the mausoleum. However, as the 9 streams of golden dragon energy approached the furnace, they were inexplicably absorbed. After absorbing the dragon energy, the furnace's suction intensified, and despite Wang Tian's best efforts to resist, he found himself being gradually pulled closer. If this continued, being sucked into the furnace would become inevitable. I can't let this go on. Wang Tian's face paled, and he swiftly drew the Zerintian sword from his system space, striking downward at the furnace. However, the sword not only failed to damage the furnace but was also drawn in. Is this furnace truly that powerful? Could it be a heavenly-grade alchemy furnace? Wang Tian's expression shifted as he resolved to summon all 12 swords from his system space, intending to unleash the technique of 10,000 swords returning to the sect against the furnace. Yet, the moment he summoned the 12 swords, they too were swiftly absorbed, and the suction grew even stronger. Despair washed over Wang Tian. It was no wonder the Emperor of Alchemy could create so many unparalleled experts with alchemy. It turned out he possessed such a formidable furnace, feeling somewhat underestimated. Wang Tian realized the Emperor's alchemical skills must have been among the best in his time. Just as he was being pulled closer and closer into the furnace, a character formed of spiritual energy suddenly descended from above, inscribed with the word break. As this spiritual character crashed down, the bronze alchemy furnace was instantly sent flying. The 13 swords that had been drawn in were expelled, and the suction ceased abruptly, granting Wang Tian a moment to breathe. What just happened? Why did the alchemy furnace suddenly get propelled away? Wang Tian surveyed his surroundings, finding no signs of anyone, then looked up at the sky. Just moments ago, he had sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy descending from above, and in the next instant, the furnace had been struck away. Who just saved me? Wang Tian's gaze swept the area once more, ultimately landing on the bronze alchemy furnace, which bore an imprint of the character break. This character had not been present on the furnace moments earlier. How had it appeared so suddenly? Could it be that this character was the very essence of the spiritual energy that had just fallen? Wang Tian began to speculate, recognizing the character formed from spiritual energy as a hallmark of Confucianism. This implied the presence of a Confucian master. When had such a figure appeared in the royal mausoleum? Suddenly, the thought of the old Confucian master struck him. Confucian masters typically hailed from academies, and the term Old Confucian Master likely referred to the former head of the academy. Wang Tian realized that the Old Confucian Master might indeed be the former head of the academy, dispelling his earlier misconceptions that Old Confucian Master was merely a humble self-reference. With a newfound clarity, Wang Tian approached the bronze alchemy furnace, recognizing that its ability to absorb celestial swords indicated it was anything but ordinary. Without hesitation, he placed the furnace into his system space. After completing this, Wang Tian continued toward the Grand Hall. With the alchemy furnace no longer obstructing his path, he arrived at the Grand Hall. albeit with caution as he pushed open the door. The higher the level of the mausoleum, the greater the energy guarding it. He needed to remain vigilant as soon as he opened the door. A captivating fragrance wafted through the air. What a delightful aroma, Wang Tian thought. But almost immediately, he felt dizzy, struggling to maintain his balance. That he quickly channeled his dragon energy to protect his mind. But after a brief moment of clarity, his dizziness intensified, and his blood energy began to reverse. This reversal was a dangerously precarious situation. If it persisted, it could lead to a catastrophic explosion of his blood energy. This fragrance is toxic. Wang Tian suddenly recalled the pure heaven pearl he had obtained earlier, a treasure capable of purifying all toxic substances in the world and rendering him immune to poisons. With the pure heaven pearl at hand, Wang Tian felt a measure of relief as his blood energy normalized and his mind cleared. Thank goodness for the pure heaven pearl. Otherwise, I would have met my end here. He reflected on the challenges posed by the Emperor of Alchemy's mausoleum. Outside, there was a heavenly-grade alchemy furnace, and inside, a toxic gas capable of killing any practitioner below the first tier. With the pure heaven pearl, Wang Tian finally had the opportunity to examine the grand hall. Inside, the hall was empty aside from a double coffin placed at its center, with the peculiar fragrance emanating from within it. What could possibly exude such a deadly toxin? Wang Tian's gaze fixated on the coffin, anticipation building as he cautiously approached. The Zerentian sword appeared in his hand, as was customary. Based on past experience, every coffin was bound to have protective runes, and this one would surely be no exception. As he drew close, two waves of energy slowly rose from the coffin. A magnificent azure dragon looms, resembling a mysterious beast from the heavens, its scales gleaming with a jade-like brilliance. Each piece appearing as if meticulously crafted by an artisan's hand. In contrast, an ice-blue phoenix envelopes the air, its feathers transparent like ice crystals, each one radiating a chilling luminosity. With a gentle flap of its wings, it conjures a piercing cold wind, its gaze indifferent and merciless. As if capable of freezing anything in its path, the two forces resonate in the air, intertwining to form a formidable coffin-protecting rune. The Azure Dragon rune and the Ice Phoenix rune confirm that historical records were not mistaken. The Dugu clan is indeed of the Ice Phoenix lineage. Wang Tian tightened his grip on the Excalibur, summoning the 12 swords from the System S space. Once more that a grand battle was inevitable. To reach his ancestor, he must first overcome this trial. The Azure Dragon opened its mighty jaws and lunged at Wang Tian, its sharp teeth instilling fear. Wang Tian did not confront it directly. Instead, he executed a series of agile leaps to evade. Just as he dodged, the ice-blue phoenix above him opened its beak, unleashing an intensely frigid breath towards him. The coldness permeated the air, drastically lowering the temperature. Wang Tian leaped again to evade, and once steady, he unleashed the myriad swords returning to their origins. Instantly, 13 swords formed a colossal sword array, surging towards the Ice Phoenix with overwhelming momentum. Having ascended to the 4th tier, Wang Tian's manifestation of the myriad swords returning to their origins was significantly more powerful. The Ice Phoenix let out a cry, swiftly flapping its wings to gather an extreme cold whirlwind before it. As the myriad swords neared, this gust of frigid air was released, resulting in a titanic clash of energies. Boom, the tremendous energies erupted, sending icy air and sword chi spiraling outward. Desperate, Wang Tian retrieved a mid-grade dragon stone from the system space, absorbing dragon energy while continuously channeling his own into the myriad swords returning to their origins. The power of the myriad swords surged dramatically, hinting at a capacity to suppress the frigid whirlwind. Seeing this, the Azure Dragon roared and exhaled a stream of Azure Dragon breath, scorching the very fabric of space as it passed. The fierce dragon breath collided with the myriad swords, increasing Wang Tian's burden. Yet he refused to yield. Even if both of you attack together, I shall not concede. From the system space, he drew forth a supreme-grade dragonstone, the highest grade he possessed, obtained from the mechanized general. A single supreme-grade dragonstone could trade for an entire city, comparable to treasures of the highest caliber. With the aid of this stone, the might of the myriad swords returned to their origins, surged once more, overpowering the energies of the Azure Dragon and Ice Phoenix. Just a bit longer, and I shall defeat them. With gritted teeth, Wang Tian continuously channeled dragon energy. The energies of the Azure Dragon and Ice Phoenix were suppressed by the myriad swords returning to their origins. They yearned to counterattack, yet being rune energies, they lacked replenishment, leaving them no choice but to be persistently subdued. After a prolonged standoff, The energies of the Azure Dragon and Ice Phoenix were finally shattered by Wang Tian's myriad swords returning to their origins. Dissipating into nothingness, Wang Tian breathed a sigh of relief. His dragon energy had nearly run dry. Continuing further, the outcome was uncertain. After recovering a modicum of dragon energy, he cautiously approached the coffin. With the coffin protecting rune dispelled, he easily reached the coffin's edge, skillfully prying it open with the Excalibur. To his surprise, rather than a foul stench of decay, he was greeted by a rich, fragrant aroma. Fortunately, with the purifying pearl, this deadly fragrance posed no threat to him. How fortunate the purifying pearl is. It renders me immune to toxins. Wang Tian pondered the origin of this intoxicating scent and felt the purifying pearl was timely. When venturing into the Moonfall Valley, he could use it to evade the toxic miasma there. Peering into the coffin, he cautiously extended his head inside, eager to discover the source of such a perilously alluring fragrance. Inside, he beheld two translucent white bones, surrounded by numerous burial offerings, most notably pills. The peculiar scent emanated from a multicolored pearl nestled among them. What is this object? It emits a toxic aura. Wang Tian scrutinized the pearl, feeling its icy touch, smooth and filled with vibrant energies. Had he not possessed the purifying pearl, a mere touch would have been fatal. He decided to store the pearl in the system space for later examination. Then turned his attention to the pills. These must be the refined concoctions of a pill emperor, and those suitable for burial must be of the highest quality. Excited, Wang Tian uncorked a vial, the rich spiritual energy intoxicating him. Indeed, these are top-tier spirit pills. This vial contains 5. There are at least 30 vials in this coffin, and while not all may be top-tier, their presence thrilled Wang Tian immensely. It is notoriously difficult to produce a single top-tier spirit pill, requiring rare spiritual herbs, many of which only bloom in paradisiacal realms or extreme terrains. One top-tier spirit pill is worth half a city, and many pure-hearted female cultivators would willingly offer themselves for just one. Ancestor, I shall borrow some pills. If you remain silent, I shall assume your consent. Faced with such an abundance of top-tier pills, Wang Tian wasted no time, collecting them all into the system space. Even if his ancestor wished to object, there was no means to voice it. After gathering the pills, Wang Tian's gaze shifted to the bones of the Pill Emperor and Empress Dugu. Oddly, their bones appeared translucent, resembling jade. Wang Tian was perplexed. He had seen many corpses, yet this was a first. Could it be that excessive pill consumption had caused their bones to evolve? Not dwelling on it, he reached out to touch the Pill Emperor Wang Dekang's bone. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have touched a ground-level corpse and acquired heavenly-level alchemy skills. The system's voice resonated. A wealth of alchemical knowledge flooded Wang Tian's mind. In mere breaths, he became the pinnacle alchemist of the Tianshan continent. Think my ancestor's alchemy skills are so formidable. Wang Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. With heavenly-level alchemy skills and his ancestor's alchemy furnace, he could continually produce top-tier pills as long as he had the materials. Now, let us see what I can glean from Empress Dugu. Wang Tian directed his attention to the other set of bones. Knowing that the ice phoenix body of Empress Dugu possessed formidable strength, any rewards extracted from her would surely be exceptional. The moment Wang Tian's hand brushed against the Empress's bones, the system chimed in again. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have touched a ground-level corpse and acquired an ice phoenix feather. Its name alone suggests it is no ordinary object. Eagerly, Wang Tian retrieved the ice phoenix feather from the system space and examined it closely. The feather resembled a peacock's plume, entirely ice blue, cool to the touch, exuding a rich spiritual energy. The feather appeared almost alive, shimmering with blue light. If I refine this ice phoenix feather, might I attain the ice phoenix form? Contemplating this, Wang Tian attempted to refine it with dragon energy, but the feather resisted his efforts. Intriguing. This ice phoenix feather seems selective in whom it allows to refine it. Is it because I am male that it rejects me? Wang Tian tried once more, but the feather remained unyielding. It seems this feather truly harbors disdain for me. With a wry smile, he temporarily stored the ice phoenix feather in the system space, intending to allow Yunqiu a chance to try her hand at it. After completing these tasks, there was little left in the Pill Emperor's mausoleum to linger over. He replaced the coffin lid and bowed deeply to the Pill Emperor and Empress Dugu. After bidding farewell, Wang Tian exited the mausoleum and returned to his humble abode. He instructed Xian to stand guard outside, while he seated himself cross-legged on the rickety wooden bed, preparing to continue his training. It was time to push towards the third-tier realm. Wang Tian retrieved the vials of pills he had just acquired from the system space, inspecting them one by one. In total, there were 36 vials. And upon examination, only 10 contained top-tier spirit pills. The remaining 26 vials held a variety of concoctions, including concealment pills to mask one's presence, top-tier chi and blood pills for a temporary surge in strength, and even transformation pills to alter one's gender, along with pills that could turn one into a ferocious beast. Prior to acquiring heavenly-level alchemy skills, Wang Tian would not have recognized these pills. But now, he could discern their effects by merely inhaling their scents. After categorizing the pills, Wang Tian selected the top-tier spirit pills. 10 vials, each containing 5 top-tier spirit pills, totaling 50 pills. He did not consume them all at once. Instead, he poured out 5 from one vial. These 5 top-tier spirit pills should suffice for my cultivation to the pinnacle of the 4th tier. With this thought, Wang Tian swallowed all 5 pills in one go. As they entered his stomach, a powerful surge of spiritual energy enveloped his entire being. He realized he had underestimated the strength of such potent pills, nearly overwhelming his body. Wang Tian quickly settled down to absorb and convert the energy. The concentrated spiritual energy transformed into dragon energy within him, swiftly flowing into his dantian. The golden dragon spirit, having absorbed the immense dragon energy, began to frolic joyfully, radiating golden light, its form visibly expanding. Wang Tian's strength escalated rapidly. Within just one day, he progressed from the early to the mid-4th tier, and after 2 more days, he ascended to the late 4th tier. 5 days later, after consuming all 5 top-tier spirit pills, he successfully reached the pinnacle of the 4th tier. Now at the pinnacle of the 4th tier, it was time to use the breaking through pill. Wang Tian retrieved the long-saved breaking through pill from the system space and swallowed it. The moment it entered his system, an extraordinarily pure spiritual force surged throughout him, enhancing the vitality of his meridians. This made the breakthrough remarkably simple, within the span of a single incense stick. Wang Tian's strength soared to the 3rd tier, and the golden dragon spirit in his dantian expanded significantly. With a sigh of relief, Wang Tian expelled a breath of turbid air, feeling considerably lighter. Finally, he had reached the 3rd tier. He leaped off the rickety bed, landing as lightly as a feather. After completing his training, Wang Tian refrained from further practice and stepped outside. It was time to express his gratitude to the old scholar. Without his intervention, he might have been drawn into the alchemy furnace. With this thought, Wang Tian retrieved a jar of fine wine from the system space and made his way to the old scholar's residence. This wine had been delivered to him by Fox G earlier and was now perfectly timed for use. The old scholar resided east of the royal tomb, and Wang Tian had initially assumed his dwelling would resemble his own shabby abode. To his surprise, it was an exquisitely crafted wooden house surrounded by a variety of fruit and vegetable gardens, along with unknown plants, and even red-feathered chickens and spiritual fish. The old scholar lived quite comfortably. Wang Tian mused, "With wine, I am a guest. Please come in." The old scholar's aged yet resonant voice drifted from within the bamboo house. Wang Tian, unceremoniously, entered with the wine. The old scholar, clad in a gray robe, lounged on a bamboo chair, leisurely reading a book. "Old scholar, thank you for your timely rescue," Wang Tian expressed as he approached, bowing respectfully, recognizing the debt of gratitude owed. "How did you know it was I who intervened?" The old scholar glanced up at Wang Tian before returning to his book. The technique to strike the alchemy furnace is a Confucian art, which can only be found in the academy. You claim to be an old scholar, and there are only you and I in the royal tomb. One can deduce who saved me with a bit of thought. Wang Tian articulated his reasoning. "Indeed, not too foolish," the old scholar remarked, setting down his book, his cloudy gaze fixed intently upon Wang Tian. "Since I saved you, how do you intend to express your gratitude?" The old scholar had long been observing Wang Tian, noting his remarkable ascent from the 9th tier to the 3rd tier within a mere 3 months. Such speed surpassed even that of the first emperor. "How about I offer myself in gratitude?" Wang Tian jested. "Who needs your self-offering, you impudent boy?" The old scholar retorted with a chuckle. "You're the impudent one. I can see your book is quite captivating." Wang Tian smirked, noting the title of the book. "The Blossoms of the Brothel." "You're quite the character," the old scholar scolded. Yet his fondness for Wang Tian grew. He needed someone with both strength and intellect, and Wang Tian fit the bill perfectly. "Enough with the jesting. Old scholar, since you saved my life, feel free to seek my assistance whenever you require it," Wang Tian stated earnestly. The old scholar had been waiting for this very moment. He had a matter to address, but lacked the means to do so himself. And with Wang Tian's newfound strength, the timing was opportune. "I do have a matter I require your assistance with." The old scholar's demeanor shifted to seriousness, even changing how he addressed Wang Tian, indicating the gravity of his request. What is it? You may speak freely, Wang Tian encouraged, sensing the significance of the old scholar's upcoming words. After a moment of contemplation, the old scholar replied, I wish for you to bring a person to me. Who? Wang Tian instinctively inquired. Her name is Zhou Qingxi, a female student from the academy, likely around your age. The old scholar explained. Zhou Qingxi from the academy, very well. I shall find a way to bring her to you immediately, Wang Tian agreed. The old scholar was taken aback by Wang Tian's swift compliance. Why do you not inquire why I wish to meet this female student? He inquired curiously. This is your personal matter. I shall only be responsible for bringing her to you, Wang Tian replied nonchalantly. Confident that the old scholar would disclose his reasons when he deemed fit. You rascal, I find myself beginning to like you. The old scholar chuckled, shaking his head. No. I have no interest in older men. Wang Tian replied with a smile as he offered the jar of wine. The old scholar's eyes lit up at the prospect of partaking in the wine he had long coveted. Let us hasten, for I have a roast chicken here, he said, retrieving a fragrant roasted chicken from the kitchen. With wine and meat at hand, the atmosphere became quite delightful. As they feasted, the old scholar opened up. Young man, I have observed you for some time. In less than 3 months, you have advanced to the 3rd tier, a speed unmatched even by the first emperor, he remarked, his tone filled with admiration. Which of those princes outside could possibly compare to you? Wang Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing he had been secretly observed by the old master all along. Why didn't you come out to stop me? Wang Tian instinctively asked. After all, trespassing into the imperial mausoleum was a grave offense, punishable by death, and the old master was responsible for guarding the royal tombs. Why would I stop you? Ever since you entered the Black Mausoleum. I knew you were no ordinary person, the old master replied after taking a sip of wine. Moreover, these imperial tombs belong to your royal ancestors. What is wrong with borrowing some cultivation resources from them? What right does an outsider like me have to interfere? This statement resonated deeply with Wang Tian. Indeed, he was merely borrowing some resources from his ancestors, and he could always repay them later. Wang Tian felt a sense of late realization. The old master's words struck a chord within him. By the way, have you ever considered vying for the throne? The old master probed, somewhat emboldened by the wine. At the mention of the throne, a glimmer of ambition sparked in Wang Tian's eyes. Life in the royal palace was fraught with peril. As a child, he was often bullied by his brothers because he lacked powerful backing and his talents were deemed inadequate. Everyone treated him as a worthless waste, forcing him to endure humiliation and pain, a survival tactic he managed with considerable cunning. Just when he thought he could marry the prime minister's daughter, he was ultimately schemed against by the prime minister and the 4th prince, relegated to the royal tombs. How could Wang Tian easily let go of such humiliation? I have little interest in becoming emperor, but I am quite keen on putting them under my feet, Wang Tian thought, clenching his fists in determination. Very well. If you can bring Zhou Qingxi to me, I will assist you, and I can even persuade the academy to pledge loyalty to you. The old master promised without hesitation. Wang Tian was surprised by the old master's regard for Zhou Qingxi, willing to assist him for her sake. His curiosity about the relationship between Zhou Qingxi and the old master began to grow. Chapter 82. The background of Zhou Qingxi. The academy was located in the western outskirts of the capital, sprawling over a vast area, complete with babbling brooks and elegant pavilions. As Wang Tian arrived, he found the academy bustling with competition. Sounds of combat echoed from within, accompanied by intense fluctuations of spiritual energy. Hello, I am looking for your esteemed master. Here is a letter of recommendation from the old master, Wang Tian said, handing a note to the gatekeeper. This letter was personally written by the old master to facilitate Wang Tian's meeting with Zhou Qingxi. That a recommendation from the old master? Please wait. The gatekeeper responded promptly, dashing inside with the letter. The former head of the academy. The old master's letter would not be taken lightly by anyone, especially by a mere gatekeeper. Wang Tian observed the gatekeeper's attitude and understood that the old master truly held a significant position at the academy. It wasn't long before the academy's master, a middle-aged man of around 50, emerged hastily, dressed in a long blue robe inscribed with the characters for tranquility, and with a long beard that reached his chest. He exuded an air of refined elegance. Young Master Tian, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Lin Qingshan greeted Wang Tian with a respectful bow. Have I interrupted your activities? Wang Tian inquired, casting a glance at the academy where many disciples were engaged in competition. Coincidentally, we are currently selecting participants for the Qinglong competition. You are welcome to come in and watch. Zhou Qingxi is among them, Lin Qingshan hinted, seemingly aware of Wang Tian's intentions. Is that so? Then I must go and see. Wang Tian expressed newfound interest, eager to assess Zhou Qingxi's abilities. Upon entering the academy, he witnessed fierce duels taking place on two platforms. Contrary to his expectations of a literary competition, the young disciples wielded long swords, occasionally employing profound verbal attacks. Master, how many disciples do you have, and how many will be selected for the Qinglong competition? Wang Tian asked, appreciating the matches while inquiring further that we currently have over 200 disciples eligible for the Qinglong competition, and we will select the top 2 to participate. If they are too weak, they would only bring shame upon themselves, the master explained. That means a mere 1% chance of being selected. Wang Tian mused, reflecting on the difficulty of the internal selection process, and he couldn't help but feel anxious for Yun Xiu. Indeed, Lin Qingshan nodded in agreement. After observing the matches for a while, Wang Tian noticed a pale-faced scholar with exceptional swordsmanship and sharp verbal attacks. This young man is impressive. At the 4th tier, his swordsmanship and verbal attacks are quite formidable. After several rounds, no one could match him. Wang Tian noted, recognizing the scholar's talent. His name is Lu Ci, a standout among our younger generation. Currently, no one can rival him, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he is likely to secure a spot in the Qinglong competition. Lin Qingshan said, pride evident in his eyes. So, this is Lu Ci. Wang Tian silently committed the name to memory and intended to warn Yun Qiu to be cautious of him. By the way, Master, where is Zhou Qingxi? Wang Tian asked, scanning the crowd, but failing to spot anyone remarkable. She is right over there. Lin Qingshan pointed to a girl who was shyly hiding among the crowd. Following the direction of his finger, Wang Tian finally saw a delicate girl, quite beautiful and exuding a refreshing innocence, though her petite stature and timid demeanor made her appear fragile as she cowered among the throng. What is Zhou Qingxi like? Wang Tian instinctively inquired. Alas, Lin Qingshan sighed, then spoke slowly. Zhou Qingxi was exceptionally gifted in the Confucian way. By the age of 3, she could read. At 5, she recited ancient poetry. By 8, she could execute profound verbal attacks. She was the youngest to master them in the academy, reaching the 7th tier by the age of 10. It would not be an exaggeration to call her a genius. I had high hopes for her, but tragically, when she was 12, her family suffered a calamity. Her parents were brutally murdered, and she was left with her meridians severed, rendering her unable to cultivate. I took her in at the academy, and the old master even wrote to me, urging me to care for her. However, despite this, her personality has grown increasingly reclusive, and she has become unwilling to communicate with others. Lin Qingshan's words were laden with regret. It was indeed a lamentable fate for such a talent to fall into despair. So, she has such a tragic background. I wonder what her relationship with the old master is, to warrant such care. Wang Tian mused aloud. Zhou Qingxi is the old master's granddaughter, but he has nearly forsaken familial ties in pursuit of the unity of heaven and man. Lin Qingshan continued with a sigh. Zhou Qingxi's grandmother and parents all perished because of the old master, which has left her harboring deep resentment towards him. Convincing her to meet him would be harder than climbing to the heavens. After hearing this, Wang Tian realized for the first time that this task was more challenging than he had anticipated. No wonder the old master had the audacity to promise assistance if Wang Tian could bring Zhou Qingxi to him. Then why was the old master at the royal mausoleum? Do you have any idea? Wang Tian probed further. I do not know. I only know that after the old master entrusted the incapacitated Zhou Qingxi to me, he ventured alone to the royal mausoleum and has not been seen since. Lin Qingshan replied thoughtfully. The old master indeed had a story to tell. Their conversation continued. It was Zhou Qingxi's turn to compete. Wang Tian watched her step onto the platform, feeling a surge of energy. Despite her current feeble strength, she chose to face her opponent, indicating her inherent determination. But on the platform stood a haughty girl, who regarded Zhou Qingxi with disdain. Why are you even stepping onto the platform? I could easily knock you off with a wave of my hand. Don't waste my time. Xiao Qishu scoffed, utterly dismissing Zhou Qingxi, refusing even to glance in her direction. A waste of time. Since I am a disciple of the academy, I shall stand upon the platform, regardless of victory or defeat, Zhou Qingxi declared, drawing her silver sword with newfound resolve. A stark contrast to her earlier timid self. Chapter 83. The Ice Phoenix Feather acknowledges its master. Seeing Zhou Qingxi's determination, Xiao Qingshu could hardly be bothered to engage in further banter. Fine. Why waste words on a waste? Let's get this over with, she thought, eager to dispatch Zhou Qingzi quickly. Zhou Qingzi bowed respectfully before Xiao Qingshu, then charged at her with sword in hand. However, facing Zhou Qingzi's snail-paced attack, Xiao Qingshu merely shook her head, sidestepping to appear directly before her, and delivering a swift kick to Zhou Qingzi's abdomen. The tremendous force propelled Zhou Qingzi backward, sending her crashing outside the platform after a flight of several meters. I told you, a worthless person like you shouldn't waste time on the platform. You couldn't even withstand a single blow. Just go back and cry. Xiao Qingshu jeered from her elevated position. Looking down at her with contempt, Xiao Shiji is right. She thought she was once a genius. With her current abilities, I could defeat her using just one hand. The surrounding disciples chimed in with mockery. Zhou Qingzi lay on the ground, utterly defeated and humiliated, surrounded by jeers that pierced her heart. Clenching her fists, she fought back tears, slowly rising from the ground and quietly making her way back to the academy dormitory. With no one offering her any comfort, Zhou Qingzi's lonely figure, filled with desolation, reminded Wang Tian of his own past. He too had been branded a waste, subjected to ridicule, and had witnessed his dignity trampled upon. In truth, Zhou Qingzi's experience at the academy was filled with torment, but she had nowhere else to turn. You cannot take her away, but please do your best to guide her. Perhaps you young people share common ground. Lin Qingshan observed Zhou Qingzi's forlorn silhouette, feeling a pang of sympathy, but he felt powerless to assist her. I will certainly guide her well, Wang Tian assured Lin Qingshan, clasping his hands in gratitude before stealthily following after Zhou Qingzi. On the path back to the dormitory, Zhou Qingzi continued to endure in silence. It was only after she entered her empty dormitory that she allowed herself to cry. Even then, she suppressed her sobs, fearful that someone might enter and discover her in such a vulnerable state. Wang Tian stood outside the dormitory, hearing her muffled cries through the walls. Having experienced such despair himself, he could empathize with Zhou Qingzi's emotions. How could the old master have brought such misery upon this young girl? Wang Tian pondered with a sigh. Now, it seemed, he had to clean up the mess. Had the old master not saved his life, Wang Tian would have been reluctant to wade into such troubled waters. Seeing the fragile Zhou Qingzi weeping on her bed, Wang Tian felt a deep sympathy. After much contemplation, he decided that the first step would be to approach her and build a rapport, then persuade her to meet the old master in the mausoleum. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew open the window, and Zhou Qingzi, wiping her tears, stood to close it, not wishing for anyone to know she had been crying. But just as she reached for the window, a figure clad in silver armor and a black cloak appeared outside. The sudden apparition startled the sensitive Zhou Qingzi. "Who are you?" she stammered, feeling anxious as she had never seen Wang Tian before, especially with his mask, which heightened her wariness. "I am Tian Wang, a friend of your master. I happened to pass by and heard weeping, so I came to check." Wang Tian offered a casual excuse. "I wasn't crying. You must have heard wrong." Zhou Qingzi quickly wiped her tears away, attempting to close the window, but Wang Tian grasped her hand to stop her. "Crying won't solve anything. If you have grievances, you can share them with me. Perhaps I can help," Wang Tian suggested, looking for an opportunity to connect with her. "I have no grievances, and you can't help me," Zhou Qingzi retorted, forcefully prying his hand away and shutting the window. Wang Tian was taken aback by Zhou Qingzi's stubbornness, or perhaps it was her complete distrust of him, a stranger. "Zhou Qingzi, I can help you restore your meridians. Tonight at midnight, I will be waiting for you on the boat by the river behind the academy. If you wish to avoid such humiliation again, you can come find me," Wang Tian declared. Vanishing in an instant, he knew Zhou Qingzi had heard him. If she still had even a sliver of ambition, she would undoubtedly seek him out. Indeed, Zhou Qingzi caught his words, and her heart, once desolate, began to stir with newfound hope. She opened the window again, scanning the surroundings, but Wang Tian had already vanished from sight. Who is he? Can he truly help me restore my meridians? If he can, why would he want to help me? Zhou Qingzi's mind raced with countless questions. She longed to go, yet fear of being deceived held her back. After much internal struggle, her unwillingness to accept defeat overcame her fears. The night deepened. Wang Tian sat leisurely on the boat by the river, sipping wine and savoring meat. He had noticed the serene river behind the academy and rented a boat to wait for Zhou Qingzi. Checking the time, he realized it was already midnight, yet Zhou Qingzi had not yet arrived. Could she be too frightened to come? He wondered, feeling a tinge of concern. Fortunately, he did not wait long before a petite figure cautiously approached. Illuminated by the pale moonlight, Wang Tian's heart leaped with joy. She had finally come. Is anyone there? Zhou Qingxi called softly towards the boat. Come in. Wang Tian replied mysteriously, seeing that someone was indeed on the boat. Zhou Qingxi hesitated momentarily before stepping aboard. Now that she was here, turning back was out of the question. Once aboard, Wang Tian could finally see Zhou Qingxi's expression clearly in the light of the luminescent pearl. Her delicate face was filled with wariness and anxiety, her cheeks pale from the cold. You've arrived. Have a drink to warm yourself, Wang Tian offered, pouring her a cup of wine. I don't drink. Zhou Qingxi immediately declined, fearing that Wang Tian might have tampered with the drink. Wang Tian was taken aback by her caution. However, he understood her perspective. After all, who would dare drink from a stranger's cup on their first meeting? Is what you said during the day true? Can you really help me restore my meridians? Zhou Qingxi asked after a moment of silence, her eyes filled with hope. Of course, not only can I help you restore your meridians, but I can also make you stronger than before, Wang Tian assured her, taking a sip of wine. Then why do you want to help me? Zhou Qingxi inquired, her heart racing with excitement yet tinged with fear of unreasonable demands. Because I see my former self in you, Wang Tian replied earnestly. Your former self? Did you also suffer such bullying? Zhou Qingxi's large, expressive eyes locked onto Wang Tian, curiosity beginning to blossom within her. Yes, I was bullied even worse than you. I could only survive day by day, Wang Tian recounted, reminiscing about those painful days that he wished to forget. Is that truly the only reason you want to help me? Zhou Qingxi asked, her disbelief evident in her gaze. Yes, indeed. What else would it be? Wang Tian countered, intrigued by her skepticism. Then, does that mean I won't have to pay any price? Zhou Qingxi asked nervously. Is there truly such a thing as a free lunch? Wang Tian chuckled. How could I help you restore your meridians without seeking something in return? What can you offer me in your current state? Wang Tian suddenly fixed his gaze upon her, causing Zhou Qingxi to feel a surge of fear and tension, her small hands tightly clutching at her collar. If you can help me reshape my meridians, I will repay you by serving you like an ox or horse. Zhou Qingxi finally articulated after much hesitation. Would you follow me into the depths of danger? Wang Tian replied with a smile. I would, Zhou Qingxi affirmed earnestly, her beautiful eyes glinting with determination. She no longer wished to be mocked by her peers. She yearned to grow stronger and reclaim her former self, filled with confidence. Very well, remember your words from tonight, Wang Tian instructed, retrieving the ice phoenix feather from his system space. This item was akin to the dragon bone. Once refined, it could not only reshape a person's meridians, but also grant them the body of an ice phoenix. What is this? Zhou Qingxi asked, feeling a sense of familiarity with the blue feather. This is the ice phoenix feather. It can reshape your meridians and enhance your strength. However, whether you can earn its recognition depends on your fortune. Wang Tian had intended to give the ice phoenix feather to Yun Su, but he sensed Zhou Qingxi's greater need for it at that moment. As Zhou Qingxi tentatively reached out to touch the blue feather, it unexpectedly flew into her hand, enveloping her in a radiant icy blue glow. Wang Tian watched in astonishment as the ice phoenix feather chose to merge with Zhou Qingxi without requiring any refinement, indicating its strong acknowledgement of her. Chapter 84. Zhou Qingxi's metamorphosis. The spontaneous fusion of the ice phoenix feather with Zhou Qingxi was an unforeseen development for Wang Tian. Yet it aligned perfectly with his intentions by alleviating Zhou Qingxi's wariness. He could better escort her to the royal tomb to meet the old sage. The icy blue light enveloped Zhou Qingxi. She felt the temperature around her plummet dramatically, yet she experienced no discomfort. Instead, the frigid atmosphere provided a sense of profound comfort. What a marvelous sensation, Zhou Qingxi exclaimed, reveling in this extraordinary transformation. Under the embrace of the extreme cold, Zhou Qingxi's body began to undergo a remarkable change. Her previously fractured meridians were reformed by the frigid energy, and her frail dantian was reshaped into an extreme cold dantian. This transformation filled Zhou Qingxi with exhilaration. This is incredible. My meridians are visibly recovering. With each moment, her excitement grew, knowing that once her meridians were restored, she could resume her cultivation. This was merely the beginning. After the reshaping of her meridians, Zhou Qingxi's body began to evolve further as the extreme cold energy continued to wash over her. She gradually transformed into a spiritual ice vein, a rare trait possessed only by those with an extreme cold constitution. Alongside the evolution of her meridians, her dantian underwent a similar metamorphosis. The once feeble dantian evolved into an extreme cold domain, and the energy within transformed into extreme cold spiritual energy, that I in just a short span. Zhou Qingxi's strength surged to the 8th rank. Before she could revel in her newfound power, the Ice Phoenix feather dove into her body, initiating the formal fusion process. The prior evolution of her meridians and dantian merely laid the groundwork for this integration. As the Ice Phoenix feather entered her, Zhou Qingxi felt an exhilarating lightness, as though she had ascended to the summit of a snow-capped mountain amidst boundless ice and snow. The extreme cold spiritual energy swiftly filled her body, effortlessly modifying and evolving each part of her form, ultimately merging into her dantian as the extreme cold energy surged within her. Zhou Qingxi underwent a profound transformation. Her strength escalated rapidly. Notably, a pair of ice-blue wings formed on her back. Known as the Ice Phoenix wings, ethereal in nature, composed of condensed extreme cold energy, capable of flight and unleashing icy gales, the potent extreme cold energy radiated from her, freezing everything in her vicinity into solid ice. Wang Tian harnessed the dragon energy within him to easily counter the outpouring of this frigid energy, leisurely pouring himself a cup of tea while admiring Zhou Qingxi's transformation from a once-broken waste. She was evolving into a prodigy of the Ice Phoenix. The metamorphosis was unfolding before him. Wang Tian marveled at the rapid changes occurring within Zhou Qingxi. The Ice Phoenix feather was indeed extraordinary. After a night of transformation, the Ice Phoenix feather completely integrated with Zhou Qingxi, granting her a rare Ice Phoenix constitution and access to an extreme cold spiritual energy unattainable by ordinary beings. The moment she opened her eyes, 2 streams of extreme cold energy burst forth from them. I can finally cultivate again, Zhou Qingxi exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. The transformation brought about by the Ice Phoenix feather not only endowed her with the Ice Phoenix constitution, but also propelled her strength to the 6th rank overnight. She was reborn. How does it feel to have merged with the Ice Phoenix feather? Wang Tian expressed his astonishment at Zhou Qingxi's profound changes. Her entire aura had shifted. It feels wonderful. Not only have my meridians been restored, but I now possess the Ice Phoenix constitution, enabling me to wield extreme cold spiritual energy. Zhou Qingxi replied, her exhilaration palpable. With the Ice Phoenix constitution, she would no longer be subjected to humiliation. That's splendid, Wang Tian remarked, calmly sipping his tea. Thank you, benefactor, for granting me this Ice Phoenix constitution. I would willingly traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire for you, Zhou Qingxi declared, kneeling before Wang Tian in deep gratitude. She understood that without Wang Tian's assistance, her transformation would have been impossible. He had truly given her a second chance at life. Rise, Wang Tian urged. I only saw a reflection of my past in you. He wished to relieve her of any burdens, intending to escort her to the royal tomb once their relationship deepened. If he were to request her presence at the royal tomb now, she might perceive it as a mere transaction for the Ice Phoenix feather, potentially provoking defiance. Thank you once more, Zhou Qingxi expressed, rising to her feet and examining Wang Tian intently, determined to engrave his appearance in her memory. He was the beacon of light during the darkest period of her life, and she vowed to remember him well. Please, refrain from calling me benefactor. Simply refer to me as Brother Tian, Wang Tian suggested, aiming to strengthen their bond, thereby facilitating her introduction to the royal tomb. Tian, Brother Tian, Zhou Qingxi hesitantly addressed him, filled with reverence. Upon leaving the boat, Zhou Qingxi noticed that dawn had already broken. Suddenly recalling something, she exclaimed, Brother Tian, today marks the final day of our Academy's internal selection for the Azure Dragon tournament, but I wish to compete once more. Zhou Qingxi felt a lingering dissatisfaction from her defeat to Xiao Qingshu. She yearned to participate in the tournament and reclaim her status as the prodigious Zhou Qingxi. Very well, I will accompany you and offer my support, Wang Tian replied, eager to witness the prowess of the transformed Zhou Qingxi. Chapter 85. The return of the prodigy. After several days of competitions, the Academy had already secured one spot for the Azure Dragon tournament, designated for Lu Ci. The remaining slot would be determined today. As the noon sun reached its zenith, Xiao Qingshu had already vanquished 4 disciples in the arena, exuding an air of invincibility. Who dares to challenge me? Xiao Qingshu proclaimed confidently, sword in hand. Below, no one dared to step forward. Her fearsome strength had left them all intimidated. Xiao Shiji is formidable. After her breakthrough to the 4th rank, no one among the younger generation can rival her, save for Lu Ci, someone remarked. Indeed, it seems likely that the remaining spot for the Azure Dragon tournament will belong to her. Another agreed. The consensus was clear. Even among teachers, and the old sage of the academy, Xiao Qishu was the favorite for the second spot in the tournament. Yet at that moment, a determined voice rang out from the distance. I challenge you. Shou Qingxi, resolute, began her steady advance toward the arena. Upon hearing her voice, the surrounding onlookers turned in surprise. Upon recognizing her, they erupted in laughter. This waste has little strength. Yet she possesses such audacity. They scoffed. Does she believe she can challenge after yesterday's humiliation at Xiao Shiji's hands? Perhaps she's lost her mind. Others speculated, dismissing her as foolish. Most of the disciples mocked Zhou Qingxi's audacity. And even the teachers deemed her actions self-deprecating. Only the sage Lin Qingshan noted a subtle change in her demeanor. She seems different, he murmured, furrowing his brow. Zhou Qingxi had concealed her aura, making it difficult for all but the most skilled to perceive her transformation. Even if a teacher sensed a shift in her energy, they were inclined to dismiss it as an illusion, given her prior reputation as a waste. You dare to challenge me, you waste? Perhaps you haven't had enough of my previous beating. Xiao Qingshu laughed scornfully, entirely dismissive of Zhou Qingxi. Today, it remains uncertain who will strike whom. Zhou Qingxi approached the arena, calm and focused, her eyes locked onto Xiao Qingshu, igniting with fierce determination. This was an opportunity to reclaim her dignity from the bullying she had endured. Huh? You think you can defeat me? In your next life, perhaps, Xiao Qishu retorted, shaking her head in disdain. Since you seem so eager to be beaten, I shall oblige you once more. Feeling her pride threatened, Xiao Qingshu resolved to make an example of Zhou Qingxi, ensuring she understood the place of a waste. The surrounding disciples observed Zhou Qingxi's defiance with dismay. Alas, this waste has no sense of her own limitations. She's simply asking for a beating. One lamented. Is she dreaming? Perhaps she imagines herself a prodigy once more. Another chuckled. Laughter echoed from the crowd, treating Zhou Qingxi as a mere spectacle, with none willing to take her seriously. Ignoring the jeers from the audience, Zhou Qingxi addressed Xiao Qishu with calm resolve. Shiji, you have already fought 4 disciples, exhausting much of your spiritual energy. I wouldn't want to take advantage of you. I suggest you rest until your energy is replenished before we fight. This statement elicited both amusement and irritation from Xiao Qishu. You put on quite the act, but I need not recover my energy to deal with you. Xiao Qishu sneered, then vanished from her position, reappearing before Zhou Qingxi in an instant. Attempting to employ her previous tactic, she aimed a punch at Zhou Qingxi. However, Zhou Qingxi skillfully intercepted the blow, grasping Xiao Qingshu's fist with precision, effortlessly neutralizing her force. How is this possible? You caught my punch, Xiao Qingshu exclaimed, astonished. Although she had not unleashed her full strength, even a fraction was beyond what a mere waste should be able to withstand. Yet, Zhou Qingxi not only caught the punch but did so with ease. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. Am I mistaken? Did this waste truly catch Xiao Shiji's punch? You are not mistaken. Zhou Qingxi indeed caught it. But how? Surely, Xiao Shiji must have shown her mercy. The crowd speculated, attributing Zhou Qingxi's feat to Xiao Qingshu's leniency. Among the teachers and more experienced disciples, a deeper understanding began to emerge. Sage. It seems Zhou Qingxi has undergone a transformation. One teacher observed, while another added, this match is becoming quite intriguing. As Zhou Qingxi successfully caught Xiao Qingshu's punch, the latter's embarrassment morphed into anger. After a night apart, you've indeed grown stronger. But that's insufficient to defeat me. Xiao Qishu smirked coldly, preparing to unleash another strike, this time channeling more spiritual energy into her palm, increasing its potency significantly. Once again, Zhou Qingxi intercepted the attack, albeit this time she instinctively summoned the extreme cold energy within her to bolster her defense. As the chilling energy coursed through her hand, Xiao Qishu realized the truth of Zhou Qingxi's transformation. You can harness spiritual energy now, and its extreme cold energy, she gasped in shock. Indeed, and I suggest you take me seriously. Zhou Qingxi replied calmly. Ha. Against me, you needn't concern yourself with my full strength, Xiao Qishu retorted, her energy surging dramatically as she broke free from Zhou Qingxi's grasp. Recognizing that Xiao Qishu was now fighting at full strength, Zhou Qingxi prepared herself, activating her own extreme cold energy. Behold my sword, Xiao Qishu declared, brandishing her sword with lethal intent, a faint glimmer of sword spirit emanating from it. Zhou Qingxi stood her ground, channeling extreme cold energy into her sword, ready to confront her opponent head-on. Soon, the two engaged in a fierce battle. The sound of clashing metal reverberated through the arena, with sword energy spilling forth. Particularly the extreme cold sword energy that plummeted the temperature around them, freezing everything it touched. The spectators were left in awe. How is this possible? After just one night, Zhou Qingxi, the waste, has become so formidable? Incredible! She managed to counter Xiao Qingshu's swordsmanship directly. And why does Zhou Qingxi's sword energy carry extreme cold? How did she become so powerful? The audience was left speechless, having expected a lopsided contest. Only to witness an evenly matched duel. Zhou Qingxi's impressive performance astonished not only the Academy's disciples but also their teachers and the sage. If I am not mistaken, Zhou Qingxi is indeed utilizing extreme cold energy. One knowledgeable teacher remarked in disbelief. Yes, you are correct. Her extreme cold energy is remarkably pure. Another teacher responded, excitement rising in their voices. The presence of extreme cold energy indicated that Zhou Qingxi was a prodigy of rare caliber. Yet, there remained a hidden power within Zhou Qingxi that had yet to be revealed. Lin Qingshan seemed to sense this, his gaze filled with anticipation and excitement. The Academy was on the verge of welcoming a prodigy of unparalleled potential. An exhilarating prospect indeed. After a prolonged struggle in the arena, neither competitor could gain the upper hand, prompting Xiao Qishu to regret not having replenished her spiritual energy earlier. How careless of me. This waste has grown so formidable. Had I not fought 4 matches earlier, exhausting half my energy, she would not stand a chance against me, Xiao Qingshu thought, gripping her sword with determination. Realizing that Zhou Qingxi, at her 6th rank, could not withstand her 4th rank's full power, she resolved to employ a decisive technique. Xiao Shiji, I intend to cleanse the shame of the past 6 years upon you. Zhou Qingxi's eyes gleamed with fierce determination as her extreme cold energy surged, summoning a pair of ice blue phoenix wings from her back. The emergence of the ice phoenix wings sent shockwaves through the Academy. Chapter 86. Zhou Qingxi's moment of glory. The appearance of the ice phoenix wings astounded all present. What is this? How does Zhou Qingxi possess a pair of ice blue wings? Remarkable. With the emergence of those wings, Zhou Qingxi's aura has transformed completely. Indeed, how has she become so powerful overnight? It defies belief. All the disciples were engaged in animated discussions, even the teacher looked on in astonishment. Yet none could discern the true nature of the ice blue wings behind Zhou Qingxi. Master, what are those ice blue wings behind Zhou Qingxi? They seem to harbor formidable cold energy. Almost all the teachers' gazes turned towards Lin Qingshan. Those are the wings of the ice phoenix. Zhou Qingxi may have awakened the ice phoenix physique. Lin Qingshan, well-versed and knowledgeable, immediately recognized the ice phoenix wings coalescing behind Zhou Qingxi. Zhou Qingxi has awakened the ice phoenix physique. A collective gasp escaped the teachers. Such a rare and extraordinary physique appears only once in 100 million people. And it had manifested in Zhou Qingxi, which was utterly astonishing. Yes, she has awakened the ice phoenix physique. Lin Qingshan was equally shocked. In the span of a single night, Zhou Qingxi transformed from a waste into an unparalleled genius. The pace of this change was indeed breathtaking. Lin Qingshan's gaze instinctively shifted to Wang Tian at the edge of the arena, suspecting that Wang Tian had aided Zhou Qingxi in awakening her ice phoenix physique. Since it was only Wang Tian who had sought out Zhou Qingxi the day before on the arena, Xiao Qingshu stared incredulously at the ice phoenix wings behind Zhou Qingxi, which emanated immense cold energy. How is this possible? She has become so powerful overnight. Xiao Qishu could hardly accept it. The waste whom she had kicked away just yesterday had now surpassed her. Zhou Qingxi paid no mind to the gazes around her. She was solely focused on one belief, to defeat Xiao Qishu and erase the humiliation of the past 6 years. Frosty cyclone. Zhou Qingxi's ice phoenix wings suddenly flapped, conjuring a piercing, bone-chilling storm. Instantly, a frigid cyclone howled before her, resembling a ferocious ice beast, ravenously devouring everything in its path. The surrounding spiritual energy surged towards her like a tumultuous tide, forming a colossal vortex of energy. The temperature plummeted rapidly, as if they had entered a world of ice and snow, causing shivers to run down their spines. This icy cyclone was akin to a sharp ice sword, slicing through the void. Imbued with endless coldness and pressure, evoking an intense chill. It resembled a frigid phoenix, spiraling through the air, freezing everything it touched into ice. The disciples around the arena recoiled in fear at the cyclone's might, while Xiao Qishu on the arena trembled from the cold. The defiance gleamed in her eyes. I will not lose. Xiao Qishu resolutely bit her lip and unleashed her mountain character technique, with a graceful flick of her jade fingers. She deftly inscribed a mountain character in the air, and in an instant, a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth like a burst dam, endowing the character with the majestic power of a mountain. The frosty cyclone, having gathered its strength, pounced towards Xiao Qingshu like a tiger descending from the mountain. Wherever it passed, the arena seemed enchanted, instantly solidifying into hard ice blocks. Xiao Qingshu, unyielding, launched her mountain character like a cannonball. embodying an indomitable mountain that charged towards the icy cyclone. The two astonishing forces collided at the center of the arena, akin to two meteors colliding, unleashing earth-shattering energy. The towering energy within the mountain character could only withstand for a moment before it was shattered by the icy cyclone. How is this possible? My mountain character was shattered. Xiao Qingshu's defenses crumbled. Her mountain character had long been her pride, and now it had been ruthlessly crushed by Zhou Qingci, the immensely powerful icy cyclone. Like a sword, effortlessly shattered the mountain character and lunged towards Xiao Qingshu like a ferocious tiger. In an instant, it struck her, the colossal cold energy resembling a fierce beast, violently hurling her out of the arena. Seeing Xiao Qingshu being thrown from the arena, Zhou Qingci immediately retracted the icy cyclone. Although she despised Xiao Qingshu, she had no intention of taking her life. Sister Xiao, you've lost. Zhou Qingci stood triumphantly on the arena. Gazing down at her with a sense of triumph that in contrast, Xiao Qingshu lay on the ground like a wilting flower, her complexion as pale as paper. The role reversal in just one day was extraordinarily dramatic. The disciples surrounding the arena were equally astonished at the sight. In a way, Sister Xiao actually lost. My heavens, Zhou Qingci has become this formidable in just one day. The genius has returned. In that moment, the gazes of all disciples towards Zhou Qingci shifted. They no longer dared to mock or ridicule her. The teachers of the academy were equally stunned. In a single day, a waste had reverted to a genius. And that unparalleled individual had returned. Incredible. With Zhou Qingci possessing the Ice Phoenix physique, her future cultivation will skyrocket, and our academy will produce another unparalleled genius. The teachers were filled with excitement. Lin Qingshan was equally exhilarated. A prodigious talent was an invaluable treasure for any sect. I declare that the second spot in the upcoming Qinglong competition will go to Zhou Qingci. Lin Qingshan immediately leaped onto the arena to announce this decision, which caused a stir among the gathered crowd. Prior to this, everyone had assumed that the second spot would belong to Xiao Qingshu, yet it had fallen to Zhou Qingci instead. However, they quickly reconciled with the reality. Zhou Qingci, having reclaimed her genius status, indeed qualified for the Qinglong competition. Xiao Qingshu, lying on the ground, felt utterly defeated upon hearing this announcement, regretting her underestimation of Zhou Qingci. If she had fully restored her spiritual energy, she would have had a significant chance of winning the match. Zhou Qingci, upon receiving this news, felt overjoyed. She had finally avenged her past humiliation, and no one would dare to label her a waste again. The one who had facilitated all of this was the masked man. Zhou Qingci's gaze turned towards Wang Tian at the edge of the arena, her clear eyes brimming with deep gratitude. Wang Tian, witnessing Zhou Qingci's moment of triumph, felt as though he was catching a glimpse of his future self. One day, he would remove his mask and present himself as the invincible sixth prince, trampling beneath him those who had bullied him. Chapter 87. The Encounter of Two Women. Who do you hope will win? The Qinglong competition commenced as anticipated. The venue was the Royal Garden, with a total of 100 prodigies from the capital participating in this year's Qinglong competition. In addition to the contestants, numerous spectators, including external factions, stealthily entered to watch. Thus, every year on this day, the Royal Garden was bustling with activity. Wang Tian arrived alongside the academy disciples, eager to witness the performances of this year's contestants, particularly those of his royal brothers. Brother Tian, the competition hasn't begun yet. Let's go check that out. Zhou Qingci pointed excitedly to a nearby pavilion. The Royal Garden was generally closed to the public, only opening its gates on the day of the Qinglong competition. It was Zhou Qingci's first visit to the Royal Garden, making her curious and enchanted by everything around her. All right, the pavilion over there offers a view of the fish and the scenery across the way. Wang Tian nodded. He was familiar with every nook and cranny of the Royal Garden and thus did not share Zhou Qingci's excitement. The pavilion, like a pearl nestled on the lake's surface, was interconnected with several other pavilions through winding corridors, resembling a dancing dragon, creating a unique cluster of lakeside pavilions. Standing upon the pavilion felt like being in a fairyland, allowing one to fully appreciate the mesmerizing views of the lake. The water mirrored the white clouds and the drooping willows along the shore. Fish within the water playfully chased each other, while others swam leisurely, seemingly showcasing their joy and freedom. The maple trees lining the riverbank resembled a vibrant painting, with red leaves like flames, golden leaves like treasures, and green leaves like jade. A dazzling spectacle of colors. The gentle breeze rustled the maple leaves, whispering tales of autumn. Feeling the refreshing breeze, one felt as though they had entered a cool realm. allowing them to lose themselves in its charm, forgetting all worries. The beauty of the scenery evoked awe for nature's artistry, as if a masterful painter had depicted an exquisite landscape of lake and mountains. In times of distress, Wang Tian often sought solace here, admiring the beautiful scenery of the lake to lift his spirits. This scenery is truly stunning. Brother Tian, what kind of fish is that in the lake? The golden ones have wings. They are so beautiful. Zhou Qingxi exclaimed excitedly from the pavilion, her demeanor reminiscent of a child. Those are the sky gold carp. They are delicious when grilled over charcoal and seasoned with a hint of cumin. Wang Tian instinctively replied, Brother Tian, have you ever tasted the sky gold carp? Zhou Qingxi asked curiously. Wang Tian then realized he had nearly revealed his identity and quickly added, I've just heard others speak of it. So I mentioned it offhand. Oh, I see. If I have the chance, I would love to taste the sky gold fish. Zhou Qingxi mused without further thought, continuing to admire the lake's beauty. Just then, a familiar, melodious voice suddenly called out from behind. Brother Tian, what a coincidence. You are here too. Yunxiu approached with a radiant smile. Today, she resembled a blooming white lotus, dressed in a pristine, snow-white gown. Her tall and graceful figure seemed to float like a fairy descending to the mortal realm, each step akin to dancing on notes of music. Her beauty was reminiscent of the first rays of sunlight in the morning, warm and gentle, captivating all who beheld her. Xiao, Wang Tian was pleasantly surprised, not expecting to encounter Yunxiu here. However, he quickly realized that since Yunxiu was participating in the Qinglong competition, she would naturally come to this place. Upon seeing Yunxiu, Zhou Qingxi also noticed her. The heavenly beauty momentarily rendered her speechless, but she was more concerned about Wang Tian's friendly demeanor towards Yunxiu. Brother Tian, who is she? Zhou Qingxi couldn't help but approach, as a woman's intuition told her that this beautiful girl had a special relationship with her brother. This is Yunxiu, the daughter of the Qilin Pavilion Master, and she is also a contestant in this year's Qinglong competition. Wang Tian introduced warmly, as he spoke. Yunxiu's gaze was drawn to Zhou Qingxi, standing beside Wang Tian. Zhou Qingxi appeared pure and charming, her beauty like a blooming flower, vibrant and alluring. She resembled morning dew, fresh and radiant, exuding a delightful aura akin to that of a friendly neighbor. Brother Tian, who is this young lady? Yunxiu inquired, feeling a hint of nervousness. After a few days apart, seeing another beauty beside her brother made her anxious. This is Zhou Qingxi, a disciple of the academy and also a contestant in this year's Qinglong competition. Wang Tian briefly explained. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. Yunxiu greeted warmly. Hello, I'm also very pleased to meet you. Zhou Qingxi replied courteously. However, as the two women exchanged pleasantries, an unspoken tension began to rise between them. Brother Tian, I just spotted some redwood trees over there, and there are even deer inside. Shall we go take a look? Yunxiu invited, pointing towards the nearby grove. It was also her first visit to the royal garden, and she felt equally curious about everything. I'll accompany you. Qingxi, would you like to join us? Wang Tian turned to Zhou Qingxi, who glanced between Yunxiu and Wang Tian before shaking her head. No, you two go ahead. I want to admire the fish a little longer. All right then, we'll head off first. See you later. Wang Tian waved as he followed Yunxiu towards the redwood grove. Zhou Qingxi watched their departing figures, a sudden, inexplicable sense of loss washing over her as she resumed her admiration of the fish in the lake. Her earlier joy had diminished. Meanwhile, Yunxiu felt quite pleased. Brother Tian had chosen to accompany her, which made her very happy. Brother Tian, how did you come to know this Zhou Qingxi? Yunxiu asked, her curiosity piqued. I was at the academy on an errand and happened to encounter her in a low mood. So I helped her out a bit, and that is how we met. Wang Tian replied nonchalantly, omitting the details. So you were a hero saving a damsel in distress. Yunxiu attempted to keep her tone steady. Not exactly a hero. It was just a small favor. Wang Tian was still oblivious to the subtle shift in Yunxiu's tone. That I heard you say that Zhou Qingxi is also competing in this year's Qinglong competition? Yunxiu suddenly fixed her gaze on Wang Tian. Yes, she represents the academy in the Qinglong competition. Wang Tian confirmed with a nod. Then if we meet in the Qinglong competition, whom do you hope will win? Yunxiu asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Wang Tian was caught off guard by the question. Well, of course, I hope you win. He scratched his head awkwardly, realizing he had inadvertently placed Zhou Qingxi in a potentially uncomfortable situation for Yunxiu. However, he believed that even if the two were to face each other in the competition, given Yunxiu's current strength, she should still have no trouble defeating Zhou Qingzi. That's good. Yunqiu felt a surge of delight. It indicated that she held a certain place in Brother Tian's heart. After strolling through the royal garden for a while, the Qinglong competition officially commenced. The process began with a draw, followed by matches held on the corresponding arenas, a traditional yet efficient method of competition. Yunqiu drew number A6, while Zhou Qingzi drew B2. Xiaoqiu, you are on the A arena, and Qingzi is on the B arena. Wang Tian felt relieved upon seeing their draw. At least they wouldn't encounter each other anytime soon. Only upon reaching the top 8 would the strongest contenders from each arena potentially face off. Yunqiu, Brother Tian, I'm the first match in the B arena. I'll head over first. Zhou Qingzi clasped her fists in farewell and quickly made her way to the B arena. That I wonder who I will be competing against in A5? Yunqiu frowned, realizing that according to the rules, the first match in the A arena would be between A1 and A2, the second between A3 and A4, and the third would be A5 in her. Don't think too hard. Your first match will be against me. A familiar voice laced with provocation came from behind. The familiar voice filled Yunqiu with distaste, and turning around, she found herself face to face with Su Qin's haughty countenance. Su Qin, you are A5? Yunqiu asked, furrowing her brow. Indeed, it's me. I had my father arrange this. I can't wait to trample you beneath my feet. Su Qin smirked, having long awaited the Qinglong competition to assert her dominance over the Qilin girl. Yunqiu was taken aback to learn that her draw was arranged by Su Qin, evoking memories of the humiliation she had suffered during the Emperor's birthday celebration. If it weren't for being drugged by Su Qin, she would never have ended up in the 6th princess bed, losing her purity. Perfect. I've been eager for a showdown with you. Yunqiu clenched her delicate fists, determined to repay the humiliation she had endured. Then we shall meet on the arena. Su Qin tossed the words over her shoulder as she turned to leave, only to be halted by Yunqiu. Don't forget, if you lose, you must kneel and count out to me. Admitting that it was you who schemed against me that night, Yunqiu's face was flushed with anger. Kneel to apologize? We'll see about that when I win. Su Qin shot her a disdainful glance before striding away. Watching Su Qin's retreating figure, Wang Tian furrowed his brow. The Prime Minister's influence was extending further, even manipulating the draws of the Qinglong competition. Wang Tian sensed that Su Zhanan's power might be greater than he had imagined. No matter what underhanded tactics she employs, the arena still relies on strength. With the black or Brother Tian gifted me, I will not lose to her. Yunqiu reassured herself with confidence. Although she had not yet broken through to the 3rd rank, her prowess at the pinnacle of the 4th rank was sufficient to secure victory over Su Qin. However, it was prudent to remain cautious, as Su Zhanan could manipulate the drawing of lots behind the scenes. Thus, there would undoubtedly be arrangements in the arena. Wang Tian was all too familiar with Su Zhanan. He would never allow his daughter to lose. Therefore, to safeguard against any eventuality, Su Zhanan would certainly have contingencies in place to assist his daughter in winning the competition at a critical moment. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Tian. I will be careful. Yunqiu nodded, aware of Su Zhanan's character and keeping her guard up. The Qinglong competition soon commenced amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd. Zhou Qingzi was the first match on Arena B, where she faced a disciple of the Qin family, proficient in swordsmanship. Utilizing her extreme cold aura and the word technique, she easily defeated her opponent without even resorting to her ice phoenix wings. Zhou Qingzi's victory further solidified Yunqiu's determination to triumph over Su Qilin in the afternoon. It was finally Yunqiu's turn to confront Su Qin on Arena A. Go for it. Wang Tian cheered from below the stage. And with his encouragement, Yunqiu felt a surge of confidence. The clash between the two stunning beauties drew a multitude of spectators, completely surrounding the arena. Look, it's 2 of the 4 great beauties of the capital facing off. Indeed, the daughter of the Qilin, Yunqiu, against the daughter of the Chancellor, Su Qin. These 2 are indeed old rivals. What is the story? Do they have a past? Haven't you heard? The Qilin girl seduced the 6th prince and even climbed into his bed, only to be caught red-handed by Su Qin. The emperor was furious and banished the 6th prince to the royal mausoleum, while also annulling his engagement with Su Qilin. Is that so? The Qilin girl certainly has her schemes. This match is bound to be entertaining. The onlookers engaged in gossiping beneath the arena. Meanwhile, upon hearing these rumors, Yunqiu clenched her teeth in anger. Su Qin, I will make you kneel and wash away this humiliation. Standing on the arena, she drew her slender sword. Yunqiu, you cannot win against me on this stage. This time, I will not only ruin your reputation but also disfigure you. Let us see if your brother Tian will still want you, Su Qin said venomously. Driven by jealousy over Yun Xiu's beauty and talent, and incensed by the fact that even the Sword King had taken a liking to her, Su Qin was determined to completely ruin Yun Xiu, turning her into a woman despised by all. Then let me see if you possess such capability. Yun Xiu clenched her delicate fist, channeling her spiritual energy as she charged towards Su Qin with her sword. Su Qin, unyielding, gripped her long sword and met her head-on. Soon, the two women engaged in fierce combat on the arena. While Yun Xiu battled, Wang Tian observed the surroundings from below. Based on his understanding of Su Jinnan, he was certain that he would resort to underhanded tactics to ensure his daughter's victory, either on the arena or in the vicinity, that I must quickly identify his schemes. Otherwise, Yun Xiu cannot possibly best Su Qin. Wang Tian's gaze scoured the stage, switching positions multiple times to observe. However, after a thorough search, he found nothing amiss. That it seemed there were no anomalies on the arena. Could it be around the periphery? Expanding his search radius, Wang Tian finally spotted something unusual. The area surrounding the arena appeared to be arranged with formations. He discerned 8 sculptures not far from the arena, although each took on a different form. They all subtly emanated spiritual energy. Any ordinary person would likely fail to notice anything unusual about these sculptures, assuming them to be mere decorations of the royal garden. However, having learned about formations from 2 elders of the formation sect and possessing the Eye of Formation, Wang Tian recognized their purpose. Activating the Eye of Formation, Wang Tian concentrated his spiritual energy in his eyes, confirming his suspicions. Indeed, it was no wonder Su Qin was so confident in declaring her invincibility on this stage. With the formation's enhancement, Yun Xiu truly could not contend with her. However, regrettably for Su Qin, Wang Tian understood formations, and this time, she would be forced to kneel before him. A glint of cold light flashed in Wang Tian's eyes. As the battle raged on the arena, Yun Xiu wielded her slender sword like a tempest, relentlessly attacking Su Qin. Her assault was akin to a torrential storm and a surging tide, wave after wave crashing down. Su Qin found herself overwhelmed, never anticipating that Yun Xiu had grown so formidable in her absence. How has her strength surged to this extent? She's reached the 4th rank. Su Qin, pressured by Yun Xiu, began to retreat, but the arena had its limits. If she retreated any further, she would lose. I can only resort to talismans. Gritting her silver teeth, Su Qin swiftly produced a talisman from her person and affixed it to herself. In an instant, a brilliant light flashed, and a doppelganger identical to her appeared on the arena like a phantom. The doppelganger mirrored Su Qin's form and even wielded an identical long sword. Upon its emergence, it launched a fierce assault on Yun Xiu from the flank, the sword intent sharp enough to rend the earth. Yun Xiu, seeing this, had no choice but to hastily defend herself. In the 2-on-1 situation, Yun Xiu's momentum was suppressed by Su Qin, yet that was about all. Su Qin could not gain the upper hand or subdue Yun Xiu. The onlookers were astonished. When did the Qilin girl become so powerful? Even with the aid of a superior doppelganger talisman, Su Qin could only match her. Both were at the 4th rank, yet the disparity was stark. The doppelganger talisman had a time limit. Once it vanished, the daughter of the Chancellor might very well lose. The crowd, perceptive as they were, could easily discern who was superior on the arena. Su Qin, unable to break through, was increasingly anxious. However, she carried numerous talismans. If one talisman wasn't enough, then she would apply several. Let us see how long you can withstand this. A cold glint flashed in Su Qin's eyes as she produced 4 more superior doppelganger talismans, affixing them all to herself. Instantly, 4 more doppelgangers appeared on the arena, causing the crowd to erupt in exclamations. Truly, as the daughter of the Chancellor, Su Qin produced 5 superior doppelganger talismans in an instant. What an extravagant expenditure of spiritual stones. The crowd marveled at Su Qin's opulence. Facing 5 doppelgangers, along with Su Qin's true self, Yun Xiu began to feel overwhelmed, continually pushed back by their relentless onslaught. Damn it, Su Qin has brought so many doppelganger talismans. In desperation, Yun Xiu retrieved a black wooden zither from her spatial bracelet. If she did not unleash a powerful technique now, she would not win this match. You have doppelganger talismans. I have the black wooden zither. No matter how many doppelgangers you possess, it will be futile. Yun Xiu was resolute. As soon as the black wooden zither emerged, she played the piece East Wind Breaks. The exquisite melody flowed like a gentle stream, curling like wisps of smoke, akin to soft rain and delicate gauze, melodious and enchanting. The sound resonated with a transcendent power, capable of penetrating the clouds and stirring the soul, evoking an irresistible force. As the music played, the 5 doppelgangers were instantly immobilized, unable to advance even an inch. Su Qin was similarly affected, her mind thrown into disarray by the music. Damn it, this girl has even learned to use music as an attack. Su Qin hastily summoned her spiritual energy, desperately attempting to resist the terrifying melody, striving to maintain her clarity. However, the situation worsened. The melody not only assaulted her spirit, but also slowed her spiritual energy circulation. Filling her with dread, if her spiritual energy ceased to flow, she would be on the brink of losing the competition. In a moment of desperation, Su Qin produced a superior spirit pill and placed it in her mouth, intending to outlast Yunqiu, to see who could endure longer, especially since she still held her final trump card. Thus, the two continued to exhaust each other on the arena. Seeing this, Wang Tian seized the opportunity to approach one of the sculptures surrounding the arena. This sculpture resembled a stone lion, gleaming like white jade, its surface imbued with rich spiritual energy, and at its base were intricate, obscure runes. These were the runes of the formation. To his surprise, no one was guarding it. Did Su Nan think no one would detect the formation? Wang Tian scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was watching the sculpture. That a wave of exhilaration washed over him. Since no one was present, he could act freely. He pressed his palm against the stone lion's base, channeling his spiritual energy to erase all the runes inscribed there. Without the formation runes, no matter how intricate the arrangement, it could not operate. After erasing the runes from the stone lion, Wang Tian swiftly moved to the next sculpture. This one was a fierce tiger, poised to pounce, looking quite menacing. Yet, like the previous one, it bore formation runes at its base, with spiritual energy subtly circulating upon it. He swiftly erased this as well. Wang Tian placed his palm against the tiger's base, activating his spiritual energy to quickly wipe away the runes inscribed there. Having completed this, he continued to the next sculpture, moving rapidly and briefly, ensuring that even if someone noticed, they would merely assume he had touched the sculpture before departing. Having successfully erased the runes from 2 sculptures, he proceeded to do so from the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th sculptures. Only the final sculpture remained. Once he erased the runes from this one, the entire spirit-locking formation would be rendered ineffective. Wang Tian again pressed his palm against the base of this sculpture, channeling his spiritual energy to swiftly eliminate the runes inscribed there. With that, all 8 sculptures were devoid of formation runes, signaling the complete dismantlement of the formation. Out on the arena, Su Qin, disturbed by the zither's melody, began to falter. As time passed, the flow of her spiritual energy slowed. Even with the superior spirit pill, she could not maintain its circulation. With her energy stagnated, she was incapable of resisting the mental assault, spiraling into a vicious cycle that I cannot hold on any longer. I must use my last resort, or I will lose. With her fair face drained of color, Su Qin could no longer withstand Yunqiu's zither attacks, and was left with no choice but to activate the spirit-locking formation. This was the final trump card arranged for her by her father, Su Nan, to be used only in dire circumstances. However, the moment had arrived where victory or defeat hung in the balance. Yunqiu, I must admit, your playing is excellent, but alas, on this arena, no matter how strong you are, you cannot defeat me. Surrender obediently. Su Qin smirked cruelly as she produced a formation stone from her person, the key to activating the spirit-locking formation. She then infused the last of her spiritual energy into the stone. As her energy flowed into the formation stone, it emitted a pearlescent glow. Yunqiu, I told you, you cannot win against me on this arena. Let me show you my true abilities. Su Qin activated the spirit-locking formation with a sinister expression, yet the formation showed no response. Yunqiu's spiritual energy was not locked away but continued to flow as she concentrated on playing her zither. The spirit-locking formation was designed to seal the opponent's spiritual energy. Once activated, it could immediately render the opponent incapable of using their energy, effectively neutralizing them. It was undeniably a powerful formation, difficult to detect. If the spirit-locking formation succeeded, Yunqiu would undoubtedly face defeat. What is happening? Why can she still use her spiritual energy to play? Su Qin's expression shifted to one of disbelief. In desperation, she fished out another superior spirit pill, channeling all the energy released by this pill into the formation stone. The stone radiated a dazzling light once more, yet the spirit-locking formation still failed to react. YISNT, the spirit-locking formation responding. What is going on? Su Qin panicked, attempting several more times, but ultimately found herself in despair. Meanwhile, Yunqiu continued to play, unleashing a torrent of melodies that rendered Su Qin defenseless. It's time to send you packing. Yunqiu suddenly quickened her playing pace, doubling the speed and power of her musical attack. Su Qin, already drained of spiritual energy, found herself utterly incapable of resisting the now amplified assault. PFF at a mouthful of blood spurted from her lips as she collapsed to the ground, her spiritual energy being violently reversed by the zither's sound. If she endured further attacks from the zither, Su Qin might very well perish on the arena. Upon witnessing this, Yunqiu ceased her playing and approached Su Qin, sword poised at her throat. Su Qin, you have lost, Yunqiu declared from her elevated position. The onlookers were in an uproar at the sight. The daughter of the Chancellor has lost just like that? Who would have thought music could be so lethal? Today has certainly been an eye-opener. The Qilin girl, at the 4th rank, exhibited combat prowess comparable to that of a 3rd-rank fighter. Su Qin was simply no match for her. Su Qin could hardly fathom that she had lost to Yunqiu, despite her meticulous preparations. Yunqiu, do you think I will concede defeat? That is impossible. A glint of venomous determination flashed in Su Qin's eyes as a bead appeared in her hand. Without hesitation, she crushed the bead, releasing a choking cloud of smoke that enveloped her entirely. Cough, cough. Yunqiu was overwhelmed by the smoke, coughing incessantly as if a vice were tightening around her throat, her vision obscured by a thick fog that rendered everything hazy. Just then, a chilling long sword shot forth from the smoke like a bolt of lightning, aiming directly for Yunqiu's heart. As if to pierce her very soul, be careful. Wang Tian's heart raced with urgency upon witnessing this from below the arena. The spectators collectively gasped as Su Qin's ruthless demeanor left them utterly astonished. Fortunately, Yunqiu had anticipated Su Qin's treachery. As the sword lunged toward her chest, she deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the blade that grazed her. She actually dodged it. Su Qin was taken aback. This was her last desperate strike. The missed attack revealed Su Qin's position within the smoke, prompting Yunqiu to retaliate without hesitation, her sword aimed directly at Su Qin's heart. If this strike landed, Su Qin could very well lose her life on the arena. However, just as Yunqiu's slender sword was about to pierce Su Qin, a thunderous voice boomed from above. Stop! The shout reverberated like a clap of thunder, deafening and powerful enough to force Yunqiu to stumble back several steps, her sword slipping from her grasp. This demonstrated the sheer magnitude of the inner strength behind that voice. Elder brother, Su Qin's heart ignited with hope upon seeing her older brother arrive. Do you dare to kill my sister? Su Chong, are you tired of living? Su Chong's eyes glimmered with a fierce killing intent as he unleashed his aura without restraint. With a formidable build and 2nd-rank strength, his overwhelming presence suppressed Yunqiu entirely, leaving her without the means to counter. Wang Tian's brow furrowed deeply. Like a sword unsheathed, he leapt onto the arena at once. The Qinglong competition has always been a one-on-one contest. Do you Su family intend to bully the weak with numbers? Wang Tian's gaze was sharp as lightning, piercing and ruthless, his own aura erupting like a volcano. Though he was merely at the 3rd rank, the pressure he exuded was akin to a surging tide, rivaling Su Chong's. Who do you think you are to speak to me? Su Chong's eyes widened as he scrutinized Wang Tian, astonished that the latter could withstand his 2nd-rank aura with merely 3rd-rank strength. I am Tian Wang, elder of Mount Shu, Wang Tian replied coldly, his voice as frigid as a winter gale. Upon hearing the name of the Sword King, Su Chong's expression changed in an instant. The battle at Qilin Pavilion had made the name of Wang Tian, the Sword King, resonate throughout the capital. Even experts at the 1st-tier realm had suffered a severed arm at his hands. As a mere 2nd-tier cultivator, Su Chong dared not act too arrogantly. Since it is the Sword King, we concede this round, Su Chong stated, not daring to show any signs of negligence. Brother, I do not concede. Su Qin, filled with unwillingness, rose from the ground, blood still staining the corner of her mouth and her proud countenance appearing exceptionally pale. Yet, despite this, she refused to accept defeat. If you do not concede, then we shall continue fighting until you do. Yunqiu suddenly stepped forward, her face marked with determination. We shall continue, and let life and death be our own responsibility. Su Qin wiped the blood from her lips, her eyes shimmering with defiance, as if ready to challenge Yunqiu. However, her elder brother Su Chong stood like an insurmountable mountain, preventing any further conflict. There is no need to continue. We concede, he declared firmly, gripping his sister's hand tightly, resolutely leading her off the stage. Although Su Qin felt a multitude of frustrations within her, her brother's imposing presence acted as a lighthouse in a storm, compelling her to yield. Stop. Since you concede, you must kneel and apologize. Yun Xiu shot forward like a blazing meteor. Normally gentle, she now possessed an unwavering firmness, though. Kneel and apologize. You may wish for that in your next life. The fact that you seduced the sixth prince is a matter of undeniable truth, Su Qin retorted sharply, her disdain piercing like a dagger into Yun Xiu's heart. Without hesitation, she leapt from the stage, determined to make Yun Xiu bear this unfounded accusation, ensuring she would never hold her head high again. Yun Xiu attempted to pursue, but someone was quicker. Wang Tian, like a gust of wind, blocked Su Qin and Su Chang's path. Su Qin, prior to the match, there was an agreement. You lost, and thus you must kneel and apologize. Now that you have conceded, you must kneel before Yun Xiu. Wang Tian's gaze was as cold as a distant star, his voice thunderous and deafening that he sought to clarify the matter not only for Yun Xiu's reputation, but also for the honor of the sixth prince. Wang Tian intended to seize this opportunity to unveil the truth to the world. You want my sister to kneel? You must be dreaming. Su Chang's roar reverberated like crashing waves, causing ears to ache. Simultaneously, his aura erupted like a volcano once more. If she does not kneel and apologize, she shall not leave here. Wang Tian summoned the extermination sword from the system space, its blade gleaming with a chilling light, resembling the scythe of death, pointed directly at Su Qin and Su Chang. In an instant, the atmosphere grew taut, ready to explode. Chapter 91. The Winds of Change. Wang Tian gripped the extermination sword, his gaze sharp as he faced Su Chang and Su Qin, who met his stare with equal resolve. Sword King, do you truly intend to obstruct us? Are you aware of who our father is? Su Chang's eyes widened in an attempt to intimidate. That I know, the current chancellor, Su Zhennan. Yet even so, you should be willing to accept defeat. Wang Tian showed no sign of relenting. Very well, since you are so eager to seek death, I shall oblige. A cold smile crept across Su Chang's lips as he waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged like a fire dragon, followed by the appearance of a fiery red long sword in his grasp. The moment the sword emerged, the surrounding temperature skyrocketed, as if they had entered a fiery inferno. The onlookers felt the heat wave and instinctively retreated. The atmosphere was electric, ready to ignite. That moment, a team of guards rushed forward. By the Queen's decree, Su Qin is summoned to the palace for tea, announced a captain clad in golden armor. The crowd erupted in astonishment, especially Yun Xiu and Wang Tian, who had not anticipated such a summons at this critical juncture. This left them without justification to obstruct her, for doing so would equate to defying the Queen's command, a grave offense. Upon hearing the Queen's summons, Su Qin's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Yun Xiu, Sword King, do you still wish to stop me? She taunted, raising an eyebrow in delight. You may evade momentarily, but you shall inevitably pay for your transgressions. Wang Tian replied coolly, I am soon to become the fourth princess consort. Do you believe you possess the right to demand retribution from me? Su Qin declared haughtily. Then let us wait and see, Wang Tian retorted coldly. Indeed, let us await the outcome. I am curious to see whether you will make me pay, or I shall make you pay. With that, Su Qin tossed her words aside with an air of superiority and departed with the guards, her brother Su Chang following closely behind. Watching them leave, Wang Tian clenched his fist in silence. His current strength was still insufficient. A single decree from the Queen allowed Su Qin to depart effortlessly. The Queen was the mother of the fourth prince, Wang Hong. If Wang Hong were to ascend the throne, avenging himself would become even more challenging. Thus, he needed to hasten his path to power. Yun Xiu, too, felt a sense of frustration, but the strength of her opponent's backing left her with no choice but to relent. As night descended upon the chancellor's residence, Chancellor Su Zhennan, Su Qin, Su Chang, fourth prince Wang Hong, and the leader of Longhu Mountain, Mu Shan Yuan, convened in the study to deliberate matters. Master Mu, have you uncovered why the spirit locking array failed? Su Zhennan inquired, his expression grim. Initially, Su Zhennan had meticulously arranged the spirit locking array to ensure his daughter's safe progression to the finals and to secure a marriage with fourth prince Wang Hong afterward. Yet, he had not anticipated her elimination in the first round of the Qinglong tournament, which not only deprived his daughter of the opportunity to gain fame, but also nearly exposed their scheme against the sixth prince. inciting his wrath that I have discovered that someone covertly erased the array symbols on the 8 sculptures, leading to the failure of the spirit-locking array, Mu Shan Yuan reported candidly. Someone erased the array symbols in secret? Who could it be? Su Zhennan furrowed his brow. Father, I suspect it is the Sword King. He has repeatedly opposed us. It must be him, Su Chong asserted without hesitation. Did you witness him doing so? Su Zhennan shot his son a glance. Su Chong fell silent, as he had not seen Wang Tian erase the array symbols. But Mu Shan Yuan chimed in. Chancellor, I too suspect it was him. He was the closest to the scene along with Yun Xiao, and given their long-standing enmity, he must be involved. While Mu Shan Yuan was not certain Wang Tian was responsible, he harbored a desire for vengeance against him. Wang Tian had slain numerous disciples of Longhu Mountain, including the chief elder, Zhang Bao. Although Mu Shan Yuan sought revenge, he feared the power of Shushan behind Wang Tian. Thus, he aimed to embroil Su Zhennan in a plot against the Sword King, allowing him to retaliate without directly offending Shushan. Su Zhennan contemplated for a moment, then resolutely declared with a murderous glint in his eyes, regardless of whether this matter involves the Sword King. His existence has severely disrupted our plans. It is time to find an opportunity to eliminate him. Chancellor, the Sword King is backed by Shushan, and it is said he is also an elder there. Possibly even the next sect leader. Are you not afraid of offending Shushan? Fourth Prince Wang Hong cautioned after taking a sip of tea. This morning, if it had not been for his cleverness prompting the queen to summon Su Qin to the palace, their collusion to frame the sixth prince would have likely been exposed. Thus, in dealing with the Sword King, I prefer not to offend a powerful sect, especially at this crucial juncture of the 9 dragons contending for supremacy. Fear not, Your Highness. Dealing with the Sword King will not implicate you. You need only focus on the competition. Once you secure the championship of the Qinglong tournament, your value in the eyes of the Emperor will soar. Su Zhennan reassured, everything around the arena arranged. I do not wish for mistakes akin to what occurred with Sister Qin, Wang Hong emphasized, as he regarded the Qinglong tournament with utmost seriousness. If he were to win the championship, it would significantly enhance his chances of inheriting the throne. Rest assured, Your Highness, everything is in order. The array I arranged this time is more concealed and powerful. Even top-tier array masters will not discern it. Additionally, I have assigned dedicated personnel to guard it, ensuring it is foolproof. Su Zhennan assured confidently to assist fourth Prince Wang Hong in rising to power. Su Zhennan placed great importance on this Qinglong tournament. If Wang Hong were to win the championship, it would bring him one step closer to the throne. Excellent, that I do not wish to encounter any more errors. The 5th Prince, 7th Prince, and 8th Prince are also participating in this Qinglong tournament, especially the 8th Prince, who possesses extraordinary talent and is a direct disciple of the Tianlong sect, and I must secure a victory over him to garner more of Father's favor. 4th Prince Wang Hong stated earnestly. Among the many princes, Wang Hong was most wary of his eldest brother and the 8th Prince, though his eldest brother guarded the borders with an army of 500,000. He shared a deep bond with the 3rd Prince, making them a formidable force with a combined 800,000 troops. This was his greatest concern. The 8th Prince, endowed with the strongest talent among all the princes, wielded golden dragon energy and had the Tianlong sect backing him. His strength could not be underestimated. Rest assured, Your Highness, with my father here, you will undoubtedly secure the championship of the Qinglong tournament. Su Qin comforted gently that if you encounter that wretched Yun Xiao on the stage, please do not show mercy. You must eliminate her in the arena. Life and death are at stake, and even if Qilin Pavilion were to complain, they could not hold you accountable. Su Qin's tone, soft and alluring, belied a fierce intensity and murderous intent. Fear not, Sister Qin, I shall surely avenge you for today's grievance, Wang Hong proclaimed, seizing Su Qin's delicate hand, his eyes glinting with lewdness and malice. Chapter 92. The insidious tactics of the 4th Prince after the first day's eliminations. The number of competitors dwindled from 100 to 50. Yun Xiao and Hong Ying easily advanced to the second round, while Zhou Qingci, after a grueling battle, also secured her place in the next round. However, due to the different arenas, the 3 of them would not encounter each other just yet. Early in the morning, the royal gardens were once again teeming with spectators, all fervently speculating on who would be crowned champion of this year's Qinglong tournament. Wang Tian listened attentively, noting that the majority favored the 8th Prince Wang Qing, followed closely by the 4th Prince Wang Hong. In terms of talent, the 8th Prince had the upper hand, but the 4th Prince had cultivated for 8 additional years and had recently broken through to the third-tier realm, placing him a significant level above the 8th prince. Thus, if they were to clash, predicting the victor was no simple task. As the crowd eagerly awaited, the second round of eliminations commenced swiftly. Yunqiu faced a genius from a prestigious family in the capital, who was at the 4th-tier realm but wielded his family's sword technique with remarkable skill. However, under the relentless assault of Yunqiu's melodic attacks, he began to falter. Wang Tian observed for a time, and seeing Yunqiu's victory was assured, he shifted his focus to the C stage, where 4th Prince Wang Hong and Hong Ying engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging over 300 blows. Both were at the 3rd-tier realm, utilizing comparable techniques and weapons, resulting in an intense stalemate. The onlookers were thoroughly entertained, erupting into cheers that I never imagined Hong Ying could push the 4th Prince to such an extent. But given his temperament, he must have a backup plan, Wang Tian mused, intent on uncovering Wang Hong's hidden tactics. After forcing Hong Ying back with a sword strike, Wang Hong, panting heavily, regarded his opponent with a serious expression. Damn, how can Hong Ying be so strong? Even my long Dragon 9 swords were deflected. Taking a few deep breaths, Wang Hong's gaze morphed into one of icy malice that I cannot afford to lose here. I must win the championship. Quietly, a formation talisman appeared in Wang Hong's hand, ready to be employed at a critical moment. Meanwhile, Hong Ying remained oblivious to the 4th Prince's underhanded scheme. 4th Prince, shall we continue? Hong Ying adjusted her stance, wielding the Phoenix Spear, prepared to give her best in the tournament. She would not hold back simply because her opponent was the 4th Prince. She aimed to put forth her full strength. Indeed, your Phoenix Rebirth Spear technique has truly exceeded my expectations, but this is where it ends, Wang Hong declared, gripping his dragon scale sword tightly as he lunged at Hong Ying with the swiftness of a tempest. An aura of azure dragon energy enveloped him, racing toward Hong Ying like a furious dragon. Unyielding, Hong Ying summoned a fierce crimson spirit flame, her Phoenix Spear appearing as if it were alight. Bring it on. As Wang Hong closed the distance, Hong Ying shouted, thrusting her spear forward as if it were a flaming phoenix, soaring toward the oncoming azure dragon. The collision between the dragon and the fire phoenix occurred in an instant. Both combatants exerted their utmost, and the intensity of their clash rendered the air nearly scorching. The spectators held their breath, unwilling to miss a moment of this spectacular duel. After exchanging blows for several rounds, Wang Hong, unable to gain the upper hand, discreetly crushed the talisman in his hand. In the next heartbeat, Hong Ying's movement suddenly stalled, as if she had been frozen in place. In that fleeting moment, Wang Hong's dragon scale sword pierced her left chest. I did it. Wang Hong rejoiced internally, then forcefully kicked the immobilized Hong Ying, sending her flying from the stage. She fell gracefully, only to crash heavily outside the arena, blood gushing from her wound. As she landed, Hong Ying coughed violently, her complexion paling instantly. The unexpected turn of events left the crowd in an uproar. Ultimately, the dragon energy prevails. The spectators erupted in cheers, some even showering praises upon the 4th Prince. 4th Prince, how majestic! 4th Prince, you are the strongest. Listening to the surrounding adulation, Wang Hong raised his head high, looking down at Hong Ying below the stage. Hong Ying, you have lost. However, I admire your skills. If you are willing to work at my Wang residence, I can offer you the position of deputy in my personal guard. Witnessing the 4th Prince's offer to recruit Hong Ying, envy and admiration swept through the crowd. The 4th Prince, among many princes, held the highest status in terms of background, talent, and prestige, making him a likely candidate for the next ruler of the Daqian dynasty. Aligning with him promised a bright future. Yet, Hong Ying declined graciously. Thank you, Your Highness, but I am accustomed to my freedom and may not suit palace life. She pressed her hand against her wound, her proud face betraying a hint of defiance. What a pity for your talent. If you do not wish to join, then so be it. Here is a top-grade healing pill. Take it, and your injuries will heal in no time. Wang Hong said, producing a small porcelain vial and tossing it to Hong Ying. With so many eyes upon him, as the 4th Prince, he needed to display the demeanor and grace befitting his status, which garnered him considerable favor from the crowd. Indeed, this gesture earned him many admirers. The 4th Prince is so gracious and refined. I am smitten. Hearing the crowd's discussions, Wang Hong couldn't suppress a slight smile. This was the effect he desired. To aspire to be an emperor, reputation played a crucial role. Wang Tian, however, disregarded Wang Hong's theatrics and hurried to Hong Ying's side. Sister Hong Ying, are you all right? He asked with genuine concern. I am fine. I just cannot accept losing the match, Hong Ying replied, her proud demeanor marred by frustration. Though she had fought valiantly, the sudden defeat at Wang Hong's hands left her bewildered. Sister Hong Ying, did you sense anything unusual during the fight? Wang Tian inquired softly. Wang Tian had been observing the match intently when he suddenly sensed a fluctuation in the array's energy. Moments later, he witnessed Hong Ying being kicked off the platform by Wang Hong. Driven by curiosity, he sought to uncover the cause of this mysterious energy disturbance. Strange, Hong Ying pondered, her brow furrowing as a realization dawned upon her. I almost overlooked it. Just as I was engaged in a fierce battle with the fourth prince, my body suddenly froze, as if time itself had halted, rendering me immobile. However, it was merely for a fleeting moment, less than a breath, before I regained my senses, only to find that I had already been pierced in the chest by the fourth prince's sword and subsequently kicked off the platform. Indeed, Wang Tian had suspected foul play from Wang Hong, and it appeared that he had indeed resorted to despicable tactics to secure his victory. Wang Tian scanned the surroundings, but despite his meticulous scrutiny, he could not detect any signs of the array's energy fluctuation. It seemed this particular array was exceptionally elusive, making it difficult to detect. Convinced that the array was at work, he concentrated his spiritual energy in his eyes and discreetly activated the array eye. Yet, even with this powerful tool, he found no anomalies or fluctuations in energy. How could this be? Could it be that he did not employ an array? Wang Tian mused, diligently scanning the area with the array eye. But to no avail. Just as he was about to concede defeat, he noticed Wang Hong departing with 18 golden armored guards, and his eyes lit up with understanding. So, this array is alive. Chapter 93. Cultivating a rival for oneself on the third day of the Azure Dragon competition. Yunju effortlessly advanced, relying on her unparalleled musical talent. However, Zhou Qingxi encountered misfortune, facing the eighth prince, Wang Qing. Despite utilizing the Ice Phoenix feather, she was no match for his ferocious golden dragon aura. As their realms were simply too disparate, you've lost. The eighth prince, Wang Qing, pointed his Long Yuan sword at the fallen Zhou Qingxi, his proud and cold gaze devoid of any emotion. That I end this battle. Wang Qing had not exerted his full strength. With merely 30% of his power, he had defeated Zhou Qingxi, showcasing the terrifying nature of his prowess. Wang Tian observed from below the platform, and upon witnessing the eighth prince's formidable strength, he found himself eagerly anticipating the clash between Wang Hong and the fourth prince. That I can't wait to see who will emerge victorious. Ideally, they would both suffer injuries. Wang Tian harbored no fondness for the eighth prince, for due to his incompetence, a portion of the cultivation resources originally allocated to him had been seized by the eighth prince. Over the years, the eighth prince had pilfered countless resources from him, including at least 100 precious spirit pills. After losing the match, Zhou Qingxi descended the platform, her face filled with dejection. Tian Gu, I failed you. Upon seeing Wang Tian, her eyes reddened, overwhelmed by a sense of defeat for disappointing her benefactor. The disparity in realm between you and the eighth prince is too great. Losing to him is only natural. Wang Tian consoled before suddenly recalling something. He shifted the topic, continuing, however, if you could comprehend a few advanced word techniques, it's not impossible for you to surpass him. Indeed, my integration of the Ice Phoenix feather has been too brief. I haven't had the time to grasp the word techniques. Moreover, mastering profound word techniques requires guidance from a great master, not merely talent and diligence. Zhou Qingxi sighed, realizing that the essence of Confucianism lay within these techniques, and not everyone could comprehend them. Even the prodigies at the academy could only grasp some basic techniques. Relying solely on her own understanding to master the advanced techniques would be exceedingly difficult. I happen to know someone whose word techniques are among the finest in the Qin dynasty, even surpassing those of your academy's scholars. If you were to become his disciple, your strength would undoubtedly increase rapidly. Wang Tian subtly guided her, though. Who is it? Zhou Qingxi's eyes brightened, hope blossoming within her heart, as she yearned for progress. Most importantly, she wished to avoid disappointing Tian Gu again. He's the former scholar of your academy. His word techniques are renowned not only in the Qin dynasty, but also throughout the entire Tianxian continent. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Tian divulged this, lauding the old scholar's abilities. Wang Tian knew he could not deceive Zhou Qingxi into meeting the old scholar. Rather, he needed her to take the initiative. However, he had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Impossible. I would never go to see him. Zhou Qingxi vehemently rejected, her expression turning cold upon hearing the name of the old scholar. She vividly remembered how her parents had indirectly met their demise because of him. Had he not abandoned his family in pursuit of that so-called unity with the heavens, her childhood would not have been so tragic. Qingci, if you wish to become a top Confucian master, becoming his disciple is your best option. Wang Tian attempted to persuade her, but was abruptly interrupted by Zhou Qingci's frigid tone. Tiangu, please stop, that I will not become his disciple, that I'm tired. I need to go. With that, Zhou Qingci turned to leave, only to encounter a graceful beauty approaching. With a complexion like a peach blossom, lips like crimson, eyes like autumn waters, and brows resembling distant mountains, she appeared like a celestial being. Her figure swayed gracefully, akin to willows in the wind or blooming flowers by the pond, radiating charm and brilliance. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhou Qingci instinctively halted. Tiangu, I made it! Yunzhu exclaimed joyfully as she approached. Casting a casual glance at Zhou Qingci, that I knew you could do it. Afterward, I'll treat you to a delicious meal. What do you want to eat? Wang Tian affectionately ruffled Yunzhu's hair. I want wonton noodles and soup dumplings, Yunzhu replied cheerfully, then turned her gaze toward Zhou Qingci, curiously inquiring, how did you fare in the competition, Miss Zhou? I lost, Zhou Qingci replied, her voice laced with frustration. Zhou Qingci was unwilling to be overshadowed by Yunzhu, especially upon witnessing Wang Tian's affectionate demeanor toward her, which stirred discontent within her. Eliminated so soon. I had thought you were a rival. Yunzhu teased, her eyes glimmering playfully. Congratulations on your advancement. Zhou Qingci clenched her fists in silent anger, wishing to leave, but Yunzhu intercepted her, whispering in her ear, with your current talent, no matter how you train, you can never catch up to me. You are not worthy of being my rival. Tiangu does not favor the weak. This remark seemed to strike a chord with Zhou Qingci, igniting a newfound determination within her. Clenching her fists, she turned to Wang Tian, declaring, Tiangu, I agree to become the old scholar's disciple. When shall we go meet him? Despite Zhou Qingci's internal reluctance to meet the old scholar, she was even less willing to concede defeat to the radiant girl before her. Wang Tian was taken aback by Zhou Qingci's sudden change of heart. Just moments ago, she had fervently declared she would never meet the old scholar, yet now she was requesting him to take her there. Casting a glance at Yunzhu, who winked at him, Wang Tian realized that her words had influenced Zhou Qingci's decision, that it was undeniably Yunzhu's gentle prodding that had spurred Zhou Qingci into action. Let us go meet the old scholar now. Wang Tian, eager to prevent Zhou Qingci from having second thoughts, promptly agreed. All right, let us go, Zhou Qingci replied, casting a glance at Yunzhu. Having already lost to the 8th prince, she was determined not to lose to this Qilin girl as well. Yunzhu watched as Tiangu and Zhou Qingci departed together, sighing silently that in her quest to assist Tiangu, she had inadvertently cultivated a rival for herself. She pondered whether this was a wise decision. Chapter 94. The Scholar's Enlightenment. Inside a bamboo cottage east of the royal mausoleum, the old scholar lounged leisurely in a rocking chair, brewing tea while engrossed in a book, enjoying the tranquility of life. However, midway through his reading, he suddenly sensed two familiar auras approaching. One aura he recognized instantly as Wang Tian. The other, however, filled him with a sense of warmth and familiarity. Has this child truly brought Qingci to me? The old scholar's expression shifted, and he quickly rose from his chair. His thoughts momentarily halted as he hastily concealed his book and prepared himself to receive his granddaughter in the best possible manner. While the old scholar tidied himself, Wang Tian and Zhou Qingci arrived at the cottage's entrance. This is the place. Let me take you inside to meet him, Wang Tian said, stepping inside. However, after just a couple of steps, he noticed that Zhou Qingci had not followed. Qingci, come in, he called, but Zhou Qingci hesitated. She had only decided to meet the old scholar after being provoked by Yunzhu, yet now that they were at the doorstep, she found herself unable to take another step. Tiangu, I think it's better to postpone this meeting, that I have matters to attend to at the academy. Zhou Qingci's heart remained conflicted about accepting this grandfather figure, and she faltered. Wang Tian was about to call out to her when someone else spoke before him. Qingci, the old scholar could no longer contain his excitement as he emerged, his aged face filled with emotion. At the age of 12, he had personally sent Zhou Qingci to the academy, and since then, he had not seen her again. During the 10 years he spent guarding the mausoleum, he had constantly reflected on whether he had made the right choice back then. Amidst this reflection, he found himself yearning for his granddaughter, the only family he had left in the world. Zhou Qingci froze at the sound of his voice, unable to bring herself to look back. Qingci, I have reflected for 10 years. Will you not forgive me? The old scholar pleaded, his voice trembling with emotion. His pitiful gaze tugged at the heartstrings, revealing a vulnerability that starkly contrasted with his stature as the former head of the academy and a giant of Confucianism. "You are not my grandfather." Zhou Qingxi stubbornly wiped away the tears welling in her eyes, resolutely walking away from the mausoleum. Seeing this, the old scholar's eyes glistened with tears, yet he refrained from pursuing her. Knowing that Zhou Qingxi had yet to forgive him, no matter how hard he tried, he could not keep her. Wang Tian, unable to stand by idly, swiftly positioned himself in front of Zhou Qingxi. "Qingxi, you are here now. Will you still choose to run away?" he implored earnestly. Zhou Qingxi remained silent, standing still as tears streamed down her cheeks. "You may deny that he is your grandfather, but that does not preclude you from learning from him." Wang Tian continued, taking a different approach. "The old scholar's word techniques are the strongest in the Tianxian continent. If you study under him, it won't be long before you become the academy's strongest disciple, even capable of contending with the 8th prince, Wang Qing." Wang Tian's words caused Zhou Qingxi to waver. "Indeed, I came here to learn the word techniques. If I leave now, I will forever be unable to catch up to Yunzhu. I do not wish to lose again at this critical moment." Yunzhu's provocation reignited Zhou Qingxi's resolve to stay. "That I can stay and become his disciple, but I will not acknowledge him as my grandfather," Zhou Qingxi declared, her expression resolute. "Very well. Wait here for a moment while I discuss this with the old scholar." Wang Tian, thrilled by Zhou Qingxi's willingness to remain, dashed over to the old scholar to convey her intentions. Upon hearing this, the old scholar immediately agreed, "No problem. As long as she is willing to see me, her identity matters not. That I will impart all my knowledge to her." Overjoyed, the old scholar was moved to tears. He was willing to be her teacher instead of her grandfather. Moreover, as he approached the end of his days, passing on his legacy to his beloved granddaughter would leave him with no regrets. "All right, I will bring her to meet you." Wang Tian returned to Zhou Qingxi, his expression filled with excitement. "The old scholar has accepted your conditions," he announced, and upon hearing this, Zhou Qingxi reluctantly followed Wang Tian back to the cottage. As Zhou Qingxi approached, the old scholar's emotions surged, and his eyes brimmed with tears. "Qingxi, you have grown taller and more beautiful. And you," the old scholar suddenly noticed the extreme cold spiritual energy within his granddaughter. Leaving him astonished, he remembered that her meridians had been crippled. How had she now become a body of extreme cold? "Let it be known that I have not yet forgiven you, but I can still become your disciple," Zhou Qingxi asserted defiantly. "Of course. As long as you are willing to see me, I will teach you everything I know," the old scholar replied, tears of joy streaming down his face. "Come inside. I have prepared tea." The old scholar was as giddy as a child. Today, the 10 years of gloom had begun to dissipate, revealing a glimmer of hope. Yet, the old scholar's deepest gratitude was reserved for Wang Tian. For without him, he would never have had the chance to see his granddaughter again. After a brief reunion, the old scholar personally escorted Zhou Qingxi away from the royal mausoleum, agreeing that she would come during the day to learn the word techniques and return to the academy to rest at night. Although the old scholar wished to keep her with him, his humble abode lacked the necessary comforts, so he could only allow her to rest at the academy, which was not far from the mausoleum. Watching Zhou Qingxi's figure fade from view, the old scholar lingered, reluctant to return. "She has left. You need not linger here," Wang Tian advised, shaking his head. "You will see her every day from now on." "My lord, what is the matter with the extreme cold spiritual energy within Qingxi? Are her meridians healed?" The old scholar's gaze turned fervent as he looked at Wang Tian. "If he will learn the word techniques, one must possess spiritual energy." He sought confirmation regarding Zhou Qingxi's condition. "You should thank me for this. Had I not utilized the ice phoenix feather to reconstruct Zhou Qingxi's body, how could her meridians possibly have healed?" Wang Tian replied, half serious and half teasing. Upon hearing that Wang Tian had used such a precious treasure to restore his granddaughter's body, the old scholar was moved to kneel before him. "I, Zhou Yongchang, thank your highness for saving my granddaughter, and I hereby vow to serve you faithfully from this day forth, without regret." The old scholar's demeanor had shifted dramatically, now filled with profound respect for Wang Tian. "Rise, that I have a question for you." Wang Tian commanded. "My lord, what would you like to inquire?" "I shall speak candidly and without reservation," the old scholar pledged, his attitude reflecting newfound reverence. "Why did you abandon your family to seclude yourself in the mausoleum?" Wang Tian inquired, puzzled. Surely, such a strong expert could not have been demoted to this place by the emperor. "To be honest, my lord, over 20 years ago, my cultivation stagnated. and I was unable to break through. In pursuit of transcending this barrier and becoming the legendary Confucian immortal, I chose to leave everything behind, never to return, in search of the elusive unity with the heavens. The old scholar recounted his past with a sense of melancholy. Regrettably, despite my fervent pursuit for over 2 decades, I achieved nothing and garnered many enemies in the process. Had it not been for my reckless folly, my beloved wife, son, and daughter-in-law would not have fallen victim to my enemies. Nor would Zhou Qingxi's meridians have been irrevocably damaged. Thus, in an act of penance, after avenging my family, I entrusted Zhou Qingxi to the academy and condemned myself to the imperial mausoleum for reflection. Forbidding myself from stepping outside its bounds. Of course, my arrival at the mausoleum was also a promise made to another. Upon mentioning this matter, the old scholar's gaze dimmed significantly, as it had always weighed heavily on his heart. Wang Tian suddenly realized that the old scholar had come to the mausoleum for his own reflection. Then why didn't you choose both from the start? Family affection and the pursuit of enlightenment are not mutually exclusive. Wang Tian blurted out instinctively. Choose both? Choose both? The old scholar's murky eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of understanding upon hearing this, and in that moment, the knot in his heart that had long remained unbroken was suddenly untied, leading him to burst into wild laughter. Indeed, why did I limit myself to a single choice? I could have chosen both. In that instant of enlightenment, a milky white radiance emanated from the old scholar, followed by a brilliant beam of white light descending from the heavens, enveloping him as the surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly. Wang Tian was taken aback, astonished that the old scholar had entered the realm of immortality. Chapter 95. Zhou Qingxi's intentions in the pitch darkness of night. That dazzling beam of white light was particularly striking, accompanied by intense fluctuations of spiritual energy. Wang Tian gazed at the white pillar, utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that the old scholar would achieve enlightenment and breakthrough at this moment. The pillar of spiritual energy persisted for only a few breaths before vanishing, after being purified by the celestial spirit energy. The old scholar appeared significantly rejuvenated, his formerly gray hair transformed back to a rich black, his once cloudy eyes now sparkling with clarity, and the wrinkles on his face noticeably diminished. Not only did he look younger on the outside, but his vitality also surged, resembling an ancient tree reviving in spring. Thank you, Your Highness. Had it not been for your guidance, I might have never reached the realm of the Confucian immortal. The old scholar expressed his heartfelt gratitude. His thoughts now remarkably clear. The realm of the Confucian immortal, which he had pursued for over 20 years, had been unveiled by Wang Tian's single phrase, dispelling the fog that had clouded his heart. This enlightenment is your own doing. It has little to do with me. Wang Tian felt immense joy for the old scholar, knowing that the pursuit of Confucianism over 2 decades had finally borne fruit, an accumulation of effort leading to a sudden breakthrough. Regardless, I must thank you again, Your Highness, the old scholar sincerely reiterated. Since you have finally attained the realm of the Confucian immortal, shouldn't we celebrate? Wang Tian suggested, retrieving several bottles of fine wine from the system space, all of which he had acquired during his travels. Yes, let us celebrate joyously tonight, the old scholar exclaimed with delight. Today marked the happiest day of his decades-long life. His dear granddaughter had finally agreed to see him, and he had also enlightened himself to become a Confucian immortal. Truly, a double blessing worthy of celebration. That night, the two indulged in joyous revelry, deepening their bond. The following morning, Zhou Qingxi arrived, delicately carrying a food box. Sensing an approaching presence, the old scholar, who had been groggy from last night's festivities, suddenly awoke. My precious granddaughter has come, he exclaimed, quickly channeling his spiritual energy to regain clarity, hastily preparing himself, not wishing to appear disheveled before her. Upon hearing the commotion, Wang Tian donned his mask and roused himself. Qingxi, you are here, the old scholar greeted eagerly, only to be met with an unexpected coolness. Is Tian go inside? Zhou Qingxi's beautiful eyes searched the bamboo house, her fair face displaying a hint of anticipation. He is inside, the old scholar replied, feeling a twinge of disappointment at her immediate desire to see Wang Tian, though he quickly composed himself, finding solace in the fact that his granddaughter had come to see him. I've brought him some delicious food that I'm going in to see him, Zhou Qingxi announced, her excitement palpable as she made her way toward the bamboo house. The old scholar, silently observing, felt a twinge of boredom. You should join us for a meal. Zhou Qingxi suddenly turned back to invite him. That simple invitation filled the old scholar with joy. Certainly, he replied, eagerly following her inside. At that moment, Wang Tian had just finished putting on his mask when he saw Shou Qingzi, dressed in white, enter, bringing a refreshing sensation akin to a spring breeze. Qingzi, you're here early, Wang Tian greeted. Not too early. It's already the hour of the dog. Tian Ge, you haven't had breakfast yet. Have you? I made some for you. Please try it and see how it tastes. Zhou Qingzi joyfully opened the food box and revealed an array of delicacies: flour rolls, bean cakes, spirit herb porridge, and nourishing ginseng soup, an impressive spread that showcased her early rising. Tian Ge, eat while it's hot, Zhou Qingzi urged, offering him a piece of flour roll with eager eyes. That I can manage on my own. Wang Tian felt somewhat at a loss with Zhou Qingzi's enthusiasm, but after tasting the flour roll, he found it quite delicious, surpassing even those sold at street vendors. Delicious. Did you make all this? He praised. Yes, everything is homemade, including this ginseng soup, which is very nourishing. Please try it. Zhou Qingzi gently blew on the ginseng soup before offering it to Wang Tian, her care evident. Wang Tian accepted the soup and drank it down. The old scholar stood nearby, watching Zhou Qingzi feed Wang Tian with a longing gaze. That I wasn't sure what you liked, so I made you some bean cakes. Please try them. Zhou Qingzi offered a plate of bean cakes to the old scholar, who was overjoyed at the gesture. As long as it's made by you, I will enjoy it, he exclaimed, eagerly devouring the bean cakes, praising them profusely, and even feeling a bit teary-eyed. It was the first time in over 20 years he had tasted his granddaughter's cooking. Delicious, truly delightful. Bean cakes are my favorite. Wang Tian, observing the old scholar's joyful expression, felt a sense of happiness for him, as it seemed they had grown closer to each other after their hearty breakfast. Wang Tian prepared to leave the imperial mausoleum, intending to support Yun Xiu at the royal garden. Zhou Qingzi watched Wang Tian's retreating figure, her gaze lingering long after he had departed. The old scholar, noticing his granddaughter's demeanor, discerned her feelings and silently resolved something in his heart. Upon arriving at the royal garden, the morning's competition was in full swing. This round would feature several matches to select the top 8, thereby determining the champions of each platform. The 8th prince, Wang Qing, was the first to advance, having eliminated all remaining competitors on platform B in just 1 hour. Truly, the capital's foremost genius was fearsome indeed. The second to advance was Yun Xiu, whose unparalleled musical talent secured her the top spot on platform A effortlessly. Tian Ge, I secured first place on platform A. Impressive, right? Yun Xiu exclaimed joyfully as she bounded over to Wang Tian, her eyes filled with tenderness. Impressive. You were the most remarkable. Wang Tian couldn't help but pat Yun Xiu on the head, feeling increasingly comfortable and affectionate toward her. Let us celebrate at Zuyanfang later, Yun Xiu suggested eagerly. Absolutely. I have some wonderful gifts for you. Wang Tian thought of the several top-grade elixirs he could offer Yun Xiu to assist her breakthrough to the 3rd tier, thus enhancing her chances in tomorrow's match. However, before he could finish speaking, a familiar yet vexing voice interrupted. I can't believe a wretch like you made it to the top 8. Su Qin's unwelcome appearance dripped with jealousy and provocation, flanked by the 4th prince, Wang Hong. Wretch? Who are you calling that? Yun Xiu arched an eyebrow. I'm calling you a wretch, Su Qin retorted instinctively. So, you're the wretch. Yun Xiu chuckled, her charming laughter drawing a smile from Wang Tian, who recognized that in terms of intelligence, Tin Su Qin's could not rival Yun Xiu. However, Su Qin, realizing the insult, grew furious. You're about to meet your end, yet you still dare to be clever. Tomorrow is your doom, just wait. With that, she stormed off, the 4th prince, Wang Hong, disdainfully following suit. Watching them leave, Wang Tian frowned. Xiao Qiu, it seems you will face the 4th prince tomorrow, he warned, recalling how Su Jianan could easily arrange for Su Qin to face Yun Xiu, making it likely that Yun Xiu would be matched against Wang Hong as well. No worries. I still have the treasures you gifted me. Even if he is the 4th prince, I won't hold back on the platform. Yun Xiu confidently replied, aware of her secret weapon that she had yet to use. Better to be cautious. Tonight, I will accompany you in your training to help you break through to the 3rd tier. Although Wang Tian had discerned the 4th prince's cheating scheme, it remained unaddressed, and he believed it prudent to ensure Yun Xiu achieved her breakthrough for added security. All right. Yun Xiu beamed at the thought of Wang Tian training with her. Chapter 96. Yun Xiu's proposal. In a secluded chamber of the Qilin pavilion, Wang Tian and Yun Xiu sat facing each other, with the match against the 4th prince, Wang Hong, looming. Tonight was Yun Xiu's final opportunity for training. Xiao Qiu, I have a bottle of top-grade elixirs here. After you take it, try to break through, Wang Tian said, retrieving a bottle of the precious elixirs from the system space, hoping it would help her achieve a breakthrough to the 3rd tier, enhancing her odds against Wang Hong tomorrow. Thank you, Tian-gu. Yin-Qiu expressed her gratitude, touched that he would gift her such a valuable treasure containing 5 elixirs, worth a fortune, reflecting on all the gifts Wang Tian had given her. The blackwood zither, the black beads, and these 5 elixirs, she felt overwhelmed by his generosity. Tian-gu, with all these treasures you've given me, I'm unsure how I can repay you, she admitted, feeling slightly guilty. Helping me obtain the quieting lotus for the Qilin competition will suffice as repayment. Wang Tian smiled in response, but you've given me so many treasures, I feel one quieting lotus isn't enough to repay you. Yin-Qiu shook her head, her cheeks flushing as she playfully suggested. How about I offer myself in return? As soon as the words left her lips, she felt a rush of anxiety, her heart racing like a startled deer, and she couldn't bring herself to meet Wang Tian's gaze for fear of rejection. Offer yourself? Wang Tian was momentarily taken aback, but inexplicably, he felt a stirring within at her proposition. After all, she was the most beautiful woman in the capital, possessing both talent and grace. Moreover, spending time with Yin-Qiu brought him immense joy and comfort. He often found himself missing her when they were apart. I was just joking. Tian-gu, don't take it seriously, Yin-Qiu said, sensing his silence and feeling slightly disheartened, fearing rejection. Just joking. You nearly scared me. Wang Tian replied awkwardly, almost having agreed, before changing the subject. You should start your training now. We don't have much time. All right, Yin-Qiu nodded, regaining her composure as she emptied the 5 top-grade elixirs into her mouth in one go. As the elixirs took effect, an unprecedented surge of spiritual energy filled her body. Tian-gu, these elixirs are amazing. I feel completely energized, she exclaimed, her face alight with astonishment, having never before experienced such a powerful influx of energy. Don't speak. Focus on breaking through, Wang Tian urged her. Breaking through the cultivation bottleneck is notoriously challenging. Even an abundance of elixirs might not guarantee success. Therefore, whether Yin-Qiu could achieve her breakthrough to the 3rd tier tonight was uncertain. However, Wang Tian had plenty of top-grade elixirs, ready to provide more if necessary to ensure her success. Without further ado, Yin-Qiu closed her eyes and began her focused training, while Wang Tian stood by to protect her. His gaze drifting over her enchanting features and graceful form, finding her beauty increasingly captivating. In truth, marrying Yin-Qiu would be the most responsible choice for her future. The world outside had largely deemed her tarnished by the 6th prince, making it unlikely for a worthy man to marry her openly. However, should he take her as his wife, it would eliminate any scandal. Yet, that thought was quickly suppressed, setting aside whether Yin-Qiu would be willing to marry him. He still faced scrutiny from the Chancellor's faction, and having her by his side could lead to her suffering. I'll consider such matters when I become invincible, Wang Tian sighed. After a night of training, Yin-Qiu successfully broke through to the 3rd tier, her dantian now nurturing a milky white spirit pill, a rare phenomenon indicating the formation of a pill. The 3rd tier with a spirit pill is inherently stronger than one without, and this formation would stabilize her future cultivation, allowing her to progress further. Tian-gu, I formed a spirit pill in my dantian, Yin-Qiu exclaimed, her face radiating joy. You formed a spirit pill, excellent. The 4th prince is also at the 3rd tier. But with your spirit pill, you'll have the upper hand in tier, Wang Tian said, both surprised and delighted, knowing that this provided an additional layer of confidence for their upcoming match. However, winning the match would ultimately depend on dismantling the 4th prince's cheating scheme. Thank you for the top-grade elixirs, Tian-gu. Without them, I wouldn't have achieved this breakthrough or formed a spirit pill. Yin-Qiu expressed her gratitude once more. Let us not dwell on such trivial matters. Dawn is breaking, and we must prepare for the match, Wang Tian replied, glancing out the window to see the soft light streaming in. Yes, Yin-Qiu stood up, filled with newfound confidence. By the time they arrived at the royal garden, it was teeming with people. Yin-Qiu, you finally made it. I was beginning to think you were too scared to show up, Su Qin said, having searched the crowd for her. Today, they had made thorough preparations to ensure Yin-Qiu met her demise on the platform. In a competition where life and death were at stake, today was the perfect opportunity to eliminate her, and Su Qin would not let it slip away. I was worried you wouldn't dare to come. Yin-Qiu shot back, her beautiful eyes locking onto Su Qin and the 4th prince, Wang Hong. Wang Hong cast a glance at Yin-Qiu, surprised by her sudden breakthrough to the 3rd tier. You actually advanced to the 3rd tier, he remarked, astonished that she had gone from being at the 4th tier yesterday to a 3rd tier cultivator overnight. What is the matter? Are you afraid, 4th prince? Yin-Qiu teased, raising an eyebrow to Qilin, too, felt a twinge of surprise at Yunqiu's rapid growth. Just 3 months ago, she had been weaker than herself, yet now she had surpassed her. This only solidified Qil's determination to eliminate Yunqiu, lest she become a threat in the future. Yunqiu, it's time to draw lots for the matches, Qilin coldly reminded her, eager to see her rival defeated. Thank you for the reminder. Yunqiu responded curtly, taking a deep breath as she stepped onto the platform. Upon entering the top 8, they would need to draw lots again, but Yunqiu knew that regardless of the draw, the outcome would remain unchanged. Sure enough, she drew the lot to face the 4th prince, Wang Hong. Yunqiu, I must apologize, but your opponent in this battle is none other than myself. You must exercise caution, for I shall show you no mercy. The 4th prince, Wang Hong, cast a cold glance, acknowledging that while Yunqiu was indeed stunningly beautiful, even surpassing Qilin, she held no sway over his ascent to the throne. Thus, he resolved to show no compassion, but I shall also show no mercy. Yunqiu replied calmly. As they stepped onto the arena, Wang Tian's gaze was already fixed upon the 18 golden armored guards stationed around the platform. The outcome of Yunqiu's match hinged significantly on these guards. Chapter 97. Underhanded sabotage on the arena. Yunqiu and the 4th prince Wang Hong faced each other, their energies rising in intensity. Ready to ignite into a fierce battle, the spectators were filled with anticipation, their eyes burning with a fervor that seemed ready to set the arena ablaze. This was a pinnacle clash between third-tier warriors, destined to be a spectacular contest of strength. However, Wang Tian's focus was like a piercing arrow, zeroing in on the 18 golden armored guards. These guards stood like deities forged from steel, exuding an aura of authority. Their expressions were grave, resembling statues in their solemnity, evenly spaced like stars in a constellation, forming a formation that appeared to protect the arena but concealed deeper mysteries. The formation stone must be among them. Judging by their positions, it appeared to be a binding formation. With the aid of the formation's eye, Wang Tian quickly discerned its properties. The binding formation, as its name implies, would render Yunqiu immobile once activated, leaving her unable to react in the critical moments of combat. In a battle of masters, victory and defeat could be determined in an instant. Once bound, she could face not only loss, but potentially her very life. Thus, with this binding formation in play, the 4th prince Wang Hong was nearly invincible. The contest soon commenced. Yunqiu, wielding her slender sword with grace, darted forward like a wisp of white mist. The 4th prince Wang Hong stood resolute. And as Yunqiu approached within 2 meters, his dragon scale sword sprang into action, piercing towards her with alarming speed. The azure dragon energy surged forth, roaring like a mighty beast, akin to a colossal dragon lunging at Yunqiu. Rather than meet the attack head-on, Yunqiu elegantly evaded, twisting her body with agility, and then aimed her slender sword at the 4th prince from an unexpected angle, even before her blade reached him. The white sword energy rushed forth, forcing Wang Hong to react quickly, raising his sword defensively, while simultaneously unleashing his 9 dragons' palm towards her. With Wang Hong's innate talent, he could only manifest 4 azure dragon energies. A stark contrast to Wang Tian's 9 golden dragon energies. Faced with the onslaught of 4 azure dragons, Yunqiu, alarmed, had no choice but to shift her focus to defense. The exchange unfolded in a heartbeat, their movements so swift that the audience could hardly keep up, each spectator gasping in AWE.I. In this initial clash, neither side gained a clear advantage, both demonstrating remarkable prowess. The strength of this Qilin maiden exceeds my expectations. It seems I must intensify my efforts. Wang Hong's gaze grew increasingly fierce, and the dragon energy around him surged, amplifying his presence several-fold. Noticing the change in the 4th prince, Yunqiu dared not delay. She swiftly retrieved her black wooden zither from her spatial bracelet. As their battle reached a boiling point, Wang Tian stealthily approached one of the golden armored guards from behind, oblivious to Wang Tian's presence. The guard remained fixated on the arena. "Let us test my skills on you first," Wang Tian whispered as he extended a finger and swiftly jabbed it into the guard's spine. That a surge of potent spiritual energy shot from his fingertip, invading the guard's body and extinguishing his life force in an instant. The guard, whose strength was merely at the 8th tier, had no chance to react to Wang Tian's ambush and fell lifelessly. Yet miraculously remained standing, his form held upright by Wang Tian's spiritual energy to avoid drawing attention. Excellent. 1 down. Now to dismantle the formation stone on him. While the audience remained transfixed on the arena, Wang Tian deftly reached into his robes and retrieved a milky white formation stone. Just as anticipated, The stone was present that a flicker of joy crossed Wang Tian's eyes as he crushed the stone with force. With the formation stone destroyed, he wasted no time and swiftly moved to the next golden armored guard, employing the same method to dismantle the next stone. As Wang Tian continued his covert destruction of the formation stones. The enchanting melody of Yun Xiu's zither resonated like celestial music, ethereal and poignant, as if imbued with magic that ensnared all who heard it. This zither truly possesses power, capable of disturbing my spirit and slowing my energy's flow. Wang Hong thought, alarmed but prepared. In the moment the zither's notes filled the air, Wang Hong produced a green pill, swallowing it without hesitation. The moment the pill entered his mouth, his chaotic mind settled, as if the world had fallen silent. However, the flow of energy remained sluggish. It seemed a single premium calming pill was insufficient. He needed a burst spirit pill as well. Without hesitation, he retrieved a crimson pill and consumed it. Upon ingesting the burst spirit pill, a torrent of energy surged within him, revitalizing the sluggish energy, allowing it to flow at an accelerated pace. Very well, the effects of these pills will last only half an hour. I must conclude this battle swiftly. A smirk crept onto Wang Hong's lips as he brandished his dragon scale sword. Launching a ferocious assault on Yun Xiu, he unleashed his signature technique, the long dragon 9 swords. Each strike more ferocious than the last, the sword energy crashing like relentless waves. Yun Xiu's expression shifted slightly as she channeled all her spiritual power into the black wooden zither, her fingers dancing across the strings with the speed of a tempest. The vibrations of the sound waves intensified, becoming exponentially quicker, the power of the zither soaring. Even with the calming and burst spirit pills, Wang Hong found himself hindered, his advances stifled by the force of the melody. Unable to advance further. This melody is truly formidable. Even the calming and burst spirit pills cannot suppress it, Wang Hong thought, astonished, as he had never encountered such a powerful zither melody before. Despite this, he gritted his teeth, determined to outlast her. Yun Xiu, on the other hand, felt the strain of her energy depleting rapidly. Each note she played consumed her strength. Before long, her complexion paled, and the melody weakened. As the melody faltered, Wang Hong's attacks regained momentum, drawing closer to her. Excellent. It seems her energy cannot sustain much longer, Wang Hong smirked. Meanwhile, Yun Xiu realized her strength was waning and produced a small porcelain vial from her robes. After opening it, she poured all 5 premium spirit pills into her mouth. As the pills took effect, a surge of energy erupted within her, revitalizing the weakened melody and accelerating her playing once more. The sound waves surged like a tidal wave, crashing towards Wang Hong with renewed ferocity, even more powerful than before. Confronted with the sudden resurgence of the melody, Wang Hong struggled to breathe, his energy. Despite the burst spirit pill's effect, proving ineffective against the onslaught, his mind entrapped in chaos. What is happening? How has her power increased so dramatically? Panic set in. His strategy of attrition now backfired, threatening his own defeat. Desperate, Wang Hong stealthily reached into his clothing, grasping the formation activation stone. Should the binding formation activate, Yun Xiu would be immobilized, silencing her melody, allowing him to strike and finish her. Yun Xiu, no matter how powerful your melody, you shall not triumph over me, Wang Hong thought, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes as he channeled energy into the formation stone. Chapter 98. No turning back as the melody soared once more. Wang Tian, like a specter, approached the final golden armored guard, dispatching him as silently as the others and, while the audience remained fixated on the arena, stealthily took the formation stone from the guard, with a decisive crush. The stone disintegrated into dust. Thus, all 18 formation stones had been discreetly destroyed by Wang Tian, rendering the 4th prince's binding formation utterly ineffective. Without the binding formation, Wang Hong's chances of victory diminished significantly. Wang Tian's gaze shifted to the arena, a cold smile gracing his lips. This moment, invigorated by the 5 premium spirit pills, Yun Xiu's melody roared like a tempest, escalating to unprecedented heights. The sound waves sliced through the air, imbued with unmatched energy, launching a ferocious offensive. Under the relentless assault of the zither's music, Wang Hong began to falter, his energy's flow becoming sluggish as if caught in quicksand. The burst spirit pill's effects proving insufficient to alter his fate. His mind descended into a chaotic mess, his vision blurring as if shrouded in fog. The outcome of this contest was becoming increasingly clear. The 4th prince's defeat seemed inevitable. Observers below began to murmur among themselves, realizing the Qilin maiden's power was far greater than they had anticipated. Who would have thought the Qilin maiden's melody could be so potent? Even the fourth prince cannot withstand her, they exclaimed in awe. As Su Qin glared at the scene, feeling an unsettling discomfort. What foolishness. The fourth prince cannot possibly lose. Once he unleashes his trump card, this impudent girl will meet her end, she scoffed. Her thoughts conflicted as she recognized the strength Yunqiu displayed. What has caused this sudden surge in her power? Su Qin's jealousy ignited as she recalled how, merely 3 months prior, Yunqiu had been no match for her, yet now even the fourth prince struggled against her. Her gaze fixated on that black wooden zither, an object of desire she yearned to possess. This zither must be a treasure of celestial caliber. Once she is defeated, it shall be mine. Greed sparkled in her eyes. However, her aspirations were destined for disappointment. On the arena, the fourth prince, at his wit's end, finally grasped the formation activation stone. I did not anticipate her strength to be this formidable. Fortunately, I prepared in advance. Otherwise, I would have been defeated today, he thought as he infused the stone with a sliver of energy. The stone glowed faintly with a white light, but it faded swiftly, leaving no further effect. Yunqiu, once the binding formation activates, I will ensure your demise. A glimmer of malevolence crossed Wang Hong's eyes, but as he waited, Yunqiu remained unbound, her powerful melody crashing towards him like a relentless tide. What is happening? Why has she not been bound? Is the formation failing? Wang Hong's heart raced with confusion as he injected more energy into the stone. Once again, the stone emitted a radiant white light, more brilliant than before, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Panic seized Wang Hong entirely. Why is this happening? The binding formation should be effective. As his anxiety grew, he realized he could not triumph over Yunqiu without the formation. The audience below, including Su Qin, were equally anxious, urging the fourth prince to act before the overwhelming melody consumed him. Fourth prince, now is the time to strike, Su Qin shouted urgently, desperate to witness Yunqiu's downfall. Yet, Wang Hong, despite his desire to retaliate, felt despair as the binding formation refused to activate. Why is the formation unresponsive? What has gone amiss? His frustration mounted as he surveyed the 18 golden-armored guards, who stood immobile, their faces as stoic as statues, their positions flawless. Why can't the formation activate? Wang Hong's lack of understanding regarding the formation's mechanics left him oblivious to the fact that the 18 stones had lost their connection. In that moment of distraction, Yunqiu's melody surged forth once more, launching a fierce assault that overwhelmed Wang Hong, shattering his defenses. His spirit crumbled under the relentless sound waves, and his energy faltered, rendering him powerless. Now is my chance. Yunqiu seized the moment, dashing towards Wang Hong with her black wooden zither in hand. Once close, she delivered a powerful kick aimed at him. That moment, Su Qin still believed the fourth prince would mount a fierce comeback. This insolent girl thinks she can attack. She is unaware that this kick could cost her life. Fourth prince, counterattack now. Su Qin wore a confident smile, convinced of the impending reversal. Yet, the unfolding events defied her expectations. The fourth prince was kicked off the platform by Yunqiu, soaring through the air before crashing heavily outside the arena. This shocking turn of events left Su Qin utterly